This is Audible.
Love Hacked, a reluctant romance. Written by Penny Reed. Narrated by Deborah Woodward. Chapter 1. He was bald in a way that made me think of both melons and sex. Tan suit, green tie, white shirt. Chuck was a honeydew. I met Chuck standing in the concession line at a Cubs game. I saw him and just knew that this was the guy. He was the one mentioned in my Sunday horoscope. As all very important and highly intelligent females do, I read my horoscope every morning, right after finishing the obituaries and just before I peruse the comics. That morning, my horoscope read, "Be watchful. Today you will meet the catalyst of your future life." When I basically accosted him in line and forced him to talk to me, he was wearing a baseball hat. I'd liked his face and his friendly smile, though I sensed he was bewildered and a bit overwhelmed by my attention. He readily agreed to the date. But now, without his hat, and illuminated mostly by a single candle on the table, his jaw appeared to mirror the top of his head, which had become a rounded, shiny, nondescript curve of yellow, melon-colored flesh. "The Bella Costa is an excellent vintage. Light on the nose, but a spicy palate that notes of blackberry and cracked pepper." He smiled at me. He was looking for approval. My left eyebrow arched all on its own. "Cracked pepper? And wine?" "Yes," he chuckled. "Forgive me, I'm a bit of a connoisseur, really a student of the grape. Last summer I spent a week at the Louis Martini Sommelier Workshop in Napa." "Is that so, Chuck?" He chuckled again, nodding his big, round head. Chuck, the chuckling honeydew. "You're very funny, Sandra." "Am I? I wasn't aware that I'd said anything humorous." I laughed with him, scrunched my nose, but didn't know why we were laughing. This often happened to me, people finding me funny for no reason I could discern. Therefore, I'd learned long ago to just smile and nod, yet continue to speak with sincerity. That usually made them laugh even more. Most people strike me as disappointingly predictable in their normalcy. However, I wasn't about to let Chuck's potential predictability derail my optimism. I'd bought a new dress for the date, crime scene red, strapless, indecently tight, lifting my modest bust up and out to, "Well, hello there, how are you?" and dolled myself up in expectation. Perhaps the zebra print stilettos I'd borrowed from my friend Janie were a bit much, but I had high hopes for Chuck. The horoscope had said he would be a catalyst for my future life, and I was beyond ready for my future life to begin. I tried not to daydream about it, but I couldn't help myself. Even as I was getting ready for the date, my mind provided Instagram-style status updates of our future together. Cubs season tickets, screaming profanities at Cardinal fans, sharing a hot dog at Portillo's, watching horror movies every Friday night while naked on the couch, reading the paper together on Sunday mornings, and a cornucopia of impressive bedroom acrobatics. But first, I had to get past the fact that, so far, he appeared to be very, very normal. His laughter tapered, but his smile remained as he said, "No one calls me Chuck anymore. I usually prefer Charles." "Oh." I stopped laughing. "I'm sorry, Charles. I didn't—" No, it's okay." He placed his hand on the table between us. "Somehow, with you, I don't mind it at all." Oh, well, crap. His words made my stomach tighten with a flare of despair. I returned his warm, melony smile with as much effort as I could muster, my spirits deflated. But I refused to take it to Frowntown. I wasn't ready to give up yet. "Well, you don't know me very well. I could be a complete freak show." He chuckled. "You're adorable." I perked up a bit at the compliment. "Is that why you agreed to meet me so late? My adorableness?" "Sorry about that, by the way. My shift ended at 9. It's not every guy who will agree to a 10 p.m. first date." He waved his hand through the air as though it were nothing. "It's not a problem. It's not every day that I meet a gorgeous redhead with green eyes who's so easy to talk to." So easy to talk to. I smiled in return, endeavored to mask my impending forlornness, and then I turned my attention to the menu in my lap. I tried not to sigh. Our first date had just started, and I was trying to rally against the fact that it might as well already be over. Unless Chuck said something astonishing in the next 5 minutes, he was most certainly not a catalyst for anything, except perhaps another evening of me being abandoned for the 29th time in a restaurant. I could see the events of the evening as though they'd already occurred, because they had. This was just like every single one of my first dates. They always start the same. The guy tells me he feels comfortable with me, even though we don't know each other. He searches his brain for the reason why, then tells me that I remind him of someone else. His first girlfriend, the girl next door, or the girl who got away. I probe deeper, and he admits it was an older woman, a kind teacher or an aunt, or worse, his mother. He tells me how much that relationship meant to him. Then he uploads more than I will ever want to know about his life, his dreams, his expectations, how he failed his parents or siblings or friends, or how they failed him. In the end, he cries. If I'm lucky, it won't be in the restaurant. Eventually, he thanks me. He tells me how lovely I am, and then shakes my hand. He asks if he can call me again to talk. I give him my friend Thomas's card, a board-certified psychiatrist with a focus on family counseling. We part as friends, and I have another guy in my friend arsenal. Another guy to hang pictures in my apartment or help me move. And he has a female just friend to introduce to the girl he eventually marries. Trying not to be resigned to my fate, I perused the menu without reading it. I already knew what I was going to order. This was one of the 2 reasons I always picked Taj's Indian restaurant for my plethora of first dates. Their butter chicken is amazageddon. Amazing plus Armageddon. Good. If I could have one final meal on the face of the earth, it would be Taj's butter chicken. The other reason, I noted with somewhat buoyed spirits, would arrive at my doomed table any minute. "You know, you remind me of someone." Chuck's words meet my ears right on schedule. I almost mouthed along as he continued, chuckling. "You look a lot like this girl I used to know." I didn't meet his gaze because I wasn't listening to him anymore. Instead, I braced myself for what came next. Or rather, who came next. Like clockwork, I sensed my waiter approach. I didn't need to look up to know he was carrying 2 water glasses. Mine had no ice and no lemon. "Good evening," he said, his velvety voice sending ripples of delicious awareness from my nose to my toes. "I'm Alex, and I'll be serving you tonight." Be cool. Be cool and act cool. Be chill. Act chill. Be ice. You're an ice cube. Just be cool. Heat suffused my neck and cheeks, but as I was expecting him, I was able to temper the warmth before it became a telling stain. I paused a moment, gathered a deep breath, and lifted my chin and eyes to meet his gaze. Alex the waiter. Alex the waiter was on my spank naughty list in 3rd place, right after Henry Cavill the actor, then Henry Cavill as Superman. He was proof that God existed, and that God loved straight women. As usual, he was looking at me with thoughtful, deep-set indigo eyes behind black horn-rimmed glasses. As usual, his mouth was curved in a small, fleeting smile. As usual, he stood at the edge of the booth, A 6'3", hovering, angular, lissom specimen of pure manhood. His strong jaw, dusted with black stubble, was marred by a deep, irregular scar that ran from the center of his bottom lip at a jagged slant to one side of his chin. He had a slightly crooked nose, likely broken on more than one occasion. Close-cut black hair, a little longer on the top, as though it had mohawk aspirations, and a mouth just a bit too wide and soft for the rest of his rugged face. As usual, he was dressed in all black. If you went for rough edges, chip on the shoulder, effortlessly sensual, young, dangerous, and the build of an Olympic swimmer, which I usually did not, he fit the bill and caught the fish. Hook, line, sinker, sexy. I usually gravitated towards nice men, meaning men who looked like they were nice men, men who smiled a lot, liked to play golf, paid their parking tickets, owned sensible suits and shoes, and considered sweater vests appropriate Sunday attire. Men who knew a mallard from a muscovy and had all their ducks in a row. Men who would, and theoretically should, make good husbands and fathers. Men with no outward sign of emotional baggage. Alex didn't fit the typical nice man mold. He had a flashing Las Vegas Strip-style neon warning marquee of emotional baggage. Yet I couldn't help myself. The first time I heard him speak, I was sunk. His voice made my stomach do a skydive to my toes without a parachute. His voice reminded me of jazz and the bedroom and a striptease. Melodic, deep, soothing, slightly sandpapery, but with an irreverent, careless quality. I daydreamed about him reading me a book, the newspaper, a greeting card, an eviction notice, anything. As much as it was possible, I was infatuated with his voice. I often asked him questions about the menu, even though I already knew what I was going to order, just so I could hear him speak. When he spoke, life was good. It did things to me. Alex the waiter and his bedroom voice almost made all my failed first dates worth the bother, because Alex saying, "I'll be serving you tonight," was typically the highlight of the evening. It was all downhill from there. I gave him a polite nod, and, as usual, Alex's smile flattened into a straight line. Alex the waiter, it seemed, didn't like me much. "Hi, can you tell me about—" "Let me order for you." Chuck startled me by reaching across the table and tugging on my menu. My gaze turned from Alex to Melonface. "Oh, that's not necessary. I know what I insist. Then I can pair the wine seamlessly." Chuck winked at me, then turned to Alex and said, "We'll start with a bottle of your Parducci, chilled at 40 degrees for 10 minutes, then aerated. I'll have the chicken tandoori, and the lady will have the saag paneer." Chuck handed Alex our menus, then grinned at me, so pleased with himself. I didn't grin back. I don't believe in rewarding poor behavior. Other than accepting the menus, Alex didn't move. "So, Sandra, I was about to tell you about this girl you remind me of." Chuck leaned forward and pushed his knife a few millimeters closer to his spoon. Girl." I cleared my throat, keenly aware that Alex still hadn't left. "Yes, you remind me of her." He glanced at his silverware and muttered, mostly to himself, "It's really uncanny." I stared at Chuck, horrified. Alex cleared his throat, drawing my attention back to him. He must have liked my horrified expression because, uncharacteristically, he was smiling again, and wider this time. "Butter chicken?" Alex asked. I nodded once, then released a sigh. "Yeah, this won't take long." Alex returned my single nod, his black eyebrows ticking upward a half centimeter. "Then shall I cancel the other?" "Yes, please, thank you." Alex's smile was wry as his nebulous eyes moved over my face. I was surprised to see his gaze linger on my mouth for a short second before he turned and sauntered back to the kitchen. I watched his backside and broad shoulders as he walked away. He had an irreverent, careless walk, not quite a swagger. It was a bedroom walk, just like his voice. I sighed again, thinking how nice it was watching Alex walk away, and I found myself wondering about Alex's age. I guessed 22 or 23, a late bloomer. His body didn't seem fully grown yet. His hands were just a bit too big, and he had that gait of a careless teenager. But his eyes were unfathomable and steeled. When I looked into his eyes, the rest of his physicality seemed to age. He had the eyes of a man. A wicked, wicked man.
Sandra?
I yanked my gaze away from Alex's backside and found the honeydew watching me, his expression muddled confusion.
What was that all about?
Chuck indicated with his head in the direction of Alex's departing form. Apparently he wanted an explanation for our strange conversation. Oh, nothing. Why don't you tell me more about your mother? I rested my hands on my lap and prepared myself to listen to whatever Chuck was ready to tell me.
I didn't. I wasn't talking about my mother.
Your father raised you, right? I kept my voice gentle, my face carefully blank of expression. He nodded, appearing both mystified and awestruck.
Yes, but how did you know?
But he didn't raise you, did he? Did he travel a lot, or did he work a lot? Chuck leaned forward, his elbows practically hitting the table in front of him, and his story gushed forth like blood from an untended arterial wound.
He didn't travel. My parents divorced when I was only 7, and my mom took my sister. I stayed with my dad. He worked. He worked all the time.
And so it began. I listened to Chuck's tale of upper-middle-class childhood abandonment and neglect. I felt for him. I did. Just like I felt for all the others. It seemed our society was raising a generation of fractured children, more an accessory to their parents than living, breathing, feeling beings. They plugged him into the wall via television and video games, then took him out when convenient, mostly around the holidays. When Alex came back with the bottle of wine, Chuck didn't seem to notice, as he was knee-deep in relating a story about his father's new wife. I noted that Chuck still called the woman Dad's new wife, even though they'd been married over 15 years. Darting glances between Chuck and Alex to keep the attention of both, I completed the cursory wine tasting and nodded once at Alex that I was pleased with the bottle. When Alex came back with the garlic naan, Chuck was banging on the table with his fist. He was elbow deep in a story about winning a cross-country race in high school. It was a success about which, even to this day, his father had no idea. When Alex came back with my butter chicken, Chuck was holding his face in his hands and sobbing quietly. Alex had just set the plate on the table in front of me when Chuck struggled to stand from our booth, not even noticing that Alex hadn't brought his entree. I stood and gave Chuck my support, helped him to his feet, and pressed Thomas's card into his hand.
God, Sandra, I can't thank you enough. I just feel...
Chuck choked as a small sob escaped his lips. I rubbed his arm with an open palm. It gets better. Talking about it will make a difference. He nodded, either unable or unwilling to speak, and wiped his eyes with the back of his hands. You're not alone, Charles. Chuck reached out and grabbed my hand.
Oh, God. Dinner. I'm so sorry.
Chuck's lost eyes scanned the table, and I gave his hand a calming squeeze. He seemed completely blind to the patrons at the only other table occupied in the restaurant. They were casting curious glances our way, but trying not to be obvious about it. It's okay, Chuck. Just go home and take care of you. I gently pulled on Chuck's hand and led him to the door. Go get some sleep and call Thomas's office in the morning." When Chuck's shell-shocked eyes found mine, new tears threatened to spill over, so I gave him a small smile. "Tell him that Dr. Fielding sent you, and you'll get a discount on your first 2 sessions." He nodded, abruptly pulled me into a hug, and then, just as abruptly, withdrew and dashed out the door. I watched his retreating form for a short moment and considered the fact that I was going to have to finish that bottle of wine by myself. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I had Saturdays off and could afford to sleep in. I waited until Chuck disappeared around the corner at the end of the block before returning to my waiting plate of butter chicken. On the way back, I stepped to the side to allow the last customers to exit. Their departure meant I was the only paying customer left in the restaurant. As I strolled back to my table, I decided to ask Alex to pack up the chicken and cork the wine. No need to make him stay late on my account. However, as I neared my table, I realized that it was now occupied. Well, Chuck's seat was occupied by Alex. My seat was empty. My steps faltered as our eyes met. He was looking at me like I was something to be observed, studied, and his plainly untrusting gaze seemed to grow more guarded as I approached. When I was a few steps from my abandoned chair, I stopped and just stood there, stalled, not sure what to do. It struck me as a very odd moment. I was standing at the edge of a table where Alex was sitting. In essence, we had switched places. "Hello," I said. "Hello," he said. My attention flickered to the table. In front of him was a plate of sog goat or lamb, impossible to tell which, with a side of mango chutney, and he'd already raided the previously untouched basket of garlic naan. Also, he'd poured himself a glass of my wine. I met his gaze again. The circumspection in his eyes was disconcerting. He licked his lips. "Please, have a seat." He motioned to my untouched plate of butter chicken. I looked at him. I looked at the wine. I looked at my plate of butter chicken. I shrugged. Sure, why not? I sat, placed the napkin on my lap, and took a generous bite of the chicken and jasmine rice. It was, as usual, a delicious replacement for physical contact, my comfort food. I glanced at Alex again. He also was delicious and watching me as though I were not delicious. In fact, his expression made me feel rather fetid. My heart rate increased inexplicably. I felt like a skittish rabbit. This was noteworthy, as I usually felt like an optimistic octopus. "How's your butter chicken, Sandra?" I started, my fork suspended in the air for a beat, but I quickly recovered. "How do you know my name, Alex?" "Your credit card, Sandra. I ring up your tab with it every Friday night." "Oh." I frowned at him. Something was just off about him. He seemed to dislike me, but here he was having dinner with me, uninvited. I wasn't used to people disliking me. Curious that. "I'm not here every Friday night." "Fine then. You're here every other Friday night." I ignored his last comment. "The butter chicken is quite good, thank you." "How is your sog goat?" "It's sog lamb, and it's delicious." I almost choked on my chicken when he said delicious. Wondered if he could read my mind. His voice made everything sound delicious. "That's excellent news, Alex." "So, Alex, why don't you tell me about yourself?" He smiled, but the smile did nothing to settle my apprehension. If anything, my heart rate increased from skittish rabbit to frightened rabbit having a minor coronary. Curiouser and curiouser. "What do you wish to know, Sandra?" "First of all, Stop saying my name. It's creeping me out. Why is that? Because I never told you my name.
And?
I ignored his question. Secondly, why don't we start with your parents?
My parents.
His tone was flat. Yes, tell me about your parents.
Certainly.
He wiped his hands on his napkin and leaned back in the booth. Apparently, he was relaxed.
My parents were Romanian circus performers. I grew up in the circus as part of the act.
I stared at him. He stared at me. I knew he was lying. The omnipresent caution in his eyes was now somehow altered by a flicker of emotion. I thought it resembled amusement. But he was difficult to read. I shook my head once, placed my fork on the plate, and leaned back in my seat. I surveyed him. The side of his mouth hitched slightly. It did nothing to thaw his features. "That's not true," I said matter-of-factly. His smile grew, was plainly sincere, yet it lacked warmth.
"You're right. It's not true."
I studied him for a long moment before I asked the obvious question. "Why did you say it then?"
"Because you make men cry."
I believe my eyes bulged. He surprised me. Score 1 point for Alex. "Ah, that." I nodded, reached for my glass of wine. "You found me out. I'm a man-eater." I took a healthy gulp.
"Well, that's good news."
I choked, coughed, but managed by sheer luck to keep from spewing red wine all over the table. My eyes bulged further. Did Alex the waiter just turn my man-eater comment into a double entendre? Did that actually occur? How very scandalous.
"Drink some water."
He lifted his chin and indicated my neglected water, even as he poured more wine into my glass. After 2 large swallows of water, I felt capable of speaking, though my voice was raspier than usual. "Alex, that was quite a naughty thing to say." The carefulness of his gaze wavered as a slow, decidedly salacious grin spread from his mouth to his eyes. I held my breath. When he smiled, actually smiled, he looked a bit more innocent and devious at the same time, boyish and rakish. It was devastating. It made me feel like a teenager with a crush on the bad boy in high school. I suddenly wanted to kiss him. I reached for my wine glass instead and finished half of it while I watched him over the rim. At last, he broke the silence and sounded truly pleased with himself.
"It was naughty, wasn't it?"
I nodded, set the glass down. "Was that your goal?" His eyes narrowed at my question.
"Why do you make men cry?"
I reached for my wine glass again, took another swallow. "Do I make men cry?"
"Yes, every other Friday night. Would you care to hear my theories?"
"You have more than one theory?"
Do you ever respond to a question without asking another question?
Does it bother you?
No, but it does confirm my hypothesis."
"What hypothesis?" He let out a heavy sigh, and with it, all the residual warmth from our flirty banter evaporated.
"You're a shrink," he said.
He might as well have accused me of being a traitor, or a murderer, or a Kardashian. I finished my glass of wine, and he, reaching over the table, swiftly refilled it. Peripherally, I noticed that he hadn't yet touched his wine. "Why do you think I'm a shrink?" He frowned again, his eyes guarded.
"In the beginning, I thought you must be bringing these men in here to break up with them. But then these encounters became too frequent. Naturally, I considered the possibility that these men worked for you and you brought them here to fire them. I thought that perhaps you were their boss and you'd chosen this restaurant as the place to let them go, deliver the bad news."
But you ruled that out. I sipped my wine, then gulped it, held the glass in both hands as though it might protect me. I didn't know why I did this. He nodded once. From time to time, I overheard pieces of your conversations and realized you didn't know these men. I considered the possibility that you were delivering some other kind of bad news. Like maybe they had cancer or had lost a loved one. But you ruled that out too. I finished another glass. He motioned for me to set it on the table. I did as he silently instructed. He refilled it, his attention fixed on the wine bottle and my glass. You didn't seem to know these men, at least not very well. Then it became obvious that this was one of the first times you'd actually sat and talked with them. So I figured you were meeting new clients here. But that didn't explain why you made them all cry. Ah, yes, you have a point there. My assenting head bob may have been more exaggerated than I would have liked. I was feeling the effects of my 2 rapidly drunk glasses of wine. Why do you do it? His tone was sharp, as were his eyes as they moved from the bottle to me. In fact, he was so angry that he looked almost dangerous. Sad that. He had such a handsome face when he allowed himself to smile. But then, I tipsily admitted, dangerous, angry waiter Alex was also mighty fine. Mighty fine, indubitably. I don't do it on purpose. Really? He didn't believe me. No, I don't. I held his granite gaze. I don't like it when they cry. It's why I schedule these first dates for so late in the evening. His hostile facade cracked. His eyebrows tugged low over his eyes like thick, shadowy unhappiness umbrellas. Wait, what? Dates? These are dates? Are you kidding me? I nodded despondently, but it felt more like an embarrassing, almost falling asleep head bob. Copious amounts of red wine on an empty stomach will do that to a girl who hasn't been kissed in over 2 years. Yes, dates. First dates. Did you think these men were my patients? His stare was piercing, as though he were attempting to reach into my head and read the truth from the gray matter of my brain. After a prolonged moment, he expelled a heavy breath. So, you're a psychiatrist? I nodded into my half-empty third glass of wine, my butter chicken long forgotten. I am a psychiatrist. You're a psychiatrist who makes her dates cry. I frowned at him, at the edge in his voice that sounded accusatory. Wait a minute. Do you think I do it on purpose? Do you think I like ending each date with a goodbye cry instead of a goodbye kiss? I may have slurred the word kiss. I couldn't be sure. Regardless, my questions were met with flinty silence. The corner of his mouth turned up in disbelief. But he looked interested, so I continued. Do you want to know how long it's been since I was kissed? Guess. I flicked my hand in his direction, then slapped it on the table. He didn't flinch. 2 years, I said. I may have slurred the word years. I couldn't be sure. 2 years. Actually, it's been more than 2 years. It's been 2 years and quite a few months, like maybe 10 months, which makes it almost 3 years. And you know what? The last kiss was... I frowned and shook my head in disgust at the memory of my last kiss. I leaned forward and whispered my next words, letting him in on the secret of my non-existent sex life. It wasn't a good kiss. His lips stiffened, tugged ever so slightly to the right. I was tipsy, but I didn't miss the way his eyes moved to my mouth during my tirade. He was probably looking for lip fungus or some other physical manifestation to explain my kiss dearth. And I'm a good kisser, damn it. I gripped my wine glass and finished it with 2 large swallows. relishing in the delightful vertigo settling behind my eyes and making my gums tingle. I set the empty goblet on the table and attempted to level him with a penetrating gaze, but instead I found myself struggling to keep my eyes from crossing. "And I don't have a lip fungus, if that's what you're wondering." His attention abruptly moved from my mouth to my eyes. "I wasn't wondering whether you had a lip fungus, but thank you for getting that awkward conversation out of the way." "You're welcome." I scooted to the end of the booth. Everything looked a little blurry. The room rocked as I stood and proclaimed, "I have to go pee." "Bathrooms are behind." "I know where the bathrooms are, Alex." I squinted at him, my feet stumbled, and I inadvertently did a jazz square as I tried to remain upright. "I do take all my first dates here, you know. Granted, they usually leave before the entree. Now, if you'll excuse me." I half bowed for no reason in particular and walked to the ladies' room. I felt satisfied in my admonishment of the pretentious upstart. How dare he? How dare he accuse me of making my dates cry on purpose? How dare he be so masculine and strong and sexily somber? How dare he stare at my lips and warm my internal organs to inferno levels of hotness? How dare his magma voice melt ice, steel, and my femme innards? How dare he... Wait. I blinked, halted, backed up 2 steps, and peered into the kitchen. It was dark. I thought about that for a minute and came to the conclusion that the kitchen was closed and the cook and the manager and the dishwasher had gone home. I shrugged for no one's benefit, then continued on my way to the bathroom. I flipped on the light, closed and locked the door, and did my business, all while trying and failing to reignite my indignation. Instead, I settled on the words masculine, strong, and sexily somber. Then I recalled the word kiss. Kiss. I washed my hands absent-mindedly and scanned my appearance. My awesome, strapless red dress still looked fantastic, and even my bleary eyes could tell that it hugged my body in all the right places girls are told men like to look. I winked at myself in the mirror, as I was prone to do. "Hey, sexy lady, I'm not drunk. I'm just intoxicated by you." My mirror theater provoked a half laugh, half moan, and I covered my face with my hands. The dress, paired with a padded push-up bra, should have guaranteed me a night filled with torrid passion. It was why I'd purchased it. Alas, and to my inner orgasm enthusiast's infinite sexual frustration, the hottest thing that happened so far was a hand squeeze from Chuck, the chuckling, then sobbing honeydew. Glancing up, I noted that my teeth were now slightly green due to the consumption of red wine. For no discernible reason, I took a paper towel and scrubbed at my teeth until they appeared whiter. I often did this, especially when intoxicated. Satisfied, I nodded once at my reflection and stumbled out of the single-stall bathroom into the small square space at the back of the restaurant. I managed 3 steps before I realized that the path leading to the front of the restaurant was blocked by Alex, and I discovered this fact by bodily colliding into Alex's chest. Chapter 2. His hands gripped my waist, not my arms, which my pickled brain thought was noteworthy, and duly steadied and unsettled me with his nearness. His proximity and touch caused a zing. Yes, a zing. From the back of my neck to my fingertips, into my heretofore neglected womanly pelvic region. The heat of his hands bled through the thin material of my dress, settled just above my hips, and this sensation, paired with the zing, sobered me slightly. I hadn't experienced a zing with a man, young or old, in a very, very long time. "Well, Hello, I stuttered, lifting my eyes until they found his, which were once again singularly focused on my mouth. A new zing sailed southward past my female equipment to my tiptoes. Oh, how I missed the zing. We stood silent, inches from each other, sharing the same breath. 3 years is a long time. His voice was achingly seductive. I frowned because I was confused, but I managed to whisper, "Yes, and fettuccine noodles are too thick." He frowned, but his attention didn't waver from my lips. "What does that have to do with anything?" "I don't know. You said 3 years is a long time. I thought we were sharing random opinions." Alex laughed. It sounded a bit nervous, but I couldn't be sure. And then he shook his head. "Sandra, what do you say? I think it's well past time you had a kiss." His eyes flickered to mine. I noted they were still guarded, impossibly mature, but they were also heated, and every shade of licentious lapis imaginable. In a word, delightful. I licked my lips, gathered a deep breath through my nose, and considered his offer. He was maybe 23. More likely he was 22. That was 6 years younger than my 28. The 6 years between 22 and 28 was a vast minefield of life experience and a thick forest of emotional maturity. We were on different emotion planets. I was looking for the guy. I was looking for my life partner. I wasn't looking for a dangerous but delicious young waiter with a chip on his shoulder. Then again, Alex was manlicious in a way that I rarely encountered, and he wanted to kiss me. And he wasn't crying. Triple bonus. Okay, I thought, psyching myself up. Yes, let's do this. Let's go wild, just this once. Kiss the boy. Kiss the boy and run around the bases. Look for your life partner tomorrow. Before I lost my nerve, I kissed him. Zing! It was brief, sudden, a drive-by kiss, and I savored his stunned, soft mouth. Then I leaned my head just away and glanced at him. He had such a great mouth, and he'd parted it slightly in surprise. I nodded. Okay, just one more. I kissed him again. Fast, but with more pressure this time. Zing! Then, reluctantly, I leaned away again and said, "Just one more kiss after this." He stopped my rambling by mouth-lesting me, meaning he affixed his lips on mine and kissed me good and thoroughly. Zing! And when I say he kissed me, I mean a thick, urgent tongue invasion, biting, sucking, and stroking. As he assaulted me in the best way possible, I was vaguely aware that he'd backed me into and against the corner of the small alcove, just under the stairs. His feet braced apart, and his body towered over mine, filling every inch of available space. His fingers dug into my side and back in a way that felt aggressive. I approved. Then, abruptly, he pulled just a centimeter away. Breathing hard, he said, "Is that what you meant by one more kiss?" I hazily blinked my eyes and opened my lips to respond, but before I could, he pressed me against the wall with his impossible frame, rocked against me, center to center, and growled, "Or this kiss." Zing, zing, zing! His everyday voice was a thing of beauty, but his growly voice made me want to lick his face. The mouth-listing moved from misdemeanor to a felony crime against all women other than me. He employed tongue, teeth, and lips in a way that drove all rational thought from my mind. We existed, just the two of us, in our kiss cocoon. In that moment, strangers though we were, I allowed him to take me in the way I hadn't known I was capable of giving. I'd lit the fuse and God bless him, he'd provided the fireworks. Life was good. Cognition didn't return all at once. Even as he finished the kiss, his kiss, with fanfare, he sucked my bottom lip between his. He licked it, made me shiver, shudder. Alex hummed in the back of his throat, much like one does when sipping a good wine or tasting an epic dessert. The first thing I felt post-kiss was his fingers in my hair, pulling it away from my face, threading through the short, straight locks. His thumb skimmed the underside of my jaw and traveled down my throat until the backs of his fingers teasingly caressed the skin directly above the top of my strapless dress, where my deceptive cleavage was pushed up and on display. "Are you a real redhead?" I nodded, but answered truthfully, "No." My knees were disloyally weak. The wall behind me, his weight against me, and my arms flung over his shoulders all mercifully kept me from collapsing weak-kneed onto the floor. He smirked. "Brown?" I shook my head, but answered truthfully, "Yes." "Why do you do that?" "Do what?" "Lie with your body, but tell the truth with your mouth. Don't people usually do it the other way around?" "Maybe." I exhaled thoughtfully, tilted my head to the side so I could appreciate his rugged face from a different angle. "Actually, yes, you're correct. That's typically the way it's done. But I've perfected the art of lying with both." "Why?" "Because—" I shrugged, nipped at his lips, shifted restlessly against him, hoped he'd take the hint and kiss me again. When he continued to glare at me, challengingly, patiently, with his fathomless eyes protected behind glasses, I leaned just my face away, bracing my head against the wall. On a whim, I decided to be completely honest. "Okay, it's because of my job. I listen to people talk about themselves all day. If I'm going to help them, I can't allow my face or body to betray what I'm actually thinking, or how I feel about their words." His eyes bored into me, searching. An austere frown settled over his features. He was looking for something. In me. From me. And when he didn't find it, his frown deepened, and he unwrapped my arms from his shoulders. "It's late." "It's not that late." I hoped I sounded tempting. Alex took a step away from me, breaking the two-person cocoon. I felt air swirl between us, evidence of the distance he'd created. He pressed the back of his hand against his mouth and glanced at the floor. I sensed he felt conflicted. I was certain I hadn't imagined his enthusiasm, or the fact that the physical contact thus far had been mutually appreciated. Therefore, I was surprised when he decisively announced, "You should go. I'll get you a taxi." "Oh, okay." I allowed my face to show my surprise, but I didn't let it betray the disorienting prickling of confusion and hurt I felt. "Yes," I reminded myself since it had been so long. It is possible to be hurt by someone who's practically a stranger. I wasn't a terrible person. I was actually pretty funny and clever. And I was fairly certain I didn't look like an ogre or smell like one either. Yet Alex, after a few fantastic kisses, was sending me on my way. No girl wants to think she's anything other than irresistible, especially after being kissed like Alex had just kissed me. Maybe he'd just remembered our age difference. I tried not to be bothered by the thought, and fought against another subtle sting of melancholy. "Actually, don't worry about it." I pushed away from the wall and tried my legs. They worked. Mostly. I live pretty close. I'll just walk. "I'll walk you home." I watched him as he pointedly looked everywhere but at me. We'd just shared, at least from my perspective, a series of incredible kisses. And now I would go home to a cold shower and fluffy towels, and Alex would do whatever sexy-voiced early 20-somethings did at 11 o'clock on a Friday night. But more than being just a series of incredible kisses, it was a reminder that I shouldn't allow myself to go without physical affection for such an extended period of time. My brain was addled, kiss atrophied. I was fuzzy-headed and confused, susceptible to hurt, and more prone to melancholy than usual. Rejection is like dressing up in a Wookiee costume for a party when everyone else shows up in regular clothes. A Wookiee costume is epic, amazing, something to get excited about, but not if everyone else is wearing jeans and a t-shirt, and you're the only one who doesn't get the memo. The accompanying feelings of embarrassment, bitterness, and frustration can be disorienting. The worst thing to do is to pretend like the costume is what you usually wear, pretend like nothing is wrong, or pretend like everyone else is a moron for wearing jeans. The best thing to do is to own the mistake, laugh at yourself, and move on. In life, I'd perfected the art of laughing at myself. I pulled my attention from his delectable form and glanced at my dress. Nah, no need to walk me home. I live only 2 blocks away. I smoothed my dress and adjusted the hem as I walked past him to the main dining room. The heels of my borrowed zebra-print stilettos clicked on the hard floor as I crossed to the booth where my purse and coat lay abandoned. I dug through the small clutch, bright red to match the dress, and pulled out my credit card. I heard his footsteps approach from behind me, slow and hesitant. I smiled. Poor kid. He probably thought I was going to fly into old lady hysterics. As fun as that sounded, I was actually pretty tired. A girl could only take but so much man crying, thorough kissing, rejection, and assorted wacky man antics before collapsing in exhaustion. I turned to him with my arm extended to hand him my credit card and offered him a genuine, placid, non-threatening smile. Here you go. For dinner. Don't worry about it. He waved off my attempt to pay. Once again, his expression was guarded, watchful. I studied him for a minute, then shrugged and turned away. Okay. Thanks for dinner. I wasn't about to argue myself out of a free dinner. I tugged on my coat and crossed to him, stuck out my hand, and issued another practiced, friendly, well-meaning smile. Well, Alex, always a pleasure. He glared at me, then shifted his eyes to my proffered hand. He took it, his jaw clenching, and moved his eyes back to mine. This is me owning my Wookiee costume. Next time, I'll wear jeans and a t-shirt like a normal person. His expression clouded, and he blinked at me. Wookiee costume? Goodness, I loved his voice. Yeah, sorry about that. I tilted my head toward the back of the restaurant. Back there, I mean. But you are quite an accomplished kisser. I appreciate you lending me your lips for a bit. I pulled my hand out of his. He blinked at me, and I noted that his hostile, guarded expression had been replaced with a stunned incredulousness. You're unbelievable. He whispered the words, as though he'd meant to think them rather than say them, and they didn't sound complimentary. Ah, flattery. My grin widened, less practiced, but still measured. See you in 2 weeks. 2 weeks? Yep, I have another date 2 weeks from now, on Friday, as usual. Let's hope he lasts past the appetizer. Even as I said the words, my attention strayed, my mind already shifting gears, planning my Saturday, making a mental note to add Parmesan cheese and asparagus to my grocery list. He huffed a subversive, disbelieving laugh. You're a machine. Something like that. Anyway, see you later. I winked at him, then made for the exit, pushed through the door and into the icy Chicago air. It smelled of stale beer and snow, and the wind stole my breath. Or maybe my breath was stolen by Alex's kisses. I mused passively, neither swooning nor forlorn. I tucked my chin into the high, furry neck of my winter coat and pushed him from my mind. Chapter 3. Saturday's horoscope. You'll be feeling scatterbrained today. Stay focused and do what comes naturally. My Saturday afternoon lunch with Thomas took place at a quiet restaurant in the lobby of Hotel Blake. We met at 1 o'clock, and, as usual, he arrived first. He was just finishing the weekend edition of the New York Times when I strolled to the table where he was seated. His lips always moved when he read. He had to stop reading if he wanted a sip of coffee, but he never looked away from the paper. Nothing made him angrier than losing his place in an article. It could ruin his mood for the rest of the day. He had many of these inborn, weird mannerisms and eccentricities. I was a little jealous of his quirks. All of mine were acquired, carefully cultivated, like my obsession for amassing a collection of t-shirts for every occasion. This obsession of mine has actually gotten to the point where friends buy me t-shirts for every occasion. In particular, my knitting group enjoys giving me t-shirts for my theoretical future husband. I plopped into the club chair across from him and smiled at his half-glasses pulled low on his nose. Thomas was good-looking in a very polished, non-threatening, academic kind of way, like a Land's End or Docker's khaki pants model. I could easily see him wearing a sweater with elbow patches, smoking a pipe, and looking every inch a well-heeled man of leisure. His brown hair was short and carefully coiffed. His thick eyebrows were manicured and shaped. His fingernails were perfect rectangles. He even had a dimple in his chin. Thomas and I dated once. It was a blind date, early in my current 2-year and 10-month losing streak. On paper, we were a perfect match. Both psychiatrists, close to the same age, ready to settle down and start a family. He was one of the few who didn't leave the restaurant in tears. In fact, we got along famously, as one does with a colleague or an intellectual collaborator. That night, we decided to part as friends. After I started referring my dates to him with some frequency, he offered to take me out for a "thank you for referring all your crazy cast stuff" lunch. We went out one Saturday and had continued the tradition ever since. He didn't look up when I sat, as I knew he wouldn't, so he didn't know I was wearing my new Saturday Lunch with Thomas t-shirt. I would wait. I'd designed the t-shirt some weeks ago, a picture of his floating head in front of a Metropolis-style rendering of Hotel Blake. It had a very Ayn Rand vibe. Under the graphic were the words, "Proletariat Lunches with Thomas," in block letters. I'd canared him, surreptitiously taken his picture with my smartphone, while he was reading, to capture the perfect rendering of his face for the shirt design. Therefore, his lips were awkwardly firmed, mid-movement. He looked quite severe. I watched him lift his coffee cup, his eyes still on the newspaper, his lips still moving silently and furiously. When the cup reached his lips, everything about him stilled. He sipped, swallowed, replaced the cup, took a breath, and then the rapid lip movement began again. The waitress approached our table, and I ordered for both of us. She, at least, noticed my t-shirt and gave me a small smile. Finally, Thomas cleared his throat, which meant he was finished, and his eyes met mine. "Diagnosis?" I knew he was referring to my Friday night dating debacle. Saturday lunch always began with Thomas asking me for a diagnosis. "Mild depression." "Prognosis?" "Good." "And?" This was the point at which he prompted me to provide some characteristic of my date that was unusual. It could be the man's voice, the volume of his cries, a nervous twitch, a chronic shuffle. "He looks like a honeydew." This gave Thomas pause. He set the newspaper on the table and narrowed his eyes. Whether at me or at the thought of a man looking like a honeydew, I didn't know. "The melon or Dr. Bunsen Honeydew from the Muppets?" Does it matter?
Interesting.
He nodded, mostly to himself, then said,
The other one you sent me, Mr. Moore.
Ah, Patrick, yes, I remember him. He was 2 months ago. He had a nice forehead.
Yes, Mr. Moore with the mother who tied him to the bed to keep him from getting up in the middle of the night when he was a child.
She used Velcro.
Yes. Well,
he cleared his throat, obviously uncomfortable with discussing details about his patients, even though Patrick had told me everything during our first and only date 2 months ago.
When you're 3 years old, Velcro might as well be ropes or ties. Anyway, he made a breakthrough. He wanted me to let you know.
That's great.
He said you won't return his calls.
My smile faltered, and I tried not to sound brittle. I have enough male friends. I've decided to give them up for Lent.
Lent isn't for another 2 weeks.
He countered immediately, never one to let any sort of discrepancy or inaccuracy go unchallenged. But he looked thoughtful, contemplative.
Sandra, does this mean you're taking a break from dating?
Don't worry, Thomas. I'm sure I'll continue to send you all my adult referrals.
I'm not worried about that. Did something happen?
He leaned forward an inch, his brow pulled low in meditative concern. Yes, something happened. I was kissed by a man. He's younger than me, and it was good. And I want more kisses, not more crying boy buddies. The waitress brought our waters, and I stalled by rearranging my water goblet so that it was perfectly centered in the small square paper napkin. When she left, and my glass-centrist tendencies were assuaged, I said, Not really.
So something did happen.
It wasn't a big deal.
Was it the honeydew? Do you have feelings for him? Are you going to see him again?
Why the million questions, Thomas? He pulled his reading glasses from his nose and began cleaning the lenses with a small, square cloth from his pocket.
This was all very amusing about 2 years ago, Sandra. But now, it's become concerning.
I'm sorry. Please clarify. By this, do you mean my love life?
Yes, of course.
He nodded once, then steamed his breath on his glasses and rubbed them again.
The question you should be asking yourself is why you only select men to date who are in desperate need of psychotherapy.
I don't know. Why does every gainfully employed, responsible, single man in Illinois have crippling emotional baggage and mommy issues? And you haven't mentioned anything about my shirt. Do you like it?
Then maybe that's the problem.
My shirt? He ignored my question.
You're dating a type. Instead, maybe you should just date someone because you're attracted to him.
A vision of Alex flashed into my head, throwing me completely off balance. I stuttered a few incoherent syllables of nonsense, then sighed, nonplussed.
What? What is it?
Thomas narrowed his eyes at me and paused, the lens rubbing. It's just... I glanced over his head. Something did happen last night, and you seem to have an uncanny gift for offering advice with creepy timing. The waitress placed our meals in front of us. When she was out of earshot, Thomas dipped his head and prompted,
Go on.
I squirmed, but before I was forced to answer, my cell phone rang. Eager to escape Thomas's interrogation, I pulled it from my bag and answered without glancing at the screen. Sandra speaking. I didn't have to look at Thomas to know he was frowning. He hated people who answered cell phones in public for non-emergencies. Did you get my texts? What are we going to do about Marie's good news? My friend Ashley's adorable Tennessee twang greeted me, and as per her typical efficient use of cell phone interaction, she spent no time on gratuitous niceties, like, hello. I didn't get your texts. Hold on, I'll check them now. I pulled the phone away from my ear, and sure enough, I found 7 texts from Ashley, The first several were just emoticons of people dancing and winking. The last two were pointed questions about my plans for our mutual friend and knitting group co-conspirator, Marie. I brought the phone back to my ear just in time to hear her say, "What do you suggest?" "Dinner? Dancing? Strippers?" Thomas tisked and rolled his eyes. I winked at him. Our friend Marie had just sold one of her articles to a big-name magazine, and, as was our knitting group's habit, we would of course take her out to celebrate. "Let's go with all of the above, please." Ashley sounded so prim, but I knew her better. Behind her demure blue eyes and mousy but stylish cut brown hair was the heart of a pervert. A prim pervert, but a pervert nevertheless. Should I make reservations somewhere? I shifted the phone to my right hand so I could spear a seasoned potato wedge with my fork. "How about that Indian restaurant near you? You know, the one where you take all your horrible first dates?" Ashley's voice was a little muffled, and I could hear hospital sounds in the background. We worked together at Chicago General, where she is a nurse practitioner, or ARNP, in pediatrics, and I'm a psychiatrist with a focus in pediatrics. I glanced at Thomas, who was separating his eggs from his sliced tomatoes. He didn't like his food to touch. "Why don't we go out for pizza?" "We always go out for pizza. Besides, you've been raving about the butter chicken forever, and next Tuesday is your night to host. We'll go to dinner, then walk to your place after." I didn't respond right away. For a split second, I worried what Alex might think if I showed up midweek with my knitting posse, just days after our first encounter. But then I realized it didn't matter what he thought, because nothing was ever likely to happen between us again, and I promptly got over it. "Sure, that makes sense, and the shrimp korma is also good." "Noted. I have to go before Dr. Botstein flies through here on his broom." Ashley, as was her habit, promptly hung up before we could engage in any gratuitous niceties, like goodbye. I glanced at the phone and saw that I had 3 missed calls. Each was from one of my various male friends, former first dates. I set the phone on the table face down and stuffed 2 more potato wedges in my mouth before reaching for the ketchup and dumping a half cup on my plate. "That was one of your knitting friends, I presume?" Thomas's usual disinterestedness sounded a bit forced, and this snagged my attention. "Yes, that was Ashley." "And how is the knitting group?" "Fine, thank you." Thomas studiously pushed his tomatoes around on his plate. He didn't look at me, and he didn't press the issue, but I noted the tips of his ears had shaded a light pink. Curious, that. I often spoke to Thomas about my knitting group, so he had a fairly good idea of the personalities of each of the women. This was the first time I had ever noticed him showing an active interest in my knitting. Usually, he listened patiently as I prattled on about our misadventures. Regardless, he didn't press me for more information, and we settled into a companionable silence that marked the end of our discussion. Thomas didn't like to talk while eating. Chapter 4. Tuesday's horoscope. Accept the good things that come your way, but don't be quick to assume you know the truth behind it. Schitzerhosen! I was running late. Even though it was below freezing outside, I was sweating. Jogging in a polar fleece and feather down jacket is the fastest way to pit stains. Schitzerhosen! A meeting with a male work colleague had gone overtime. He and I never dated, but he did consider me one of his best friends. I liked him and wanted to help him. Therefore, I was listening and providing gentle encouragement towards self-improvement as he confided what was troubling him about his girlfriend. He needed someone to listen, and I was happy to assist. Usually I was on time or early for our Tuesday night knitting group, so I was sure my tardiness would be forgiven. But I was the one with Marie's gift, and, as such, my lateness would be noticed. I halted 10 feet or so from the entrance to the restaurant and ducked 2 steps into the alley next to it. While I labored to catch my breath, I tried to stuff Marie's gift into my jacket without tearing the paper. I hoped that I could sneak it in without her noticing, and wished that I'd developed a hand signal with Ashley that meant, "Quick, cause a zany and effective distraction." All my stuffing efforts were futile. The paper ripped, just a half-inch, but it was enough to send me into a frustration-fueled mini-rage. I huffed, growled, and kicked a pile of nearly frozen snow at the corner of the building. "Schitzerhosen!" I bellowed into the air and stomped my feet. "Sandra?" My head whipped around at the sound of his voice. Yes, his voice. Alex stood by the dumpster with 2 large trash bags dangling from his fists. He wore no coat and was dressed in his signature all black. His shirt sleeves were rolled up to his forearms, just below his elbows. He looked, as always, mighty fine, in a stalwart, dangerous, careless kind of way. I blinked at him once, then twice. A plan formed in my head. Alex, sexy Alex with the heavenly voice and the broad shoulders and the zing-inducing kisses, could help me sneak the package into the restaurant. Huzzah! "Yes, hi, it's me, Sandra, the odious shrink." I jogged to him and held out the package. "And I need your help." Alex's eyes widened as he looked from me to the package. Then they narrowed. "What kind of help?" I stopped maybe 18 inches from him, perhaps a bit too close by personal space standards. "You may have noticed a large group of women in there, in the restaurant, loud, laughing, having way too much fun?" "Yeah, I guess." "Good. Those are my friends, and one of us, the blonde one with the curly hair, not the blonde one with the straight hair, is celebrating something. You see, I have this gift here." I held out the present. "Would you be so kind as to bring this to our table with dessert?" He glanced from me to the package. He appeared to be wary of accepting strange packages from older women who yell German obscenities in cold, dark alleyways. "What's inside?" "Yarn." He lifted a single, disbelieving eyebrow. "Yarn?" he said sardonically, drawing out the word. "Yes, yarn. I've tracked down a very hard-to-find dye lot of a Madeline Tosh worsted weight yarn. She used to have one skein, but it was stuffed in the mouth of a... Never mind. Just, would you please bring this to the table when the curly blonde-hair woman gets her food?" He continued to survey me from behind his glasses, his cheeks now tinted red from standing outside in the freezing cold. After a long moment, he sighed and nodded. "Yeah, sure. Just give me a minute to get this trash into the dumpster." "Oh, thank you, thank you. I owe you a big one." I hopped once on my feet and backed up so he could lift the bags. "This is great. I'm so glad I ran into you. Otherwise, I would have been the jerk friend who shows up late with the gift. Now I'll be the clever friend who sneaks the gift to the waiter." His mouth hitched in a crooked grin, and he gave me a sidelong glare. Alex wiped his hands on a towel sticking out of his pocket and reached for the gift. "Give it to me." I gladly handed it over and turned back to the sidewalk, but only managed a few steps before his voice stopped me. "Sandra, when can I expect payment?" I looked over my shoulder. "Payment?" He lifted up the wrapped skein of yarn and dipped his head, his breath emerging as a white cloud. "You owe me a big one. When do I collect?" I'll leave you a big tip." He shook his head slowly, as a subtle yet unrepentantly wicked smile settled over his features. "Not good enough." My eyes widened, and I glanced at the bricks lining the alley, searching for something, anything that he might want. I have Cubs tickets. They're pretty good seats." He shook his head again. "Nope, that's not what I want." "Well, what do you want?" As much as I loved his voice, Now was not the time for a guessing game. His eyes darkened, then lowered to my mouth. It was an unmistakable movement, leisurely, pointed, and shameless. He licked his lips. "I'm sure you'll think of something." I opened my mouth, or rather, my mouth fell open in shock. Suddenly, and inexplicably, I felt shy. His blunt words and attention sent all my nerve endings buzzing. I wanted to hide behind something. I contemplated the dumpster. Before I could duck behind it, Alex's smile widened as his eyes once again lifted to mine. He pinned me with a dark stare. "See you soon," he said, seemingly completely at ease and quite blatantly pleased with himself. He strolled into the back door of the restaurant and left me standing in the center of the alley, a mixture of dazed shyness and confusion. It took me a good 12 seconds of staring dumbly at the now closed door before I gathered enough of my wits to move. I released a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and picked my way back to the sidewalk. He makes no sense, I noted inwardly. He's slightly hostile and completely guarded, but then he kisses me. He pushes me away, and then he flirts with me because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that little exchange right there in the alley by the dumpster, that was flirting. And Alex the waiter made me feel shy. How terribly inconvenient. My knitting group was seated in the center of the small restaurant, laughing and talking. 3 tables had been pushed together to make room for 7 seats. 2 chairs were empty. "Sorry I'm late," I announced, still a bit dazed as I pulled off my jacket. I claimed the seat between Janie and Fiona. "Oh, don't worry about it. The girl just took our order, and Marie isn't even here yet." Fiona helped me settle my jacket on the back of the chair and gave me a quick wink with her elfish eyes. Despite being the smallest in stature, she was our de facto leader, mother hen, and miracle worker. I also considered her something of a soothsayer. She, at least to me, appeared to be wise beyond what was typical or possible in one lifetime. I always followed her advice. Always. "I hope you don't mind." Janie spoke from my left. We ordered a bottle of wine. "Just one? That's fine, but what are you going to drink?" Janie shook her head at me, and her fiery, natural red curls bounced around her face, shoulders, and back. Her hair was almost cartoonish and could only be described as prolific. I should clarify, I ordered just one so far. Previous data suggests that we, as a group, can expect to consume between 4 and 12 more bottles before the night is over. But I didn't think it prudent to order all of them at once. I couldn't help but smile. Janie was a walking contradiction. She wasn't quite on the autism spectrum, and she wasn't quite a savant, but she had a propensity for trivial facts. She also suffered from inherent emotional reclusivity and attachment. She demonstrated impressive mathematical acuity and admitted to inappropriate chatter when nervous. She also looked like a goddess, a Scottish warrior queen, buxom, statuesque, and voluptuous. "I don't care if we order the wine now or later, but if there is a delay between bottles, I might have to stab someone with my Swiss Army knife," Ashley chimed in from the other end of the table. Her deadpan Tennessee accent always made everything sound silly and serious at the same time. She didn't lift her blue eyes from the menu as she spoke. Instead, she surveyed the options and added, "Also, I'm starving, so I apologize in advance if my stomach starts to growl like an angry raccoon. I officially disown all my inadvertent bodily noises." "Didn't you see the donuts in the doctor's lounge?" Elizabeth, sitting to Ashley's right, twisted her long, blonde braid and glanced at Ashley. Elizabeth was an interesting sort. She was a super hot doctor lady who also happened to be a somewhat acerbic pragmatist. Ashley smiled a reluctant smile. "I'm not going in the doctor's lounge again with you. The last time I set foot in there, I was accosted by that blonde doctor, Ken Miles."
"Ah, pretty Dr. Ken Miles."
"Yes, and the horrid man wanted me to aid in a rectal exam."
"Whose rectum did he want examined, yours or his?" I quipped.
Kat, who was sitting across from Ashley, snort-coughed into her water. She was the newest and youngest of our group present, and predictably offered a polite, "Excuse me," through her choking fit, her brown hair heavy around her youthful features. If I could describe Kat with one word, it would be careful. She wore her expressions carefully, spoke with care, and moved with careful grace. "Are you okay?" Fiona rubbed Kat on the back. "You know better than to drink anything while the topic of conversation is rectal exams." Kat nodded. "You're right," she rasped. "I'm just glad it wasn't chocolate milk coming out of my nose." "Or red wine," Ashley offered helpfully. "That always makes people look like they're suffering a cranial bleed. Also, wine stains." "I once laughed so hard, tequila came out of my nose," I added, feeling more like myself. "Oh no!" Kat covered her nose, tried not to laugh, failed, and started coughing again. "Don't make her laugh. You're only making it worse." Fiona's half-hearted reprimand was delivered with a clandestine smile. "It wasn't so bad," I shrugged. "It actually helped me get over a head cold."
"Hi, ladies. I'm Alex, and I'll be serving you tonight."
And just like that, conversation stopped. All of us sat a little straighter and turned our heads in unison. Silence stretched as I watched the scene unfold. Their reaction to just the 3 short sentences Alex had spoken confirmed my suspicions about Alex's voice. He didn't sound like Barry White, but the effect was the same. Alex had the most bedroomy voice of any man I'd ever heard. I glanced at the faces around the table, and I knew in that moment that every single one of them was thinking about sex. Maybe not sex with Alex, but sex nevertheless. He studied my friends. They, in turn, studied him, which is likely why silence stretched. Most people in the food service industry look at a customer without truly looking at them. We're all just temporary faces in a sea of consumers. But Alex was different. He looked at people with brash intensity, and he looked too long. His eyes were challenging, assessing, like he was a con artist and we were each a mark. It seemed he was evaluating us, storing information about our appearance and character for later use. His gaze completely lacked the perfunctory and politely distracted yet appropriate ambivalence that was expected of one of his profession. Then again, their interest could have been as simple as the fact that he was 6'3", blue-eyed, black-haired, intensely handsome, and broad-shouldered. After a protracted moment, during which each member of the group assuaged her curiosity and surprise by staring at him openly, he broke the silence.
"I understand you've already given Shira your drink orders. Do you need any more time to look over the menu? Or do you have any questions?"
Ashley blinked at him, her eyes narrowed as though she were confused by his words, his presence, and the universe in general. His gaze swept to mine and held. His fleeting whisper of a smile vanished, and his face solidified into an expression that conveyed nothing but professional indifference. But his assessing eyes behind the overtly nerdy glasses made me hot. Zing.
"Should we wait for Marie?"
Janie's voice broke the spell. Of the group, she was likely the least aware of the social silence bomb that had just gone off at our table. His attention shifted to her, and I noted the way his eyes moved over her face, hair, and body. I didn't feel envious of Janie. In fact, I was relieved that he appeared to appreciate beauty, curves, and softness in the feminine form. Janie made for an excellent gaydar. If I'd had her with me during a few of my first dates, she could have saved me a lot of time and the men a lot of therapy. Before anyone could respond, however, angry shouts from the sidewalk filtered their way into the restaurant. I turned toward the sound and was surprised to see Marie through the window, standing with her hands against the chest of a rather sinister-looking man, as though she were trying to push him away. He was a hulking behemoth of a man, which, coupled with his look of fury, made him appear quite sinister. I watched him for a moment, gauging the situation. I knew that Marie, who very much prided herself on fierce independence and self-reliability, would not typically take kindly to interference. I didn't particularly like their size difference, the way the man was gripping her arms, or the set of his jaw. When he gave her a stiff shake, causing her head and blonde curls to flop carelessly about her shoulders, I instinctively stood, as did the rest of the ladies. However, I had taken only one step toward the door when the lithe figure of Alex bolted past me. He quickly navigated guests, tables, and chairs, and was out the door before the rest of us had crossed half the distance. Through the window, I watched Alex pull the man away from Marie. Deftly, he tucked Marie behind him in a protective posture and addressed the man. Marie seemed to be in a daze, and I caught only the end of Alex's speech as I exited the restaurant. "You need to leave." Alex's voice was so calm and level, it sounded almost bored. I found this strange, as most men in these situations shout in order to drown out their fear or to feed their adrenaline. "She's a lying bitch." The thick-necked stranger's eyes swung to mine. "I'll show you. I'll take it out right now and show you. Then you'll see." He reached for the button of his pants. I got the distinct impression that this man was intent on showing me his penis. I cringed, preparing myself for the sight of a dick before dinner. Alex held his hands up, palms out. "Whoa, seriously. No one here wants to see that. You really need to leave." "Listen, you punk. You don't want to get in the middle of this," the sinister man bellowed, abandoned his zipper, and charged forward as though he were going to push past Alex. Marie stumbled back a few steps, and I reached out for her and brought her into my embrace. Alex stepped to the side to block the man's path and shoved him fast and hard, causing the man to stumble backward. However, perhaps most surprising of all, Fiona charged forward and stepped in front of Alex, almost as though she were protecting him. "Sir, you need to leave." Her clear voice, full of authority, rang like a warning bell and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Alex moved as though to protect her as well. "What are you—" Without turning, Fiona lifted a hand to silence him. The man's face morphed from sinister to enraged. "I'm not going anywhere. This is between me," he pointed at Marie, his eyes venomous, "and her." "Sir," Fiona held up her hands, palms out, "I suggest you leave right now before someone gets hurt." The man snorted. It was not a friendly sound. "Get out of my way, you bit—" I tensed as I read his intent. He planned to go through Fiona, Alex, me, all of us to get to Marie. My arms instinctively pulled her closer as I prepared to flee into the building. But I didn't have to. Before I moved an inch, before Alex could intervene, Fiona, short of stature, mother of two Fiona, moved like a ninja lightning bolt and felled him. In what seemed like 3 seconds, the man was on the sidewalk, face first in the snow. I gasped. The man lay there motionless. Fiona stood over him. We all watched in a sort of suspended animation as we waited to see what would happen next. I was awestruck by Fiona's completely unexpected mad ninja fighting skills. Alex, who had initially lunged forward to assist, stopped and hovered a few steps in front of the felled man. He stood before me in profile, his eyes large, his mouth parted in surprise, and he didn't quite seem to know what to do with his hands. The bulky stranger shook his head as though overcome, his eyes searching for the cause of his knockout and finding only Fiona. She shifted her weight from foot to foot like a boxer in the ring. You need to leave right now." He blinked at her, swallowed, and struggled slightly as he stood. Alex stepped next to Fiona and crossed his arms. They made an unlikely pair. Alex, towering and scowling, had all the appearance of danger, whereas Fiona, I was coming to realize, may have been the more lethal of the two. The man unfolded himself gingerly. The wind had obviously been knocked out of him. "Fine," he said with obvious reluctance, his gaze bouncing between the two of them. "I just want to talk." "No." Fiona shook her head. "But I'll make you a deal. If you leave now, I might not call the cops." He flexed his jaw, features twisted with frustration, and his eyes moved to Marie's. I felt her tense. After a prolonged moment, the man turned, straightened his shoulders, and walked away. Marie released an audible breath. "Are you okay, Marie?" Fiona asked between glances up and down the sidewalk, as though she were looking for would-be assassins. Marie nodded and twisted out of my arms. "What did you do to him?" she asked Fiona. Fiona's elven eyes moved among our trio of shocked faces. I knocked him down." "Where did you learn to do that?" Alex openly studied her. Like me, he appeared to be seeing her in a completely new light. "I took some self-defense classes." Fiona shrugged as though our questions were unnecessary, and then she addressed Alex. "Will you call the police, please?" Alex flinched and rocked backward on his feet as he said, "I can't. I don't have a phone." Fiona frowned at him. "Doesn't the restaurant have a phone?" "Yeah, but I don't use it." Fiona's eyebrows shot upward. Alex quickly added, "I'll ask Mr. Patel to phone it in." He turned swiftly, then stopped when his eyes met mine. I registered surprise. Obviously, he hadn't known I was standing behind him. Alex grabbed my hand and squeezed it, his eyes a bit savage with sudden distress. "Are you all right?" he asked. I was startled by the abruptness and ferocity of his concern. I nodded. Admittedly, I felt rather dumbstruck by the entire event, especially his readiness to charge outside and defend someone he didn't know. As well, the way Alex was looking at me now made me feel a little breathless. "Yeah, I'm fine," I responded, then asked in return, "Are you okay?" He nodded as he scanned my features, and then, still holding my hand, he turned to Marie. "How about you? May I offer you anything?" Marie glanced at the sky. I noted her eyes were shining with barely controlled tears. "Do you have any vodka?" Chapter 5. Another toast to Alex. May he live long and prosper and have lots of prospering, long-living babies. Elizabeth raised her glass. All the toasts she'd led so far had been Star Trek related, and this was the second live long and prosper toast, which was how I knew it was time to cut her off. "Nozdrovya," Fiona said. "Hear, hear," Kat said. "Cheerio, old chap," Ashley said. "To warm hats," Janie said. "À la vôtre," Marie said. "I volunteer." I mumbled under my breath. My brain and lips were loosened by the inhalation of alcohol, but I was nowhere near as inebriated as the rest. He didn't hear my comment. No one did. Or, if they did, they made no outward show of it, which means they didn't hear me because, as intoxicated as they were, at least one of them would have repeated it loudly and made lewd hand gestures. Alex didn't laugh. He was filling our water glasses with his usual detached attention. In fact, despite our profusion of toasts in his honor, He hadn't waved us off or feigned embarrassment, nor had he made a joke of it. Rather, he stood stoically, showing no outward emotion, and accepted our praise every time. I made a mental note that, at least at first, Alex behaved as a typical alpha male. His acceptance of the praise demonstrated that he not only welcomed a good ego-stroking without putting on a display of false humility to get it, he craved it. But then again, after our prolonged diffusion of compliments, he should have revealed some outward sign of weariness or annoyance when the toasts turned into tipsy tributes. He didn't. He gifted us with a gentle nod of his head, his eyes snaring mine for a prolonged second, before he turned and sauntered back to the kitchen. Zing. I sighed. As I watched him depart, I wondered if he lacked a sense of humor. I dismissed the thought almost immediately. He had suppressed a laugh last Friday while he sat across from me and said naughty things, and I'd gotten the distinct impression that he had a sense of humor that tended to be wicked, dark, and sardonic. Sandra? I reluctantly pulled my attention from Alex and met Fiona's inquiring gaze. Yes? Her elfish eyes narrowed on me, and her lips compressed into a threatening smile. I said, I think we're going to skip the knitting tonight. Oh! I glanced around the table. Everyone was looking at me except Marie, who was surreptitiously trying to read her phone. Yeah, sure. That's fine. It's finally happened. I've had too much knit to alcohol. Ashley slurred, her head falling into her hands, the unintended word switch earning her some snickers. If you weren't working on an Isolde sweater pattern, then you could probably still get through some rows, Kat said, then promptly hiccuped, which made her giggle. Yeah, knit a scarf. Stop being such a pattern snob. As conversation flared around the table, a debate over the readability of Isolde Teague's Vivian sweater pattern while inebriated, and why knitting a ribbed scarf made one a ghetto knitter, Fiona leaned close to me and whispered, Janie called Quinn. I nodded and glanced at her from the corner of my eye as I said, Yeah, I saw Dan and the guys arrive earlier. After the earlier kerfuffle on the sidewalk, the restaurant owner, Mr. Patel, had called the police. Fiona and Marie had done most of the talking. While the police took Marie's statement, Janie had called her husband, Quinn, who owned a very capable commercial and private security firm. 3 members of Quinn's private security team arrived not 1 minute after the police departed. I noticed that Alex was scarce, and appeared only to refill our water glasses until the police left. Of note, Mr. Patel took a break from the kitchen to bring out lovely plates of chicken tandoori and samosas. He was also the one to deliver our bottles of wine, an overabundance of fantastic-smelling dishes, jasmine rice, and garlic naan. We all eavesdropped on Marie's story, as we were wont to do, and discovered that the sinister stranger was actually a guy she'd met, a bouncer, while she was working on her most recently published magazine article. The title of the article was Lookin' for Big in All the Wrong Places, The Tiny Truth About Bodybuilders. The police stuck around just long enough to get her quick statements and remind Marie to call if she had any more problems. Before they left, we listened as an APB was put out on her assailant. Marie, though I was concerned about her emotional and mental well-being, was determined to salvage the evening and insisted on ordering 4 more bottles of wine. She wanted to stay and celebrate, and no one was inclined to argue her out of it. At one point, she said, I will not be bullied out of celebrating my success. And I think I loved her a little more in that moment, though I didn't know how it was possible. Of course, there were about 17 remaining elephants in the room, the 3 largest of which were Marie's future safety, Fiona's mysterious badassery, and the way Alex had knight in shining armored his way to the top of our favorite person list. Instead of addressing the former 2, we focused on the latter and made copious red wine toasts to Alex as he replaced Mr. Patel as our server, and every time he came to the table. Our appreciation, especially my appreciation, of course, quadrupled when he remembered to bring out Marie's gift after dinner and before dessert. Do you think I should ask Marie if she wants to talk about what happened? My attention was distracted as I watched the only other customers in the restaurant push back their chairs and depart for the night. Although it wasn't yet 9:30 p.m. and the place had been packed at 7 p.m., it was a Tuesday night and it was bitterly cold. People wanted to be at home and warm. More customers at this point were highly unlikely. No. Fiona paused. Her eyes moved over Marie. She'll clam up if you try to use your powers of psychoanalysis on her. I think that's why she insisted that we stay and have dinner here. It'll be hard enough to get her to agree to the security detail. I silently conceded the point and said, I need to visit the ladies' room. If I see adorable Alex, I'll ask him to bring the check. Fiona's gaze sharpened, and the suddenness of it halted my movements. Adorable Alex, huh? Yes. Don't you think he's adorable? No, I think he looks like a tall, scary version of James Dean. The dead actor or the porn star? The dead actor. Shoot. I twisted my lips to the side and sighed mournfully. That porn actor has a gigantic... Sandra! Fiona interrupted me, her voice a careful whisper. Be careful with Alex. There's something not right about him. What do you mean? Come on. You two have been eye-sexing each other all night. It's hard not to notice. Well, I can't help it. He gives me the zings in my things. What does that mean? I feel like I have wings. Maybe you're drinking too much Red Bull. No, it's lady quiverings. Listen, Dr. Seuss, I don't care if looking at him makes you want to sing. Look all you want. Just don't do anything else. I didn't even try to look sheepish, but because I also sensed that something about Alex was a bit off, I was curious about Fiona's assessment. You've been making toasts to him all night. Yes, because he helped, or intended to help, Marie. Which is another thing, how he ran out of here. How many people do you know, how many guys do you know, who are willing to run into a fight like that? You did. She looked abruptly uncomfortable. Yeah? Well, I'm not a guy. I had the element of surprise. I know Marie, and we're not talking about me. Her voice was firm and left no room for questions. I recognized her deflection for what it was. He doesn't know her. And that bouncer guy, even though they were evenly matched in height, that guy was almost twice Alex's width. It's almost like Alex has a death wish. You're good at reading people. I'm sure your thoughts were similar. I nodded noncommittally. Usually I was good at reading people. Admittedly, now, and at the time it happened, it didn't occur to me to think that what Alex did, running out to save some unknown damsel in distress from a beefy behemoth twice his size, was reckless. I thought it was sexy and swoony and hot. Maybe our Friday kiss and the constant zings had clouded my judgment. After a short moment, she added, and the way he looks at people. Her eyes lost some of their focus. What do you mean? He stares openly at people. It's as if he has no fear. That, or very little understanding of normal social behavior, or a complete disregard for it. Maybe it's a bit of all three. Was all I said, because I agreed with her on this point, but I didn't want to confirm her suspicions. Sounding a bit loftier than I intended, I added, your concerns have been noted, and I still need to go pee. Okay. Sorry. She smiled up at me as I stood. Go pee. I returned her smile mostly to put her at ease. As I walked to the bathroom and completed my business transaction with the toilet and sink, her words of warning filled my ears and divided my thoughts. I was smart. I knew this with as much certainty as I knew the underwear I was wearing was yellow. I wasn't looking at Alex as a potential long-term relationship or partner of my future life. If something progressed between us, it would have to be purely physical. And this was a big if. In fact, it was an if. Because he had made me curious about him, interested in him, and fascinated to find out who he was. The zings were disconcerting as well, and could not be ignored. I'd never had a purely physical relationship before. In fact, I didn't even know if I was wired that way. Part of me didn't think so. For all my bravado, when I fell hard. I fell fast. I fell stupid. I invested too much too soon. My capacity for giving was matched only by their capacity for taking. My emotional intelligence took a back seat to my emotionality, and the end of these relationships always took me completely by surprise. They needed me, and I helped them. But when I was no longer needed, I was left with a massive heartache and 15 pounds of Kummerspeck. Kummerspeck, of course, being the German word for emotional weight gain. Literally translated, it means grief bacon. Afterward, with the passing of time and emotional distance, I worked off the grief, bacon, and the heartache, and found my romantic optimism again. I dissected the relationship and tried to turn it into a positive learning experience. All this explains why this time I had no interest in dating a man with rampant and unresolved parental issues, failed relationships numbers 1 and 2, or with other unresolved emotional baggage related to past relationships. Again, failed relationship number 3. I didn't want to be a bitter person, but it was a fine line to walk without inviting more heartbreak. After the last fiasco, I had made a promise to myself that, though I refused to succumb to woman-scorned syndrome, I was going to be smart about the next guy. I wanted to fall into stupid love. I wanted to give myself without fear. This meant the next guy was going to be scrutinized, vetted, and evaluated before I jumped, heart first, into another disaster, which was likely how Thomas had ended up with such a thriving practice. All of this meditation led me back to Alex. Was it possible to do this, do him, without risking my feelings? Was I even on his to-do list? Did he like me, or despise me, or what? He was the king of mixed signals. I was swimming in my conflicting contemplations, attempting to exit the bathroom when my progress was wholly impinged and impugned by Alex. He stopped me. Meaning, he put his arm out and barred my way forward as though he'd been lying in wait. His eyes bounced between mine before settling on my mouth with completely unapologetic brashness. "Hello, Sandra." "Hello, Alex." He smiled, slow and a little wicked. He leaned a fraction of an inch closer, which, as a percentage of the close distance separating us, was quite a lot. "Did you enjoy your butter chicken?" "Yes. Did you enjoy serving me?" His gaze flickered to mine, held. He had the most unusual eyes, dark blue, like cobalt, with black and gold specks radiating from the pupil at the center. "Serving you is always a pleasure." Of course. His voice and words sent an enchanting shivering awareness down my spine, all the way to my nerve endings. Unaccountably, all my previous concerns evaporated, and I was left with a single thought: Alex, naked. Zing! I returned his smile and hoped mine rivaled his for wickedness. Glad to hear it. So, Sandra. He hovered, dipped his chin so that I had to lift mine to maintain eye contact. If I took a deep breath, our chests would probably touch. You owe me one, right? I nodded with casual indifference, but my outward appearance of nonchalance was the complete opposite of the building apprehension and excitement twisting in my middle. That's right. At this point, after what you did for Marie, I might even owe you 2 ones. He shook his head, momentarily thoughtful. No, I don't think so. Your friend Fiona seemed to be perfectly capable of handling the situation. What's her story, anyway? What does she do? She's a former engineer for the State Department. Now she's a stay-at-home mom. His face darkened, and his eyes lost focus for a split second, as though he was absorbing this information. The State Department, huh? Yes. Why? No reason. Anyway, his eyes ignited again as they moved over my face. You owe me one. Yes, as you've stated previously. A big one. That's what you said, isn't it? His eyes were steady, unflinching. It should have been unnerving. Instead, I found it strangely adorable. Like he didn't know any better. Yes, I believe those were the words I used. What time will you be done with your friends? Now, actually, I need you to bring our check. Good. The restaurant closes at 10 tonight. Can you be back here by 9:55? I tipped my head backward as I studied him, my eyes narrowing into surveillance slits. I'm confused. Confused? Yes, your behavior is confusing. An eyebrow arched above his overtly nerdy glasses. How so? You run hot and cold. You sit with me on Friday and act confrontational, and it's clear you have a genuine dislike of psychiatrists, but now you... You're right. I do dislike psychiatrists. Then you kiss me and... You kissed me first. But you offered first, and then you walked away. I paused to allow my statements to marinate for a few seconds before adding, But tonight, you're very solicitous, and you're flashing those sexy eyes again. He didn't respond immediately, and I was somewhat surprised to find an expression of obvious admiration warm his gaze as it moved over my face. Finally, he said, Correction of my previous statement. I usually dislike psychiatrists. Why? But I like you. Why? And I'd like to apologize for sending mixed signals. Will you come tonight? My lips twisted to the side. I wasn't yet satisfied. First, answer me this. Why did you decide to sit down with me on Friday? I've been coming in here for over 2 years. If you like me, despite my unfortunate profession, why'd you wait so long? Without hesitation, he said, It was the dress. The dress? Yeah, the red dress. I was compelled to act. I had no choice. His nod was gentle, but his barely there grin was wicked. It did things to me. I hadn't thought about the red dress having so much power, but it made sense to me. I'd bought that dress because I wanted a man to admire me in it. The fact that the dress had compelled Alex into action gave me all the silly girl feels. Also, the fact that he was unflinchingly honest about it, about liking me, about the seduction of the dress, stunned the heck out of me. Paired with the sexy eyes, this time looking at me with full intensity, I was basically sunk in a shallow pool of hot lust. His hand, the one not currently blocking my way, fiddled with the tassels of my scarf where they hung to my abdomen. "Will you come tonight?" He repeated the words, but this time they were softer, intimate. "Yes," I said, because I wasn't quite thinking, and it just tumbled out. I was mesmerized, caught in his web. "Where are we going?" "Here. I live upstairs." "Oh." The earlier shyness I'd experienced attempted to rear its ugly head, but I beat it back with my broomstick. "That sounds... Oh, bukkake." His eyes widened, and I knew at once that he was familiar with the word bukkake. I didn't give him an opportunity to comment on my usage of it as a curse word. "I can't tonight. My friend Kat is staying the night." I tried to impart the disappointment I felt with my expression, a despondent shoulder slouch, and with every fiber of my being. I didn't want to be one of those losers who put roosters before chicks, but the thought of giving up an invitation from Alex, when he'd been so taciturn and aloof in the past, but was now feeling compelled to act because of my miraculous red dress, gave me a serious case of the disenfranchisement glums. I was relieved to witness sincere disappointment cast a shadow over his features as well. "That's too bad." We studied each other for a beat. Then we both started talking at the same time. "We could always..." "How about if we..." Our shared, tentative laughter filled the small space. Then I offered, "You first. Go ahead." "Are you free Thursday?" I nodded in earnest, not even thinking about my smile. It was unplanned, unmeasured, and completely genuine. Yes, free as a bird, not in the zoo or any other kind of captivity, including but not limited to belonging to a falconer. "Good." He studied me as though he thought I was weird, but he liked it. "Meet me outside Chase Bank around 6:30. He paused, glanced over my shoulder. His eyes narrowed as though he were working through a problem. "Just get in the line. You'll see it when you get there, and I'll get in the line behind you." Get in the line? What are we doing? I hoped it was either lewd or lascivious, or both. You'll see. He flashed a new grin, one that showed a devastating dimple in his left cheek, and then leaned forward, away from me. He let his arm drop, and my path was now clear. "Okay." I stuck out my hand to shake his, feeling that if we shook on it, then it would be a deal. He continued to watch me in his unnerving way, his eyes still narrowed subtly, but he accepted my hand. Instead of shaking it, he brought it to his lips and kissed the back of my fingers. His full lips were wet. I felt 9 different kinds of zings and arousal as he pressed them against the space between my fist and middle finger, just below the joint. He lowered my hand, his thumb caressing soft circles over the spot where he'd just placed his lips, as though rubbing the kiss into my skin. "Wear the red dress." It was a request, though he'd spoken it like a command. I'll see what I can do. Should I wear anything else? I asked this with a pointedly unflustered lift of my eyebrows, as if this were something I did all the time, as if his words weren't turning me into a breathless Alex aphrodisiac addict, as if I didn't care to remember how it felt to orgasm using something that didn't plug in. But he knew I hadn't been kissed in going on 3 years. Therefore, I had no idea how truly successful I was being in my attempts to mask my borderline manic excitement. His eyes flashed a lightning strike, an electric current, and his thumb stilled on the back of my hand. "Shoes," he said calmly, though his voice was somewhat choked. "You should probably wear shoes, and a coat." I nodded, trying to appear contemplative as I reluctantly pulled my hand from his. See you then. I was pleased that my last question seemed to elicit some discernible reaction, even if it had only been a small difference in the inflection of his voice. This small victory, and our heady encounter, carried me in a happy cloud back to the dining room, and I didn't even wobble as I walked away, which was kind of amazing. When Kat and I arrived at my apartment building, I tried my best not to be outwardly relieved when she informed me that she couldn't stay the night. In fact, on our way to my place, she'd received a text from a member of her wayward family, likely one of her snobby cousins. She was needed in Boston. Again. I wasn't concerned. This happened to Kat with frequency. I knew more about her than most of the group did because I'm nosy. That, and I got her drunk one night. While intoxicated and under my pointed questioning, she told me that her parents were wealthy and she was an only child. And by wealthy, she meant insanely wealthy. So wealthy that they could purchase a small country and several moderately sized islands, and still have funds left over to buy a congressional election or two. And by only child, she meant that she was the heir apparent to some sort of massive global gazillion-dollar company. She ran away from home at 16, but made a tentative peace with her parents on her 20th birthday, 3 years ago. I didn't pry, but her trips to Boston had been more frequent of late. I assumed either someone was sick, or her family was attempting to brainwash her into coming back permanently. I waited with her until a cab arrived. Then I dashed upstairs to my apartment. I had just enough time to shower and change before making it back to surprise Alex before he closed the restaurant and locked the doors. 17 minutes later, I was approaching the corner of Taj's. With a smile on my face and no underwear on, I allowed myself to feel excited. It was, most definitely, the most throwing caution to the wind thing I'd ever done, and it felt fantastic, as long as I didn't think about it too much. I was going to have a fling with a completely manlicious younger man. I tried not to think about Fiona's words of concern and caution. They would wet blanket the entire experience. Instead, I focused on visions of Alex taking off all the black he wore and letting me cover him in something sweet and sticky, like honey, or, yeah, honey. Lots of honey. However, just as I rounded the corner, I stopped short. Alex stood outside the restaurant. As usual, he wore no coat. He was talking to a teenage girl, or a woman, I couldn't tell which. She was about my height, and her dark hair was gathered in a high ponytail. I loitered for several seconds, not precisely sure what to do. They weren't touching. They were talking. Her hands were on her hips, and his arms were crossed. Not exactly friendly body language, but before I could make up my mind as to whether I should leave or stay, she laughed. Then Alex opened the door behind him, and she walked in. He followed. I stood there, rooted in place for a full minute, and tried to sort through what I'd just witnessed. When they didn't reemerge after a full minute, I wrapped myself in Fiona's cautionary wet blanket and decided that everything happens for a reason, and went home to put on some underwear. I wasn't upset with him, not even a little. After all, my expectations of him were actually quite low. They were no strings attached low. But I was still very disappointed. I was disappointed that the unknown woman would be the recipient of Alex's Tuesday attentions. Undeniably, I was a little frustrated by the Wookiee costume I couldn't seem to escape. Chapter 6. Thursday's Horoscope. Things should be going your way, and you may feel like quite a bit is getting done without your having to lift a finger. Most women might have been put off by discovering that the guy they were interested in saddlebagging was already digging his spurs into another filly. Not me. I was curious. Furthermore, When I gave myself time to reflect on it, I realized that my rational side was relieved. Confirmation of his multiple mounts spared me any concern that he might be interested in more than a simple fling. Given the situation and our age difference, the chances had already been negligible. But now I had indisputable confirmation. Thus, 6:30 p.m., Thursday night found me standing in line outside Chase Bank. I tried to Google Chase Bank and Thursdays, or line, but all that came up were search results related to banking hours and opening lines of credit. Therefore, I stood dutifully in the cold for a full 10 seconds, glancing around the small square for any sign of him. Eventually, I leaned forward and spoke to an elderly couple in front of me. "Excuse me, what is this line for?" "For the show, of course." Alex's voice answered from behind me before the man could respond. I sighed as I turned, ready to make a new appraisal of him now that I knew he had several booty call partners. Slamps is what my friend Elizabeth called them, which also, according to Elizabeth's colorful vocabulary, made Alex a Wendell. Because, after a great deal of meditation on the subject, I became convinced that it wouldn't make me crazy to assume Alex and the mystery lady on Tuesday night were on their way upstairs to do the dirty deed. I just happened to arrive seconds after she did. Unexpectedly, as I met his gaze, I felt a pointed measure of both possessiveness and jealousy, but I wasn't crazed with jealousy. More precisely, I was aggravated with jealousy. I freely admitted it to myself, and there it was. Alex looked quite happy to see me, and the vision of him smiling with genuine anticipation, his left cheek dimple out in full force, made me a little sad, because it felt like a deception. But I would get over the sadness. After all, he hadn't been vetted for a relationship. I had no long-term designs or plans. He was my right-now guy, and right now, I wanted to have a good time. I was looking forward to slamping it up. In fact, I was counting on it. Embrace your inner slamp. "Hello, Sandra," he said, taking his place by my side in line. I tipped my head up to smile in greeting and found his grin contagious. "Hello, Alex." His eyes swept over me, a quick surveillance. I was wearing brown leather riding boots, dark jeans, and a white down coat with a furry hood. Under the coat, and currently hidden from view, I wore a scandalously low-cut red halter top that did great things for my boobs and waist. I even wore a necklace that dangled just above my cleavage, just in case I wanted to torture him with the vision of my currently unavailable tatas at some later point. "You know, the first time I saw you in pants was on Tuesday." His smile didn't falter, and his eyes, on their return pass, lingered on my legs. "Really?" My phone chose that moment to ring. I retrieved it, glanced at the screen. It was Devin, one of my first date potentials turned platonic friend. He probably wanted to talk to me about picking out furniture for his new place. He'd been pressuring me to help him decorate. I made a mental note to call him back, then returned the phone to my bag. "Not important." Alex's eyes narrowed as he leaned in toward me and peered down at my bag. I twisted my lips to the side, not sure how to answer. "So it was important, but you just... Everyone is important. It's just that the call wasn't urgent." Alex slow nodded, peering at me as though I were something new. "I see." "Sorry." I reached for the phone and set it on airplane mode. "I'll turn it off. Now, where were we?" "Clothes," he said. "Clothes?" "More specifically, where's the red dress?" "At home." I shrugged, probably making out with my flannel shirt. He laughed, and it was something magical. For a brief moment, I was ensnared by the sound. I'd heard him laugh before, with a hint of sinister last Friday and a note of nervousness on Tuesday, but this was something new. My heart constricted. My stomach fluttered. I was enthralled, swept up and away. He had a remarkable laugh, and I loved it more than I loved the sound of his voice. The laugh tapered slowly, but his large smile remained. "You're pretty witty." "I think you meant to say you're pretty and witty." "No, I said what I meant." I don't think I can approve of that response. I tried not to smile, but failed, even though by all accounts I ought to have been offended. That's right. He was one of those guys, the kind that make you think in awkward run-on sentences. Those guys who you talk to and you're mentally undressing and you suspect he's doing the same thing to you because you're both smiling and neither of you knows why, and you can't seem to stop. You can't approve of me calling you witty? Would you prefer to be a dullard? A dullard? Where'd you pick up that word, the 19th century? He shrugged. Maybe. I read a lot. What do you read? Mostly books on global currency theory, algorithms for predicting tertiary structures, and James Joyce. I narrowed my eyes and wrinkled my nose at his ridiculousness. You are allowed to tell me the truth once in a while. I won't be offended. Yes, but you might make me cry. I hit him on the shoulder and appealed to the heavens. Why am I even here? He didn't miss a beat. Because I'm pretty and witty? That must be it, I teased and gave him a little shove, even though I'm only witty. Alex stepped closer to me and crowded my personal space, dipping his head so that mere inches separated our lips. You're not only witty. I cast him a suspicious glare, though my heart quickened. Let me guess. I also have a really great personality. Actually, yes, you do. He sounded maddeningly sincere. And you want to be friends? Absolutely. That sounds great. We should give it a try. He sounded delightfully sarcastic. No thanks. I have plenty of male friends. No, you have plenty of mental patients. His voice was laden with challenge, and I thought I discerned something like resentment flicker behind his eyes. Someone cleared his throat behind us, breaking the moment. We both turned our heads to find a gap between our stagnant position and the couple in line before us. Alex placed his hand on my back, but then stuffed it in his pocket instead and motioned for me to walk in front of him. The line is moving. We should go. Where are we going? What is this? Should I know anything first? Should I have anything prepared? Wait, don't tell me, he said. I screwed my neck around to peer at him. Don't tell you what, Mr. Ninja? You're the one who told me to come to Chase Bank and get in line. He was smirking at the floor as though laughing at a private joke. Wait, don't tell me. That's where we're going, he said. What are you talking about? He pressed his lips together to keep a smile from eating his face and pointed upward as we entered the building. My gaze followed, and I read a sign that was just now visible. Wait, don't tell me. The NPR News Quiz, Chase Auditorium, brought to you by WEBZ Chicago. My mouth fell open with surprise, and this time he did put his hand on my back to usher me forward. Likely so my standing dumbly in the center of the lobby wouldn't interrupt the other ticket holders' progress to the auditorium. I allowed him to guide me for a few steps while I absorbed my shock. This was not at all what I was expecting. I listened to this radio show on National Public Radio many, many times. It was, in a word, hilarious. I even knew it was taped in front of a studio audience of about 500 people at the Chase Auditorium in downtown Chicago. That Alex listened to it, appreciated it, and had tickets to attend it seemed so beyond my understanding of reality that I was having difficulty putting two thoughts together. This was what was happening in my brain. What? Therefore, Alex navigated us to our seats, turned me toward him, unzipped my coat, and removed it from my shoulders, like I was a child, all while I attempted to make sense of the situation. His subtle intake of breath when he saw my shirt for the first time roused me somewhat from my brain stutter. I blinked up at him. I felt like I was seeing him for the first time, like clouds had parted and revealed this person I didn't actually know anything about. But he wasn't looking at my face. Oh no, he was looking at my boobs. Oh yes. I glanced down at myself. The tight-fitting shirt, the chain and teasing heart locket nestled just above and between my shameless display of cleavage, and back up at him. Alex's eyes met mine, his hands fisted in my coat, and it was my turn to hold my breath. The only word I could think of to describe his glare was savage. He wasn't trying to hide it either. The sentiment was focused, as though he were endeavoring to impart something of importance with just his eyes. The raw expression spoke volumes, and I was forced to take an unsteady swallow to clear my throat. I wasn't dense. I understood that he wanted me. From the looks of it, he wanted me right now, in this auditorium, on this chair, in front of this crowd. But I didn't know what else, if anything, was going on behind that indigo stare. Unfortunately, I couldn't yet decipher his thoughts. Not entirely. So I did the only thing I could think of. I tried to diffuse the moment with humor. Wait, don't tell me. I gave him a self-deprecating smile. You're embarrassed to be seen with me. He shook his head, but didn't speak. Then, wait, don't tell me. I lifted my index finger and pressed it thoughtfully to my chin. You want to amend your earlier statement. He gave me a studied look, then tossed my coat over the back of my seat, shrugged out of his windbreaker, sat down, and placed it on his lap. Staring straight ahead, he asked, What statement is that? I sat down and then leaned toward him. The one where you said I was only witty. I never said that. If you remember, I said you weren't only witty. Wait, don't tell me. You also said I had a great personality. He laughed lightly, which sounded strained, but he kept his gaze studiously forward. You're going to make wait, don't tell me jokes all night, aren't you? I leaned over the armrest, my shoulder brushing his, and rebutted, Wait, don't tell me. You don't think they're funny. He straightened in his chair and stiffened. His hands gripped the armrests, and the muscle in his jaw ticked. He wasn't smiling. No, I think they're funny. I lowered my voice to a seductive whisper. Wait, don't tell me. You're thinking about... Alex grabbed my hand and pulled it to his lap, under his coat. He pressed my palm between his legs and against what could have been a long steel pipe. Either he carried one in his pocket, or he was very happy to see me. I sucked in a breath and stifled a squeak. He leveraged my position. I was basically leaning in front of him and over his lap, to whisper in my ear, Please be quiet. I need a minute here. On instinct, my fingers tensed. This caused him to hiss. Sorry, I said, also on instinct. Sandra, he said. Actually, he moaned, growled, panted it. Zing. We sat like that, in silence, for maybe a full minute while National Public Radio listeners found their seats and chatted around us. The thought of removing my hand didn't occur to me once during this time. It wasn't until Carl Castle's voice came over the speaker that I gathered a steadying breath and whispered, "Alex, let go of my hand." He did, immediately, and we locked eyes as I drew away. I could still see the savage behind his carefully guarded expression, but I detected something else, and it definitely was not contrition or remorse. The something else was akin to apprehension. After a moment, he said, "Sorry." I studied him, waiting a moment to steady my breathing before attempting to speak. "No, you're not." "I'm sorry if I upset you." He said the words as though they were meant to clarify his earlier apology. I thought about that statement and understood the nuance behind his words. "I think you're sorry if you upset me, but you're not sorry you did it." A phantom smile claimed his features as the lights dimmed. Applause erupted around us. The host, Peter Sagal, took the stage. I took advantage of the dark to sort through my feelings about what had just occurred. I decided that normal, well-adjusted Sandra, who was looking for a life partner, would likely have been very concerned if, on a first date, the man had forcefully brought her hand to his crotch. Possibly, this was because the kind of men well-adjusted Sandra dated weren't the kind to display animalistic tendencies. They were very, very safe. However, Alex was not life partner material. He was not safe, and instead of feeling outraged, I was delightfully yet surprisingly aroused. I'd purposefully worn the plunging red V-neck to get a reaction, and he'd given me one. I asked, he answered, and when I requested that he desist, he did, immediately. He wanted me. I wanted him. This was a frightening and thrilling prospect, because when I pushed him, he pushed back. I was stirred from my musings by Alex's light touch. The back of his hand caressed the back of mine. An intentional touch. My attention flickered from our hands to his face. As he held my gaze, his fingers entwined with mine. He employed careful deliberateness and gave me every opportunity to remove my hand or reject his touch. I didn't. And when our hands had mated, our fingers joined, our palms pressed together, he leaned toward me and placed a soft, lingering kiss on my cheek, like he couldn't help himself. Alex's lips drifted to my ear, and his hot breath against my neck elicited goosebumps. "Remember that I've been watching you for over 2 years. You are the most exquisitely beautiful woman I've ever seen. And I'll never say that you're pretty, because that word is pathetically inadequate." He leaned back into his seat again, and our eyes locked. I felt the intensity of his words, and his gaze burned straight through my clothes and skin to the marrow of my bones. In the context of this being the very first time we'd ever gone out and paired with such a high degree of sincerity, it was an outrageous thing for him to say, especially if he believed it. It was madness, and I absolutely loved it. In that moment, I was completely certain of one thing. Alex did not disdain social norms. Rather, it was simply that, on some fundamental level, he did not know how to behave. He was raw, reactionary, like a live wire, and perhaps to me, just as dangerous. I didn't quite recover from Bonergate until about a quarter of the way through the show, when Paula Poundstone, one of the panel members and a comedian, said something so ridiculous that my laughter helped me relax. Halfway through, I noted that Alex and I were still holding hands. Not only that, but at some point in the evening, without my noticing, he'd moved our hands back to his lap. and mine lay in both of his. They rested prosaically on his thigh, unfortunately, nowhere near his penis, and he was playing with my fingers absent-mindedly. His attention was focused solely on the show, but he was cradling my hand in one of his and tracing my knuckles with the fingertips of the other. Every so often, his thumb drew circles on the inside of my wrist. When this happened, I had to beat down my ever-increasing and now engorged desire with a mental club. The other item of note was his familiarity with global current events. He apparently knew about U.S.-Chinese trade policy and the Mexican candidates for president, because when topic-specific jokes were made, he laughed when appropriate. In fact, twice I had to whisper ask him to explain the joke, and he did. My lust for Alex was quickly turning into a crush. I took advantage of his absorption in the performance and watched his profile. He usually looked so guarded at the restaurant, but here he wore a perma-smile, and his laugh gave me flutterings every time. When the performance was over and it was time for us to applaud, his fingers tightened momentarily around mine. I thought he wasn't going to release me, but he did. His gaze flickered to mine, then to our tangled fingers. After a beat, he opened his grip and set me free. We both stood to join the rest of the audience in their ovation of the performers. While I was clapping, he leaned over and said, "I'm going to put this in your pocket." I glanced down and found he held a slip of white paper. "Okay," I shrugged, still clapping. "What is it?" "It's directions to a coffee shop. Can you meet me there in 20 minutes? I couldn't help the amused disbelief that caused my nose to wrinkle. "What? Where are you going?" He stuffed the paper in the back pocket of my jeans with measured, surreptitious movements, though he never took his eyes from mine. "Sometimes it's really crowded. I'm going to leave now and get a good table." "I'll come with you." "No, stay here. They have a meet and greet after the show. Go shake Carl Castle's hand." And with that, Alex shook my hand, said, "I'm glad you came. I'll see you soon," then turned abruptly and left the auditorium. When I stepped into the nearly empty coffee shop, Alex stood from his secluded corner table and crossed to me. Then he kissed me. That's right, full-on, hungry, urgent, impatient, tongue in my mouth, kissed me. I was just catching up to the kiss when he pulled away and took my purse with him. He rifled through it, pulled out my phone, and removed the battery. He then slipped the battery in his pocket and placed the phone back in my purse. He did all this so quickly and efficiently that I still hadn't quite recovered from the kiss when he placed the purse back in my hands. I blinked at him, his pocket, my purse, and opened my mouth to quack like a duck, because that felt like the only thing to do when faced with someone who was so obviously insane. Before I could utter a word, he said, "I ordered you a soy latte. That's what you drink, right?" I nodded, though I gave him my very best "Are you smoking crack?" face. He nodded his hand with mine and pulled me back to the corner table he'd claimed. He pulled out my chair, gestured for me to sit, then sat across from me. He looked at me. I looked at him. He smiled. "So," I said. "Yes." I pulled the gloves from my hands, removed my hood, then did jazz fingers in the air above my shoulders. "So many questions." He lifted his black eyebrows, a small smile playing around his mouth, and I noted that he looked more relaxed than I'd ever seen him. "Please, ask me anything." "Ditching me after the show. Why'd you do that?" "If I was being followed by the NSA or any other federal agency, I wanted to lose them before we met for coffee." I chuckled. "That's cute. NSA is in the National Security Agency, And I guess that also explains the phone. Afraid they'll use it to listen in on our nefarious plans.
Of course. But also, I don't want us to be interrupted by any phone calls.
I frowned. I wouldn't answer my cell unless it was important.
But you'd check. If someone texted you or called, I want your undivided attention.
I see. I sipped my latte. It had 2 shots of espresso. Sleep was now out of the question. How old are you, Alex? He appeared completely at ease, but he watched me for a moment, then stalled further by sipping his coffee. I wondered if it was caffeinated. Finally, he asked,
Does it matter?
Maybe. Depends on how old you are.
I'm legal.
His response made me laugh, and I felt his eyes on me, watchful, heated, penetrating, as he waited for me to respond. Though he returned my smile, his was brittle. I unzipped my coat, not all the way, just to my abdomen, and sighed. You're 18 then?
No, I'm older than that.
19? Alex drew in an audible breath. His chest expanded and he glanced to the left. Because I'm 28, Alex.
So
if you're 19, then I'm 9 years older than you.
I'm not 19.
But I am older than you. And shouldn't you be chasing girls your age and not going to NPR radio tapings about global current events with older women?
I think you just answered your own question.
His tone was flat. I considered him, his response, and the scar on his chin. I decided to let the age issue go and concentrate on his past, starting with his face. It was an ugly scar, but it didn't make him ugly. I tipped my head toward his chin. How did you get that scar? He fingered it and surveyed me before answering.
I'll tell you 3 stories. When I'm finished, you tell me which one you like the best, which one you like the least, and which one you think is true.
I sat back in my chair, crossed my legs, and held my coffee in my palms. All right, proceed.
Story number 1.
He gathered a deep breath before he spoke, and I had to remind myself to listen to the words rather than just slather myself in the sound of his voice.
When I was 10, I was walking home from school, and a wolf walked around the corner. Just appeared, out of nowhere.
I smiled into my latte. I loved how much effort he put into making the story sound plausible.
Of course, I stopped where I stood and tried to hold perfectly still, but it was too late. The wolf saw me. His eyes.
How did you know it was a male wolf?
Shh, let me tell you what happened. His eyes were yellow and fierce, and I was scared out of my mind. I thought about running, but I knew the wolf was faster than I was, so I waited. It growled at me, roared really, but I didn't look away. It started walking toward me, and my heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest, but still, I didn't look away.
I was no longer leaning back in my chair, but rather had become so absorbed that I'd slowly inched forward as he recalled his tale.
Then, the wolf stood directly in front of me, baring its teeth.
Alex demonstrated by pulling back his lips and giving me a quiet growl.
My hands were in tight fists. I thought maybe I'd get at least one good punch before he ate me alive. Then, quick as lightning, the wolf swiped at my face. I think he meant it to be a warning only, but he caught my chin and gave me this.
He rubbed the scar pensively, as though he were just as lost in the story, remembering it, as I was listening to it.
When the wolf's paw came down, I stood completely still. We stared at each other, felt that wolf and me as the blood ran down my chin and soaked my shirt. I didn't flinch. I didn't look away. I didn't cry. He gave me a once-over. Looked at me from head to foot, decided I wasn't worth eating that day, and just walked away. I released the breath I'd been holding and set my cup down. The wolf just walked away? He nodded. Here's the second story. Ready? Yeah, go for it. He had my undivided attention. When I was 9, my father found me in my room and started screaming at me because his whiskey was gone. He had a knife in his hand, a serrated knife, and it kept shaking me. I didn't say a word. There wasn't any point. He was so drunk that nothing I had to say mattered. I was just looking at him as he roared at me. He didn't like that much. Didn't like that I wouldn't respond. So he swiped the knife upward. I think he meant it as a warning, but it caught my chin, and soon blood was everywhere. My clothes, his hands, the floor. The sight of the blood must have shocked him. Maybe he thought it was his, because he left me and slammed the front door behind him. Alex's eyes were steady on mine, waiting for my reaction. I gave him none. I spent most of my week listening to similar stories from kids, some more traumatizing than others. However, with Alex, I couldn't tell whether the story was true. He hadn't used too many details, or too few, and the inflection of his voice was exactly as it had been during the wolf story, as though he were remembering something that actually occurred. I nodded faintly, considering the two tales, and in my best psychiatrist voice, I said, "Tell me the third story." He smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. When I was 8, I shared a room with 3 other boys. 2 were older, 1 was younger. The 2 older ones liked to beat the crap out of us, especially the other kid because he'd cry a lot. One day I came home from school and found the oldest kid going through my stuff. I called out to him, asked him what he was doing. When he turned around, he had a knife. It was serrated. He lunged at me, waving the knife wildly in the air, and I punched him in the throat. The knife cut my chin, but I didn't notice. I just kept hitting him. Somehow, the knife got turned around and ended up in his stomach. And he died. Alex held my eyes and again waited for my reaction. I struggled this time, but I felt fairly confident that my expression betrayed nothing of my thoughts. "I see," I said in my best psychiatrist voice, because I was stalling. Obviously, the first story was my favorite. The second story and the third were terribly depressing. Neither was out of the realm of possibility, and both would explain some of Alex's odd behavior and mannerisms. If the second story were true, he had an alcoholic, abusive father. If the third story were true, he'd either killed his oldest brother, which I seriously doubted, or he'd killed his foster brother and he was a foster child. But which was true? Alex watched me as he leaned back in his chair and sipped his coffee with the ease of a man who was enjoying himself. I realized that I knew almost nothing about Alex. I rejected the possibility that he was a foster child almost at once because, as a child psychiatrist, I knew too much about the statistics of foster care. Less than 1% graduate college with a bachelor's degree. More than 50% of foster kids end up homeless after reaching 18, and most are dead by 26. The odds of survival for a kid growing up in foster care were worse than a cancer diagnosis. I thought about the second story and decided that it must be true. I decided that he'd made up the third story so the second wouldn't sound so heinous in comparison. It was very generous of him to cushion my exposure to the reality of his past. It was also an excellent defense mechanism.
Well? He replaced his cup in the saucer and met my thoughtful gaze with an untroubled one. Which one is your favorite? The wolf. And which one is your least favorite? The boys. He paused, swallowed, nodded. And which one do you think is true? Your father, I answered confidently, but with a frown. He continued to nod, his jaw set, his expression completely devoid of emotion. Then he said, I like the wolf story as well. I was listening to a story recently. It was one of the questions during the taping tonight, where a grizzly bear broke out of a zoo. I can't even imagine what I'd do if I were faced with a grizzly bear. Can't you? I studied him with practiced interest. His readiness to change the subject was a bit confounding. Typically, in my experience, once a man opened the door to his broken past, I was pulled under a tsunami of regret, blame, fear, and man-tears. What would you do? He posed the question to me, his expression carefully light. I guess I would hope I could distract him with a pot of honey. Alex laughed. I was impressed that it didn't sound at all forced. It would work, too. If anyone could distract a grizzly bear by being sweet, it would be you. I allowed the sound of his laugh to wash over me and lift me up. I returned his smile easily, though my heart felt heavy. I wasn't used to ignoring unresolved issues. Alex's story about his father needed addressing. Alex needed counseling, likely years of psychotherapy. But for now, I tried to peel away the residue of his desolate tales and enjoy his company. For once, it appeared my date didn't expect a free therapy session. In fact, he seemed to be hoping I'd go with the flow, ignore the wolf in the room, and continue the date without further reference to his past. Do you need another one? Alex gestured to my drained cup. Oh, no. If I have any more, I'll never sleep tonight. It was decaf. I asked them to make it a decaf. It was? Yes. You seem like the kind of person who treasures her sleep. I blinked at him, surprised by his choice of words. Thank you. I am. He considered me for a minute, then grimaced. I have a confession. I actually overheard you say that once to one of your dates, that you treasure your sleep. You did? Yeah. I think your exact words were, I treasure my sleep over the well-being or interests of my loved ones. I chuckled at that. Yes, that's true. My mom once tried to wake me up on a Saturday morning. This was when I was 16, because she couldn't find her car keys, and I refused to get up. I covered my head with a pillow. So she pulled the pillow away, and I covered my head with my comforter. When she pulled that away and shook me again, I rolled off the bed and hid under it, still asleep. I was pleased that he was laughing again. Are you very close with your mom? He asked easily. I nodded, smiled at all the combined lovely memories of my childhood. Yes, we're best friends. She's awesome. And your dad? He prompted. I nodded, twirled my empty cup on the table so my hands would have something to do. Yes, he's my other best friend, but he's a curmudgeon and a Texan. What does being a Texan have to do with it? Not all Texans are like this, but he has ideas about the world, how it ought to be, and when people don't fit into neat boxes, men are men, women are women, cows are cows, he pretends like the differences don't exist, or like the people don't exist. What does he do? He owns a ranch. My mom is a veterinarian. Huh. That's great. Alex's smile seemed far away, as though he were imagining my childhood. Yes, It was a great excuse for me to adopt lots of strays. Cats, dogs, birds, whatever I could find. We had plenty of space. I was lonely for company, and my mom helped me fix them up.
You were an only child?
Yep, just me. I think after they had me, they decided one was enough.
This made him grin, and he reached across the table and covered my hand in his. I can understand their perspective.
What, that I'm a hellraiser? I wasn't, you know. I was a good kid. I just enjoy watching what happens when I say something shocking.
No. Alex shook his head, turned my hand over, and cradled it between both of his. I meant that I can understand why they thought you were special. That you, just you, are more than enough.
His sweet sentiment made my chest feel heavy, and my stomach tightened and released butterflies to my fingertips. In fact, his words, paired with his cherishing touch, made me feel a little lightheaded. You say the nicest things. I narrowed my eyes at him. He sounded sincere. Just as sincere as he had in the auditorium when he told me I was beautiful. But I couldn't tell if these things he said were honest. I suspected not. In light of the fact that he was a Wendell, I had to assume that he was a gifted liar. In fact, if I hadn't known about the Tuesday woman, I might have believed him. I hated to admit it, but he continued to be difficult for me to read. But I did know about the Tuesday woman, which meant that I was a grizzly bear and he was trying to tempt me with a pot of honey. A slow smile spread over his features. It looked almost shy, and he didn't meet my eyes. Instead, he tugged on my hand until we both stood, and then he released me, zipped my coat up to my neck, and handed me my gloves.
Come on, it's getting late.
It is? I would check the time, but someone stole the battery from my phone. Once I finished putting on my gloves, he gathered my hand in his. His, of course, was bare. He didn't believe in gloves. Nor did he wear a scarf, I noted for the first time. Or a hat. I realized that he'd met me outside the auditorium in a basic windbreaker with no hood. Under the inadequate jacket, he wore a simple, long-sleeved black shirt. He had to be freezing.
Maybe you should get a watch.
Alex teased and pulled me toward the exit. Harsh wind and snow and bitter cold swirled around us. Beneath my down coat and fur-lined hood, I nearly lost my breath. Where are we going? I yelled so my voice could be heard over the wind and traffic and the rattling of the L train. He waited until the train passed, and we neared a quiet corner before he responded.
I'm going to walk you home.
Oh, I said, but I was instantly warmed by his words. I wondered if he expected to spend the night. I wondered if I wanted him to. I wondered if he wanted to. I wondered what I was doing. I wondered how I'd allowed myself to go on a date with him and have a great time, even with all the ups and downs and bonergate and depressing stories and knowledge that he was a gifted liar. I was still wondering, and had no answers when we reached my building. I turned toward him, a little flustered, and said, do you want... He cut me off with a kiss, but this one wasn't like the others. Not like the coffee shop where his intention had obviously been to distract me so he could snatch my purse. Nor was it like our kisses at the restaurant, hot, hungry, and wet. This one was sweet, soft, and tasted sincere. Just velvety lips, a hint of open mouth, a gentle, secretive caress of his tongue. He tucked his hands into the pockets of my coat and tasted me. Just a sip, a nibble, from several different angles. I don't know how long we stood, tenderly exploring each other. It might have been weeks. Unfortunately, He eventually pulled away, his eyes still closed. He was smiling. Then he caught his bottom lip in his teeth, and I almost moaned. He was completely adorable and sexy, and I wanted to climb him like a tree. Instead, he removed his hands from my pockets and stuffed them into the thin material of his own. His eyes were liquid pools, and they somehow seemed calmer and more peaceful than I'd ever seen them. "Thank you, Sandra." "You're welcome?" His smile grew, and he took a deep breath. "I'll see you soon, right?" I could only nod. He shuffled backwards for a few steps, still holding my gaze, then turned and walked in that way he did, the Alex swagger I would forevermore call it, to the end of the block. Upon reaching the corner, he paused for a moment under the light of the lamp. Alex turned toward me, gave me a giant smile. I smiled back, and my hand waved of its own accord. He kept his gaze locked on mine as he sidestepped around the edge of the building with apparent reluctance, then disappeared. It wasn't until I was in my apartment that I found my cell phone battery in the pocket of my coat. It wasn't until I pulled off my boots that I thought to wonder how he knew where I lived. Chapter 7. Saturday's horoscope. Your refusal to take no for an answer now motivates you to find an original solution to an ongoing problem. I did not see Alex on Friday. I did, however, think about him all day. So much so that I went to bed Friday night thinking about him, and when I woke up Saturday morning, my internal dialogue picked up the suspended thought and continued it from mid-sentence. Basically, this was the circle I was running in. I had a great time with Alex on Thursday. Who would have guessed he's a news junkie? But Bonergate was strange, and yet it turned me on like a freaky faucet, and he called me beautiful. But that was also intense and strange. I wonder if he tells the Tuesday woman that she's exquisitely beautiful. Probably. Who cares? I'm in it to win it. And by win it, I mean do the freaky faucet and have a fling with strangely divine Alex. So why didn't we seal the deal on Thursday? What is he waiting for? Although, I'm glad we kissed. He's an extraordinary kisser. And I like his smile, but his story was sad. I hope he seeks help. He's so weird and lovely. I had a great time with Alex on Thursday. I was so absorbed in my circular spin cycle that on Saturday afternoon I forgot to wear my Lunch with Thomas shirt. Instead, I arrived wearing my Today is Zoo Day shirt, and I was late. Thomas hadn't ordered. In fact, he sat alone at the table and appeared somewhat bereft. When his eyes met mine, he was visibly relaxed, although when I sat in the chair across from him, he frowned. "I assume you were trapped under a heavy object?" "Yes, my brain." His eyelashes fluttered. "I thought you didn't have a date last night." "I didn't," I said dismissively as the waitress approached, and, as usual, I gave her our order. When she departed, I added, "However, I did have a date on Thursday." "Thursday? But you only have dates on Fridays." "You need to get out more, Thomas." "I think we both do." Thomas's eyebrows bounced up, then down, and he whipped off his glasses to clean them. "Nonsense. We're out now, aren't we?" Technicality. We're out with each other, which, for most people, is the same as staying in. You and I being out together is the equivalent of staying in and wearing pajamas all day for everyone else. His glare moved over me with assessing assertiveness. "Tell me about Thursday. Diagnosis?" I shook my head. "No, not this time." "What? No diagnosis?" "None that I wish to discuss." He stopped cleaning his glasses. His hands fell to the table, and he leaned back in his chair.
That must have been some date.
It was. He grimaced, then tensed.
Will you be seeing this gentleman again?
I don't know if I would describe him as a gentleman. In fact, I don't know what to do with him.
You like him?
He said it like it was bizarre or virtually impossible. Yes, I do. Though we have no future together, we could make beautiful music for a few short weeks.
Why no future?
Because he's... I struggled to complete the sentence, bit the inside of my lip, and glanced out the window to my left. He's younger than me. A lot younger.
How much?
I don't know exactly. 6 years, maybe, if I'm lucky.
Is that the only reason?
No. He's not... I'm looking for someone who's life partner material. He's more like one-nighter material.
So you two already...
No, Thomas. I brought my attention back to him. We haven't already...
Well, why not? If he's meant to be temporary, why delay gratification?
He sounded almost anxious. I don't know. I shrugged, my face a mirror of my confused emotions. I don't know what happened. We went out, we had a great time. Some parts were weird, but then he just kissed me goodnight and left. And I was so confused about what I wanted when he walked me home. I was flustered. Not to mention the fact that Alex knew where I lived without me telling him.
You were flustered?
Now he sounded completely shocked. Yes, I was. And that was also weird. Everything was weird.
Stop using the word weird. You do your vocabulary no justice.
Fine, strange, odd, unusual, atypical, inscrutable, eccentric. He placed his glasses back on his nose and nodded.
I don't see the problem.
The problem is, now I don't know what to do. We had a great date. He ended it with a kiss. What I left unsaid, he knows where I live. He behaves erratically. He hasn't been vetted for a relationship, and I like him too much. He called me beautiful. I can't read him. And he has another girl on the side.
And you're worried he wants more than a fling?
I thought about that, and dismissed it as ridiculous. If he wanted more than a fling, then he wouldn't have his Tuesday lady friend. No, it's definitely not that. The problem is that I don't know how to proceed. How do I move forward? How do I take things to the next level? Thomas studied me with a narrowed stare. When he said nothing, I added, and by next level, I mean sweaty, naked, animalistic.
Yes, I know what you mean.
He threw his hands in the air and batted them about, removing my words from the airspace between us. What do I do? How does a woman tell a guy she's ready to get on with it?
Are you really asking me?
Yes, and I can't believe I don't already know the answer. I feel like at my age, I should know how to do this.
Why? Have you ever done it?
No, I answered simply. I suppose he had a good point. In my past relationships, it had always been the guy pushing for the next level.
Well, I should think it's quite simple. The next time you see him, make sure you're wearing something shockingly inappropriate. Then, you know.
Thomas shrugged and fiddled with his silverware.
Flirt.
Hi. Hi? Hello?
Yes?
Mr. Patel's voice greeted me from the other end. I cleared my throat and wished my phone had a cord so I could twist it. Yes, hi. I'd like to place an order for takeout.
Okay, name?
Sandra Fielding.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
I swallowed. I'll have the butter chicken and garlic naan.
Okay, that's it?
Yes.
That'll be ready in 15 minutes. You pay when you get here?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, bye.
Wait. I closed my eyes. Is Alex working tonight?
Yes, he's working.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, bye.
Bye. As I hung up the phone, I wondered why, in matters of the heart, even confident, highly educated professionals are reduced to behaving like awkward adolescents. I'd turned down an invitation from one of my friends, Jeff, and his wife, Ellen, so that I could stay in and prepare for my vampy attack. Jeff and I had dated some years ago. After he'd worked through his childhood trauma, he'd met and married the lovely Ellen. They were expecting their first child. I was going to be the godmother. I was ready to pick up the food. I'd spent the last several hours of my Saturday afternoon preparing. The clothes scattered about my bedroom were proof. Wearing something scandalously inappropriate to pick up takeout during a Chicago winter was exceedingly difficult. In the end, I decided my legs were going to have to sell it. So I settled on lace-patterned thigh-high stockings paired with sleek, black high heels. Under the mammoth coat, I wore a baggy long-sleeve t-shirt and a pair of sleep shorts. Not the sexiest attire, but when I couldn't decide on anything to wear, I figured the chances of taking off my coat in the restaurant were minimal. Therefore, I might as well be comfortable. I waited on my couch, watched the clock, tried to knit. After 10 of the longest minutes in the history of the universe, I left for the restaurant. I didn't wear my hood because it wasn't a windy night, and I'd done my hair. It fell in soft waves around my face. I'd achieved the careless, tousled look after hours of careful machinations. My makeup was, if the magazine instructions I'd used as a guide were to be believed, stunningly sensual. In truth, I was nervous. I reminded myself of something my mother liked to say, which I believe wholeheartedly. Nervous is a neighbor to worry, and worry is an emotional state that I abhor. It tends to be self-absorbed and short-sighted, and holds no purpose other than to waste energy and distract the mind from what actually matters. As I opened the door to the restaurant, I reminded myself of the worst thing that could happen. He would reject me and my vampy advances. It would sting, but the world would continue to spin. I'd wear the Wookiee costume with pride, and I'd get over it. The place was packed, so I stood by the reception stand as I entered. I was glad that I'd called for takeout instead of trying to dine in. I saw Shira, the other member of the waitstaff, jumping between tables, delivering food, taking orders. A further scan of the place revealed Alex, dressed in all black as usual. His back was to me, and he was talking with a table of women. Younger women. Like his age. Their faces were rapt, adoring. I didn't think they could be any more mesmerized if he'd been naked. Sandra? I turned toward the sound of my name and found smiling Shira with a takeout bag and a check. You're Sandra, right? I nodded. Yep, that's me, and pulled cash from my pocket. She accepted the 20, then began rifling through her apron for change. Nah, don't worry about it. I waved her off. Keep the change. I returned her smile with a genuine one of my own, because I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I cast one last glance at Alex, his back still to the door, and I didn't even try to contain my bubble of laughter as I left the restaurant without ever being seen. I wasn't completely ridiculous. I don't think people can be completely ridiculous unless they take themselves too seriously. I was only slightly ridiculous, but I knew that already. Yes, I was disappointed. Yes, I was a tad embarrassed, but I was also an eternal optimist. Despite my hours of work preparing to pick up takeout and then never being noticed, the evening had several bright spots. First, I'd learned how to apply stunningly sensual makeup. Second, I now had a great story for my knitting group on Tuesday. The best stories, I feel, are those that are self-deprecating and involve some thread of irony. This story had both of these elements. I had high hopes that the ladies would be bent over in laughter, if not snorting tequila from their noses when they heard about my ineffectual antics. This thought warmed me as I climbed the stairs to my apartment. I chuckled to myself as I unlocked the door, then admired my legs in the full-length hall mirror. They looked truly fantastic in the stockings. Maybe I would wear my current outfit: baggy shirt, sleep shorts, silky stockings, sleek heels, on Tuesday, so they could get the full effect of my dashed hopes. As I set the takeout bag on my coffee table and removed the contents, I considered that they wouldn't get the full effect because there was no way I was going to do my hair again. I flipped on my TV, then the TiVo, and pressed the button for Netflix. I then divided my attention between the food on the table and browsing for just the right movie to suit my mood. The fact that I saw the white piece of paper was something of a miracle. It snagged my attention. An 8.5 by 11-inch sheet folded into neat fourths and stuffed between layers of naan. I frowned at it, plucked it from the bread, blinked, and said aloud to the empty room, What's this? It was a little greasy, but the words were perfectly legible. Sandra, meet me back here at 11:15. Wear the red dress. All other clothing is optional. Alex. Chapter 8. I put a kibosh on overanalyzing the situation. This was what I'd wanted. I was going to go get him. And it. So I changed into the red dress at 11 o'clock, left on the stockings and shoes, and lightened my makeup. I figured the fish was already caught. No use looking like a makeup-smudged heroin addict for the illicit act. I focused on the thoughts that encouraged. I can do this. I can do no strings. I can copulate without comeuppance. If I'm efficient about it, I might even make it home in time for the second half of Saturday Night Live. And ignored the ones that didn't. You like him too much. Your heart is already involved. This is going to cause you pain at some point. He has a Tuesday woman. I walked to Taj's at exactly 11:17, and, though the bell jingled, found the restaurant dark. A quick scan revealed Alex walking toward me. He placed a large container of salt on a seemingly random table. He must have been refilling salt shakers, and never broke his stride. When his eyes were at last enough to be visible, he reached around me and twisted the bolt on the door behind me, and then he turned a second lock at waist level. My knees felt a bit weak, not because I was having regrets, but because of the intensity of his gaze, and because he smelled fantastic, like cologne and soap and shaving cream. The combined scent enveloped me and carried away any second thoughts I might have had. Hi. His tone was dark, low, intimate. That single word reminded me why I loved his voice. Hi. I expected to find him as openly lust-craved as I was. Instead, I found his expression guarded and a bit uncertain. As soon as I made this observation, it occurred to me that it might not have been uncertainty. I couldn't be sure. I was never sure with Alex. Even without the scent of shaving cream, I would have noticed at once that he'd shaved. His omnipresent black stubble was gone, and the scar on his chin was clearly visible against the smoothness of his jaw. I thought about how he'd gotten the scar. The thought made me frown. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. His voice and eyes were steady, but I perceived subtle hints of hesitation in his expression. I briefly wondered if the indecision I saw in him was merely a reflection of my own belated unease. "You shaved." Unthinkingly, I brought my hand to his face, but then hesitated when I realized the intimacy of the movement. He grabbed my hovering hand and pressed it to his cheek. My knees weakened further. "Yes, I thought you'd appreciate it." "I liked your stubble." "Thank you." Alex's voice was just above a whisper. He responded with an air of quiet thoughtfulness. Apparently, he had given the matter a great deal of consideration. "I'll grow it back for you if you want me to. But tonight, it would have felt like sandpaper between your thighs." Good Lord. And zing! My eyes bulged as they darted between his. Come on. He threaded his fingers through mine as he pulled my hand from his face and turned. Alex tugged me unceremoniously toward the back alcove where we'd had our first kisses, and then to the stairs beyond. My attention was fastened to the back of his head, and I noticed without registering the fact that his hair was wet. It wasn't until we'd mounted the second-floor landing that I connected the soap smell with the wet hair. He must have taken a shower. That was strange, right? Men didn't typically fancy up for booty calls, right? I was confused. His pulling didn't stop until we were inside his apartment. Then he pushed me against the door as he kicked it closed. His lips moved against mine, and I felt the greed, lust, and eagerness in his kiss that had been missing earlier from his guarded expression. Faintly, as I was wonderfully dazed by everything about him, I detected that he tasted like minty mouthwash. His hands made quick work of unbuttoning my coat, and as soon as he peeled it off my shoulders, he tossed it aside. His fingers dug into my hips and bottom over my dress, bringing my pelvis forcefully against his. I instinctively arched my back, my body clamoring for his touch. "Sandra." He whispered my name as he briefly broke our kiss. One of his hands moved from first base to second base. "You're so beautiful. So beautiful." Alex kneaded me through the thin red fabric with the enthusiasm of a man who enjoyed breasts. His thumb traced a circle around my already erect nipple. I moaned, and he groaned, giving me reason to suspect he was a boob man. His mouth trailed hungry kisses over my jaw, down my neck, and behind my ear, and my knees started to shake. His other hand, the one not currently exposing my breast for his waiting tongue to taste, skimmed under the hem of my dress, hacking the fabric as he explored, felt the edge of my thigh-highs, and grabbed my bare bottom. He cursed 3 times. It sounded both appreciative and angry. I assumed it was because I wasn't wearing underwear. "I've waited so long." He murmured the words against my exposed skin, so low I almost didn't catch them. "So long," he repeated, and then he brought his wet tongue against the peak of my breast and very deliberately licked. "So long." I pressed against him, goosebumps claiming every inch of my skin, even as I struggled to make sense of his words. "Touch me." His voice was abrupt, hard, commanding. Dumbly, I realized that, to this point, my own hands had been passively resting on his shoulders. I rectified my oversight by lowering my fingers to the hem of his black shirt. I treated myself to his stomach and back, loved how hot and smooth and masculine he felt, loved how I made his breath hitch and his muscles tense with my exploration. Mine. I thought I heard him whisper, just before he bit the side of my breast. Both of his hands that had moved to my legs were rapidly inching up the hem of my dress. Once again, his voice was commanding as he said, "Say you're mine." "You're mine." Alex pulled slightly away, and his hand stalled over the back of my thighs. He snared my gaze with his, and my breath caught when I saw in his eyes a strange but potent combination of savage and vulnerable. "Say it." "Why?" I panted, shifted restlessly against him. "Because it's true." "What?" I blinked at him, certain I'd misheard him, and tried to find my way out of the seduction-laced web fog he'd woven with his hands and mouth and sexy voice. "Well, after tonight it'll be true." His fingers flexed, but he made no other movement to continue our tryst. I stared at him for a very long moment, until I was sure that this wasn't a dream, and that I hadn't misheard or misunderstood the not-so-subtle undertone of his words. "Alex." I opened my mouth, closed it, opened it, then repeated, "Alex." "I like how you say my name." His eyes half closed, darkened with unmistakable desire, and his mouth lowered to mine. "I can't wait to hear you scream it." Wait, did he mean scream it as in, "Yeah, baby, more of that sexy stuff"? Or scream it as in, "Please stop murdering me"? I turned my face to the left and braced my hands against the solid wall of his chest. "Whoa, wait." Seemingly unfazed by my withdrawal, he kissed my cheek, then jaw, then neck, then bit my collarbone. His fingers gripped my bare bottom, and he rocked against my nearly exposed center. "Damn," I whispered, because his hot hands felt like heaven. His mouth licked and suckled a path to my exposed nipple. "Wait, Alex, stop." I said the words even though my body, which didn't seem to understand English or wasn't currently accepting any new requests other than hot monkey sex with growly Alex, rejected their meaning. But Alex heard them, and he stopped. Or rather, he stopped moving. He was bent over me and was utterly still, his breath panting, hot, fevered against my exposed skin. The only sound for several seconds was our labored breathing. Then his hands fell away, and he slowly straightened. His eyes were closed. Startled into movement by the removal of his body, I quickly righted myself, tugged the hem of my skirt, and sheathed my boob. Now that my body was no longer calling the shots, my mind scrambled to recall all the things he'd said since we'd entered his apartment. He'd called me beautiful, which was good. Then he said he'd waited so long, which could have meant any number of things. For example, he could have meant since Thursday, or he could have meant the 2 years he'd been waiting on my table, or he could have meant any period of time in between. This was less clearly a good thing, and might possibly have been a weird, creepy thing. Then he'd ordered me to touch him. That made complete sense in context, so that was good. Then he'd said the word mine, and commanded me to tell him that I was his, which, honestly, could only be taken one way. He'd considered me his, and wanted me to admit that as well. I thought about that, then realized I didn't know what to think about that, and therefore moved on. Taken all together, his words could be harmless bedroom talk, or something altogether different and completely alarming. I talked a good game. I enjoyed using crude language, telling crude jokes, and making even cruder hand gestures, like most Texans. Nevertheless, when it comes down to brass tacks time, And unless I'm a fool in love, I am level-headed, and I excel to a fault at mind over matter, no matter what and no matter who. He hovered just 6 or so inches from me, his hands now on his hips, his head bowed, his shoulders tense. His eyes were still closed, and his breathing was heavy but measured. He radiated energy, not quite fury, more like a man who was struggling to find and maintain control. I licked my lips, tasted him on them, told myself not to lick my lips again, and for the first time since we'd entered the apartment, I glanced at my surroundings. The first thing I noticed was that all the lights were off, and that he'd lit candles. Lots and lots of candles. My heart flip-flopped, even as a ripple of concern shivered down my back. The next thing I noticed was that the apartment was orderly, but messy. Stacks of papers were placed in tidy piles on almost every surface but the couch. Books, big, thick, colorfully bound books, littered the floor. These were not stacked, but rather haphazardly strewn about. I squinted to discern the title of one. Applied Quantum Currency: What the Nature of Quarks Can Teach Us About the Future of Global Currency and Economics. What? I didn't know what to think about that. So I moved on in my perusal of his personal space. No television, no computer, no electronics. However, a record player was present, and it appeared to be at least 3 decades old. Even his lamps looked ancient. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. When I lifted my eyes to his, I found him watching me. The savagery and vulnerability were gone from his eyes. In their place was fortified detachment and something like acceptance. So, I breathed the word, cleared my throat, pressed my lips together, and cleared my throat again. Perhaps we could, clarify what you meant earlier. He slow blinked at me, and I noted his jaw tick once, twice, 3 times. Abruptly, he shook his head and walked clear across the room. Don't worry about it. Well, usually I wouldn't, but you see, I'm not so experienced with this type of interaction, and therefore... What type of interaction would that be? Alex turned to face me, now at the opposite wall. He sounded almost bored. This kind. I motioned between us with a double finger point. You mean the kind that doesn't end with the man crying? He sounded so angry, and his words made me flinch. Yes, that kind. But more specifically, the booty call kind. I saw a flash of temper behind his eyes. He took a breath before responding. Is that what this is? Or are you an axe murderer? Alex's eyes widened. Genuine surprise flickered over his features, and he sounded torn between hurt and annoyance when he said, That's what you think? I'm either one or the other. No, I answered. If I thought he was actually an axe murderer, I wouldn't have been in his apartment with no underwear. Or even with underwear. In fact, for reasons only my intuition and subconscious could explain, I knew he wasn't a physical threat. He just seemed a little loony. Not an axe murderer. But what? Not an axe murderer. But what? Unbalanced? No, not really. Not really. He watched me for a full minute, obviously waiting for the truth. At last, I sagged against the door, closed my eyes, and admitted, Maybe. I heard his laugh, a disbelieving huff, and I opened one of my eyes. Alex, you're a strange guy. There, I said it.
Yeah, well, you're no poster child for normal behavior either.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I paused. My hands flew into the air, then slapped against my thighs. I don't understand what's going on between us.
If it's not a booty call, then you can't think of any other possibility.
What? Other than you were hoping that this was the beginning of something long-term? I meant to say it like it was ludicrous, like it was the least possible option, right after the possibility that he'd invited me up to give him a manicure and decorating tips. He said nothing, just stared at me. I surveyed him, my brows drawing together with sudden uncertainty. Alex? Is that what you thought? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned backward, let the crown of his head meet the wall behind him, and peered at me. Finally, he said,
Not really.
Not really.
Maybe.
Maybe? I repeated the word because it was surprising. He didn't respond verbally. Instead, he nodded, just once, and continued to watch me with his veiled gaze. Maybe. I repeated it a third time, mostly to myself. My eyes moved over the apartment again, although I saw nothing. I sucked in a breath, glanced at the ceiling, then back to him. The possibility that Alex believed something more than a booty call was going to happen between us was beyond strange. But there he was, watching me, waiting for my reaction. I heaved a noisy sigh, attempted to find my bearings, and blurted, "So, Alex, what are your career goals? Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" He didn't miss a beat.
Is this an interview?
Yes.
What job am I applying for?
The job of my dance and life partner, figuratively, literally, horizontally, vertically, and hopefully laterally, and depending on how flexible you are, diagonally.
If I'd known I was going to be interviewed, I would have worn a suit.
There's still time to change. I can wait here. The corner of his mouth ticked upward. I thought his eyes softened. I couldn't be sure, but the next words out of his mouth threw me for a loop because they sounded like an insult.
Is being your dance partner so onerous, and does it require so much work that it's a job?
I stopped at that, looked past him at his question. The words hung suspended in the air behind him. For the time being, I ignored his insolent undertone and considered the actual question. I wasn't used to being the one asked for my thoughts. Therefore, I wasn't used to being the one having to think of an answer. I guess. I mean, I hope not. My gaze refocused on his. I suppose with the right person, it wouldn't feel like work. But then, every sustaining relationship requires work to be successful.
You sound like a textbook about relationships.
I've read a lot of textbooks about relationships. Alex watched me. Actually, he stared at me. His stance was unassuming, relaxed. His elbow now rested on the top of a bookshelf adjacent to his position, his head tilted to the side, his fingers threaded in his short hair. His other hand was in his pocket, and he stood with one leg straight, one leg bent, his ankles crossed. His gaze gave nothing of his thoughts away, which was disconcerting. I was typically creepily adept at reading people and knowing what they wanted. Not so with Alex. He was shrouded in some sort of mystical mystery mask.
What if I don't want the job?
Then what's really going on? You don't want a one-nighter, you're not a serial killer, and you don't want the job. Why am I here? I shrugged. gestured to his apartment, knew I sounded exasperated while I tried to use outward pragmatism to soothe the mild sting of his questions. That, at last, seemed to give him pause. His expression was still unreadable, but the silence spoke for him, and I was dumbfounded by the truth. He didn't want to admit it, maybe even to himself, but he did want the job. He wanted the job a lot. He'd been thinking about the job for a long time, and this evening, was his move. This was his seduction of me, and I'd mucked it up with my Wookiee costume. But what about the Tuesday night lady caller? Wasn't he a Wendell? Or was he a Wendell willing to change his spots? "But I'm not the only one, am I?" I blurted. He stared at me, blinked. "The only what?" "Ha! Trick question." "Sandra, what are you talking about?" "Your Tuesday." He was saved from answering, and I was saved from looking even more foolish by a firm knock on the metal partition at my back. I jumped away from the door, squeaked in surprise. Alex was suddenly by my side and tugging me toward him before I could rein my startled heart. "Sandra, just don't." The knock sounded again, this time louder, more insistent, somewhat obnoxious. Crap! Who is that? Is that Mr. Patel? Will he be mad I'm here? Alex shook his head, perhaps to clear it, and growled. He was obviously in a state of frustrated misery. Then he said, "Do whatever you want." Before I could respond, before I could even register his words, Alex yanked the door open and walked away from it, from me, and paced his apartment like a tiger in a cage. Revealed was a man. Under a heavy trench coat, he was wearing a suit, a black suit and a black tie. His eyes were large, almost colorless blue. His nose was red. His cheeks were tinged crimson, and he was breathing with some effort. The energy required to climb 2 flights of stairs had winded him. His colorless gaze shifted between Alex and me, then back to me again. "And you are?" He didn't extend his hand, but his eyes moved over my body like a man unaware of his own leering tendencies. Rather, he was either unaware or ambivalent about his own leering tendencies. "I'm Sandra." Despite his rudeness, I offered him my hand. He glanced at it, then Alex, then me, then my hand again. He took it, gave it a short but firm shake, and released it. His hands were sweaty and gross. I fought successfully against the desire to wipe my palm on my skirt. "Are you a hooker?" I flexed my superpower, hiding all thoughts and emotions, and gave him an unperturbed smile. It took all my strength of calm to keep from punching this idiot in the throat. Alex seemed to be experiencing similar struggles because I saw him shift forward in my peripheral vision, seemingly ready to strike. Interesting, that. I stepped subtly in front of Alex, blocking his path to the unknown man. "No, I'm not a hooker or any other type of prostitute." "Then what are you? And why are you here?" "As I said, I'm Sandra." "What do you do? What is your occupation?" These questions were demands, but I saw no reason to withhold information. "I'm a psychiatrist at Chicago General in the pediatrics department." His eyebrows lifted high on his forehead, and his eyes shifted to Alex behind me. "Got yourself a private shrink? Probably a good idea." Then the lovely man added, "You probably figured this out already, but this son of a bitch is sick in the head." My temper spiked, and I couldn't help the veiled insult as it tumbled from my mouth. "You speak so well. How proud you must be, considering your obvious cognitive limitations. but I must point out that you haven't told me who you are yet." I spoke slowly, pretended that I was communicating with a geriatric, hard-of-hearing platypus while giving him my most practiced smile. It was a friendly smile, but clearly without any expectation. It typically worked quite well with some of my most difficult patients and families. He either didn't catch or understand the insulting meaning of my words, as the first trace of something other than indigestion or leering licentiousness flickered over his features. I felt Alex stiffen at my question. The man returned my smile, but it held no trace of friendliness. I recognized it as the expression of a person who enjoys delivering bad news.
"Who, me?"
he asked, his grin growing increasingly shark-like.
"I'm Alexander's parole officer."
Chapter 9. Okay. Should have seen that coming. I nodded once, determined not to show any outward sign of surprise. Without skipping a beat, I said, "Yes, but what is your name?" His smile curved into a frown. "Agent Dumas." "Well, pleasure to meet you, Agent Dumbass." Again, I sensed Alex stiffen, but this time I was pretty sure he was trying not to laugh.
"No, it's Dumas, like the word do and the word mass, like Christmas."
Funny, you don't remind me of Christmas," was all I said. I thought Dumbass fit him better, and decided that was his name.
"Told you about his past, did he?"
The parole agent walked around us and farther into the room. He didn't look like a parole agent. In my experience, they tended to be fit and dressed casually. This man was dressed like an undertaker, behaved like a vaudevillian villain, missing a mustache to twist, and looked like a perpetually winded hippopotamus. "Yes, all about it, every detail," I lied, but then followed up with, "He even filled me in on his time in Europe with the circus." The agent snorted a subversive chortle.
"Yeah, that's rich."
He seemed to be looking for something. His eyes bounced around the apartment, then settled on Alex.
"You can guess why I'm here."
Alex made no movement, appeared resigned, bored, unconcerned. He said nothing.
"Want to tell me why you attacked someone on Tuesday?"
"He didn't attack anyone." Again, I stepped forward and blocked Dumbass's view of Alex. For some reason, my mama bear instincts were raging large and in charge. In fact, all he did was assist a poor unfortunate who was being manhandled by a heinous, villainous, small-penised bodybuilder. The agent frowned at me, then issued me another leering once-over.
"I suppose you were there?"
"Yes."
"Were you the unfortunate victim? Is that how he got you up here?"
"No and no." The parole agent glanced around the apartment and apparently noticed the romanticized surroundings for the first time.
"Candles?"
He balked, then puffed.
"Don't tell me the two of you."
He waggled a fat finger between Alex and me, and to top off his bombastic buffoonery, he chortled. He guffawed. I turned away from the man, mostly because everything about him was completely disgusting, and I blocked out the room. I didn't want to see it through his eyes.
"Really? Him? And a piece like you?"
Alex spoke for the first time. His voice was quiet, and his tone was less than friendly.
"That's enough."
Agent Dumbass's laugh abruptly ended, and my attention was fixed on Alex as he walked toward the shorter man.
"Still no humor, huh?"
Though the agent's inflection was full of bravado, he backed up toward the still open door as Alex approached.
"Where's Agent Bell?"
Alex sounded deceptively calm,
Why isn't she here? She was busy. The dummy looked uncomfortable. I told them not to send you again. Now, see here. No, you see here.
Alex crowded the other man's space, and the dynamic of the entire situation shifted. I wondered who was actually in charge. I wondered how Alex, the parolee, could get away with speaking to his agent as if he was the one holding all the cards, and the cards were 4 aces and a king. I told Belle I didn't want you coming around. She promised me I wouldn't have to look at your face again. I meant what I said, and I don't believe in second chances. Now it's time for you to go, because I'm not angry yet, but I will be very soon. I held perfectly still. In fact, I held my breath. Even my eyeballs didn't move. Who is this guy? The dummy agent puffed out his chest, blustering under the weight of Alex's steady stare, even as he retreated backward into the hall. He held his hands up to show he'd surrendered. You know, someone had to come out. After the call we received, someone had to come out and check on you. Belle was here on Tuesday. You're 5 days late. The dummy shrugged. We got a call today. They don't always tell us stuff. Alex didn't respond, and his expression didn't alter. Instead, he reached for the door and closed it, in the face of the parole agent. I stood rooted in place, my eyes as wide as my brain was confused. To top it all off, I still wasn't wearing any underwear, and the room had a draft. Alex faced the door, his hands on either side of it, his big palms against the doorframe. His head was lowered, and I watched his back and shoulders move as he breathed. They were slow, steady breaths. He appeared to be preparing himself, bracing himself for something arduous and taxing. The silence stretched, and I shifted on my feet, looked down at my dress, and crossed my arms. Alex straightened, and the air shifted with his movement. In the dim candlelight, he appeared to me like a giant, an unfurling beast. He turned unhurriedly, and I acknowledged his expression for what it was. Distrust, tinged with fear, shrouded in disillusionment. I recognized it so readily because it was the usual expression of my patients during initial consults.
How much do you know?
His eyes were suspicious, searching, a lot incredulous, and completely defensive. About what topic?
About me.
Only what you've told me, plus now the fact that you've been convicted of something and are currently out on parole. I said the words in a rush. I wasn't nervous per se, but I was feeling some degree of apprehension. I imagined it was akin to the apprehension of being placed in an alternate reality. But he frowned, long and severe and plainly confused.
But when he told you he's my parole officer, you didn't seem at all surprised.
Well, I was surprised. I just decided not to show it.
Why?
Because he was obviously trying to make you uncomfortable, and he's clearly a dumbass. He studied me for a long minute, and I let him. Even when he scrutinized me with distrust, I liked the way he looked at me. I liked his eyes on me. Alex was right. I was not a poster child for normal behavior. At last he said,
"It's hard to tell what you're thinking."
"Ditto." He smiled ruefully, just a tilt of his lips.
"Is that a new thing for you?"
"Not knowing what someone is thinking? Yes, very new."
"Me too."
His gaze narrowed, became searching.
"Does it bother you that I'm on parole? That I've been arrested?"
It concerns me. I hugged myself tighter, especially since I don't really understand what just happened. And though I was certain before the arrival of your parole agent, now I can't tell if you're dangerous or not. His smile flattened. I'm not dangerous. Not to you. And I wasn't convicted for anything violent. Drugs? I don't do drugs. Did you sell them? No. His gaze grew darker, and he seemed a little aggravated. I didn't hurt anyone. It had nothing to do with drugs. Did you steal something or try to steal something? Commit fraud? No, he said, drawing out the word. It was elongated, overpronounced. Like I said, I didn't hurt anyone. I thought about the remaining possibilities in light of what seemed to be his key phrase. I didn't hurt anyone. Sometimes people, criminals in particular, have a tendency to justify bad behavior by insisting their actions have no real negative consequences, or that their victims were deserving of their offense. This is typically termed pathological distortion in severe cases, neurotic rationalization in moderate cases. Alex's behavior thus far, especially the way he'd been so quick to help Marie that night at the restaurant, demonstrated that he did know the difference between right and wrong. In fact, the more I was exposed to his decision-making, the more he resembled an Eagle Scout or an honorable knight from King Arthur's Round Table. I attempted to sort out the conundrum of contradiction that was Alex. Were you innocent? Wrongly convicted? His jaw flexed. No, I was guilty. Do you think what you did was wrong? He gathered a deep breath. I understand why it's illegal, but I don't think what I did was necessarily wrong. I wrinkled my nose. Are you going to tell me what you did? Or are we going to stand here playing 20 questions? The Guess My Conviction edition. I'm not going to tell you what I did, and I don't want to play 20 questions. Why not? Because. Alex paused, his eyes searching mine. He lifted his hands as though he was going to grab me, but then he balled them into fists and crossed his arms over his chest. Perhaps his stance was so defensive because his next words were so vulnerable. Because I like the way you look at me, and I don't want that to change. I blinked my surprise and allowed it to show on my face. How do I look at you? Like you want me. I momentarily lost my ability to control my expression. Like you want to know me, he quickly added, but it was not quite an amendment to like you want me. Alex, I'm pretty sure a lot of women look at you like they want you. Hasn't anyone ever told you that you're very handsome? Yes, but usually they pair it with a giggle and use the word hot. He took a half step closer. I nodded, pleased by his honesty. Good, because it's true. So here's my question, and I know I've already asked you this, but what does a handsome young guy like you, capable of making all the girls bring their milkshakes to his yard, want with an old lady like me? You're not old. I know, I'm not old, but I'm older than you. So? He shrugged. I'm not complaining. I'm just curious. I mimicked his shoulder shrug and glanced around his apartment. Everything about this moment felt surreal. I was unused to throwing myself at a man. I was unused to throwing myself at a man for the sole purpose of a physical mutual appreciation society. I was unused to learning that the man I was throwing myself at was a convicted felon. I was unused to having a two-way conversation with a man that was so free of pretense. In truth, I was feeling a bit flustered. Again.
Hasn't anyone ever told you that you're very beautiful?
I smiled, liking all conversations where it was implied or inferred or outright stated that someone thought I was beautiful. You mean other than you? His smile was small, sincere. I couldn't help my next question. Do you actually think I'm beautiful?
Obviously.
This is the best and strangest conversation ever. He breathed out a bitter laugh and turned away. Alex clasped his hands behind his neck and shook his head.
This isn't going to work.
I watched his back for a moment and felt the words he'd just spoken as if I were trying them on. They felt wrong. It was like trying on a pair of jeans that won't button, even though your brain keeps telling you they fit and were a smart purchase. Even as my brain said, damn it, he's right, everything else said, no. As usual, I allowed my brain veto power. Okay, I said. He turned just his head and peered at me over his shoulder.
Okay.
Well, we gave it a shot, and maybe we're just too weird for each other. My voice was strained as the sentiment felt lodged in my throat like a pointy, inadequately chewed tortilla chip. Even my brain hoped that he would contradict me. His eyes moved over my body, his expression blank. After a long moment of open inspection, his eyes met mine and held my gaze. Then he bodily sighed, maybe even groaned. I couldn't be certain, and walked away from me to the far end of the room.
Yes, that's right. This was never going to happen. Any delusions to the contrary were just that. Delusions.
I didn't know if he was talking to me or to himself. Truly, it didn't matter. The effect it had on my heart was the same. I firmed my bottom lip, nodded once, and said, "Okay then," and marched to my discarded coat. Careful not to expose my backside, I retrieved it from the floor and tugged it on. For some strange reason, my ears were ringing, and I felt like crying. I would not cry, not in his apartment anyway. I might cry later, at home, while watching Steel Magnolias and dressed like a homeless person. Sometimes I applied mascara before crying just to heighten the experience. Alex watched me. I knew this because I felt his eyes follow my movements, and his gaze felt like a corporeal, physical touch. The sound in my ears became shriller as I reached for the door. My hand closed over the knob. I turned it and paused. Something needed to be said. This, whatever it was between us, deserved more than okay then as a eulogy. I faced him, my hand still on the knob. Just as I suspected, his eyes were trained on me, though they, and everything else about him, were shrouded in an impenetrable force field of enigmatic defensiveness. I just wanted to say... I huffed, because I didn't know what I wanted to say. But it was too late. I had to say something. So I just started talking. I just wanted to say that you are not unbalanced. I know unbalanced, and you are not it. You are strange. You do strange things. You say strange things. But I think it's because no one ever taught you that those things are strange. Like when you told me I was beautiful the first time at the show. And definitely the thing you did before that with my hand and your... I made a deliberate decision not to say the word boner. Well, you know. but I liked it. I liked all of it. He gave me nothing back, just stared at me, or through me, as if I'd already left. I like you a lot, I said. I owned it, and felt a little lighter for having admitted it to him. I turned to the door and slipped through it, and shut it slowly and reverently behind me. A soft click sounded as it closed, and it felt like the end of something. I was on the 7th stair when I heard the first crash. I stopped, stiffened, glanced over my shoulder at the closed door. Another crash sounded from within his apartment, followed by another, then another. Soon they were indecipherable from each other, and a shiver raced down my spine. I descended the rest of the stairs to the soundtrack of Alex destroying his apartment and wondered if I'd been wrong. Maybe he was unbalanced. But then I heard his voice in my head ask me, "You can't think of any other possibility?" Chapter 10. Tuesday's horoscope. You are tempted to ignore a difficult situation. Don't. Facing a predicament head-on takes courage, but it can bring the resolution you desire. Dr. Fielding. I turned toward the sound of my name, a woman standing at the edge of my table, half inspecting, half glaring at me. I'd expected a colleague based on the matter-of-fact frankness of her tone, but I didn't know this woman. For some reason, though, she looked familiar. My gaze drifted over the busy hospital cafeteria and back down to the stack of grant proposal requests I'd been reading, then back to the stranger. Just great. I was in no mood to talk, not to anyone. Since Saturday's strangeness with Alex, I'd been avoiding non-essential human interaction. I'd even been ignoring incoming calls, especially from my harem of platonic male friends. I tried watching Steel Magnolias, hoped a good sobfest would dispel some of the unpleasant tension that had gathered in my stomach and sat like a fat, long-haired cat on my chest. It didn't work. I couldn't cry. Instead, I found myself annoyed with all the movie's characters, specifically their inability to rationally and sensibly deal with drama. I crossed my toes inside my sensible shoes. Maybe I'd dropped something in my mad dash for the vacant corner table and she was merely returning it to me. "Yes?" I said to the stranger, attempting to appear busy and unfriendly because I was busy and unfriendly. "May I join you?" She motioned to the seat across from mine and didn't wait for my response before claiming it. "Sure, why not?" I pulled my lunch closer to me, placed the grant notices on the chair to my right, and cleared a space for her at the table. My eyes skimmed over her face as I tried to place her. She was pretty. A few years older than me, mid-30s if I had to guess. She was fit. She was dressed in a plain, black, moderately priced pantsuit, and she was wearing little makeup and no visible jewelry. As a normal, well-adjusted female, this was, of course, my initial assessment. Secondarily, I noted that she wore her brown hair in a ponytail, and that she appeared to be approximately my height. "Dr. Fielding." She didn't look at me as she spoke. Instead, her eyes scanned the cafeteria. I didn't get the sense she was actually looking for someone. Rather, it seemed to me that she just didn't want to look at me. "I need to speak with you about a shared acquaintance." "I can't discuss patients without a release." "It's not a patient. It's—" She paused, breathed in through her nose, her attention still affixed over my left shoulder. "It's a friend of yours, Alexander Green." Alexander Green? Because there was no reason not to, I allowed my face to show the confusion I felt. I don't know anyone named Alexander Green. Then she looked at me. She did not look happy. "Yes, you do.
You met him in line for a taping of Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me last Thursday. You sat next to him during the show. Afterward, the two of you went out for coffee at the Coffee Carafe at 107 Slate Street until approximately 11:26. He then walked you to your apartment at 1100 Lake Street. During her recitation, my eyebrows arched severely and my mouth fell open. Not super wide open, like I meant to scream or catch flies, but open enough to communicate the fact that I was stunned. She continued, and I got the distinct impression that this task was unpleasant for her. Then, on Saturday evening, you picked up food from his workplace at 3045 Lake Street. You left the premises at 8:30, but then returned at 11:17. You were found in Mr. Green's apartment by Agent Dumas at 11:36. When Agent Dumas left, you remained in Alexander Green's apartment for another 15 minutes before leaving unaccompanied. Oh. I nodded faintly. My eyebrows descended. You mean Alex? For some reason, I found it difficult to say his name. She slow blinked, just once. It was odd. Yes, Alex. I didn't particularly care for the way she said his name, almost territorial. As I was a chase cutter, I asked the most obvious questions first, and in rapid-fire succession to encourage her honesty. You're his girlfriend? No. But you like him? No, it's not relevant. Does he know? No. I mean, Dr. Fielding. Why haven't you told him? Dr. Fielding, I am not his girlfriend. I am one of the federal agents assigned to him. But you still like him. I nodded. Then I leaned toward her slightly and used my close confidant voice. It's okay. You can tell me. I think he's cute too. She slow blinked again, just once. I knew it was a tell for when she was angry. What is the nature of your relationship with Mr. Green? He's my waiter. She waited. I smiled. She frowned. Your waiter? Yes. Her expression became incredulous. Dr. Fielding, Mr. Green is a convicted felon. I know. Do you know the circumstances surrounding his conviction? Oh, yes. Had something to do with a Romanian circus, right? Well, Cirque du so what? Her lips pinched together. She was not amused. Do you know what a Bitcoin is, Dr. Fielding? Yes, of course. Everyone knows what a Bitcoin is. I had no idea what a Bitcoin was. Has Mr. Green talked about Bitcoins with you, Dr. Fielding? All the time. This made her flinch, gape, and stutter nonsense until she closed her mouth. I studied her as she studied me. I saw the precise moment when she realized I was bluffing. Are you at all concerned for your safety? Not at all. This was true. Alex had all but told me he didn't want to see me again. Our little non-tryst was now over. I was more concerned about my access to excellent butter chicken and finding the time to review my proposal drafts than I was about my safety. But as much as I wanted to feel nothing about our undefinable relationship's early demise, I continued to feel a pang of inconvenient regret and longing. I hated longing. I hated it almost as much as I hated pining. It sapped the mind of good judgment, filled the heart with achiness, and distracted the vagina from other potential conquests. And I couldn't even cry. Alexander Green is a dangerous man, Dr. Fielding. If he's discussed Bitcoins or the blockchain with you, we could use your help. He's a serious risk to national interests. Perhaps you don't understand the importance of... Right, what's your name? All her talking at me, not to mention my relentless and completely ridiculous Alex pangs, was giving me a headache. You can call me Agent Bell. It was my turn to blink, but I didn't employ a bizarre, single, slow blink. My lashes fluttered, and I realized abruptly how I knew her.
and why I recognized her. She was the woman. She was the woman who Alex led into the restaurant last Tuesday just before 10 o'clock. While I stood there at the corner in stunned surprise, she wasn't another booty call. She was the federal agent assigned to him. The realization made me feel sick and better at the same time. I'd misjudged him and his intentions from the beginning. All my decisions since Tuesday, based on everything he had done, were framed by my assumption that I was just one of many lady callers, and he was a gifted liar by hiding that fact. In fact, the only thing I'd been certain of was my desire to be his slamp. The aha moment, in the end, boiled down to he never wanted me to be his slamp because he wasn't a Wendell. Schützerhosen. My longing turned to pining, and I wanted to bite someone. Then I remembered that she was a federal agent, and he was out on parole. He'd been convicted of a felony. He was younger than me. He was prone to temper tantrums wherein he smashed things. He had copious emotional baggage. He was strange. He wanted a long-term relationship with me, and I was in no way certain that I felt the same about him. These were all very valid reasons for ending our association before it began. Dr. Fielding? I started at the sound of my name, momentarily confused by her presence. Agent Bell. I took a sip of my Diet Coke because my throat felt dry, but I really wanted to throw it on her moderately priced pantsuit. Why don't you tell me what Alex did, and why I should be so terrified of him? I'm sure unburdening yourself will make you feel much better. Another peculiar blink was her response to my request. Then she stood. Maybe next time. Great. Till then. I dismissed her without looking up. I reached for my pile of proposals and began thumbing through them. Agent Bell placed a card, presumably her card, face down on the table. When you figure out that I'm trying to help you, please call the number on the card. I didn't respond, nor did I pick up the card. I busied myself with reading the request for proposal headings until I was sure she'd left. Then I reached for my sandwich and took a bite. It wasn't the same as biting a person, but the chewing helped. Instead of sorting through my thoughts Tuesday night alone in my apartment, I decided to sort through my thoughts Tuesday night surrounded by my knitting group. After Marie buzzed me in, I climbed the single flight of stairs to her apartment, and was somewhat surprised when Dan opened the door. Although, given the altercation last week at Taj's, I approved of Dan the security guard's presence. Dan worked for Janie's husband, Quinn. Whenever Janie decided that one of us needed security, Dan was the man assigned as the lead. Some months ago, when Elizabeth and her now husband, then friend, were embroiled in a Looney Tunes stalker situation, Dan had been the one to guard Elizabeth. Technically, Janie explained, Dan was in charge of personal security for Quinn's company. However, the man apparently enjoyed spending time in the field. Part of me wondered if he just liked spending time around us. Hello, Dan. Hey, Dr. Fielding. When Dan smiled, his mouth barely moved, but his brown eyes danced like strippers. He was wearing the usual, a black suit, white shirt, black tie. The man also had scary-looking neck tattoos that swirled above the collar of his dress shirt. He was about 6 feet, but no taller, though he had the shoulders of a linebacker. Are you going to let me in? His pole-dancing eyes surveyed me as he stepped to the side. Sure. I brushed past him and unzipped my coat. Has that guy been back? Has he tried to bother Marie? I noted that his eyes turned sober. No sign of LP. I liked his accent, thick South Bostonian. LP? That's what the team calls him. What does LP stand for? I pulled my knitting satchel from my bag.
Little prick.
I smirked. Nice. I approve. He winked at me.
I knew you would.
Do you need anything? Water, coffee, tea? He shook his head and pulled his phone from his pants pocket and waved me forward.
Nah, I'm good. Go have fun with the girls.
His attention was now squarely focused on his phone. I turned toward the living room, which was basically the only room, and left him to his messages. Dan was, in a word, adorable. He reminded me of a burly, tattooed teddy bear. Like Alex, he was not my typical type. Regardless, I almost asked him out while he was guarding Elizabeth. Before I could make up my mind to do so, I'd witnessed him watching Cat, with all the intensity of a cat studying a mouse it's about to eat. She was completely oblivious, because the poor girl, in addition to being quiet and shy and introverted, also had self-worth issues. I strolled down the short hall and wrestled with my desire to interfere, wondered if I could finagle a situation where they were thrown together, preferably naked. Maybe I could trap them in a restaurant freezer where they had to hold each other for warmth. The idea had merit, and I was sure Ashley would help if asked. Everyone was snugly situated in Marie's tiny studio apartment. She never had enough chairs, so a few ladies were happily situated on the ground and raised their wine glasses in greeting at my arrival. Tonight, the everyone did not include Elizabeth's husband, Nico. He'd started crocheting when they'd begun dancing around each other last spring, and would, from time to time, join us on nights when we weren't in public places. In addition to being Italian man-candy, madly in love with Elizabeth, and adorable, Nico was an irreverent comedian with his own talk show on Comedy Central. He'd just finished moving the entire operation from New York to Chicago, and the paparazzi still liked to harass him in public. "Oh, look! She finally made it!" Ashley stood to give me a hug, even though I'd seen her for coffee earlier that morning. "Where have you been?" "Sorry I'm late. I got caught jaywalking and had to give the policeman a handjob or pay a $75 fine." Kat snorted some of her wine back into her glass and coughed. I shook my head at her foolishness. "When will you ever learn not to drink when I'm talking?" Marie also pulled me into a hug. "That sounds like fun. But what were you really doing? And what do you want to drink?" "I was reviewing grant proposals, lost track of time, and I'll take a hot toddy, thank you." That was only partially true. I had lost track of time, but it wasn't because of the grant proposals. I'd been thinking about Alex, pondering Agent Bell's visit, and resisting the urge to research bitcoins. "Oh, grant proposals. Sounds thrilling." Ashley deadpanned, waving my words away. Then she pinned me with a pointed glare. "Are you wearing one of your fancy t-shirts?" I sighed. Sadly, no. I didn't get a chance to change. "I saw one that I want to get for your husband." Ashley smiled, splitting her attention between her knitting and me. I smirked and shook my head. My knitting group loved my occasion t-shirts so much they'd started buying similar shirts for my future, theoretical, yet-to-be-named husband.
"Oh? What does it say?"
Elizabeth asked. "You'll have to wait and see," Ashley said while administering an eyebrow wag in my general direction. I was still hovering at the small entrance to the space, trying to find an open spot.
"Come sit next to me."
Elizabeth patted the spot next to her on the small love seat and scooched over. Without Nico here, I'm missing my furnace. I liked knit nights at Marie's place, especially during the winter, because we were forced to cuddle. I didn't want to freak out my friends, but I was a cuddling sort of person. I loved petting and hugging and kissing. If I felt affection for a person, I wanted to always be close, always touching. I was aware that this tendency of mine could feel suffocating to others. In fact, boyfriend number 2 called my constant desire for physical contact needy and smothering, and he listed it as one of the top 3 reasons for our incompatibility. Thus, I welcomed the warm fuzzies that came from being forced by circumstance to squeeze next to Elizabeth on the love seat, and I was happily engulfed in her softness. The conversation picked up where it obviously had left off, interrupted by my arrival. Janie was discussing quantitative easing. Wait, explain what it is again? All I know is that it's not putting positive ease into a knit sweater. No. Quantitative easing is a monetary policy that central banks use to help grow the economy, but it's much disputed and universally recognized to be quite unconventional. Instead of buying and selling government bonds to maintain interbank interest rates at a specific value, the central banks... Honestly, by this point, I had already tuned her out. But the conversation topic, money, was timely. Maybe it's fate, I admitted inwardly. I waited until Janie paused to take a deep breath, and then I blithely asked, Janie, what are bitcoins? She blinked at me, as though startled by the question. Bitcoins? Oh, bitcoins are... Why do you ask? Fiona interrupted. I faced her and found her frowning. Her usually merry eyes were cautious. I shrugged. No reason. I overheard someone today say it. In reference to what? Fiona set her knitting on her lap. I studied her. What's wrong? Are bitcoins bad? Janie interceded. No, they're not bad. They're actually quite good. Depends on who you ask. Fiona muttered, and gave me one last searching stare before she returned her attention to her knitting. Well, I like them because they're finite, Janie said with her usual logic, meaning there can only be so many of them. Unlike a government-controlled currency, you can't just print more or make more, and I also like them because they're based on mathematics. Of course Janie would like anything based on mathematics. I shook my head. But what are they? Start from the beginning. Can I have one? I mean, can I buy one? Marie asked, her face clearly confused. Janie nodded. Yes, anyone can buy a Bitcoin. In fact, everyone can see who owns which Bitcoin or what percentage of a Bitcoin. You don't have to buy an entire Bitcoin. You can buy part of one if you want. Who owns these things? Elizabeth glanced up from her work in progress. All sorts of people. Janie shrugged. I actually own a few. I loved the idea when I learned about it, when they first came out, so I bought some in order to support the idea. Wait, let's go back to what you said before. What do you mean everyone can see who owns which Bitcoin? How can they see it? Marie was flexing her inner journalist muscle. In the simplest terms, a log of all Bitcoins and their owners is maintained on a public site, of sorts, called the blockchain. So, people see that Janie Morris owns Bitcoins? Marie pressed. Janie shook her head. No, my name isn't there. My unique Bitcoin account number is. I have a login to the blockchain. Think of it like my Bitcoin bank account number. It's public, but there is also a certain anonymity. How do you spend them? Ashley asked. Lots of businesses take them, especially online, and even certain Vegas hotels. In fact, PayPal is looking at adding the ability to trade in Bitcoins. Of course, a lot of people use them as an investment. They've increased in value so much. Who owns the website? Who controls the blockchain? Kat asked. No one owns it. It's hard to explain. Janie appeared to be frustrated with herself. It was clear she wanted to give us good answers in terms we would understand. I had to give her credit because, typically, she spoke in technical terms and we were all left in the dust. You, or anyone, can help support the running of the blockchain with your own computing power. Or stolen computing power, Fiona added under her breath, and I was the only one to hear the comment. I didn't get a chance to ask her what she meant because the conversation continued, and I was invested in learning more. Why would they do that? Why would anyone sacrifice their own computing power to help support the public log of Bitcoin owners? Elizabeth was no longer knitting. In fact, all knitting needles had ceased clicking. If you support the blockchain, then you get a percentage, or you can get a percentage, I should clarify, of each new Bitcoin mined. It's a self-sustaining system. No one needs to run it, no one is ultimately responsible for it, and it's not tied to any country or government. It's quite a superb example of a global computing cooperative utopia, actually. She continued, trying her best to explain about Bitcoin mining and supercomputers. I reflected how nice it was to have Janie in my life. Not only was she a fantastic human being, she was also my own personal walking, talking Wikipedia, but with better citations. When she finished, we all sat silently for a long moment, staring into space, absorbing the remarkably strange information. Everyone, that is, but Fiona, who was very pointedly not engaged in the conversation. Ashley was the one to interrupt our information absorption hush. This is all completely fascinating. I tell you, nerds rule the world. We might think it's the beautiful people, but it's not. It's the geeks who invent a currency out of thin air, based on math of all things, thereby convincing the king he has clothes on. Marie was the next to stir. I'm sorry, Sandra. I've been holding your hot toddy for the last few minutes and forgot to give it to you. Oh, thank you. I received the cup from her with reverence. She was a cocktail culinary genius. Therefore, she'd sprinkled the top with cinnamon and used rum instead of brandy. Nestled in place, hot toddy in hand, I retreated into my own mind and muddled over the afternoon's revelations and lingering questions. I still comprehended and accepted that Alex, due to all the factors I'd previously self-enumerated, was not an ideal life partner. Youth, criminality, strangeness, prone to apartment-destroying temper tantrums, etc. However, if Alex wasn't a gifted liar, then that meant, to him, that I actually was exquisitely beautiful. I was also sweet like honey and had a great personality that would make his actions adoring and genuine and based on months, nay, years of observation. He'd made himself vulnerable because he liked a girl, and that girl was me, and I liked him. Yes, he was young, but his youth only made his strangeness more significant and alluring. He was also tremendously, yet unassumingly smart, and stealth smarts were devastatingly sexy. Nothing was worse than a handsome guy who became an ignorant toad when he spoke, or a smart guy whose intelligence was made obnoxious by the need to be acknowledged and lauded for his brain. These men were like gold-plated poop. Value on the outside, excrement on the inside. But what does Alex have to do with bitcoins? I mused inwardly, my mind wandering far from the knitting group. Sandra! My lashes fluttered as I searched for the source of my name. I was greeted by Ashley's expectant eyebrows, though the rest of her expression was that of concentrated aggravation. Yeah? Well? Well, what? Ashley tisked, then pursed her lips. What do you think of Marie's decision not to press charges? Against whom? Against the threatening, douche-canoosh idiot bouncer from last week. Haven't you been listening? My attention shifted to Marie. You're not pressing charges? She shook her head, wouldn't meet my eyes. Her gaze and attention were seemingly focused on the gray lap blanket she was knitting. Are you crazy? I said the words at the same time I thought them. He was about to show us his penis, all of it, right there, on the sidewalk. Marie grimaced. He was angry with me because of the article I wrote. How did you get him to show you his penis in the first place? Janie asked. And I also don't understand what he thought he was going to prove by whipping it out last Tuesday. It was cold outside. A small penis plus a snowy day necessitates a magnifying glass, and I don't carry one with me anymore. Are you kidding? Marie snorted. For that article, all I had to do was ask the guys to show me. Men love showing off their junk. It's why urinals still exist. Believe it or not, I don't care about his penis, I said, and chose to ignore someone's subdued chuckle. I care about you, and I'm concerned about your decision against pressing charges. I narrowed my eyes at her to show her I meant business. He's not dangerous. He came after you, Fiona pressed. She also appeared aggravated. Yes, he did. Marie cleared her throat. And I'm not excusing what he did. His bark is worse than his bite, believe me. What makes you so certain? Janie asked with unassuming curiosity. It seems to me that a man who threatens another human being is, by definition, dangerous. Marie's jaw tensed. He won't be coming after me again. But how do you know? Elizabeth pressed. Because I know. But... Marie abruptly set her work in progress aside and semi-shouted at Elizabeth. Because he's already had his revenge, okay? He's already done his damage. And it was enough to satisfy his douche-canoosh, tiny prick, jerk-face need for retaliation. We all sat wide-eyed in silence for a long moment. The only sound in the room was Marie's audible inhale and exhale. She appeared deflated and exasperated by her own outburst. But then her eyes watered and her chin wobbled, and everyone looked at me. I cleared my throat before I asked, What happened, Marie? She huffed a watery laugh and answered as though compelled. David and I split up. This revelation was met with another stunned silence. David was Marie's longtime partner of 6 years. He was sweet and docile and a nice guy. We all liked him, mostly because he was a chef and often cooked for us. What happened? I asked again, and leaned forward and placed my hand over hers. Marie closed her eyes. It didn't take much, actually. She laughed again. The article I wrote was the last straw, I think. Stan, the tiny penis-wielding bouncer, sent David a note, told him we'd had an affair. David believes Stan and not me, and that's it. She shrugged, though her shoulders appeared tense and burdened. Oh, Marie. Kat crossed the room and engulfed Marie in a hug. When did this happen? Fiona asked. 3 days ago, but I'll be fine. Marie rested her head against Kat's chest for a brief moment, then gave us all a brave smile, though a tear rolled down her cheek. I will. It's only been a few days, but part of me knows it was for the best. We were never... She sighed and looked down at her hands, then at her lap blanket. David has never been very surprising. But that's to be expected, after being together so long. Fiona's eyes were softly searching. I know you loved him, Marie. I did. I do. I love him. However, Fiona, You and I may have strong personalities, but David isn't like you or Greg. You have a partnership. You argue, and it's okay to disagree. With David and me, I pushed and he gave in. He never wanted to argue about anything, and I think that's why we ultimately kept separate apartments. I wanted him to change, and he did. Poof! He was always ready to surrender. Do you know how exhausting that is? How lonely? For a long time, I considered him safe and easy, but after a while, I realized he was a doormat. He didn't want the responsibility that came with having conviction. Marie sighed, and more tears slipped past her lashes. I just wanted him to push back sometimes, you know. I tried to talk to him about it. I tried encouraging him to take the lead, but that just made everything worse. Sounds of Marie's soft crying filled the diminutive space, and I could feel my friends struggle with their helplessness. I felt sympathy for my friend, but my thoughts were also of Alex. Alex, who didn't seem capable of giving in or making things easy for anyone. My longing for him spiked. I wanted his stubborn evasion of my questions, his Alex swagger and sweetness, his zing-inducing kisses, and the concentrated, challenging burn of his cobalt eyes. I understood why Marie felt duly melancholy and relieved. She missed David because she loved him, but she knew they were never going to work. She needed someone who would challenge her. Though Fiona, Janie, and Elizabeth seemed to have found partners who were capable of matching or complementing their robust temperaments and personalities, capable of holding their own and maintaining conviction without becoming entirely overbearing, I feared that these kinds of men were rarer than a three-horned bull. Nothing we said or did was going to make this better for Marie in the long run. She would have to live through it. But in the short term, there was something I could do. "Marie," I said, and I squeezed her hand again. "What is your least favorite part of the male anatomy?" What? Come on." I nudged her shoulder. "You have to have a least favorite part." Marie stared at me for a beat, then blinked rapidly. "Really? I just pour out my heart to you and—" "Balls," Ashley announced unceremoniously from her place on the floor. Elizabeth snickered. "Oh, my lord." Marie covered her face with her hands and shook her head. I ignored her and leaned closer to Ashley. "I know, right? I mean, shouldn't those things be on the inside?" Janie's thoughtfully distracted voice chimed in. "I feel like the rest of the male body makes a lot of sense. And then, balls." "Yes." "It makes me think maybe God is an alien, or ran out of alluring parts before he got to the male reproductive system. They never look nice. It's basically impossible. You can't dress them up, and I've seen a lot of balls in the ER. I've never seen a man's balls and thought to myself, now that guy has a great set of testicles," Elizabeth added somberly. Marie's shoulders were shaking. I assumed with laughter or tears or both. I couldn't be sure. Ashley nodded and said, "If I never had to see another set of balls again, it would be too soon." Her voice completely deadpan as she picked up her cable needle. When Marie finally peeked between her fingers at me, her eyes were wet, but most of the melancholy was absent. It had been replaced with shining, bemused amusement. "You are crazy." The words were somewhat muffled behind her hands. I grinned at her. "I'm just trying to prove a point." "Which is?" "You won't miss everything about him." She released a breathy chuckle, still shaking her head, and wrapped her arms around me. "Thank you." "No thanks necessary. It's what we're here for." I pulled a little away so I could free my arms and return her embrace. I noted that she was fighting a new wave of tears. Oh, Marie, I tisked. Then I hugged her ferociously, hating that this doormat of a man had made her cry. I hated seeing my friends in pain. I hated my helplessness, that I couldn't just reach inside them and fix everything for them, that I couldn't make their hearts see how wonderful they were. It is the burden of the optimist to live a life not knowing why others can't see the beautiful light within themselves. You are woman. You are lovely in every way, inside and out. But he will always have ugly balls, and there is nothing he can do about it. And the taint, Ashley added, her expression earnest. When the laughter subsided, Marie sniffled. What would I do without you girls? Likely eat more ice cream. Kat patted her hair. I hate to admit this, but I feel so lost. I didn't tell her because I didn't think it would help. But all people are lost, to varying degrees. I suspected that it's only when we love others, through purpose, friendship, romance, or any combination thereof, that we become found. Chapter 11. 2 weeks later, Monday horoscope. The problem you've been obsessing over is coming to a crossroad. Take a risk. Otherwise, you'll regret your inaction and suffer the consequences.
Sandra.
Thomas,
You called.
He sounded concerned. Yes,
Why are you calling? Are you harmed?
No.
Are you rescheduling our Saturday lunch?
No.
Is this an emergency?
Stop asking questions and just listen.
Why are you calling?
I sighed, rolled my eyes. This was why I never called Thomas. I need your help.
Do you need money?
Thomas, I swear, if you ask me another question, I will secretly switch your caffeinated with decaf during Saturday lunch at least 3 times over the next 6 months. I could tell he was thinking about my threat, weighing it against the compulsion of his curiosity. Belatedly, he said,
Proceed.
Good. Listen, I need your help. I need you to come with me to dinner on Friday. I'd tried, for the last 2 weeks, to push all thoughts of Alex from my mind. I'd tried and failed. If anything, I was thinking about him more than ever. He was becoming an unhealthy preoccupation, and something needed to be done about it.
Dinner on Friday? Wait, that was not a question.
He cleared his throat, and I could almost hear his mind working out a way to ask me a question without actually asking me a question. He said,
I'd be happy to take you out Friday, if you would be so kind as to tell me why you require my escort.
Nicely phrased. So, this is about the guy I talked to you about a few weeks ago?
Ah, the one you won't diagnose, and subsequently haven't discussed.
Yes, and I appreciate you not asking me about him the last few weeks. Well, I wore a vampy dress like we agreed. Everything was proceeding as planned, but then something happened, and now I don't think he's so sure he wants to see me again. I could feel Thomas's struggle on the other end. He was an inquisitive creature. Not being able to ask questions was probably driving him bonkers. But then he shocked the holy heck out of me by saying,
Well, he's obviously an idiot, because you are lovely, funny, and wholly amazing.
Oh, Thomas, thank you. I smiled at the phone. You are very kind. He offered a gruff,
You're welcome.
I just need you to come with me to the restaurant where he works. Maybe I think he'll... Well, I'm hoping I'll get a chance to talk to him. This was the best plan I could formulate. I didn't know the entire story with his federal agent, how closely he was watched, how freely we could speak. I couldn't call him. In fact, I had no way of contacting him. Maybe if I showed up for dinner like a regular customer, I could get him alone for conversation. Maybe I could go to the bathroom and signal him to join me so we could talk privately. Sure, he was strange, but then so was I. Maybe we could be strange together. At the very least, I owed him an apology for assuming he was a gifted liar.
You should just call him on the phone.
No, I can't. Don't ask me to explain why.
I see.
I heard leather creak in the background. He'd either just sat down or he was shifting in his chair.
You could just go alone.
I could, but I don't want to. I want to go with someone I trust, someone I can talk to afterward if things don't go my way.
Sandra, you have dozens of platonic male friends, and female friends as well.
Yes, I do. I have dozens and dozens, but I can't talk to them about this kind of stuff. Also, except for you and my knitting group, I've been avoiding everyone.
I know. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but Devin mentioned he feels paralyzed about decorating his apartment. He was hoping you'd help. He's not the only one who's been asking about you.
I'll help Devin decorate if you come with me on Friday. Thomas's sigh was audible through the phone.
And if this man's reaction is not favorable on Friday, then I assume you will no longer be pursuing him?
Your assumption is correct.
I do wonder, though I will not ask, why you bother at all. Certainly, if he were worth your time, he'd be doing everything in his power to keep you close.
My smile widened. I was beginning to enjoy our game, and Thomas's non-question questions. It's hard to explain the situation. Just know that you'd be doing me a big favor. All you have to do is sit there and look pretty. Thomas paused. I could hear him breathe, could tell he was thinking. Then he said,
Fine, I'll accompany you. I shall do my best to be adequately attractive.
I sagged in my chair, relieved he'd agreed to help me. Thank you, Thomas. You're a great friend. He grumbled something I couldn't quite decipher, likely a question, but I wasn't paying attention. I was too preoccupied experiencing a relatively unfamiliar and unsettling emotion. Anxiety. Chapter 12. Friday's Horoscope. Today you will be fighting a constant battle with confusion and disappointment. If you take the road less traveled, you will find happiness at the end of it. Thomas, would you please smile? For cripe's sake, at least pretend to be having a good time.
How do I do that?
Laugh.
Okay.
Thomas inhaled, then expelled a truly garish laugh. It was like staccato keys on a pipe organ. Under any other circumstances, I would have assumed he was suffering from some sort of apoplectic fit. I cringed and yell-whispered, Not like that, you fool! You sound like you're under duress.
That's how I laugh, and I am under duress.
Oh, my. I blinked at him. I knew my face was twisted with concern and horror. How very unfortunate for you. No wonder you don't make a habit of laughing. He shrugged, sighed.
It's true. I have a terrible laugh. You should have asked Devin.
I surveyed the menu as we spoke. I didn't want Devin. I wanted you. I think he's imagined himself in love with me. You should reevaluate him for delusions of grandeur.
Sandra, we're all a little in love with you.
His tone was flat. This was not the first time he'd made this statement. I smirked and rolled my eyes. It's called transference. Once he works through his issues, he'll find his soulmate. They always do.
How about me?
My eyes lifted to Thomas, and I gave him a teasing smile. She's out there, Thomas. One day you'll hear her, maybe in a theater or at a play. You'll find someone who has a heinous laugh, and the two of you can watch movies in your apartment where you won't be a menace to anyone. He laughed again, but this time it burst forth in earnest, and it sounded just as unnerving as when it was forced. This, of course, made me laugh too, because he was right. It was his real laugh, and it was so awful. I can't believe that's your real laugh. I sniffed and blinked back tears of hilarity. He glanced at me over his menu, his bellowing yodel of amusement receding.
I should have warned you. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I just can't believe I've known you for this long, and that's the first time I've heard you laugh. Thomas smiled at me. I smiled at Thomas. And at that precise moment, Alex plunked 2 glasses of water on the table with loud, sloshing abruptness. I started, not noticing him approach, and lifted my eyes to his towering form. Of course, he looked manlicious. Black, long-sleeved shirt, black pants, black shoes to match his dark mood. I'd opted to dress simply. Dark blue jeans, white long-sleeved shirt, leather walking boots, because I simply wanted to talk. His jaw was set with a particular severity, and his indigo eyes, no glasses, immobilized me. They were marred with heated irritation rather than his typical cool caution. Alex's usually soft, sexy mouth was curved in a frown of plain displeasure. I blinked at him, quick, darting glances taking in his sudden and entirely perturbed appearance. I'd missed him. Hi. He didn't respond. Instead, he sank deeper into his glower. I glanced at Thomas. He tilted his eyebrows at me. His eyes grew large with a look that said, "Well, you wanted a reaction." I cleared my throat and shifted in my seat. Now that the moment had arrived, I was feeling decidedly uncomfortable. I was hoping the evening would proceed as follows. 1, Alex would see me. 2, something. 3, Alex would decide to give us another chance. The something part was, I admit in retrospect, short-sighted. I repeated dumbly and glanced at my menu without reading it. So, do you have any specials?
No.
His single-word answer sounded like a boom in the small restaurant. It made me jump. Oh, okay. I was turning red. I could feel the blush slide over my cheeks with as much certainty as I could feel Alex's eyes on my face. Damn it! Thomas's voice, unperturbed yet reluctant to interrupt the something that was going on, broke the extremely uncomfortable silence.
I'll take the shrimp korma, please.
Alex took Thomas's menu, his movements perfunctory, but his eyes never left me. Before I could order my butter chicken and put an end to the extremely uncomfortable scene, Alex yanked my menu from my hands, drawing my eyes to his plainly fuming features.
What do you want?
He demanded. The usual. I conceded on a breath, feeling deflated, defeated, and ashamed of my antics.
Really? Are you sure?
His voice sent delightful shivers down my spine, and he took a step closer and seemed to crowd my space, even though he was standing and I was sitting. I had to angle my head backward to maintain eye contact.
You don't want to try something different this time?
I swallowed. Like what? Alex handed the menus to Thomas, which, to my friend's credit, he accepted without hesitation. Alex held out his hand to me, but I could see that he was conflicted and uncertain even as he did.
How about you come with me, right now, and we'll figure it out?
I didn't even think about it. I just did it. I grabbed my stuff and put my hand in his, and he yanked me out of the booth. Alex led me to and out the back door onto the side street. Then he began jogging toward a chain-link fence at the end of the alley. Wait, where are we going? Aren't you cold? Are you going to get in trouble for just leaving like that? He only answered my last question.
I wasn't working when you came in. It's Shira's shift tonight.
You weren't working? He stopped abruptly and turned, and I collided into his chest. Oof! Alex held me a little away from him, inspected my face, his hands on my hips.
I was in the back listening to the radio when I heard your voice.
Oh.
Give me your phone.
I fumbled for it, found it, and handed it over.
Do you have any other electronics on you? A pager? A watch?
He withdrew the battery from my phone as he spoke, employing the same speed and efficiency he'd used during our date. No. Alex frowned at me, his eyes moving from the hat on my head to my feet.
Give me your coat, hat, scarf, gloves, and purse.
I placed one protective hand on my hat and another on my scarf. Why do you need my hat?
Sandra.
Listen, I knit this hat and scarf. I'm not giving them to you unless I know I'm getting them back. His dark expression brightened with surprise.
You made those?
Yes.
Wow, that's cool.
I allowed myself a minuscule smile. Thanks. His eyes assessed me and the hand knits with a new appreciation.
Fine. Keep the scarf and hat. But I need everything else.
Gingerly, I removed my arms from the jacket and handed over my purse. I crossed my arms for warmth and rubbed my hands together. Alex bundled everything together and stuffed it under the dumpster to our left. No sooner had he straightened than he gripped my ungloved hand, and we were on our way again. I jogged to keep pace as he led us through several back streets. In fact, we jumped 2 fences. I felt pretty badass about it. Just then, when I thought my lips were going to freeze off my face and my brain was going to explode with curiosity, Alex rounded a corner and tugged me into a dimly lit Irish pub. I recognized where we were, but I had no idea how we got there. Alex slipped through the crowd easily. He didn't stop to request a table. Instead, he went straight to the back, then into a smallish room across from the bathrooms. Once we were both inside, he closed the door and flicked on the light. I glanced around the diminutive space and realized we were in the restaurant's storage room. Boxes, piled high along the walls, were marked as canned tomatoes and other non-perishable foodstuffs. We had very little room to move, perhaps 3 feet in any direction. I faced Alex. He was between the door and me, and he looked cold. Or maybe I was cold. Regardless, I went to him and pulled him into a tight embrace. He seemed stunned at first because he didn't immediately return the gesture. But when I snuggled against his chest and inserted my cold nose between his shoulder and neck, his arms came around me and squeezed. "So," I said, "this is definitely different." He rested his chin on my head.
Sorry about all that back alley stuff. I didn't have time to prepare for you.
Prepare?
Remove all the bugs from my apartment.
I'm guessing you mean the listening kind, not the disease-spreading kind.
Yes,
he said.
In retrospect, I think that's why Dumas showed up that Saturday night. My apartment had gone silent. I should have thought of that.
Why do they listen, Alex? Why let you out on parole if they're going to watch you? Alex was quiet for what felt like a long time. Then he removed his arms and set me a few feet away. His hands lingered on my shoulders before they fell to his sides. Why did you come to the restaurant tonight? I haven't seen you for weeks. I had a plan. I was going to pretend to be a normal customer, find a moment to ask if you could take me from Taj's, strip me of all my worldly possessions, make me jump over 2 fences like a boss, then lock me in a broom closet. It's a storage room. Yes, my plan didn't work out exactly as I'd hoped. You are so weird. Even as he mumbled the words, his eyes softened and he smiled just slightly. Seriously, I wanted to see you. His eyes searched mine. Why? Because I found something out that made me realize I'd been operating under a misconception, and it was coloring my understanding of your character. Alex flinched and crossed his arms over his chest. What did you find out? First, I need to tell you, I saw you with someone that Tuesday night before our date. A woman. His eyes moved between mine, lost focus, presumably because he was attempting to recall the events of that Tuesday. I helped him by filling in the blanks. You invited me to go out that night. My friend Kat canceled on me, so I came back. When I walked around the corner, I saw you going inside with a woman. A slight frown cast a shadow over his features. He watched me for a moment before asking, Did you think that I was involved with her? Yes. Even when we went out on Thursday? And when you came over Saturday? Yes, and yes. He looked quite shocked. Why didn't you say anything? For a few reasons. Every time I ask you a question, you either respond with something sensational or you dodge it. Also, I took it as proof that we were on the same page, that you were on board for a puppet show with no strings attached, featuring only bananas and figs. Why figs? Have you ever cut a fig in half? It looks as much like a vag as a banana looks like a peen. I've never seen a fig. I narrowed my eyes at this claim and wondered if he meant a fig as in the fruit, or a fig as in the metaphorical vagina. Before I could ask him to clarify, he said, So, what happened? Well, your lady friend, Agent Bell, visited me at work. Alex sighed heavily, and his head fell against the door behind him. Is that why you're here? What? No. I'm here because I figured out that they were the same person, the Tuesday lady and Agent Bell, and that maybe your claim about wanting more than a booty call was true. He opened one eye. Belle didn't ask you to do anything? No, not at all. She just kept saying you were dangerous, asked me if I cared about my safety, and told me you were a threat to national security. I shrugged. You know, what I would typically expect from the federal agent of the guy I'm going out with. Are we? Are we going out? I paused and considered my unintentional word usage and the flare of intensity I'd seen behind his eyes when I'd said it. I decided to stall by inhaling slowly. Alex. I released his name on a breath. I honestly don't know. His expression turned severe, and his eyes looked distant. Don't play games with me. If you're not interested in being with me, then leave me alone. I am interested. But not as something more than one night. Everything about his asking the question was bitter. I don't know. I don't even really know you. All right. Go ahead. Ask me anything. I'll answer if I can. I decided to start with a very basic, open-ended question. Who are you? Alex's eyes narrowed, moved over my shoulder, and focused on some point beyond me. I could tell he was thinking, considering, weighing his next words. I was glad, because if he'd answered quickly, I wouldn't have believed him. His response was reluctant and belated. Everything I tell you puts you at risk. It sounded so melodramatic, yet I recognized he believed the words. Then only tell me what Agent Bell already knows, so I'm not at risk. Then it's only a small part of the story. Give me something. Fine. His jaw clenched, and he looked over my head. I'm a hacker. I stared at him. You mean you're a computer hacker? He nodded, his expression expectant, guarded. I turned this information over a few times in my brain and felt some of the pieces click into place. This made complete sense. In fact, I was a little annoyed with myself that I hadn't picked up on the clues. I see. His gaze flickered to mine and held. He looked angry, and I perceived something more behind his eyes. Again, and as usual with Alex, something I couldn't quite place. So, that's why you have no cell phone. His jaw ticked. I'm allowed to have a cell phone. I choose not to. You choose not to? Why not? Because it's an effective way for them to keep tabs on me. I'm not interested in making their job easier. And your apartment? I didn't see a computer or really anything else. Anything with a computer chip, sound equipment, television, tablet, gaming system, just gives them a reason to conduct a search. Egad, how frustrating. He was living in the modern world with no access to it. And during our date, when you said you'd left the show early just in case you'd been followed, that was the truth. He nodded. How old were you when you were arrested? 15. What? 15? They put you in federal prison at 15? I repeated to make sure I'd heard him correctly. Alex didn't respond, but he did reach for me. He pushed his hands into my back pockets and pulled me toward him. I allowed him to press my body against his. Truthfully, I was a bit too lost in my own thoughts to object. I see, I said again, although I didn't see. I mostly saw, but still truly didn't see. What exactly did you do? Something big. You're not going to tell me? No. It's best that you don't know. He said the words with such concerned sincerity that I felt their truth. Okay, I believe you. So, why did you do it? Because I could. And so, why aren't you in prison now? Why did they let you out on parole? His arms tightened. Because they know I'll never give them what they want if they put me back there. They need your help? He didn't respond immediately. At first, I didn't think he would. Then he said, They want my help. The difference in our phrasing, need versus want, was not lost on me. Does that answer all your questions? He gazed down at me, and his eyes lowered to my mouth. How did you even get a job after being in prison? Alex paused, considering this question for 2 seconds. He appeared to be vetting it, ensuring it was a safe topic for discussion. Having decided, he continued, My mother worked for the Patels when I was little,
at a different restaurant in North Chicago. When I was released, I looked them up, and they remembered me.
What about your mother? Where is she now?
He pulled away with such suddenness that I almost lost my balance. Why do you want to know?
What do your parents think about...
We're not doing this. Alex set me away from him. You don't need to probe into my childhood frustrations in order to make a decision about being with me.
It's part of who you are. I'd like to get to know you.
And everything has to be discussed right now, in this closet?
It's a storage room.
Alex cursed, stepped toward me in a way that wasn't precisely threatening. It was more like pissed and impatient. He growled, "Be serious. Why did you come tonight? Am I just another stray? Because I'm not interested in being fixed."
Because you... I stopped, glanced at the ceiling, then back at him. Because I can't stop thinking about you. Because I had such a great time on our date. Because you're truly the best kisser I've ever had the pleasure of kissing. Because you're very weird, and I like it. Because you're sexy, and I like that too. Because now I know you aren't seeing another woman. Because maybe I can help you. His expression changed with each of my declarations. Surprised, pleased, very pleased, concerned. And he didn't respond for a long while. Instead, he stared at me. His gaze felt lovely and hot. At last he said, "When I told you that I've been watching you for 2 years, and I think you are the most exquisitely beautiful woman I've ever seen, I meant it." I pulled my top lip between my teeth and felt his words in the center of my chest. "I know that now," I nodded. "I believe you." "But I don't think you understand me." His eyes narrowed, as though to impart some wisdom without being forced to say the words. "Then help me understand." "I don't trust people," he blurted. "I can understand that." "No, I mean it. I don't trust people. Ever. And I will probably hurt you at some point. Not physically," he quickly added when my face betrayed my alarm. "Okay." I folded my arms across my middle. I was typically fairly adept at following scattered thought processes, but with Alex, I wondered if I was allowing my hopes to get in the way of his words. He was trying to be honest without admitting too much or providing specifics. I respected him for his honesty. However, I experienced a degree of irritation with his oblique and indirect warnings. "I'm saying this is wrong." Alex's eyes pierced mine and seemed to grow increasingly heated with every passing second. "What I mean is, if you want me to leave you alone, I will. But if I'm given the option between being with you, even if it puts you at risk or makes you unhappy, and being without you, where you're safe and content, I'm probably going to make the wrong decision." I considered this. It felt like he'd just handed me a relationship Rubik's Cube. In order to solve the puzzle, I started with what should have been an easy question. "Alex, do you care about me? Do you want me to be happy?" "Yes, of course." The hesitation in his words undermined their credibility. "But I want us to be together, not just for one night. I wouldn't..." His hands balled into fists, and I got the distinct impression he was having difficulty not touching me. "I wouldn't be okay with that." "You make it sound as though my happiness and us being together are mutually exclusive. What makes you think I'll be unhappy if we're together?" "For all the reasons you're already hesitating." His expression and the self-deprecation of his tone caused a sudden sadness to seize my throat. Alex's shoulders slouched. He stepped backward and leaned against the door.
We are not exactly compatible. You're beautiful, educated, smart, good. You deserve someone who isn't on parole and is unrepentant for his crimes. Someone who's doing more with his life than waiting tables. Someone who's going to put your needs and happiness above his own.
My pragmatism forces me to agree with your last statement. However, I don't know enough about your crimes to determine whether you should feel repentant. As for waiting tables, I shrugged. I couldn't care less as long as it makes you happy, fulfilled, and you demonstrate a strong work ethic for our theoretical future offspring.
Future offspring?
His eyes were wide, and the words sounded choked. Yes, you should know that I always evaluate all dating candidates for their physical and mental health as it relates to inherited and environmentally influenced disorders. I know it might be weird and premature at this point, but I don't want to put time and effort into a relationship that isn't going to ultimately meet my requirements.
What are the requirements?
Partnership, respect, honesty, kindness, communication, commitment, monogamy, children, humor, intellectual conversation, and, hopefully, impressive sexual congress a la Der Roussel.
Der Roussel?
He echoed, fighting back a smile. He watched me for a long moment, his expression incredulous and thoughtful. Then, very suddenly, he stepped forward. Alex lifted his hands to my face, cradled my cheeks, and pressed his lips to mine. His mouth was worshipful, reverent, and sinful all at once. I melted against him because his body was becoming my true north. Before tilting his head away, he nipped my lip and kissed my nose. His eyes surveyed me with scorching and vulnerable desire. His hands caressed my shoulders, slid down my back, and gripped my hips. His expression was filled with unmistakable longing, and it was as potent as a drug.
"This isn't going to work,"
he whispered, though he made no move to release me. In fact, he held me tighter. The words were déjà vu, but it would be a fun day in hell before I would let him walk away without giving us, an honest try. It can work. We just need to put the right can-do attitude into it, I said.
Can-do attitude?
His tone was flat. I'd thought about him, about the possibility of us, about what I would do if given another opportunity for the past 2 weeks. He wasn't the type I usually sought out. In fact, he'd sought me out. He disliked psychiatrists. He threw apartment-smashing temper tantrums. Regardless, in a very uncharacteristic move, I decided to give us, a chance. Not a Slamp Wendell chance, a life partner chance. I couldn't exactly explain why, not even to myself. All I knew was that I felt a connection with him, a shared strangeness, cognition. I was compelled by curiosity and, let's just be honest, by the chemistry of zing-inducing kisses. Maybe it was the lingering effects of the red dress. After hearing the snippets of his past that he was willing to share, the connection felt more profound, the compulsion more concrete. Yes, can do, positive thinking. Haven't you ever read The Little Engine That Could?
Not recently.
Well, I'll get you a copy. In the meantime, we need a plan.
Okay, fine. Let's disappear. Move to Amsterdam or another place with lax hacking laws and no extradition treaty with the United States.
I dismissed his words as a joke, even though he appeared to be quite serious. We'll call that Plan B. For Plan A, let's just take it one day at a time. I sensed his dissatisfaction, so I placed my hands on his biceps and dug my fingers into his muscles to keep him from withdrawing. Let's see what happens. We won't date. I threw one hand in the air and rotated it at the wrist as I searched for the right words. We'll hang out. Isn't that what it's called?
I wouldn't know,
he answered darkly. Alex's palm slipped downward and his fingers flexed on my bottom.
Would you be seeing other people?
I shook my head. No, not unless we called off our hanging out agreement.
No, I can't do that with you.
He cleared his throat, uncertainty darkening his eyes.
I need more assurances.
Assurances?
I need a time frame. I need to know I can count on you being with me for a certain period, like 6 months or a year.
I pulled away to consider this new development, and his hand slacked on my backside, then tensed so I couldn't move completely out of his grasp. He'd admitted to having trust issues, and I had to applaud his self-awareness. I can give you 1 month, I offered.
He frowned. 6 months.
Alex, we're discussing the minimum. It might be longer.
6 months,
he repeated, glaring at me. 2 months, and you have to answer all my questions. He shifted closer.
3 months, and I will answer all of your questions at the end of those 3 months.
I considered this, and him. I was so swept up in the negotiation, I didn't stop to consider the many, many obvious and logical reasons why, though he couldn't hold me to it, this was potentially a disastrous idea. I returned his suspicious inspection with one of my own. What would be included, expected during these 3 months?
You couldn't date anyone else.
I nodded. Same for you, right? He shrugged as though my request was superfluous.
You don't need to worry about that.
Okay. I bit the inside of my lip, worried it. What else?
We would see each other no less than 3 times a week, for at least 3-hour increments.
And what would we do? If he said sex was a requirement, I honestly didn't know if I would be appalled or approving. Who am I kidding? I'd be approving.
What did you do?
He asked, and when I looked befuddled, he clarified.
In your last relationship.
You know, go to dinner, see a movie, go to the park. He nodded, his jaw set.
Okay, that stuff.
Make out, round the bases, and so forth. I knew my eyes were wide, watchful. I held my breath, waiting to see if he took the bait. To my surprise, he didn't immediately start negotiating frequency, quality, and type of bodily encounters. Instead, Alex withdrew, folded his arms over his chest, rested his shoulder against the door, and gave me his profile. He was a smart guy, so I knew he understood where the yellow brick road I'd paved was going to lead. Therefore, I was surprised to find his expression tinged with icy severity.
You understand that you'll be watched, and what we say to each other might be recorded.
Unless we find a storage room. Some of the ice melted in his expression, and the corner of his mouth tugged upward.
Or a broom closet.
I returned his smile. Yes, I know. I planned to bore them by speaking in psychobabble and nerdy innuendo until their ears bleed. It should be fun.
I can't believe you think this is going to be fun. You're giving up your freedom.
No, I'm not. Yes, we'll have to be creative with how we communicate since Big Brother is watching or listening, but we're smart people. We'll make it a game. Think of it as encrypting our verbal communication. This earned me a sincere smile as he looked away and seemed to contemplate a sardine crate. We stood in silence for several seconds. Then, at length, he sent me a furtive sideways glance. "And I can spend the night with you." Aha! There it was! I nodded and tried to appear nonchalant, even though his words sent a lava cascade from my throat to my pelvis. "Yes." I almost choked on the word and had to clear my throat. "I think that's a fair request." I could tell that he was trying to tame the inferno of intensity in his gaze. This plan, our plan, was very practical, and yet just as odd as our pairing and situation. There was no getting around the fact that he was a strange guy, but now that I knew he was some sort of savant computer hacker who was dodging the federal government, now that I knew his trust issues made sense, now that I knew he wasn't a liar, but was evasive for a purpose, now that I knew he'd been lusting after me for 2 years, the same way I'd been lusting after him, he seemed a little less strange and quite remarkable. The 3-month plan was sound, yet atypical, and it would give us both time to sort out whether a future between us was even possible. His smile was small, but felt immense. Good. I stuck out my hand for him to take. If we shook on it, then it would be real. He glanced at me, then at my hand. Deftly, he unfolded himself and straightened from the door. Alex, holding my gaze, clasped my hand in his, but instead of shaking it, he kissed the tops of my fingers and gazed up at me with conquest in his eyes, and he used my hand as leverage to pull me forward and sink into my mouth. He turned me in a sweeping motion so that my back was against the door, and his hands roamed down my sides, grabbing fistfuls of my sweater. Soon, I felt his palms on my stomach and back. His fingers whispered over my flesh, up my side, cupped my breast through the thin fabric of my lace bra. I moaned into his mouth and dug my nails into the muscles of his back, and our bare stomachs touched. Alex rocked against me once, and I clamored, arched, and stretched my body in order to meet his center with mine. But then he withdrew and took his hot hands and mouth with him. He turned away, his back to me, and the only sound in the room was our labored breathing. I leaned against the door fully for support, and I knew my gaze moved over his body with all the hungry concentration of a starving lioness. Roar! And damn! He was so adept, so very, very gifted at stoking my fire, then leaving me with a giant lady hard-on. In fact, I suspected maybe this was his superpower. Good, he repeated, but this time he said it to the room. When he turned to face me, his expression light, I wondered how he found it so easy to control himself. He'd once called me a machine. He was the machine. He was a robot. He was a startup Sandra's motor robot. Good? I asked, because I didn't feel good. I felt unspent. We should get back. I don't want... His eyes searched mine, and I saw a measure of peace in them that hadn't been there prior. I mean, they're usually not too crazy as long as I don't disappear for long or too often. He held out his hand to me, not to shake, but to hold, and I didn't hesitate to fit mine in his grasp. Chapter 13. Saturday's horoscope. Your plans will be hijacked. Make the best of an impossible situation, and you might be surprised by the outcome. I woke up Saturday morning feeling refreshed and alert. I imagined I was in one of those old-school TV commercials, my hair perfectly coiffed as I awaken, breathing in the aroma of coffee brewing with a smile on my face. This was only 2/3 true. Yes, I was smiling. Yes, an automatic timer on my coffee machine ensured that caffeine was only minutes away. But no, my hair wasn't perfect. Also, I had eye crust and dried saliva at the corner of my mouth. Alex, not the coffee, was the reason for the smile. We'd emerged from the storage room the night before. We walked, quite brazenly, with me tucked under his arm, down the sidewalks of Chicago like normal people. We then collected my coat and purse and parted in front of my building. As a parting gift, he gave me another zingingly zingish kiss. But first, plans were made for a Saturday afternoon outing at the Chicago Art Institute. When I walked into my apartment Friday night, I did a little happy spin dance and began searching Ravelry's knitting pattern database for appropriate knitwear man patterns. Alex was inadequately attired for a Chicago winter. I wanted him to warm up. The desire to wrap him in heat-trapping fiber was strong. It is a universally acknowledged, inalienable truth that a knitter faced with the unadorned neck, head, and hands of a person she cares for feels an overwhelming compulsion to smother that person in fancy hand knits. I gave in to this instinct at once and cast on a manly hat pattern using my treasured stash of bulky black cashmere that I'd been saving for a cozy sweater. The yardage would be enough for a hat, scarf, and gloves. The hat was finished 4 hours later. I am a super fast knitter, and bulky weight yarn works up quickly. My last order of business before falling blissfully asleep Friday night was to text Thomas, both to thank him and to cancel our Saturday lunch. It read, "You walk in beauty, like a knight in shining armor. Also, no lunch tomorrow. My shirt is in the shop for repairs. I love you like MC Hammer loves Gestalt theory." After coffee and toast for breakfast, I was a lazy breakfast eater. I set to work on Alex's matching scarf. I made steady progress until the time came for me to dress for our date. I considered bringing the hat with me to the gallery, but ultimately decided to wait until the set was complete. I didn't want to give him his gifts piecemeal. I hoped that if I foisted the set on him all at once, he might feel overwhelmed enough to wear it. The Art Institute was a good place to meet. I'd have to leave my coat and purse in a locker. However, Alex had explained the night before that we might be watched and recorded through the gallery's cameras. He told me I'd have to cover my mouth if I wanted to say something without them detecting my words. It felt sensational and so very cloak and dagger. I discovered I was just peculiar enough to be excited by the prospect. I decided to wear a thick cowl around my neck, just in case I wanted to tuck my chin into the knit fabric and say something without my lips being red. Thus, instead of meeting Thomas for our usual predictable, subdued lunch at Hotel Blake, I walked into the Art Institute just after noon on Saturday, oversized cowl in place. I scanned the entrance lobby for Alex and felt goofy excited at the prospect of going out with him again. In fact, I didn't try to tame the exuberance from suffusing my expression. He materialized seemingly from nowhere, maybe from a column at my left. Regardless, 1 minute he was absent, and the next he was there. His large hand engulfed in my elbow. His attention was somewhere else as he pressed my ticket into my hand and firmly led us toward the locker room. His eyes scanned the lobby with a studiously disinterested, menacing glare. To an outsider, it might have looked like he was up to no good and hijacking me. Without speaking, he pressed a key into my hand and tilted his chin toward the matching cubby number. I nodded once, marched to the locker, discarded my coat, gloves, and hat, and turned the lock. I brought no purse and no phone. Instead, I stuffed my keys and some cash into my coat pocket. Alex fit his hand in mine, tugged me toward the gallery entrance, showed the nice-looking lady our tickets and entrance stickers, and then we were inside. We gained several steps toward the European wing and breached its borders before Alex spoke.
Have you been here before?
His eyes scanned the painting in front of us. He still hadn't looked at me. Yes, I used to bring my lunch here and eat it in front of a different painting or sculpture every day. He looked at me. His eyes were full of wonder and, if I was reading him correctly, admiration.
That's a great idea.
Thanks. My smile was bright and receptive because he looked dichotomously sweet and menacing. I thought so. I stopped coming when the snow hindered my will to venture outside. This was a few years ago, and I just never started back up again. Alex moved my hand to the crook of his elbow and covered it with his own.
Where did you stop?
The last painting was Monet's Apples and Grapes, but I did get through most of the Impressionists.
Do you mind showing them to me? The ones you've already seen? Tell me about them.
I shrugged. I liked how we were walking in unison, how we glided, how our strides were perfectly matched. Sure, but don't expect great observations. Mostly I just looked for dirty pictures hidden within the artwork. Did you know Monet put a boob in all his paintings? Apples and grapes? Get it? I mean, come on, the guy was a horn dog. As we spoke, I felt the tension ease from his muscles, and I noted that Alex's omnipresent, guarded, and menacing aura began to melt away. Yes, he had donned his typical all-black, this time paired with a silver wallet chain that hooked to his belt loop. The jagged scar on his chin was still sinister. His dark hair was still cut in a semi-mohawk that yelled subversive and yodeled dangerous. But his eyes relaxed behind the horn-rimmed glasses, and the set of his jaw belied a reluctant smile rather than a grimace.
He did not.
He did.
No, he wouldn't have.
You know those French Impressionists. All they did was fornicate, drink absinthe, and play dominoes. Alex's smile finally broke free, and he laughed. My stomach performed a quadruple cartwheel and wobbled on the dismount. Even though I'd only heard his laugh during our date weeks ago, I'd missed it. His arm slipped through my shoulders, and he kissed my forehead. My hand hugged his waist briefly. Then I thought better of the opportunity and slipped my fingers into the back pocket of his jeans over his well-sculpted bottom. Score! We continued in this way, being nauseatingly adorable for the next 4-ish hours. Periodically, he'd surprise me by demonstrating a thorough working knowledge of basically everything about the collections in the Institute, as well as art history, art theory, and the lives of the artist. He'd parse facts, ration them, and pique my curiosity, which led me to question him further. He turned out to be my tour guide. Even more surprising was how he was able to share knowledge without coming across as a know-it-all blowhard. Again, with the stealth smarts. He astonished me. But mostly, we spoke of nothing of consequence. I insisted on phantom boobs where none existed, and Alex alternately argued with me, pinched me, or kissed me. Eventually, I maneuvered to his left so that I could be sure to witness the dimple when it made an appearance. It was the best ever. The best ever! At one point, I forgot that everything we were saying was probably being recorded. According to Alex, there was a very real possibility that lip-reading experts would later be translating our conversation. Coding experts might try to decrypt our real intent, look for a pattern, and decipher our conversation's hidden meaning, even if it didn't have one. Instead, like the smitten idiot that I obviously was, I relished our time together after being apart for 2 weeks. I reveled in the silly. I rejoiced in our shared desire to forget, at least for a little while, that we were anything but normal. Reality made an appearance during dinner. Before leaving the gallery, we gathered my things and Alex's pitiful windbreaker from the locker room. A conveyor belt sushi restaurant 3 blocks from my apartment was our plan for dinner. It was so cold outside that neither of us tried to speak as we walked. I did, however, insist that Alex wear my cowl. "To add a splash of color," I asserted. Knit in a chunky gray yarn, the neck warmer was a unisex pattern. Thick Celtic cables wound around a Mobius design. Though it could have easily been a man's cowl, I expected him to reject the idea. He surprised me. After Alex ascertained that I'd knit it, he accepted it without argument. I was glad he did, because I felt better knowing he was warmer. That he wore and even admired something I'd created may also have contributed to my happiness feels. We entered the restaurant with me tucked under his arm. Once inside, I gave the hostess my name. I couldn't help but note how her gaze lingered both appreciatively and warily on Alex. I knew how she felt. "Take off your gloves and hat," Alex said as he unzipped me, his voice barely above a whisper. "Put them in the pockets of your coat." I did as instructed and relinquished my jacket to his care. He, in turn, and as soon as we were shown our table, passed it to the hostess. "Hey, I need you to hold this for us. Do you have a coat room?" The girl gave him a shy smile, her lashes fluttered. "No coat room, but I can keep it safe for you." She indicated to the large hostess stand at the front and presumably a shelf for cubby, where my bulky jacket could be stored. Alex nodded at her, mumbled the word "good," then, as though dismissing her, turned back to me. I surveyed him, wondering why he was so stingy with his thank yous, considered the possibility that he may never have been taught. But the girl quickly departed, and his next words drove all Miss Manners' lessons from my mind. "I've never had sushi before." I allowed my expression to demonstrate the fact that I found his words to be suspect. "Never? How is that possible?" "I don't get out much." He split his attention between me and an approaching plate of eel. "What is that?" I pressed my lips together so I wouldn't laugh. "That is eel." "Eel?" He looked and sounded horrified, and he leaned away from the conveyor belt as it moved past. "Yes, it's actually sweet. You'll like it." "I don't think so. It looks disgusting." "Do you like honey?" His eyes lifted to mine with a suddenness and intensity that made my insides flare, burn, and smolder. "You know I do." Zing! I liked the way his voice sounded at that moment maybe more than I liked oxygen. "Then you'll like eel." Alex studied me for a beat. His eyes narrowed and moved to my lips. "I'll grab it the next time the plate comes around." I smiled. His gaze moved back to mine. He smiled. His gaze seemed to lose focus. He frowned. Actually, he scowled. It took me a full 3 seconds to realize he was no longer looking at me, but rather his glare was affixed to some point over my shoulder. I pressed my foot against his leg to gain his attention, then lifted my eyebrows in a silent question. Alex's dark look lightened only slightly, his fury now tinged with regret. He buried his chin, mouth, and the tip of his nose into the fabric of my cowl. "Agent Bell is here," he mumbled into the thick knit, his voice barely an audible whisper. I didn't turn to confirm his statement. I did, however, recognize that her presence was akin to a castration cart at a slaughterhouse. Carefree Alex was likely gone for good, as long as we stayed at the restaurant. My mouth twisted to the side, and I considered our predicament. "Are you cold?" I said, because I had to say something. While I spoke, I pressed my finger to the condensation on my water glass. I furtively wrote on the wooden table with the liquid while saying, "The yarn is a blend of cashmere and merino wool." With my fingers, I wrote, "My apartment." Then, once I was certain he'd read it, I wiped it away with my napkin. I actually knit it when I was an undergrad. The yarn cost so much I didn't eat for a month after purchasing it. Alex, his lips still hidden, whispered, "No, it's probably bugged by now." I wrote, "So, no talking needed," as I leaned toward the conveyor belt and pretended to inspect a passing spicy tuna roll. I had to rely on the kindness of strangers, but it was completely worth starvation. Knitters are insane that way. I continued the inane conversation while I set the tuna and the aforementioned eel on the table. I detected plain irritation in his tone when he replied, "No." I wrote, "Yes," but all I said was, "Here is the eel. I promise you'll like it." Alex pulled the cowl from the lower half of his face, eyes glaring, jaw ticking. I brought a piece of eel to my mouth and chewed. It was good. Sweet. Everything about him was the opposite of 5 minutes ago. He was somber. The menacing aura had returned. His eyes were shielded behind giant walls of ice. This was extremely exasperating. We would most likely encounter this type of situation with a great deal of frequency over the next few months. I refused to cower or sulk or feel irritated by Agent Bell's presence. After all, she was only doing her job. No reason we should let it interfere with our happy, fun times. In retaliation for his frown, I licked my index finger, slowly and with feeling. I moaned, glancing at him through my lashes, and I lowered the timbre of my voice until it reached sex phone operator sultry. "You know you want to." His eyes flashed and he swallowed. Otherwise, my antics elicited no visible response. "I'm not hungry anymore." "You need to eat sometime. May as well be now." "I don't want to eat with an audience." "Alex, rodeos have clowns and restaurants have audiences." "Then I guess I'll starve." We stared at each other. His jaw flexed. I broke the silence and said, "You starving means that we both starve." He flinched at that, and something behind his glare shifted. I ate another bite of eel, then followed it with 2 slices of spicy tuna. Alex seemed to consider the double meaning behind my words. After a protracted moment, he pressed his fingers to the condensation of his water glass and wrote on the table. Instead of filling the silence with chatter, he opted to sample the last piece of eel. I kept my eyes on him until his hand stilled. When I looked down, I read his message on the table. "Okay, to your place, but no talking." I couldn't help the small tilt of my lips. Alex had no cause for concern, as I had no plans that involved talking. I took the no-talking rule very seriously. In fact, neither of us spoke again. We ate our food in silence and made eyes at each other over plates of sushi. I hoped I read his expression correctly. It either said, "I want to lose myself in your exquisitely beautiful body," or it said, "You are right, this eel is fantastic." He paid the check, and I objected. Alex was a waiter, and, for better or worse, I was pretty sure I made quite a lot more than he did. But I didn't press the issue because my objection was met with an insulted glare and stony silence. Usually, I don't dispute or offer to go halvesies. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. Maybe it's because my father brainwashed me. Or maybe I'm a freeloading cow who is a blight on feminist principles. But I typically staunchly believe the man should pay for dinner, especially if it's early in the relationship. The other rule of early dating etiquette I usually follow is no intercourse until the 7th date or 1 month into declaring exclusivity, whichever came later. And they had to be real dates, not hanging out, meeting for lunch, or having a night at home watching TV. They needed to work for it and show me they were worth the price of my birth control and the awkwardness that comes from trying to unroll a condom 2 sizes too big onto an oddly shaped banana. And why did men insist on buying the largest size? Didn't they understand the concept of sizes? Did they think buying a magnum-sized condom was going to fool me into thinking their fishing boat was an aircraft carrier? No, but I digress. My unwritten and unspoken rule was that dates 1, 2, and 3 progressed from kissing to second base. Dates 4, 5, and 6 progressed from second to third. If the guy lasted to date 7, then we were on the precipice of a relationship, and I was ready to determine sexual compatibility. Only 3 men had made it this far. Of the 3, 1 was dismissed the next day. He had no concept of rhythm or the fact that my vagina wasn't made of reinforced steel. He also had mommy issues, so no thanks. However, with Alex, I had a problem with my heretofore perfect dating plan. I demonstrated willingness to have sex prior to my usual schedule and time frame because he was never supposed to last 7 dates. He wasn't even supposed to last 1 date. As we walked into my apartment, where I'd invited him and honestly wanted him, I wondered about our next step and his expectations. I also wondered what I wanted. By his own admission, his, that is, need for assurances, as he'd put it, Alex and I had 3 months to figure things out. Logically, I could see no reason to go balls first into our experimental time together. The best course of action would be to take things slow. I repeated the word slow in my brain as I listened to Alex's footsteps echo mine. Long before he'd hijacked my dinner 3 Fridays ago, I'd wanted to climb him like a tree. Knowing he was so close now, silent, watchful, made my bones feel rubbery and my stomach climb to my throat. The feeling manifested itself bodily, akin to the dread and anticipation one feels as a child, running across the room and jumping into bed really fast after turning off the light because of monsters in the dark. Instead of dread, the anticipation of a night with Alex in my apartment was seasoned with a delightful fear. Fear tensed my muscles, shallowed my breathing, heightened my senses. It was fear of the unknown, with a suspicion that the unknown was going to be earth-shaking, mind-blowing, and soul-shattering, with rockets' red glare bursting in the air. Slow, I reminded myself again, when I flinched for no reason and my heart jumped to my throat. I unzipped my coat, pulled it off along with my hat, and let them fall to the catch-all bench at the end of the entranceway. I heard him release the snaps of his lightweight windbreaker. Each one sounded like a rifle shot to the otherwise silent space. Goosebumps prickled my shoulders and arms. I didn't know why, but I was holding my breath. I marveled at how tightly wound I'd become. It wasn't like this was my first trip to the rodeo. Furthermore, I wasn't this nervous that first night, weeks ago, when he took me up to his apartment, and I was all out prepared for a one-night stand. That night had ended with him redecorating his apartment with broken glass while I fled like a coward. Maybe my nerves at present were on edge due to the fact that we were in my apartment rather than his. This time, there would be no easy escape. "You can't think of any other possibility." Alex's words, from the fateful Saturday encounter, reverberated in my head as clearly as if they'd been spoken aloud. Maybe I was feeling tense because of the dark. I moved to flick on the light, surprised that my hand trembled as I did so. He stilled my movements, caught my hand in his, and held it in place on the wall just inches from the switch. Alex's chest met my back as he stepped forward, his thighs against my bottom. He removed my hand from the wall, threaded our fingers together, and wrapped his arm around my middle. No lights. The words against my neck and ear weren't even a whisper. They were more like a thought, carried to me via his hot breath, almost indecipherable from the beating of my heart. I nodded, feeling somehow soothed by our contact, or intoxicated by it, and let my head rest against his shoulder. Almost at once, he captured my chin with his free hand and turned my face toward his. Before I could draw breath, he kissed me. Alex's mouth was punishing with hunger. He hummed, and it became a growl. I felt the reverberation of his chest, and my toes curled in my shoes. So that actually happens, huh? How he held me, my throat exposed, his arm like a vice around my middle, my soft pressed to his hard, made me feel both vulnerable and exhilarated, an instinct, because in another life I'd obviously been a horny cat. I arched my back, rubbed my bottom against him. He was either pleased or surprised, because he bit my lower lip and barely stifled a moan. Alex used the hand around my waist, still holding mine, to spin me around to face him. It was my only reprieve from his demanding kisses. No sooner were we facing each other than his mouth was affixed to my jaw, nipping, nibbling, biting a passage to my neck, then the crook of my shoulder. And we were moving. It took me a few minutes to realize that we'd already crossed half the expanse of my apartment. My feet seemed to know that we needed to get to my bedroom. When I felt the back of my calves connecting with the edge of my bed, I took a split second to silently, internally applaud my feet. Smart feet. Good feet. They would be rewarded later with a pedicure, maybe even a paraffin and a fancy toe ring, even though, as a rule, I thought toe rings looked creepy. Everything was progressing. His hands were under my shirt, unclasping my bra with skill. My hands were under his shirt, touching everything that warranted touching, which was everything, because, holy heckaroni, this man was perfectly made. All the calculations I'd done regarding our 3 months and my usual schedule and whether to count our first date as today or the one from Thursday 2 weeks ago completely fled my mind. In fact, lots of things fled my mind. Inhibitions, concerns, plans, dreams of normalcy. All my preconceived notions took a great migration, forced out by feelings of longing and stirrings of hope for this man. My hands moved to the button of his pants, dipped into the band of his jeans, felt just a tease of the hard and smooth flesh before he caught my fingers. He didn't stop kissing me, but he did move my hands away, behind my back, and distracted me by licking my earlobe. Another explosion of goosebumps was followed by an acute shiver. I felt his smile against my skin, and he hummed, like I was delicious. I remembered that he did this. He hummed when we kissed, when he was pleased with me, or my reaction to his touch. It was sexy, and I wanted to hear it again. I placed his hands on my bottom to encourage him to squeeze. He hummed again. His fingers flexed, and he pressed our centers together in a jolting, rough movement, like he hadn't meant to, and his body had disregarded a direct order from his brain. Once more, I tried to unbutton his pants, and again he caught my hands. This time, he distracted me by pushing me down to the bed and climbing on top, forcing my legs apart to straddle my hips, kissing me. He again threaded his fingers through mine and held them hostage against the comforter, away from my sides. The only places our bare skin met were our hands and our mouths. When I attempted to touch him again, he lifted my wrists over my head and held them in one of his very capable hands. This freed him to use his other hand to touch me where he liked. I melted into the mattress and struggled to breathe. Although I appreciated the foreplay, and I especially appreciated his next hum of satisfaction when he lifted my shirt, palmed my breast, kneaded it, and delivered a wet kiss to my nipple through my lace bra, I began to wonder whether I'd said the word slow aloud when we'd first entered the apartment, instead of just thinking it. Because, at this point, I wanted his clothes off, maybe burned, definitely hidden, and me straddling him, naked, my clothes also burned. Except my jeans, because I liked this pair of jeans a lot. But he seemed content to pet me heavily, grind into my center through 4 layers of clothes, lavish and taste every inch of my neck, shoulders, arms, chest. My hips shifted because they needed the friction, but these were rote movements, a silent begging. Nevertheless, a few minutes turned into a lot of minutes. I was reaching a frenzy, and he made no movement toward home base, and he'd cock-blocked all my attempts. His caresses had wound me so tight that my hands were balled into fists above my head, and my body trembled beneath him. I was so ready. I was sure I'd come apart as soon as his boy parts connected with my girl parts. In fact, it was very possible I was going to unravel without him needing to whip anything out of anywhere. What the Schitzerhosen was he waiting for? In the end, it was too late. He bit the side of my breast. He licked a trail down to my nipple. He breathed on it. He massaged my other breast with his palm. He rubbed vicious circles around its center. And he thrust what might as well have been a steel pipe against me. Nebulas became stars behind my eyes. Big bangs sounded in my ears. Later, I would realize that it was the beating of my heart. My eyes flew open, found his gaze on mine. Steady, hot, expectant, watchful, shameless. Just seeing him above me was enough for another prolonged wave of stupor-inducing tremors. My chest was on fire. I felt like I was falling and flying, and he intercepted my screams with a kiss. Alex had just given me my first dry-humping ticket to O-Town. I didn't know whether to feel mortification, amazement, or admiration. As I came down from my throne, circling above the earth, I felt all 3, but mostly embarrassment. I choked on a strangled half-sob. He released my hands. At last, I was free to touch him. Instead, I broke from our kiss, turned my head to the side, and covered my face. I was flushed a deep red from my release, and from embarrassment. Gently, reverently, he kissed my stomach, then lowered my shirt to cover the exposed skin. I rolled onto my side, away from him. Alex spooned me. I tried to shift away, but he wrapped his arm around my middle, his leg around mine, and brought me firmly against his chest. His leg was heavy. I was trapped under a heavy object. He held me in place and would not let me push him away, nor would he let me escape. It seemed that when all my inhibitions fled earlier, they'd also taken my ability to make flight of a serious situation, or to say something shocking to ease my discomfort. I felt like a live wire, raw and exposed, and the irony of the situation was not lost on me. I had just experienced maybe the best, most intense sex of my life, and we both still had all our clothes on. Chapter 14. Sunday's horoscope. You will be tempted to keep something that doesn't belong to you. This instinct will prove fatal in the future if heeded. Though he was quiet, stealthy even, the sound of Alex rising from the bed and the acute lack of warmth against my back stirred me from fitful dreams. I held perfectly still and listened as he opened and closed my dresser drawers. After a brief moment, he returned to the bed and, with gentle but disinterested fingers, undid the button and zipper of my jeans. I opened my eyes fully then, turned to face him, and found that he'd placed a pair of very unsexy cotton pajamas on the bed next to me. I frowned at them, then at him, my eyebrows pulled into a deep V between my eyes, marking my confusion. His mouth hitched to the side as he watched me, his eyes steady. He wrapped his hand around the back of my head and brought my forehead to his mouth, kissed the V between my eyebrows, and let his lips linger there. Then he stood abruptly and walked to my bathroom. He shut and locked the door, and a moment later, I heard the sound of my shower. My gaze followed him and dawdled on the bathroom door. After several seconds, I looked at the sleepwear he'd selected. He was so weird. Did baggy, stained cotton pajamas with cartoons of sheep and alpacas turn him on? I slipped out of my day clothes and into the pajamas. They were my favorite pair for pity parties and illnesses. Unflattering, comfy, and familiar. Also, the sheep and alpacas had little word bubbles that imparted fiber puns like, "You can never have you much yarn," and "I only sing alpacapella." I had dressed and was under the covers when Alex finally emerged from the bathroom. Dressed in his jeans and shirt from earlier, Alex claimed his spot on the bed. But he didn't join me under the covers. Instead, he opened his arms and, employing his now typical, somewhat amused, steady stare, waited for me to snuggle face first into his chest. So I did. And it was nice. But his hands were cold. He was so cold that his skin was almost freezing to the touch. I withdrew my arms from beneath the snuggly comforter and wrapped him in a tight embrace, rubbed his back and arms. He hummed, seemed to relax a bit, and I felt his small smile against my hair. It took my still, sleepy mind several moments to put together the puzzle pieces. I was teetering on the edge of slumber when I realized that the shower he'd just taken had been a cold one. Alex was gone. I knew this before I opened my eyes because I felt sad when I usually felt happy. I waited several minutes behind the gray darkness of my closed eyelids, stretched, then turned my face into my pillow. I wanted to postpone confirming my suspicion for as long as possible. And when I did, when I was met with an empty room, I closed my eyes again and heaved a loud, obnoxious sigh. "Alex, Alex, Alex. Wo sind Sie, Alex?" Sometimes, when I'm alone, I like to speak in German. I can't actually speak German. I only know a few phrases, but I like to pretend I can. It makes me feel worldly. The smell of coffee caused a temporary spike of hope in my chest. I shot upward, my eyes now wide. But then I remembered that my coffee machine was on a timer, just like every morning. Oh, drat and bullocks. I grumbled and cursed as my warm feet connected with the cold floor. This feeling of grumpy melancholy was atypical for me. I was usually a morning person. I was also an afternoon person as well as a night person. But after just one night of having Alex in my bed and in my apartment, I missed him now that he was gone. He was the entirety of my mood problem. I crossed to the bathroom for my morning ablutions. Flipping on the light, revealing my image in the mirror, I reflected, pun intended, that perhaps it was for the best that Alex had left before being faced with my morning eye and drool crust. Also, as I'd neglected to brush my teeth the night before, my breath would have placed strongly in a fetid smell competition. After brushing my teeth, I reached into the shower to start the hot water and almost missed the note taped to the tile. I had to blink at it several times before I registered what it was, but when I did, I snatched it greedily and devoured Alex's handwritten scrawl. I realized that he must have left it for me after his cold shower. It read, "Dear Sandra, I have to leave before you wake up, so I'm leaving this note now. Thank you for spending the day with me. You're amazing, and you make me want things. This might not be fair to you, but I can't help it. I don't think I'll ever recover from watching you last night. Please don't try to hide from me again. I needed to see you, touch you after. You are exquisitely beautiful. But last night, beneath me, you were celestial. Thoughts of you will keep me warm. Thoughts of you keep me too warm. Right now, I feel close to spontaneous incineration. I burn. I hurt. According to our agreement, I'm allowed at least 2 more interactions this week. I have some thoughts on where, but don't know your work schedule. Can you write me a note today and leave it with Mr. Patel at the restaurant? He'll make sure that only I receive it. Please write to me by the end of Sunday. I need to hear from you. Please also destroy this note after reading it. A. I read it 7 times while standing in my bathroom. In fact, I decided to postpone my shower and, pressing the note to my chest, hurried to the kitchen so that I could enjoy it again over coffee. Of course, I focused on the juiciest parts first. I don't think I'll ever recover. You were celestial. I burn. I hurt. My toes curled in my slippers, and he wasn't even in the room. His words made me feel less embarrassed and confused by my solo act and uncontrollable turned-onness. However, I couldn't help but wonder why, given his self-reported, almost spontaneous incineration, he'd decided to forego his own pleasure last night. Maybe he worried the apartment was bugged with cameras. But then I reread the first paragraph, and my attention caught on the phrases, "You make me want things, and I can't help myself." I had the abrupt sensation of falling. My stomach dropped to my knees, and my vascular system expanded and contracted with lovely spikes of pain in my chest and heart and throat. The ground and chair beneath me were unstable. Even the table was a bit wobbly. I closed my eyes against the vertigo, astonished that I could be so affected by a letter, and wondered if this was what it felt like to swoon. It was a lovely letter. He was lovely. He made me feel lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I sighed to my coffee as I opened my eyes and took a sip. Then I repeated it in German. Schön, schön, schön. My previous grumpiness forgotten, I made a mental list of my letter-related action items. I would send him my schedule by the end of the day via Mr. Patel. No problems there. Also, I had some ideas of where we could meet next. On the top of my list was Elizabeth and Janie's old apartment. No longer occupied since their recent weddings, it would be the perfect place for us to engage in unhindered mutual bodily appreciation. Maybe even share a private conversation. Janie's husband, Quinn, owned the building, or part of the building, and they now lived together on the top floor. Being in the not always technically legal private security business, We all knew Quinn was a freak about privacy. Perhaps then Alex would feel freer to relax and enjoy himself. Let me enjoy him, I mused. Let me enjoy his body. Let me enjoy watching him enjoy himself. However, I planned to ignore his last request. No way was I going to destroy this letter. I loved this letter. Touching it made me feel things. Reading it made those feelings almost overwhelming. This was my letter, and I wanted it just for me. Chapter 15. Tuesday Horoscope. Friendship will save the day, but will be tested in the process. Through an exchange of short notes over 2 days, we decided that Wednesday and Thursday nights, as well as Saturday late afternoons into the evening, were the best days and times for our interactions, as Alex termed them. I wasn't willing to give up my Thomas lunches on Saturdays at noon or my Tuesday knitting nights. Just because I was googly-eyed over my mysterious and manlicious Alex didn't mean it was okay to drop my friends and standing commitments. I had a whole other life and interests before Alex. I intended to continue that life and those interests while we were together. In fact, though it made my stomach tie in a lasso knot just thinking about it, I might be required to have that life again, without Alex, at some point. Alex always worked lunch shift during the week, as well as most Friday evenings. Though the restaurant was closed Sundays, he indicated that he had a standing conflict all day Sunday every week. I didn't ask him to expand, nor did he volunteer any additional information. Typically, I looked forward to Tuesday nights with a remarkable amount of impatience, considering I'm a fully grown, functioning member of society. However, gathered with my girlfriends in the ridiculously opulent yet somehow Spartan penthouse that Janie shared with Quinn, I wasn't my usual effervescent self. Admittedly, I was watchful for an opportunity to get either Elizabeth or Janie alone, so I could ask one of them about the apartment. As well, I was distracted because tomorrow was Wednesday. Alex Day, only 24 more hours. My Alex man hat and scarf were finished, and I was now working on the gloves. I'd opted to make mitts with removable tops instead of fingered gloves. Bulky yarn is thick and is therefore a whoreson to knit on double-pointed needles and achieve appropriate gauge. Plus, mittens took less time. The girls, plus Elizabeth's husband Nico, chatted merrily, buoying my spirits and improving my attention span. We'd given Nico the nickname Nicoletta, a symbolic label that he was one of us. This was hilarious because he was a sexy Italian stallion. He didn't seem to mind, likely because he was the youngest of 8 children, loved his mother, and had older sisters. Men with older sisters and a positive maternal role model, I found, tended to have a good grasp on both their masculinity and sensitivity. "What are you making?" Ashley leaned forward, squinting her eyes at Nico's work in progress. "Some kind of pouch?" "It's a reusable market bag." Nico held it up so we could all admire it. His long form was stretched out on a black leather chaise lounge, and Elizabeth was curled up beside him. They were disgustingly adorable at the moment, but that could change at the drop of a hat if he decided to tease her. Once, he ended the night face first in a 7-layer dip. "Nice." Ashley nodded her approval. "I find it's best to go to the market or shopping if I have to pee. It saves me from buyer's remorse." "It'll also give you a urinary tract infection," Elizabeth mumbled. "Yes, but those can be treated with antibiotics and cranberry juice. An empty bank account can only be treated with whoring myself out down by the industrial park." This was met with a few chuckles and head shakes. "Is this a habit of yours, whoring yourself out down by the industrial park?" Elizabeth asked. Not since I discovered the money-saving properties of urinary tract infections.
That's too bad, because Dr. Ken Miles was asking about you yesterday.
Elizabeth and I shared a covert glance. Nico stiffened.
He was not a fan of Dr. Ken Miles, because the man used to pursue Elizabeth. In fact, none of us who worked at the hospital particularly cared for Dr. Ken Miles. Nico gave Elizabeth a sharp smile. I'm sure he frequents the industrial park enough, dearest. If Ashley had been there, he would have found her.
Meow, Nicoletta. Ashley reached over and gave Nico a high five.
Elizabeth rolled her eyes good-naturedly at her husband. All this talk of urinary tract infections and whoring at the industrial park is making me thirsty. What does everyone want to drink? Can I make lemon drops? Janie was already shifting her work in progress to one side. I was thinking about the ratio of vodka to sugar, and I have an idea. Elizabeth stood to help, stretched. Sure, sounds good to me. I jumped at the opportunity, nearly tripping over the large glass coffee table as I sprang from my seat. Oh, let me help. I'll come too. Yes, good thought. Between us, we'll have enough hands to carry all the beverage glasses. Janie motioned me toward the kitchen and led the way. The kitchen was just as Spartanly opulent as the rest of the apartment. All the appliances appeared to be the latest and greatest, all stainless steel, but this also made the space feel very sterile. Elizabeth, can you get the vodka out of the freezer? In a minute. Elizabeth leaned both her palms against the granite countertop and looked across at me, her blue eyes shrewdly assessing as they moved between mine. First, I want to know why Sandra followed us in here. I didn't try to look innocent. Since last summer, I was usually the last one to help with the preparation of drinks. We'd all flown to Vegas for Janie's bachelorette party. I'd inadvertently spiked our drinks with Amsterdam-grade absinthe, and Elizabeth had woken up married. I don't think it was the getting married part that irked her. I think it was the not remembering the getting married part. Fine, I sighed, mimicked her stance, and glanced between Janie and Elizabeth. I do have a favor to ask. Who needs help? Elizabeth asked. Me. As though pulled by the same string, both Janie and Elizabeth's eyebrows jumped. Their eyes widened in unison, synchronized surprise. You? Janie asked. I nodded. Yes, I need a favor. It's for me. They shared a look. Super secret, best friend, silent brainwave communication. But it was easily readable. Neither of them was expecting me to request a favor for myself. Anything you need, it's yours. How can we help? I cleared my throat and tented my fingers. I hadn't exactly thought through how I was going to go about requesting use of the apartment without explaining why I needed to use the apartment. I decided to wing it. So, about your old apartment, I was wondering if... Done. When are you moving in? Elizabeth bolted upward from her leaning position and began hopping from one foot to the other. This is excellent news. I am so pleased. Janie beamed at me. You're going to like the bathtubs. I tried to speak, but only a strange stuttering sound made it past my lips. They both wore mirrored expressions of excitement, and I loved them for it. You had me thinking you were going to ask for an actual favor. I thought it might be the first sign of the apocalypse. Elizabeth tossed me a grin as she padded to Janie's freezer, drawing out the bottle of vodka. What's that supposed to mean? I wrinkled my nose at her back, finding my voice. I've never heard you ask for a favor. Ever. Elizabeth handed the bottle to Janie. That's not true. It is. It's true, Janie confirmed. I tisked and frowned.
studying the flecks in the granite countertop as I searched my memory for the last favor I'd asked. Also, you never talk about yourself, Janie added, unless it's a humorous and self-deprecating story. It's a sign she's too well adjusted. Elizabeth nodded. She's the queen of sublimation. I talk about myself. I'm my favorite subject, and I'm not well adjusted. I'm plucky and neurotic. I crossed my arms over my chest as proof of my lack of demonstrative maturity. I felt inexplicably defensive and upset about Elizabeth's accusation of emotional stability. You're humble, not neurotic. You don't talk about yourself. Elizabeth poured sugar onto the dusting tray. You never ask for help, but you're not a martyr. And you never share anything personal, because you already have everything figured out. All your decisions are based on altruism and mindfulness. You've been reading Valiant's categorization of defense mechanisms, I grumbled. She ignored me. In fact, it's been weeks since you shared a funny dating story. Haven't you been going on any dates? You know us old married ladies like to live vicariously through your misadventures. That's ridiculous. You never dated Elizabeth. You never wanted to. And now you're married to a movie star. She narrowed her eyes at me. When you put it that way, I sound kind of badass. But I applaud your immature deflection and changing of the subject. I took some psychiatry courses in med school too, you know. I rolled my eyes, even though I smiled. Elizabeth has a valid point. Janie glanced between us. You do often deflect the conversation away from yourself. I suspect it has more to do with introjection and emotional self-sufficiency than it does with repression, Elizabeth said, winking at me and earning her my glower. Janie censored her smile and said, While I appreciate your willingness to help others, perhaps it would be good for you to discuss what's going on in your life. So on that note, what is going on with you? Anything new? Janie looked earnest, but then Janie always looked earnest. Yeah, what's going on with your man fan club? Still adding members to the harem? Elizabeth did not look earnest, but then she rarely did. I considered this. My first instinct was to say something silly, but I didn't. Instead, I chewed on the inside of my bottom lip and allowed myself to recognize the truth in Janie's words. Elizabeth's categorization of my defense mechanisms as wholly mature irked me so much because I didn't want to be that person, a person who never needed anyone, who was never vulnerable, a person who could only give strength to others, yet required nothing in return. But I did need people, and I did discuss my troubles with Thomas. Thomas had become my sounding board for so long simply because talking to him was like talking to myself. He was comfortable and familiar, like a pair of well-worn slippers. However, he was never going to challenge me. He was never going to push me to divulge more than I was initially willing to share, or call me on my subtle contradictions of character. This was especially true if all my external reasoning and thought processes manifested themselves as healthy, normal, and mentally stable. It went against his training as an adult psychotherapist. Now I had all these feels about Alex, about me and Alex, and it hadn't occurred to me that I could talk to these women, my friends, about my doubts, fears, excitement, and everything in between. I sighed because I was worried. What if I told Janie and Elizabeth about Alex, and they thought I was crazy to date him? What if they thought I was being self-destructive and blind? What if they were right? Then again, what if they thought it was great? I typically hated worry and knew it was a worthless emotional state. However, inexplicably, at that moment, I found it somehow liberating. My training told me that worry was counterproductive. My friend Fields told me that reveling in and sharing my worry with my friends was an effective and efficient way to bond.
Sandra, you don't have to tell us anything you don't want to.
Janie's comforting words pulled me from my internal dialogue, because I was having a dialogue. Most people had monologues. Not me. I asked myself questions like a psychiatrist and answered like a patient.
Yes, she does. Yes, you do.
Elizabeth pointed at me.
Janie is right. You know every intimate detail about us. What makes us dysfunctional, mental, and emotional train wrecks. It's sharing time for Sandra. Sharing is caring.
Fine. I pressed my lips together, excited by the prospect. I wondered where to start and glanced at the ceiling, hoping it would give me a clue. So, I met this guy.
Oh.
Janie's eyes widened further. She looked like a startled ostrich, albeit a very pretty one.
I knew it. I knew you were acting weird. Tell us, what's he like? And what's wrong with him?
Why does there have to be something wrong with him?
Because if he were one of your responsible, khaki-wearing, golf-playing hedge fund managers, then he would have left the restaurant in tears, and we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I gave Elizabeth an appraising look. Sometimes she surprised me. Well, you're right. He's not a hedge fund manager, and I've never seen him in khaki, the color or the pants.
What does he do?
Janie began measuring out the ingredients for the cocktails. Well, remember a few weeks ago when we all went to that Indian restaurant?
Yeah, and Marie was manhandled by that man-whore. Yes.
Elizabeth leaned over the counter, her eyes searching and attentive. Remember the waiter? I winced as I said the words. My shoulders tensed, and I braced myself for their reaction. Elizabeth caught on first, and her grin was immense.
Oh, Lord, nice! I approve.
He's got that voice.
Is he in a band?
You're dating Alex? Janie smiled expectantly. You remembered his name? I asked. Oh, yes. Hard to forget waiter Alex, she added, looking a little shy.
Janie!
Elizabeth and I exclaimed in unison. What? Her cheeks shaded crimson. He's very nice looking, and he helped Marie. For the record, I approve. We all laughed, and the tension in my shoulders started to release, although not entirely. They didn't yet know the whole story. I gave them credit for not balking at him being younger than I am, but I wondered what they would think when I told them he was out on parole. My smile faded, and I covered my face with my hands. God, I don't know what I'm doing. Elizabeth placed a gentle hand on my shoulder.
Why are you so nervous about this? He seemed perfectly nice when we met him. I'm so glad you found someone that you really actually like, instead of dating all those defunct financial advisors.
I half chuckled, half sighed, and shook my head. There's more, so much more, and I know you're both going to think I've lost my mind when I tell you. Elizabeth's hand started rubbing circles on my back.
Sandra, what is it?
Is it because he's younger?
I say hell to that. If you like him, then his age doesn't matter.
I do like him. I like him a lot, but he's... I didn't know how to say it, so I just said it. I don't know if I should tell you any of this, but he's out on parole from federal prison for something he did when he was 15. Don't worry, it wasn't violent. It had something to do with computers, and now he's under surveillance by the government, and we can't talk in public, which is why I need your old apartment. Elizabeth's hand on my back stilled, and when I peeked between my fingers, I found them watching me with stunned disbelief. In fact, they were both rendered speechless. After several moments, during which they both stared gaping holes in me, Janie released a loud, long breath between her teeth. Her eyes narrowed, and she leaned her hip against the counter. "So, could you repeat that, please?" And so I did. But this time, I filled in some blanks. Not all the blanks, of course, just enough to give them a clear picture of the situation, but not anything that Alex might consider a breach of trust. I filled them in on Agent Bell and my early misunderstandings of Alex's intentions with her. I described his stealthy smarts and how he knew all about current events and art, and how I admired his brain just as much as I admired his external assets. They, in turn, asked questions, looked thoughtful, surprised, suspicious, and settled on matching pensive expressions. "And you don't know what he went to prison for?" I shook my head. No idea." "God, Sandra, you never do anything half-assed." Elizabeth exhaled loudly. "You either date a vanilla trust fund pretty boy or a fish and cookie dough ice cream ex-con. Nothing in between for you." "Don't you want to know?" Janie asked, passing me a lemon drop. "Don't you want to know the specifics of his conviction?" I licked sugar from the rim before responding. "Yes, honestly, I do. I want to know everything about him. I'd also like to know how it's possible to feel so deeply for a person I know almost nothing about. This is not sane behavior." Elizabeth smirked at me. "It's nice to see you flustered and behaving irrationally for once. Besides, love is the definition of insanity. Look at Janie and Quinn." Janie made an "I am not amused" face at Elizabeth, and I stiffened at the implication. "I'm not in love with him. I don't even know him. He's so sexy and smart and stubborn and aggravating. We've been on 2 dates, maybe 2.5. Okay, maybe 3 altogether. Hasn't he been at all of your dates over the last 2 years? Technically, you could say that you've been on about 30 dates, or 33. Janie pointed out. "It's starting, Sandra. All the signs are there." Elizabeth looked worried. "You're falling in love with him." No, I'm not." My words were a groan, a plea. He hadn't been vetted yet. I couldn't allow myself to fall for him. I really, really like him. Do you want me to find out what he went to prison for?" Janie filled the remainder of the cocktail glasses. I was certain the rest of the ladies were likely on the precipice of revolt since we'd been in the kitchen for going on 20 minutes. "She could, you know. Quinn is a wizard with that kind of stuff." Elizabeth nodded at her own assertion. "A grumpy, hot, stoic wizard." "No. Yes? I don't know." I shook my head. "I want him to tell me." "But what if he's dangerous? What if he's lying to you?" Elizabeth pressed. "What if who is lying to Sandra?" We all turned at the sound of Fiona's voice, and I struggled to curb a guilty expression. Before I could respond, Janie helpfully filled in the blanks. "Alex, the handsome waiter with the sexy voice from the Indian restaurant where Maria was accosted." Fiona blinked at Janie. She appeared stunned. Then her attention focused on me. "You're seeing that guy?" I gulped my lemon drop as I nodded, smacking my lips together. "Yep, we're dating." My voice was raspy because Janie had been heavy-handed with the vodka. Fiona's expression, to her credit, was one of maternal concern and compassion. "What can I do to help?" I loved her. Again, before I could answer, Janie filled in the blanks. "He's on parole from federal prison for computer hacking, but Sandra doesn't know the details, and Elizabeth thinks she's falling in love with him." I lifted my hand, waved it in the air, then smacked it against my thigh. "Thank you, Janie." "You're welcome." "Oh, my," Fiona breathed, and she walked forward, claimed a drink, and downed it in 3 gulps. She winced as she adjusted to the very strong vodka, and then she set the glass on the counter and motioned for Janie to refill it. "Now then, let's start from the beginning." Chapter 16. Wednesday's Horoscope. Revelations today may leave you feeling lost. Keep your wits about you. Don't overreact, and you may find a better way forward. I had no way to communicate with Alex that I was running late for our date. A patient, an 8-year-old foster child who had just been diagnosed with leukemia, had been my last appointment, an add-on. No way was I going to rush through this session. It took 2 hours. In my profession as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, some days are good, productive days. Some days are bad, heartbreaking days. Today was the latter. I'd ignored all the voicemails and messages that had been piling up from my platonic male friends and jogged out of the hospital. The city was already dark, and instead of thinking about Kara, my last patient, and the road she would be facing alone, I did what was necessary to avoid burnout. I thought about my own daily struggles, worries, plans, and action items. I also attempted to avoid comparing my concerns to those of my patients. If I allowed myself to fret over every Kara I met, or if I succumbed to feeling guilty for my blessings, I would not be a child and adolescent psychiatrist for very long. Work was work. I did my best. I cared about my patients, yet I knew that taking those cares home with me was the fastest road to exhaustion. Worrying about Kara wouldn't help her, but watching a funny movie, reading a sexy book, and getting a good night's sleep would ensure I was refreshed in the morning. I needed to reboot and recharge so I could fight more battles the next day. Therefore, I thought about Alex and how I was late for our date. I also thought about my knitting group and their reaction to my news the night before. After Fiona found us in the kitchen, the entire discussion was repeated again in the living room for everyone to hear. Ashley thought I was crazy. Marie said go for it. Kat was contemplative. Nico reserved voicing judgment, but gave me a concerned look. And Fiona was, as ever, surprisingly adult. She was quiet, thoughtful, and supportive. But she was insistent that I find out the specifics of why Alex went to prison, and suggested I take Janie up on the offer to have Quinn investigate. This was met with nods of approval from around the room. I swore them all to secrecy and promised I would give them my answer by next week. I knew that it made sense to have Alex investigated. Entering into a relationship is frightening enough without going into a lava flow blind. Nevertheless, I wanted him to tell me the truth first. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. I wanted him to trust me. This was where my mind was occupied when Alex stepped out of a shadowy alley in front of my L station and just about scared the poop out of me. I jumped back, my hand pressed to my heart, and gasped in shock. "Oh, my God!" Alex lifted his hands in a demonstration of his docile intent. Sorry. I saw you leave the hospital and came through this way to intercept you. Are you okay?" I walked backward and leaned one hand against the brick exterior of Jefferson's shoe repair and sock emporium. I couldn't catch my breath. "You just almost gave me literal Schitzerhosen." I chuckled. It was soft, yet a little hysterical. I shook my head to clear it. His rumbly laugh met my ears. "You should have seen your face." My laugh continued, less hysterical, more therapeutic. "Bukkake! I can't believe how fast my heart is beating." Alex crossed to me and placed 2 fingers against my neck, presumably to feel my pulse. I can't. In one swift movement, I unzipped my coat to my abdomen, grabbed his hand, and stuffed it into my jacket under my left breast. Here. This is how you get the full effect. His smile was immense, devastating. His hand, cold at first, curled just slightly around my ribs, and it tickled. His fingers thawed gradually, and the spot where his palm was pressed over my shirt became heated with our combined warmth. We passed a long moment, his hand in my jacket, feeling my heartbeat, my eyes surveying his reaction. His smile waned over the course of several seconds, and an intense but distant melancholy claimed his features. I shivered. With visible reluctance, Alex drew his hand away, then zipped my jacket. Without his hand, my chest felt cold. A small, sad smile lingered around his lips, and I caught a whiff of his soap. He smelled man-tastic. My heart rate spiked again. "Thank you," he said. His tone was quiet, deferential. "I've never done that before." "What, jump out of an alley like a menacing henchman and loosen a person's poop?" Alex pressed his lips together, though they curved upward, betraying the smile he attempted to mask. "No, I do that all the time. It's Wednesday, right?" "Ha, very funny." "I was talking about feeling your heartbeat. I've never done that before." My gaze flickered over him. "What do you mean? To anyone?" He nodded once and reached for my hand, then pulled me along the street behind him. "Correct. Not even your mom?" "Not that I remember." "Not that you remember?" Alex paused when we reached the intersection. He didn't look at me. Instead, I was given only his profile. He didn't answer, but his silence confirmed that my heart had been his first. I thought about that. In fact, I thought about that for a long time. We walked several blocks before the full implication of this offhanded revelation struck me. What about the women he'd slept with? Isn't that what people do after making love? They cuddle and hold each other. It's what we'd done on Saturday, fully clothed. But had we been naked, our hearts would have beaten together. I didn't realize it at first, but I was staring at him, and something about my expression must have made him uneasy. His eyes flickered to mine, then away. He almost looked guilty. "Alex?" He sniffed and looked toward the crosswalk again. "We're almost there. Sorry we had to walk. It's just that all the L stations have cameras." "I want to take you someplace else," I said. He looked at me then, eyes betraying his curiosity. "Where?" "Someplace we can talk without being watched or listened to." "Like a closet?" "No, like an apartment. Not mine, but it has a small storage area if you'd prefer only talking openly in enclosed spaces." Alex's expression betrayed his wariness. He didn't immediately respond. Instead, he pulled me across the street, then tucked me under his arm on the other side before saying, "I thought we could go to the Field Museum." "You mean the Natural History Museum? It's closed." "I can get us in." I didn't want to offend him, so I didn't ask, "Are we breaking in?" Instead, I opted for the other obvious option. "So, you know someone who works there?" I glanced at him in time to see him nod. I also noted that he looked extremely cold. In fact, his lips were turning blue. "You need a better jacket. This one is just sad." He glanced at himself, then at me. "What's wrong with this jacket?" "Aren't you cold? Just looking at you makes me cold." "It doesn't bother me. I don't notice the cold." He didn't notice the cold? How was that possible? I scanned his face. Alex, you're freezing. I'm used to it. I shook my head in disbelief and surveyed the street, and saw that we were indeed very close to the Natural History Museum. Janie and Elizabeth's old apartment was just a mile or so beyond, on the north side of Grant Park. Okay, I sighed, but you need to warm up, and you have to promise me we'll go to the apartment after. I made a mental note to finish his hat, scarf, and mitten set as soon as possible. He nodded again without looking at me. I promise. I huffed, my exhale visible as a little cloud. I'm going to buy you a decent jacket. He chuckled, hugged me tighter. Don't. Didn't you read my note? You keep me warm. Gah, and zing! The letter. Oh, how that letter did things to me. Now I was hot. Alex did indeed know someone who worked at the museum. He knew the director of procurement. Apparently, the director was friends with Mr. Patel, and Alex had waited on him at the restaurant a number of times. We were met with a friendly smile and unceremoniously shown into the building through the north entrance. As we walked in, Sue, the gigantic T-Rex, towered over our heads, her mouth open in either a roar or a laugh. I loved the Natural History Museum. It was full of the coolest stuff. I gaped, even though I'd been there a number of times. Everything was interesting and amazing, and I loved that he wanted to take me. I could tell by his barely contained energy, the bounce in his step despite the bitter cold, that he was also excited. Alex and I were introduced to the lead guard on duty, who was also all politeness. He informed us to take our time. Then we were sent on our way to explore. Alex grinned over his shoulder, and he led us beyond the impressive dinosaur fossil down a flight of stairs. When we reached the bottom, he walked over to a recycling container and retrieved a cooler, hidden behind the bulky bin. Come on. He motioned for me to follow. I trailed behind him, unable to help my silly smile. What's in the cooler, Alex? Food. Are we having a picnic? Yes. I heard the amusement in his voice just as we stopped in front of two rather ginormous stuffed lions behind a sheet of thick plexiglass. I blinked at the lions, then at him. He was watching me. What's this? You want to eat in front of the man-eating lions of Umfui? I'd seen the lions before. Their story was gruesome and, quite honestly, as scary as Darth Vader in a Jedi Padawan training camp. They were two man-eating lions who'd stalked and killed nearly 30 men in Africa during the 1930s. Their behavior was unusual for lions, as they typically don't enjoy the taste of humans. Some hypothesized that the lions were insane. Others believed they just liked how people tasted. The significance, of course, was that these lions had somehow evolved to become the very top of the food chain, above humans. Yep. He began unpacking the contents of the cooler on a nearby bench. Okay. I shrugged and turned to help Alex with the food. I just figured you'd feel comfortable here, with the lions. He tilted his head toward the great cats. Even dead, stuffed, and behind plexiglass, they were a little scary. Really? Why? Are we dining on lion meat tonight? Do I strike you as a woman who enjoys endangered species taxidermy? What gave me away? Was it the stuffed American bald eagles in my apartment? He didn't look at me, and he was bravely trying his best to hide a grin. Lions aren't endangered. I only meant I thought you'd be comfortable around your own kind. My own kind? Did he mean an old, prowling cat? Honestly, it was the only line I could draw between the lions and me. I felt a burst of disappointment and hurt. As was my way, I decided to accept my limitations and countered with a joke. Shouldn't they be cougars? His eyes lifted then. and some of the merriment was replaced with surprise.
No, I said that because they're man-eaters. You're a man-eater, remember?
I blinked at him. My eyes narrowed as I tried to place the reference he made. Then it came back to me. The night at the restaurant, when we'd first kissed, when I'd referred to myself as a man-eater. The disappointment and acceptance I'd felt at being compared to an old cat was replaced with embarrassment about my assumption. What did it say about my subconscious feelings of self-worth that I'd jumped to such an unflattering conclusion? And what did it communicate about my subconscious impressions of him? I clapped my hand over my mouth. "Yes," I said through my hand. "Now I remember." Alex set down the food and crossed to me, took my shoulders in his large hands, and forced me to look at him. His eyes were dark, intense, and seemed impossibly wizened.
"Sandra, you need to stop doing that. What is it going to take for you to believe me? You are not a cougar, and I am most definitely not your cub."
He shook me, gently, as though to drive his point through my brain.
"I don't think of you as older than I am. In fact, I appreciate how inexperienced and trusting you are."
"I'm inexperienced?"
"Yes, and naive."
I didn't know how to respond to that. Before I could, he said,
"I think of us as perfectly matched."
"How can that possibly be true?"
"Because you're youthful and fun, and yet level-headed and practical. You're an optimist. If anything, you remind me that I'm still young, that my life isn't over, and I trust you. You feel like a beginning to me."
"Oh, Alex." I couldn't help it. His words both broke my heart and made it sing. Perhaps it was singing brokenly. I took his face in my hands and let my thumbs trace his cheeks. "You say the nicest things."
"No, I don't."
He stepped closer. One of his hands caressed my neck and slipped upward into my hair. His fingers gripped my short locks and tugged my head back and down, forcing my chin up. His tone was distant, aloof, almost cold, though his words made me feel hot all over.
"I never say anything nice. I just want you more than I want the easiness and comfort of numbness. You make me want things, Sandra. Our ages are irrelevant, and I can't have you believing otherwise. Don't bring it up again. Don't even think about it."
As he spoke, his mouth drifted closer, as though it was pulled to mine. When he stopped speaking, he kissed me. Just once. A soft, lingering kiss, gentle and possessive and controlled. With most men, it was the kind of kiss they administered as a way to say, "Let's take our clothes off. You start." When he pulled away, all I could think was more of that, more of everything. I opened my eyes and found him staring at me. His attention flickered briefly to my mouth, then back up to my eyes.
"Agreed?"
I nodded because I couldn't speak. He'd rendered me speechless. "I want you more than the easiness and comfort of numbness." I assumed he'd meant numb from the trauma of being incarcerated at 15. The thought troubled me. A numb Alex was a crime against humanity. I made a vow that Alex would never be numb again. After our picnic, we walked around the museum until late. Very late, and we had a great time talking about nothing much of consequence. Again, though, he seemed to know everything about everything. Again, I had to draw the details out of him with a bevy of questions. As well, I questioned him about his favorite things. He had no opinions on TV shows, but I did learn that his favorite dessert was strawberry shortcake. He'd always wanted a dog, a German Shepherd. His favorite book, a collection of short stories, was The Dubliners, written by James Joyce. I'd never read it, but made a mental note to add it to my book list. I also noted that he didn't know very many pop culture references. As an example, he didn't know of any internet memes, like Rickrolling or Emergad. I suppose this made sense, as he hadn't been near a computer in years. I was yawning when we left, and Alex made the executive decision that we would take a taxi instead of walking. I shivered as we waited for our ride, and Alex stood behind me with his arms wrapped around my shoulders. I allowed myself to lean against him, and he took the opportunity to bury his nose in my neck. "Are you cold?" The question was a whisper against my ear. I shivered again. A little. He pressed me closer, hugged me tighter. "It's late. We should skip the apartment." I hated that I agreed with him, but I did. "Okay, we'll go there tomorrow." "I have something else planned for tomorrow." I turned in his arms, issued him a coaxing but firm smile. "Alex, tomorrow is my turn to choose, and I choose the apartment. I know it's safe, unbugged, uncameraed, and we can be alone together." He pressed his lips into a thin line, and I thought I detected a flicker of panic behind his expression. "We should wait." "Wait? Wait to go to the apartment, or wait to be alone together?" "Both." He breathed, glanced over my head, pointedly, not making eye contact. As I watched him, his arms falling away, his expression growing distant, I had another moment of clarity, where clouds parted and I saw a glimpse of Alex behind them, and not just the part he was willing to share, but a truth about who he was, and why my heartbeat was the first he'd felt. I had to ask, because I had to know. "Are you a virgin, Alex?" His eyes whipped to mine, a lightning flash of emotion reaching out to me. In truth, I felt a bit singed by it, but I held firm. "What?" "Are you a virgin? Have you ever engaged in coitus? Futuro?" He glanced away, backed away, stretched his arms in front of him as though he were anxious for some movement, something to do. "Does it matter?" "A little." I nodded, marking his profile with my eyes. And by a little, I mean, yes, it matters a great deal. Alex blew out a loud breath, then met my gaze again. His expression was cool and distant. I could tell he was bracing himself against my inevitable reaction. "Yes, I'm a virgin." I knew already, but hearing the words emerge from his mouth, in his velvety, lovely voice, sent a small jarring shock down my spine. I wrestled with my immediate instinct to question him to determine the what and why behind his decision to remain a virgin. Because it was a decision. Of that I was certain. This guy could have imbroglioed 100 girls by now if he wanted to. My second instinct, after assessing his mental state, was to ask, what does this mean for us? Surprisingly, my secondary instinct overtook my initial clinical curiosity, and I may have started to panic a little. I struggled to find the words to ask my next question, though the oddly prim part of myself, which didn't make frequent appearances, wouldn't allow me to say, "So am I going to deflower you? And if so, when?" I settled on, "Do you have plans to be not a virgin?" His response was quiet but firm, and to his credit, his gaze was steady. "Maybe. Eventually. Maybe eventually? He nodded. With me? He made no response. In order to buy some time, I said, "Okay," followed by another, "Okay," and a third, "Okay," because I had to say something. I turned away from him, my movements on autopilot as I processed the information. I think I was still repeating the word "okay," but I couldn't be sure. My thoughts were loud in my head, and I was imagining several scenarios at once, all of them ending with Alex and me no longer together, sooner rather than later. Sandra. Alex was suddenly in my path, stopping my pacing by placing his hands on my upper arms. "Talk to me." I looked into his dark eyes. "I'm having a bit of a freak out." "Why?" "Because I'm not allowed to ask you certain questions, and I want to ask you questions because I'd like to know where I am." "Where you are?" "Yes. Where am I? What are we doing? What's going on? Why am I here?" "Why were you here 5 minutes ago?" "Because I like you. You're funny and interesting and surprising, and I'm attracted to you. Mostly your voice and your smarts and your body and lots of other stuff, and I hoped you'd feel similarly about me so that we could have intercourse at some point. And I don't mean the intelligent, conversational kind. That's discourse. Intercourse, discourse, that course, your horse, whatever." "So, what's changed in the last 5 minutes?" "Why haven't you had sex yet?" It was a risk. Questions about his past were apparently off limits, but I had to know. One does not reach the age of 20 whatever, looking like he looks, without purposefully avoiding sex. His eyes danced between mine, and he shrugged. "An appropriate opportunity hasn't presented itself." On a scale from 1 to 10 on the fiction meter, that rates as a raging 10-story inferno of cow poo. I don't believe that an opportunity hasn't presented itself, because girls in the restaurant throw themselves at you daily. You're the main attraction. He didn't smile. He seemed to be struggling with something. His temple and jaw ticked. At length, he said, "I don't want to talk about it." In my head, I heard a door shut. It was a symbolic door. It represented the possibility of us. He'd closed it. He'd locked it. And only Alex had the key. I breathed out an unsteady sigh, glanced at the dark sky. I gave myself a moment to see the door, how impenetrable it was. I could bang on it, get a crowbar and try to pry it open, hire a bulldozer and demolish it. But I know he'd just find another door, close it, lock it, hide behind it. "Okay," I said, because I had to say something, and I met his gaze once more. He studied me, his brow pulling low. He must not have liked my expression because his hands tightened on my arms, and his eyes flashed lightning again. "Okay," he growled. "What does that mean?" "It means okay. You don't want to talk about it. Okay, I guess that's that." I tried to shrug and felt my eyes sting. I wouldn't cry, but I wanted to. His frown turned menacing, angry. "You're breaking up with me? You promised me 3 months. I felt my expression soften as I allowed my eyes to move over his face, committing him to memory. "Are we together?" "Yes." "It doesn't feel like it." "Because we might not have sex?" "Yes. No." I held my breath for a moment, then exhaled. "I don't know what we're doing."
What's wrong with just being together? What's wrong with what we've been doing?
For maybe the first time in my adult life, I had no control over the volume of my voice as my response bellowed forth and I roughly disengaged from his grip. Because, Alex, I want you. I want to know you, about you, and you don't trust me enough to answer any of my questions.
That's not true. I do trust you. I trust you more than I've ever trusted anyone.
You may trust me more than you've ever trusted anyone, but that's not a lot, is it? And I love having intercourse just as much as I like engaging in discourse. I want you, all of you, every inch, and I want to give you all of myself. But you don't seem to want me the same way. So tell me, where are we supposed to go from here? Our taxi, with impeccable timing, pulled up to the curb just as I finished. Alex held my gaze for a long moment. Waves of barely controlled fury were radiating from him, evident in how he held himself, how his hands were balled into fists. Then he opened the back door of the taxi and motioned for me to get in. I slid in first, all the way to the far side. Though the interior of the car was beige, I saw only black and red. My despair fog cleared a little, and only by necessity, as I realized both Alex and the driver were waiting for me to speak.
Sandra,
Alex said, his expression and voice tight.
Where is the apartment? What's the address?
I glared at him. No thanks. Not interested in pushing you into...
We need to talk, openly. What's the address?
I studied him, noticed that he had moved himself to the middle of the back seat. His leg and side were pressed against mine, and his hand was possessive on my thigh. Heat suffused my chest and neck as I ripped my gaze from his and gave the driver the address. The rest of the short drive was spent in silence. Well, the cab was silent, but the conversation going on in my head was deafening. Chapter 17. We pulled into the roundabout for Quinn's building after an almost comically tense car ride. I had money ready to pay for the cab, but Alex closed his fist over my hand and tossed the driver a bill much too large for the small fare. He didn't release me as we exited. Instead, he firmly gripped my fingers, and therefore my $10 bill, as we entered the building. I knew the doorman, and Janie had promised to let the staff know that I'd be coming this week to look at the apartment. Thus, I had no need to stop at the concierge and alert him to my presence. We were waved forward to the lifts beyond the impressive lobby. Even inside the elevator, Alex didn't slacken his grip. It wasn't until we reached the door to the apartment, and I needed both hands to unlock the bolt, that he, albeit reluctantly, let me go. I walked inside as soon as the lock was free and made my way to the living room. The view overlooked Grant Park and Lake Michigan to the left and downtown to the right. Alex and the apartment had a lot in common. It was a magnificent apartment, and I was sure I'd never be able to afford it. In fact, just allowing myself to dream about the possibility was dangerous for my well-being. But the space would suit for our current purposes. I turned to find Alex standing in front of the entryway, as though blocking any attempt I might make to escape. His arms were at his sides, but his hands were still balled into fists. He was looking at me, half desperation, half determination, half animosity. That's right, he was looking at me 150%. So I paced. I tore off my jacket and flung it to a chair, put my hands on my hips, then swung them away. The burden of his glare seemed lessened while I stayed in motion. He spoke first.
You promised me 3 months.
Yeah, well, you promised me spending the night.
I did spend the night.
You know what I mean. Don't pretend you don't." His jaw clenched. Before my brain could contemplate my mouth's intent, I blurted, "What do you have to do with Bitcoins?" Alex's eyes narrowed, and the animosity in his glare trumped the desperation and determination. Who of you... What do you know?" "Nothing. I know absolutely nothing, as a matter of fact. My friend Janie did her best to explain the concept, but I admit the whole thing seems ridiculous. Electronic currency based on mathematical algorithms? What the heck?" "Why are you asking me about them?" "Because Agent Bell brought them up." "Did she approach you again? She told me she was going to back off. You have to tell me if she contacts you." "No." My response was clipped, impatient, and I didn't try to soften it. "I haven't seen Agent Bell for weeks. She mentioned Bitcoins the first time, the only time I met her, and you still haven't answered the question." "Believe me, Sandra," he answered through gritted teeth, "you're better off if I tell you nothing about it." I stared at him for an indeterminate period, incredulous that he could be so patronizing. Can you hear yourself? Can you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? "You shouldn't be involved." "So you think I'm better off not knowing why you were imprisoned, and I don't need to know why you have no plans to sleep with me? In short, just do as you're told, Sandra, and ask no questions." I growled, mostly to myself, and spoke mostly to myself. "It's not really even about the physical intimacy. It's about the fact that I don't even get to know why. Well, it is about the intimacy too, but that involves a great deal of trust." "It's not about you." "It is." I stopped pacing, pointed to myself. In a relationship, that's how it works. It's never about one person. It's always about both. If we're together, like you claim we are, then it's about both of us. You don't get to reserve giant parts of yourself. You wouldn't want me to do that to you." Alex stared at me, his knuckles white. "I promise you, you don't want to know the truth." "Were you molested? Raped in prison?" Words that others might have tripped over came easily to me. Occupational immunization. However, after I said them, the thought that they might be applied to Alex made my heart seize with painful and intense misery. "No, nothing like that," he said, his expression abruptly sad. "Sandra, He breathed out, a heavy, rasping sigh that was loud and frustrated. Then he cursed, several times. Alex crossed to the couch and sat down as though exhausted. His elbows were on his knees, his face in his hands. I hesitated for a long moment, then decided to brave sitting on the couch. Although, since I didn't trust myself to sit within his reach, I opted for leaning against the wide sofa arm. "Alex, you need to give me something. I need to know that we have a future that includes normal adult intimacy." "Sandra..." He sucked in a breath, held it, then said, "I've been watching you for months, over a year, and not just at the restaurant. When you leave late from your dates, I'd follow you home to make sure you arrived at your building safely." This gave me pause, but explained how he knew where I lived. I could either be distressed by this confession and build myself a 7-layer cake of freakouts, or prompt him for more information. I chose the latter. "Well, now I feel like my privacy has been violated," I deadpanned. He sighed a laugh at my joke, and I was glad he appreciated my sarcasm. "Seriously, why? Why would you do that? Why not just talk to me?"
because you were too perfect. Every week, or every other week, you'd come in on Friday, order exactly the same thing, and make your date cry. And this made me perfect? At first, it was very disorienting. You were so... His shoulders and back rose with a deep, unsteady intake of air. I was breathless with anticipation. I was so... distressing to watch. What the heck? I wrinkled my nose. Okay. What I mean is... He let his hands drop, leaned back onto the couch, and turned to face me. The first time I saw you, you stunned me. I don't think you noticed me, but I couldn't stop staring at you. You were... His eyes lost focus with the memory. He shook his head, but didn't continue the thought. Instead, he said, "It was summer. You wore a yellow dress. Your hair was a little shorter, and you were gorgeous, unbelievably beautiful. Then, when you finally looked at me to order, you were polite, removed, and you felt untouchable, invulnerable. And then, a few minutes after I left the table, your date started to cry." Untouchable, invulnerable. Seeing myself through Alex's eyes was disconcerting. And then the same thing happened the next time you came in. You were exquisite, and you were making these grown men cry every time. At first, I kind of hated you for it, and thought you were one of those physically attractive women with no soul who use people. But it was so bizarre that I started listening. You mean eavesdropping? Yes. Then it was hilarious. It was hilarious? Yes. Pray tell, how so? Well, with me, when I'd come to take your order, you were controlled, distant, cold. It made me feel like shit. Oh, Alex. I slipped onto the couch and reached for his hand, squeezed it. No, it's fine. He squeezed my hand back. It's like you flipped a switch before looking up, and then you put on a mask. Or maybe you took it off. I didn't know. But with the men, at first, you were friendly. You were funny. You made me laugh just listening to you. But those idiots just stared at you, not laughing. These were the parts of the dates I'd listen to, the very beginning, where you'd try to engage them. And I was hilarious? Yes. However, as the dates progressed and they began to tell their stories, you'd slip on a mask of detachment, and then they would cry. It never occurred to me that these were dates. Most of them even thanked you afterward. It got to the point where I didn't know which was the mask and which was the real you. And what do you think now, after the power of my red dress compelled you to talk to me? I was compelled. Never underestimate the power of the red dress. I'm glad I bought it. Me too. We shared a smile, but then I remembered my original question. It was an important one, so I asked it again. What do you think now? Who do you think I really am? He didn't respond. Instead, he tugged me forward, reached for my legs, encouraged me to straddle his lap. Like a marionette whose strings had been pulled, I obeyed. When I was settled, my arms around his shoulders, his hands on my hips, he released what sounded like a relieved sigh. He forced himself to continue, but my nearness apparently relaxed him. I think they're both you. Or rather, you are both people. You are hilarious, sweet, smart, friendly Sandra. But you're also untouchable, invulnerable,
formal, clinically cold, detached Dr. Fielding. His eyes captured mine, and I saw wisdom and weariness in them beyond his years. I know it's only a matter of time before Dr. Fielding realizes that I'm a disaster. When that happens, I'm afraid I'll never get to see you again. I swallowed, then frowned. You don't trust me. I trust that you're very intelligent, and you know better than to get involved with someone who's damaged. I've watched you avoid damaged people for 2 years. Once I start telling you things about me, about my past, you'll do the right thing by both of us, and we'll be over. I can't have sex with you, make love to you, and lie to you. My chin wobbled, and I had to blink away the stinging moisture in my eyes. Have you lied to me? No, not about anything. His words were immediate and desperate with sincerity. But not telling you? There are things you should know before we take that step. And I won't ever let you go once it happens. I realized that the night you came to my apartment wearing your little red dress and no underwear. He swallowed, and I saw nothing but raw conviction in his eyes. You'd never be free of me. My arms twisted tighter around his neck, and I kissed him softly. I needed to feel his lips. I withdrew, but rested my forehead against his as I spoke, not wanting him to see my watery eyes. Oh, Alex, I think you underestimate how completely selfish I am. His smile was small, hopeful. Alex cupped my cheek with one hand and forced our faces apart so that he could look at me. Can we wait? It was my turn to sigh, so I did, with heavy exaggeration and drama. I don't know. He flinched. I hurried to explain so he wouldn't misunderstand. I want everything, all of you, right now, and I'm not patient. I've never been good at waiting for what I want. Alex's mouth tilted ruefully. Waiting has never bothered me, he mused, and his expression became distant. It's the wanting that's new. I searched him, his face, and I believed him. The possibilities for why caused a shiver to race down my spine, and I fought to keep my mind from contemplating worst-case scenarios. His abusive father was a big candidate, as were his years in prison. Both were likely enough to break most people. I didn't see him as broken. He was cocooned, but intact. But something he'd said before, weeks ago, floated across my mind like a news ticker at the bottom of a TV screen. You said before that you don't like psychiatrists. I let the statement hang out there, let him get used to it before I asked, Are you willing to tell me why? He pressed his mouth together, then drew his top lip into his mouth, chewed on it before answering. When I was young, His eyebrows, his forehead wrinkled. He glanced downward, but I doubted he saw anything. A psychiatrist once told my mother that I was a savant. I remember that this caused her a great deal of distress. Later, when I was in prison, I had to see one every day. Every day? I frowned at that. That seemed excessive. I wondered if the government had hoped to hack into his brain like he'd hacked into computer systems. He lifted his gaze back to mine. He looked like he was bracing himself, steeling himself against not just me, but everything. I don't like psychiatrists. He said the words with finality, his tone flat. I winced a little. My eyelashes fluttered, but then his hand stroked me, my legs, my backside, my hips, my waist. And he said, "But I like you. I like you a lot. I liked you a lot before the power of the red dress compelled me, and that was very disorienting." I gazed at him in wonder, at the risk he was taking in being with me. He also knew better, and yet here we were. I felt the tension of the moment in the room, thick and heavy on my head and shoulders. It was the kind of tension that accompanies a major confession. Since his hands were still heating me up, the tension was heavily laced with sexual undercurrents. At least, it was for me. For my own sanity, since he was a psychiatrist-despising virgin who refused to answer the majority of my questions, and I was falling for him, I decided to diffuse the situation with humor, because it was all I could do. "Well then, I guess we'll have to wrestle to see who wins." Alex's gaze, which had been throwing sparks in the direction of my mouth, refocused on my eyes. He blinked. "You want to wrestle with me?" "Heck to the yeah, I do. And I would win, too." His smile was quizzical and sincere as he said, "Sometimes you feel more like an adversary than a..." "Than a what?" "Than a girlfriend, a partner." I thought about that for a moment, let it roll around in my head, realized, given what I knew about Alex's past, it made quite a lot of sense. With a girlfriend, you'd need to give away some of your control. But with an adversary, it's all about control. "Don't." His voice was a growl, and held more than a hint of warning. "Don't what?" "Don't start psychoanalyzing me." "I'm not." I sighed, rubbed my forehead, and removed myself from his lap. I sat down heavily on the couch. "I'm just trying to figure out how to get in your pants without asking you any direct questions." He huffed a startled laugh. "And what have you determined?" My eyes skated over him, took the measure of his lips, neck, chest, and nether regions. If an adversarial relationship is what it takes, then I'll just have to seduce you. Then, for no reason other than I'd always wanted to say it, I added, "Mr. Bond." His eyes lit at both the challenge and the teasing in my tone. Alex reached for my hand, but instead of allowing him to touch me at will, I moved my hand away. "Oh, no. I think we'll have no more of that." His eyebrows shot upward on his forehead. "None of what?" "No more touching." "What?" Again a growl. "No more touching, Mr. Bond." I was now speaking in a very poor imitation of a posh British accent. "If I'm to seduce you, then I'll need to ration your daily allotment of touching." "Who are you supposed to be?" "Don't tell me you don't know who James Bond is." "No, I know who James Bond is. Who are you supposed to be? Which of his conquests?" "Nein, Herr Bond." I switched to an atrocious German accent. "You are my conquest. Ich bin ein new and unknown female adversary. Sie call me Suki von Kokenkant." "Must you murder the German language?" A smile split his face, though his eyes became hard with what I guessed was determination. "Jawohl." I stood and crossed to my discarded jacket. I felt his eyes on me as I moved, heard him clear his throat when he also stood. "Are we leaving?" I nodded as I pushed my arms into the sleeves of my jacket. "Yes, it's past 1 and I have to work in the morning. Frankly, if I'm not getting any ass tonight, then I might as well go to sleep." "Are you thinking about moving here? Into this apartment?" Alex walked toward me. His steps were measured, cautious. No, I can't afford it. I glanced around the vaulted ceilings with longing. But it's pretty amazing, right? He nodded, and when he had reached me, he fingered the zipper of my jacket. Maybe we could come back tomorrow. We'll need a code name for it. Let's call it Cloud City, I said. I saw recognition and admiration in his gaze. You like Star Wars? I do, but... I said, studying him. My eyes narrowed. I thought you had something planned for tomorrow. He nodded again, shrugged. We can do that another time. When I just stared at him, he continued, Plans change. Now that I've been here, I can see why you wanted to come. Okay. I finished my zipper and crossed the hall leading to the door. But how about we go with what you already had planned for tomorrow? I needed time to plan my seduction attack, and didn't want to be alone with him again so soon. His zing kisses made me lose my mind. I'll meet you in the hospital cafeteria. 5:30, okay? He said, Sounds good. And we'll pick a Saturday to come back here. I'll cook. Can you cook? He sounded doubtful as we exited the apartment. Yes, I can cook. I waited until I had the door locked and was walking away from him, down the hall toward the elevator, before I tossed a sinister smirk over my shoulder. Just wait till you try my figs. Chapter 18. Thursday's horoscope. You will be faced with an impossible situation today. Don't sweat the white lies you tell enemies, and be creative with your allies. You look like carp today. Ashley's eyes didn't lift from her chart as she volunteered her opinion. You mean crap? I felt like crap. I was tired. My head and my heart hurt, and I was pretty sure my female reproductive system hated Alex. No, carp, the fish. You're all frowny and buggy-eyed, tired and frightened. Her blue eyes lifted, scanned my face. And you need to pluck your eyebrows. Do carp have eyebrows? They have little weird feeler mustaches like catfish. I suspect they tie other fish to little fishy railroad tracks. This earned her a smile. She smiled in return, obviously pleased with her ability to break through my fishy mood. Seriously, girl, what's going on? Are you still thinking about dating that ex-con? My smile wavered, and I handed her a chart, my original reason for finding her. I need a full battery workup on this patient. And yes, Alex and I are dating. Her lips pinched and twisted to the side. You know I never stick my nose in unless... Ha! She ignored me. Unless it's serious and I'm worried. But Sandra, by your own admission, you don't know anything about this guy. That's why we're dating, so I can get to know him. Federal prison? Hun, I know he's a hot cup of coffee, but this is so unlike you. All the guys you date are normal. They wear polo shirts and play golf. Alex looks like the guy who beats up the guys who play golf. I rubbed my forehead because I was getting a headache. I had an entire harem of platonic, polo-wearing golfers, and I needed to set aside some time to reestablish contact with them. But it wouldn't be today. I loved Ashley, knew she meant well, but didn't need anyone else to tell me that I was making irrational decisions. I already knew how far out of my depth I'd ventured. I've never met a normal person in my life. No one is normal, Ashley. Dr. Fielding. Both Ashley and I turned at the crisp sound of my name. Brown ponytail, brown eyes, moderately priced suit. I almost groaned at the sight of Agent Bell. She stared at me. Even her stare looked official. "I need you to come with me, please." My eyebrows lifted on their own. I glanced behind her, then behind me, searching Ashley's face for some friend telepathy. Ashley looked bewildered, curious, and concerned. Instead of following Agent Bell, I widened my stance and leveled her with a searching gaze. "How did you get access to this floor? These patients are very sick." "We can discuss the particulars elsewhere. I've already informed your department head that I need your assistance on a case, and you've been released to my custody for the rest of the day." I tempered my reaction so that I appeared merely irritated instead of Darth Vader force choke mad. "Released to your custody? You do realize that I have patients who require treatment." My eyes flickered away from the agent, distracted by the sight of a mother holding the hand of her daughter in one of the nearby hospital rooms. This was not a good place for a scene. These patients and families deserved better. Belle nodded curtly. "Yes, the sooner you cooperate, the sooner you can return to your patients." Her gaze swept over me, perhaps searching for trickery. Then she promptly turned and marched down the hall. I followed about 4 paces behind, my hands in my lab coat. As I watched her ponytail swing, I was struck by how not parole officer-like she appeared. Like Agent Dumbass, she wore a suit, but hers, even though plain, looked more businessy. She looked like she belonged in an office behind a computer, not in the field checking on convicts. She led me to the stairwell door, and we descended the 3 flights of stairs to the hospital basement, where there were 2 chairs waiting. Agent Bell gestured for me to sit in one of the chairs, so I did. She didn't sit. Classic interrogation tactic. Definitely not a parole officer. She withdrew a recorder from her pocket, set it to record, and spoke into it, saying, "This is Agent Victoria Bell, recording on," and proceeded to log all the details of the date, who I was, where we were, and lastly, speaking on the subject of Suspect Green. Suspect Green. If I'd been free to do so, I would have sighed. She set the recorder on the empty chair across from me, leveled me with her official stare, and asked, "What is your relationship with Quinn Sullivan?" I allowed myself to show mild surprise. He's the husband of my friend Janie Morris." "What were you doing in his building last night?" "Looking at an apartment I'm considering renting." Something like concern passed behind her gaze. "Why do you want to rent the apartment?" "It's nice." "Nothing to do with the enhanced security? Soundproof windows?" I shrugged, shook my head. "Nothing at all. But I do like the bathtubs and the granite in the kitchen." She grimaced, appeared disbelieving. I used this short moment to mentally high-five Quinn. Leave it to Quinn to make his building spy-proof. "How long have you known Alexander Green?" This was definitely an interrogation. If I hadn't already decided to keep my emotions to myself, I definitely would have done so now. If she were hoping to elicit an unintended reaction from me, she was going to be very disappointed. Therefore, my voice was very calm and reassuring when I responded honestly. "I believe about 2 years." Her eyes bulged. She gripped the back of the chair, holding the recorder. 2 years. Actually, it's been over 2 years. Closer to 2 years and 9 months. Her sigh of disbelief was audible. "But how?" She seemed to be reining her thoughts, collecting them, ordering them. I detected the precise moment she considered that I was lying. "There is no way you've known Alexander Green for 2 years and 9 months. "I assure you, I'm telling the truth." "Where did you meet him?" "At Taj's, the restaurant." She glared at me. "How long have you been involved with Mr. Green?" I don't know what you mean by involved. How long have you two been engaging in sexual relations? I paused, considered her. She was likely expecting some kind of reaction to the question, perhaps delicate flower hysterics. I decided in that moment that, as a game, I would obtain from her all the information I sought without asking a single question. We haven't been having sex. The muscle at her jaw flexed, her gaze sharpened. Don't lie to me. I'm not lying to you. I've seen the letter. We know the nature of your relationship is intimate. The letter? I stated, frowning my confusion. Thoughts of you will keep me warm. I burn. I hurt. The quoted words were flat. Sound familiar? I didn't grimace. Instead, I held her gaze, gave her nothing. Alex had been right. I should have destroyed the letter. But I loved it. Just contemplating destroying that letter made me feel slightly nauseous. However, knowing that his sweet and sincere words had been pilfered also made me nauseous. Basically, it was a no-win, all-barf situation. Her eyes narrowed with scorn as she pressed. What has he told you about his involvement with the creation of the electronic currency Bitcoins? Absolutely nothing. Dr. Fielding, she growled, apparently trying to control her tenor and volume. Do you know who I am? You're Agent Bell. Yes. She waved her name away, treating it as something inconsequential. But do you know who I am? You're Agent Bell, I repeated. She scowled. I'm from the NSA, Dr. Fielding. Outwardly, I merely shrugged at her revelation and said, Okay, and... Inwardly, my brain felt like it was on fire. NSA? NS freaking A? His parole agent was from the NSA. Except, I suspected she wasn't a parole agent. These were the people listening in on everyday conversations between U.S. citizens like it was their right. I braced myself for her personality type, which I was sure would include a sense of entitlement and superiority. Her jaw set. I noted that her hands gripped the back of the chair with enough force to turn her knuckles white. Alexander Green is a dangerous person, Dr. Fielding. I don't know what he's told you about himself, about his past, about his interactions with us, but let me assure you, there are two sides to the story. I nodded at her, let my eyes drift to the right, and then glanced at my watch. If the story is long, then we may have to postpone it until after my afternoon clinic. I can see that you think you already know him. She sighed again, as if she felt sorry for me. Some of the tension in her fingers and shoulders released. He's not who you think he is. I nodded once and sat back in my chair, a cue that I was ready to listen. When we became aware of him, it was after he'd hacked 3 of our 4 high-performance computing centers. How much do you know? I blinked at her once. Just that. Just what you've told me. Did he tell you what he was doing? Why he hacked into our systems? I can guess. It was the first untrue thing I'd said. I had absolutely no idea. Her mouth hitched to the side. Yes, well, we could guess too. Of course we found him, but only after he'd successfully mined thousands of bitcoins using our CPUs. So you seized the bitcoins. Is that what he told you? She waited for me to respond. I shrugged because it was one of those gestures that people interpret however they want. He lied, she said. There is no way for us to seize the bitcoins. Well, there is no current way for the federal government to seize bitcoins at will. In order to do that, we need one of the creators of the currency. She paused and watched me very closely for a reaction. This was all still gibberish to me. This was something out of a science fiction novel, or a Stephen King movie with Tom Cruise, where Tom Cruise has to run someplace from some people because that's what Tom Cruise does. He runs while looking concerned and futuristic. Therefore, I decided to look surprised and thoughtful.
Yes,
she nodded. She believed I was following her train of thought. I wasn't following her train because mine had derailed on thoughts of running Tom Cruise. Weird little man.
I see you understand, she said.
You're wrong, Agent Bell. I shook my head, hoped she'd think I was lying. I don't understand.
She looked disbelieving. Then let me spell it out for you. The NSA believes, this country believes, that Alexander Green knows at least one of the creators of Bitcoins. He knows at least one of the original 3 or 5 developers and hackers who wrote the code, developed the algorithms, and promulgated Bitcoins as a currency sometime between 2007 and 2009.
My disbelieving huff and laugh were genuine. That's completely preposterous. He would have been only 14 or 15. Her pretty mouth curved into a knowing smirk.
And how old do you think he was when he hacked into the NSA? The first time?
I blinked at her, but didn't respond.
The first time? Didn't he tell you? He was 12.
What? Though it took all my superpowers to support the facade, I didn't allow any of my confusion or alarm to seep through my expression. Instead, I frowned, as though I were listening intently, because I was listening intently.
She continued, The first time we became aware of him, he was 12. That time we were pretty sure he did it for fun, because he could, and we were actually very thankful to him for pointing out the flaws in our systems. We were willing to bring him in as a consultant. He refused.
She pressed her lips together, waiting for my reaction to that piece of news, as though no one could comprehend someone who didn't want to help the NSA. I said, Then he did it again, this time to mine Bitcoins. I was careful to make my words a statement that merely repeated what she'd said earlier.
No.
She appeared rueful, and I recognized reluctant admiration in her words.
We have no idea how many times he's done it. And
Agent Bell took a deep breath, then released it, and I knew she was getting to the crux of the discussion.
He's still doing it.
I couldn't help it. This time my surprise did show. I coughed to cover my urge to laugh. That's unbelievable. She glanced at her hands.
We need your help.
Well, you need someone's help, that's for sure, I muttered, my reaction still honest. Still doing it? How the heckety-heck could he still be doing it? I'd been to his apartment. He had no computers or electronics of any kind. I was sure the NSA kept him on a tight leash. However, we'd been able to go to Janie and Elizabeth's apartment yesterday without them intervening. Apparently, Quinn's building was also NSA-proof, and that had them rattled. Where else did Alex go? Maybe he had a secret lair, like Batman. But when did he go? He was always followed. Sundays were a possibility. By his own admission, Alex disappeared on Sundays, all day. I was lost in the possibilities when she interrupted my thoughts with her next statement.
It's not the hacking that concerns us. I honestly believe, he thinks he's doing a good thing.
The hacking doesn't concern you? Gah! I asked a question. Strike one for Sandra. She ignored my question.
Don't you see, if he knows the creators of the Bitcoin, and I'm positive that he does, then he holds the key to all the Bitcoins in circulation. Those initial algorithms can only be decoded by a creator. He can control billions of dollars. He can take and he can give. We have a pretty good idea who the illegal holders of bitcoins are. We do. He doesn't. If he gave us the key, then we could bankrupt criminal organizations around the world. I stared at her. Admittedly, I still didn't understand what in the feck she was talking about, how bitcoins worked, how Alex's knowledge of the creators could help. But the gist of it seemed to be, 1, Alex was a mastermind hacker of epic and global proportions. 2, he may or may not know who developed bitcoins. 3, he was somehow continuing to breach firewalls and all those other computery thingies that keep information safe. In fact, he was so good, he could do it without access to, or with limited access to, a computer. 4, the NSA and the U.S. government desperately wanted him to give them some mysterious and magical key. I was guessing the key was like some sort of password. This key password would mysteriously and magically allow them to bankrupt criminal organizations. After a protracted period of time with my thoughts, I decided I needed more time with my thoughts. This was too much. This was too much information for me to absorb without coffee, chocolate, clean hair, my fuzzy red slippers, and my situational t-shirt that read, "I'm thinking." "Right," I said. And then I stood and looked around the basement landing. "Right?" She shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "You're going to help?" I bit the inside of my lip and considered her. Here was someone who drank the Kool-Aid. She was a good citizen. She believed that Uncle Sam hung the moon and stars. She also believed that she was entitled to listen in on everyone else's moon and star discussions. My beliefs tended to be someplace in the center of everything, or not well researched. I didn't drink the Kool-Aid of patriotism, nor did I drink the moonshine of anarchy. I just wanted to pay my taxes, have roads that were drivable, have police who came when I called, and a school to send my bratty children to when the time came. Maybe, at some point, I was going to have to reevaluate my centrist ambivalence to conspiracies and the sacrifices of our public servants. But for now, I couldn't think about that. I needed to find out what in the heckity-heck a Bitcoin actually was. Then I'd figure out my next step. "Agent Bell," I said, "I don't know if I can help, and I need some time to think." She nodded, her forehead wrinkled, but then she reached forward and grabbed the wrist of my lab coat, making me want to yank my arm out of her fingers. But instead, I gave her a pointed look, and she let go. "You need to understand. This is very serious." "I do understand," I said, using my most soothing voice. "I understand the severity. However, I need time to think. Again, I don't even know what I can do. I have no idea if he'll talk to me." "Dr. Fielding, you are the first person he has ever talked to, that we know of, with any frequency. I've been assigned to Mr. Green since he was arrested. We thought that if he felt like he had more freedom, he might be more cooperative. And he has been. He's given us some valuable information." "He has been cooperative." "No. He's mailed some coded letters to someone he thinks is a contact. We've intercepted them." I nodded, found this hard to believe, but didn't voice my opinion. She continued, "He doesn't associate with anyone other than the Patels, and they have no influence. He barely talks to them. Early on, there was a girl. One girl, one time, a single occurrence. We approached her. She tried to help, but he knew immediately something was up and cut her off. He wouldn't see her again." Gah! I swallowed and had to hide my grimace. "You're obviously approaching me again because you think he'll talk to me. You might be disappointed." "I don't think so. He brought you up to me during the weekly session. He specifically requested that we leave you alone. That tells me you're important to him." I seized on the words weekly session, but opted to ignore them rather than display pointed interest in one topic. Instead, because I needed time with my thoughts, I said, "Okay, well, like I said, I need to think about your request." Her eyes searched mine. She then bent to pick up the recorder from the chair and turned it off. As she straightened, tucking the device in her pocket, she said, "I'm not threatening you." I tensed. My eyes narrowed. I turned to face her completely and squared my shoulders. "That's good to know." "I'm not threatening you yet. I believe you will do the right thing without the need for threats. But don't doubt that we know everything about you. We even know where you worked in college." I swallowed, my lips in a firm line, and controlled my urge to poke her in the eyes, Three Stooges style. "I'm sure you do. I'm sure you also know, then, that I meant what I said. I don't know if I can help. I need time to think about it." Agent Bell nodded. "Fine. I'll be in touch." Around 5 p.m., my brain started to sound like the adults in Charlie Brown, the squawking trombone. Wah, 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 wah. I was tired of thinking. Agent Bell's threats were concerning, but her actions were ultimately out of my control. I could only control my reactions and subsequent actions to her requests and threats. I would not be bullied into deserting or betraying Alex. As well, I was not going to allow stubbornness or my dislike of Agent Bell's strong-arm tactics to blind me from the truth. My relationship with Alex, his past, and my growing feelings for him were potentially hazardous to my career. I wanted to do the right thing for Alex, for my country, for my patients, for me. The way forward was unclear. A decision was going to have to be made at some point, but it wouldn't be tonight. Therefore, I changed into jeans, black boots, and a black long-sleeve sweater, and meandered down to the hospital cafeteria a few minutes early. Once there, I grabbed a cup of hot chocolate and chose a table by the window. It was snowing. I cleared my mind, pushed all thoughts, worry, anxiety, and hopes to the side. Some would call it meditation. For me, it's more like daydreaming. I allowed my mind and heart to hold hands for a bit and tell me what they wanted for Christmas next year and every year after. An image of Alex flashed before my eyes. He was naked. No surprises there. But he was also beneath me, and I was fully clothed. We were in bed, holding hands, about to kiss. I blinked the image away, even though it was truly lovely, not wanting to frustrate myself. The next image was again of him and me. This time we were both naked, lounging on my couch, watching a baseball game. He was laughing at something I'd said. It was a charming dream, and my heart leapt at the thought of Alex in the role of my life partner, the life partner for whom I'd been searching. I sighed, closed my eyes, and pinched my nose to clear that picture away as well. No use getting ahead of myself. Again, I opened my eyes and let my mind drift. This time, the image was of me, clothed, and Alex, also clothed. He was in handcuffs, and I was visiting him in a jail. I quietly grunted in aggravation, annoyed with my brain and heart for showing me an image I feared, rather than one that made me happy. I only had so much time to daydream, damn it. Anything wrong? I started, startled by the sound of Alex's voice.
and found him before me. He'd claimed the seat across from mine, and I hadn't even heard his approach. I noted he'd been drinking from my hot chocolate cup and was now using it to warm his hands. He was wearing his glasses. When this man was 12, he was hacking into NSA supercomputing centers. When I was 12, I was counseling my stuffed animals on their relationship problems. When he was 15, he was sent to federal prison. When I was 15, I sought out a high school senior renowned for deflowering virgins, just so I could get the whole ordeal out of the way. For the first time in our acquaintance, his glasses seemed like a mask. Beneath his clothes, he might be wearing spandex and a cape. I tried not to be too distracted by the thought. People were, essentially, the secrets they kept.
Sandra, are you okay?
No, yes. I blinked, shook my head, tried to re-engage my brain. I was just daydreaming. His mouth tugged upward on one side, and he considered me.
What about?
You, naked and with baseball and in jail. I mustered a bit of energy to return his smile. An audience. A flicker of understanding passed behind his eyes, and his expression turned sober.
An audience? Did you have to talk in front of an audience today?
Yes, for a bit. It wasn't so bad. The soberness morphed into barely contained fury, and when he spoke, his tone was sharp.
What?
Then he stopped himself, glared around the cafeteria as he made an admirable attempt to school his expression. He pulled stiff fingers through his hair, still visibly fuming. I reached under the table and placed my hand on his knee, hoping to calm him. Don't worry about it. The questions weren't so bad. I'll have my presentation better prepared next time. He peered at me through the black frames of his glasses. He didn't look convinced.
Don't let the audience fluster you.
I won't. You don't need to worry about that. I could tell he had more to say, but refrained. His expression was taut and angry. What are we doing tonight? I tried for a change in subject and squeezed his knee.
I'm not happy about this.
Alex leaned back in his chair and glanced out the window.
This isn't going to work.
I felt a small stab of panic and shifted in my chair. He must have seen or sensed my change in demeanor, because his eyes moved back to mine and softened.
I'm not referring to the 3-month agreement. That's binding, and it goes both ways.
His words appeased me, and I smirked. Our attempt at clandestine conversation was laughable. We might as well speak openly for all our subtlety. I have some questions, I said.
Not here.
We don't have to talk about it tonight. In fact, I'm all talked out for the day. His eyes narrowed as he considered me.
All I have planned for tonight is dinner and a movie. Does that sound good?
I nodded, slowly at first, but then with greater conviction as I considered the idea. That sounds really nice. We walked toward the movie theater, and I assumed my usual position, tucked under Alex's arm. After our discussion the previous evening, the revelation that he was without previous hot monkey sex partners, I'd assumed our touches would feel chaste and innocuous. This assumption was based on the knowledge that no amount of touching would lead to the typical inevitable conclusion at the evening's end. I was wrong. Everywhere he touched, as well as every place I touched him, felt strangely illicit, like we were breaking rules and crossing boundaries. His hand on my hip, over my clothes, sent tingles of awareness down my spine. He shifted, slipping his fingers into the back pocket of my jeans. It was lovely torture. Alex was a fast walker, but tonight, for whatever reason, he didn't seem to feel a sense of urgency. I caught him watching me more than once, a small smile in his eyes and gracing his mouth, even though he also seemed apprehensive. Every few blocks he would stop, turn me toward him, gather me in his arms, and kiss me, as though he were thirsty for my lips. We stopped on the way for a bite to eat at a small pizza place. When we entered, and as we settled into the booth, him facing the door, he glanced around, his eyes sizing the place up, searching for cameras, exits, and the faces of the patrons. I wondered if this searching, was why his gaze had felt so strange to me before I knew him. Perhaps he looked a little too long because everyone, everything, everywhere was a potential threat. The thought made my stomach hurt. I glanced at the menu and said, "Is Big Sister watching?" I tried to keep my tone light. "I don't know. I don't think so." "I see. We can talk freely then?" I peered at him through my lashes. He didn't meet my eyes. Well, more or less. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. Just to be safe, we should avoid discussions related to audiences." "So, what kind of questions am I allowed to ask you?" He was saved from answering by the approach of our server. We ordered quickly, telling the waitress our drinks and dinner preferences in one go, and I could sense that Alex wasn't comfortable talking in the restaurant. As evidence of my suspicion, he was silent, his eyes still on the door. The waitress returned with 2 bottles of water and garlic bread. Alex took a large bite of bread, which served as a plausible reason for not answering. I watched the way his jaw worked, and noted the masculine sinews that defined his neck. I was momentarily mesmerized by it, had to blink and shake my head when he sipped his water. I once went on a date with a guy who chewed with his mouth open. It was like sitting across from a garbage disposal. Not everyone chews sexily, but Alex did. Or maybe I was falling a little too hard, a little too fast, especially since I still knew almost nothing about the details of his life. When he belatedly responded, his eyes were warm and lovely, and a small, teasing smile graced his lips. Something in my expression must have lightened his mood. "You can ask me anything. I just might not be able to answer." "Because of the danger you don't want to put me in?" He nodded, then paused before saying, "Or for your own good." "What does that mean?" "Meaning..." His eyes moved to the left as he searched for the right words. "Questions about my childhood and family are probably not a good idea." "Why? Is Darth Vader your father?" He laughed, and his smile was immense, and again, I was enchanted. My heart and stomach traded places a few times. I took a bite of garlic bread and chewed my mesmerized mind into submission. "I think it's safe for me to admit that Darth Vader is not my father." "I see." My throat felt dry, so I took a swig from my bottle. His eyes followed the movement of my lips as I drank and seemed affixed to my mouth after I lowered the bottle. I licked away a drop of water, pulled my bottom lip into my mouth, bit it, and watched as Alex's lips parted slightly. He was staring at me, as though mesmerized. Well, well, well. How about that? I cleared my throat, loudly, and he shook himself. He blinked, glanced around the restaurant, his eyebrows furrowed, and he gathered a deep breath. So, He swallowed and said no more. I took pity on him, though my heart was victory dancing like an obnoxious football player after scoring a game-winning touchdown. Can I ask you about the Patels? How you came to work for them? He seemed to consider this, weighing the request even as he spoke.
There's not much to tell. The Patels knew me when I was little. My mother worked for them. Shira is their daughter. We used to play together. I had to leave when I was little, but I remembered them. It's one of my few memories of my mother. When I got out of prison, they were the only people I could think of who might be willing to help me.
Now my heart hurt. No other family? Aunts, uncles, cousins? He cleared his throat and placed the garlic bread he'd been holding on his plate.
No, there's no one.
The way he held my gaze told me that he didn't wish to continue this conversation. I decided to yield for now. Can I ask you more questions about your favorite things? I assume your favorite color is black. I let my eyes move over his usual black attire. If I ever saw him in something other than black, I might not recognize him. What about movies?
Yes, feel free to ask me about movies.
Alex's mouth hooked to the side. I took it as a positive sign. No, doofus, I just asked you, what are your favorite movies? His eyes flashed at my usage of the word doofus, and I couldn't tell if it bothered him or not.
What are your favorite movies?
You aren't going to tell me first?
No, but I will tell you that black isn't my favorite color. Green is.
I allowed my surprise to register on my face, paired with a small smile. Green? What shade of green? There are so many greens. I don't want to knit you a foam green scarf if sea green is your favorite, although you strike me as an olive green kind of guy.
What color are your eyes?
I had the abrupt sensation of falling, lost my breath, worried briefly that I'd never catch it again. The more we were together, the further and faster I fell. His gaze was steady, yet scorching, which explained why I was melting beneath it. I tried to swallow, and only half managed. They've been called leaf green.
Not malachite green?
No, I'm not even sure what malachite is. The color has also been described as forest green.
You don't remind me of a plant.
Not even a flower?
No, flowers are temporary. I think your eyes are closer to emerald or jade.
So, I'm a gemstone? His mouth curved as he thought about the comparison. At length, he nodded.
In so many ways, yes.
My voice was breathy when I responded. For once, it was not purposeful. But not a lush green rainforest?
No. Rainforests are fragile. Emerald green is my favorite color.
I considered him for a moment, with my emerald green eyes, and he considered me right back. If we kept this up much longer, I was going to rip his clothes off and man-eat him in Manny's deep dish pizza shop. The waitress brought our pizza, which served to delay my response and prolong the moment. When she departed, I couldn't think of anything to say. So I blurted, "Star Wars."
What?
Star Wars is my favorite movie. Actually, the Star Wars trilogy. Starting with A New Hope and ending with Return of the Jedi. I served him a piece of pizza, then grabbed one for myself. I tried to ignore the fact that the cheese and sauce burned the roof of my mouth.
I see. Hence Cloud City.
His eyes narrowed.
Why do you like Star Wars movies so much?
I mirrored his look and thought about how silly the question was. Haven't you seen them?
Yes, I've seen them. They play old movies at Grant Park over the summer. I saw them last year for the first time. I heard you talking about them with one of your dates.
He hadn't yet taken a bite of his pizza yet. Like the smarty pants he was, he let it cool first. Apparently, as he'd mentioned in previous conversations, he didn't mind waiting. His self-control irked me.
But why do you like them? Why are they your favorite movies?
Because I looked at the ceiling. It was like trying to find the words to describe why chocolate tasted better than vanilla. In the end, I stopped thinking and just said what I felt. Because it's the story about a man who has all this power, just a crazy amount of innate talent and power, and how seductive and easy it is for him to be drawn away from what he knows is right. It would be so easy to use superpowers for evil, and hard to use them exclusively for good. As a cautionary tale, there isn't a better one. And love saves him in the end. Not Luke's love for him, but Darth Vader's love for Luke, for Leia, and their mother. That's what saves him. He lifted his eyebrows, the left higher than the right.
Do you always use your talents for good?
I started, surprised by the question. Something in his gaze felt abrupt and disconcerting. I became very, very still. What do you mean?
Your superpower. Do you use it exclusively for good?
What superpower?
Manipulating people.
What? My single-word response was sharp because his question felt like a slap. He grimaced, though it looked like a stubborn, impatient grimace.
Sandra, I'm not insulting you.
Really? You just told me I'm manipulative. That sounded a lot like an insult.
It wasn't.
I don't manipulate people.
Yes. Yes, you do.
His eyes held mine ensnared, daring me to look away, and his tone was low, challenging, and argumentative.
You manipulate people into talking about themselves. Then you manipulate them into seeking the treatment they need. You hide your own reactions to what they say so completely that they trust you implicitly. And you do all this because you sincerely want to help them.
My neck became hot, and I knew I was blushing. This annoyed me. I didn't know if I was blushing because I was offended, impressed, or flattered. His expression tempered, and after a prolonged moment, he almost looked contrite.
I've only seen you use your talents for good.
I didn't respond. He was right, of course. I felt the veracity of his words, though my brain still fought against the label of manipulative. To be seen so completely by another person was disorienting. He offered a belated and apprehensive, "Sorry." I studied him. "No, you're not."
"I'm sorry if I upset you."
He said the words as though they were meant to clarify his earlier apology. I thought about that statement. Once again, I understood the nuance behind his words. You're sorry if you upset me. You're not sorry you said it. A phantom smile claimed his features, and I couldn't help it. I inwardly laughed at this moment of déjà vu. We were back in the Chase Auditorium, and he'd just forced me to cop a feel. It was Bonergate all over again. Only this time, I was blushing because he saw me for who I was. I didn't know if I used my talents exclusively for good. I hoped that I did. But I did know that I'd never met someone so infuriatingly good at flustering me. It was, indeed, his superpower. I wondered if I could trust him to use it exclusively for good. Alex took a bite of his pizza, though he continued to survey me from behind his glasses, phantom smile in place. I decided to change the subject back to Star Wars, since I didn't know how to answer his original question. I had custom t-shirts made for watching each of the movies.
Really?
he said, looking somewhat surprised yet admiring that I would go to such lengths in pursuit of total fandom.
What do the t-shirts say?
The first one says, I've been looking for love in Alderaan places, so now I'm going searching for a new hope. The second one says, flying solo only gets you frozen in carbonite. The third one, for Jedi, says, you go outside. I'm going to stay indoor and watch Return of the Jedi. Alex's smile grew with each of my t-shirt puns, but then he looked concerned and asked, what about episodes 1 through 3? Do you have t-shirts for those? Yes, just one. It's a picture of Admiral Akbar with the words, Akbar, it's a trap, because I never watched the first 3. He laughed then, a full-on belly laugh, and said, oh my God, I love you. Oh, sigh and Schitzerhosen. As a way to cover the unsteadiness of my voice and hands, I made a light sound of amusement and reached for my pizza. I took a bite. It had cooled to a reasonable temperature, though the damage had already been done. I'd been burned. I knew he didn't love me, but hearing the words from his mouth, even as a figure of speech, did things to me like his letter did things to me, and his laugh, and his kiss, and his crazy smarts, and his weirdness, and his intensity, and how he liked to fluster the brains out of me. All that did so many wonderful things to me. He did things to me. I was drawn to him like a fangirl to an obsession, and any lingering hopes that I hadn't just fallen face first into a tire fire of nonsensical passion, fascination, and infatuation with him completely disappeared. Chapter 19. Saturday Horoscope. You'll find yourself on a roller coaster of emotions today. It's important to remember that you're not the only one on the ride. I woke up Saturday with an unexpected text from Thomas canceling our lunch. He never canceled our lunch. Ever.
Can't make lunch,
was all he texted. It threw me for a loop. I was being thrown in all kinds of loops lately. I'd used Friday to return calls I'd missed, now that my cell phone was frequently without a battery, and made plans with several of my male friends over the coming weeks. But I was still spinning in circles from Alex's label of my talent. I didn't like the word manipulative, or the implication of it as a label. For me, manipulative meant calculated, egocentric intent. He could have used the word persuasive instead. However, I recognized that it would have been less accurate. I did manipulate people. My manipulation of them was calculated. I hid my thoughts in order to gain their trust and push them in the direction I felt best. And I did it unapologetically. Eventually, I accepted that he hadn't meant the word as an insult. I decided, after a great deal of contemplation, that his honesty demonstrated how little he understood about the social implications of semantics. His honesty was brutal and meant to challenge me, but not meant to hurt or wound me. Using the theory of Occam's razor, I decided that the best explanation was the simplest. He didn't know any better. He'd never been taught. After the dinner and movie on Thursday, Alex had walked me home, kissed me senseless on the sidewalk, then sent me upstairs alone. I hadn't been expecting cosmic orgasmic fiddle playing, but I was hoping for something more than zing kisses exclusively on my lips. I wondered if it were time to resurrect the compelling red dress. I spent my Saturday knitting, cleaning, and researching journal articles for an abstract I was working on. I wasn't meeting Alex until late, as he had to work the dinner shift. We'd made plans via passing notes to meet at a small bar in Lincoln Park around 11. He'd heard that a band he liked was playing there, and told me it would be loud and crowded. I assumed that what he meant by loud and crowded was that we could have a conversation without being overheard. We still hadn't discussed Agent Bell's visit and her extensive interrogation of me, and my curiosity levels of how Alex would react to this news were reaching critical. I dressed in high-heel boots, leggings, and a short green wool dress with 3/4 sleeves. It was snug and cute and kept me warm. The color also matched my eyes. Unfortunately, it was mostly hidden by my bulky jacket. The concert venue was crowded, but not too crowded. It was a dive bar in the Lincoln Park area. The main portion of it was underground. I thought I'd arrived first, but as I entered, Alex stepped forward, again out of the shadows, and grabbed my arm. He breathed out a sigh that would have been audible if the bar hadn't been loud and crowded. We crossed to the bar, pressing our way through the crush. Once there, he removed my jacket and signaled to the bartender. The man immediately came over. Alex passed him my jacket, which the man took after glancing at me briefly and giving me a wink.
"Hey, Alex, good to see you. Who's the thermos?"
The bartender lifted his chin toward me. The man was about my age or a little older, and every inch of his visible skin was covered in tattoos. Thermos? I hoped it was a compliment. Alex frowned, then responded to the bartender, "This is my girlfriend." Despite the absurdity of it, I liked how possessive he sounded. At the same time, I was annoyed. Apparently, introducing me by my name either hadn't occurred to him or came second to marking his territory. The bartender snorted. "Yeah, kinda figured that out. But does she have a name?" I stuck my hand over the bar to shake his. "No, that's my name." I winked at him. "And I'm assuming your name is Bartender?" He glanced from it to me, then wiped his own on a towel at his waist before accepting the handshake, a big smile on his face.
"Yep, that's me, Dr. Bartender."
Alex grimaced good-naturedly, and then, with an eye roll, corrected his faux pas.
"Sandra, this is George. George, this is Sandra." "Sexy Sandra."
George winked at me. "I see my reputation precedes me." George and Alex both laughed, though Alex placed his hands on my waist. I saw George's brown eyes skim over what was visible of my body before returning to my face.
"What can I get you, gorgeous?"
I ordered a gin and tonic, and George disappeared to grab my drink. I glanced around us, noting that the ceiling was so low that Alex could probably touch it if he raised his hand above him. "So, what does thermos mean?" I lifted an eyebrow, inspecting Alex's face for clues. "Tell me the truth. I can take it." He leaned close, and his hand slipped from my waist, over my bottom, and down to my thighs. He lifted the hem of my short green dress, and I felt his hot fingers on the backs of my legs through my leggings.
"It means hot, but all bottled up."
I scrunched my nose at this news, then glanced around us. When I did so, I understood why I'd been pinned with this label. Skimpy dresses, half-bared bosoms and black bras, and titillating tights were everywhere. "You should have told me not to dress like a thermos," I responded, after pursuing the crowd. "I could have dressed appropriately. I even have a shirt for the occasion." His lips quirked to the side.
"What does it say?"
"It's a black tank top torn at the midriff that says, 'Ask me about my daddy issues.'" Alex guffawed, burying his head in my neck as his fingers gripped my legs and pulled me closer.
"No way," he said, catching his breath. "Tell me you do not have a t-shirt like that."
"It's not a t-shirt, actually. It's a tank top." George returned with my drink, and Alex's hands fell away, much to my infinite regret. He nodded once to George, then handed me my beverage. He lifted his chin toward the stage to encourage me to enjoy the music. so I did. We walked a little ways closer to the small, haphazard stage. His hands found their way to my hips, gripped me there, and cradled my bottom against his pelvis. We danced to the music, swaying our hips and rubbing against each other like grabby teenagers. It was torture. I was getting worked up into a frenzy, and no relief was in sight. Regardless, I was impressed with the band. They were quite good. At first, I thought they were a very talented cover group for Robot Mafia. Robot Mafia being a bit of a punk band, a lot of a rock and roll band that had recently become the focus of every teenage girl's Tumblr account. I came to this initial conclusion because they looked the same, sounded the same, and their music was very similar. However, on closer inspection, after the second song, I realized they were the real Robot Mafia. My mouth fell open, as I was wont to do when shocked, and spun to Alex. He grinned and shrugged. I stood on my tiptoes to reach his ear. "Why are they playing at such a small place? I can't believe more people aren't here." He shouted back, "It's a secret concert. They're playing songs from their new album." "How did you find out about it?" "I can't tell you all my secrets." I scoffed. "You don't tell me any of your secrets." This earned me a wicked, crooked grin and a flash of dimple, but he said nothing. I rolled my eyes and gave him a teasing smile and turned my back to rock in his arms again. He dipped his lips to my ear. "Tell me what happened with Belle." Then he placed a biting kiss where my neck met my shoulder. I inhaled a steadying breath, tried to ignore his hand on my backside, and turned in his arms. She, showed up on the PED's ICU floor, intensive care unit, and basically told me to come with her if I wanted to live. "She what?" His head snapped backward. "Sorry," I brought his ear back to my mouth. "Sorry, movie reference. It's from the Terminator." "Okay." He wrapped his arms completely around me. "What happened next?" I settled against him, one hand on the back of his neck, the other against his chest, my mouth next to his ear. To the best of my ability, I attempted to recount word for word my encounter with Agent Belle. Some of it was lost in the sounds of the crowd and the music surrounding us. But he heard and seemed to like the news that Quinn's building security measures nullified their spying attempts. I may have confused some of the Bitcoin conversation and caught myself going off on a tangent about why Tom Cruise was always running in the movies he was in. When I arrived at the part where Agent Belle mentioned the other woman, the one they'd tried using for information before, Alex stiffened and rested his head against my shoulder. He also cussed, 4-letter words, with feeling, when I recited Agent Belle's assertion that she wasn't threatening me. The only part I skipped over was Agent Belle's reference to my occupation during college. No reason to bring that lovely bit of information up unless it was absolutely necessary. For better or for worse, Alex now knew the gist of the conversation. I reflected, during the brief silence between us that followed, that I was very pleased we were discussing this now rather than the evening it happened. I had needed a bit of distance in order to see the interaction clearly. "I have to do something," he growled into my hair. "No." I shook my head. "I'm in favor of the opposite. Let's do nothing." He lifted his head and regarded me with a visibly confused glare. "You want me to do nothing? After she threatened you?" I nodded. "Yes, because what can she do? Listen to us more? Turn up the volume on their surveillance equipment?" "Sandra, the NSA is not—" He paused, licked his lips, and smiled in a way that made me feel naive. I ignored the implied slight against my grasp of the situation and took the opportunity to make my point. Listen, they need you. They need you to contact the guy who developed the Bitcoins. Ignoring them and their threats won't change that. And if they come after me, you have no reason to help them. Alex, to anyone else, would have appeared calm in this moment. To me, he appeared lethally calm and perhaps searching for something to punch. I quickly added, my plan also buys us some time, maybe an indefinite amount of time. He shook his head, visibly struggling with his words and thoughts. He said, I'm not happy about this. Well, I won't be sending Agent Belle flowers for Valentine's Day, but based on her side of the story, I can understand her perspective. Her side of the story? They want me to give them the equivalent of a skeleton key for unlimited access to all Bitcoins. I would never do that. I shifted a bit closer and tightened my hold on his arms. Can I ask why? Alex stared at me like I had 7 heads and a tail. I added quickly, let me say, I think I know why, but I'd like to hear your reasoning. Alex's gaze swept the bar. There was a lull in the music, but the crowd pressed against us from all directions. Not looking at me, he said, I can't tell you. Then can I guess? His eyes flickered to mine, and I continued, you can just stare at me and I'll try to read your mind, whether or not you agree with my guess. Alex stared at me. It appeared that the mind-reading portion of our evening had begun. All right, I said. I'm assuming you don't want to hand over the skeleton key because it would give them too much power. But I honestly don't know whether you could give it to them even if you wanted to. Maybe they just think you have access to the key. Plus, once they have it, they could confiscate anyone's Bitcoins anytime they liked. Alex surprised me by saying, that's part of it, but it isn't the biggest part of it, and I can't tell you the rest. Okay, I said. Okay, he echoed. He didn't look convinced. Yes, I said, trying to look convincing. But I do have one more question, and it's a shallow one. His eyes narrowed. I'll answer if I'm able to, but... I drew in a deep breath, picked an imaginary spot of lint from his black shirt, and, not meeting his eyes, said, the girl. Let's not forget about the girl, people. Of course I'm going to ask about the girl, because I'm a girl. The music started up again. The song was a slower song that sounded a bit like a ballad. We would be able to hear each other more clearly now. It took him a moment to decipher my meaning. When he did, he rolled his eyes. Oh, God, Sandra, I was... He shook his head, rolled his eyes again, and added hastily, I was 18, just out of prison, and very much wanted to be with a girl. Any girl. I see, I said, because I did see. His explanation made sense. What happened? She came into the restaurant. She asked me out. I said yes. We did some stuff a few times. Then she started pumping me for information, and I cut her out. Lesson learned. And you never did stuff with anyone else until me? A small, secretive smile claimed his lips. One of his hands cupped my bottom, and the other gripped the small of my waist. Yes, I've done stuff since, just not ever with the same person more than once, and not very often. But you never... I twirled my hand through the air and gave him a meaningful look. No, I never took it that far. I see, I said, even though I didn't see. But this explained why he was such a good kisser. Nor was he a fumbler when making out. In fact, I'd call him proficient in that department. I wondered what his other areas of expertise were, and whether they included going downtown. Yes, that's right, I went there, because I'm an oddly prim pervert, and a girl needs some relief. I cleared my throat, looked for another imaginary piece of lint on the canvas of his chest. Did you like her? This girl? Yeah, he said simply, and I peeked at him. His eyes were far away, I presumed with memories. Then they cut back to me. But not like I like you. I was about to say, you say the nicest things, but I didn't want to ruin the moment. So instead, I smiled, pressed my cheek to his shoulder like I was shy, and fluttered my lashes. I like you too. I know. You do? Who told you? You did, right before you left me. Oh. I frowned. You're right, I did. But I'm not leaving now. That's good. He turned me around so that I was once again facing the stage, and said into my ear, Maybe you should promise me you'll never leave. I can't do that. I shook my head in earnest. I may have to pee. Or knit. I felt Alex's slow smile against my neck, but then it was abruptly gone, and his arms held me tighter. We stood like that for several minutes, enjoying the slower, quieter song and the feeling of being wrapped in each other's arms. However, the next song was no ballad. In fact, after I heard the first pass of the chorus, I was pretty sure it was an ode to the female body, specifically doing things to the female body. The bass and drums were heavily featured, giving the song a definite carnal, tribal quality. I was impressed that the tall, blonde, spiky-haired lead singer, the male equivalent of a Swedish underwear model, didn't dislocate his hip as he gyrated and ground himself into the microphone stand. As the music continued, Alex's grip became firmer, friskier. He massaged my backside with his big palms, then massaged the sides and centers of my breasts with his fingers. Basically, he was feeling me up. Sweat beaded and pooled on my chest, and droplets rolled down my spine. When I could take no more, I leaned back, turned my head, and encouraged him to bend toward me. I lifted a hand behind me, wrapped my fingers around the back of his neck, and said into his ear, You need to stop that, please. Then, because I couldn't help myself, I licked his ear. Alex stiffened, his hands flexed on my body. I felt the rise and fall of his chest as he took a deep breath. I'm going to touch you how I like, whenever I like, and you're going to let me, he said, his lips searing my skin. I frowned. In fact, it may have been a scowl, no way to be sure without a mirror, and shifted a step forward. He brought me back against him and wrapped one arm around my shoulders and the other around my waist. I turned slightly, as much as was possible, and hissed at him, You're not a hypnotist or a Jedi, and you're not the boss of me. I know you like it. His chest rumbled as he spoke. I know you want me. Shocking the heckaroni out of me, Alex slipped his hand under my dress to my maidenhood, and by maidenhood, I mean my neglected and angrily aching vagina. He cupped me through my leggings and underwear. I felt his aforedubbed steel pipe against my backside. I gasped, because he was right, but he was also wrong. I did like it. I did want him. but I also didn't like being toyed with. Best case scenario was that he didn't understand how his touches affected me. I craved him, and not just his body, every minute of every day. The frisky fingers were fantastic, to a point, and then they just became tools of torture. The frenzy was reaching a crescendo, and something or somebody was going to have to surrender. I bucked against him, pulled at his arms. "Stop, Alex. I'm serious." He stiffened, tightened his grip for a split second, then his arms slacked and I stepped away from him. The music, the gyrating and shirtless rock star on the stage, the tire fire of a man-beast behind me, my angry girl parts, all of it combined, saturated, made me feel dizzy and suffocated. I walked away from Alex, through the crush, and back to the bar. Alex followed. I sensed his intense ferocity and something else. Knew he was angry. A shiver raced down my spine, and the urge to flee was both surprising and disorienting. I signaled for George, the tattooed bartender, to bring me my coat. Alex followed and reached for my hand as we waited. I allowed him to hold it in his firm grip, though. I didn't look at him because I was aggravated and irritable, and my mind was a tornado of mixed emotions. I also didn't look at him because I felt his anger rising around me like a tsunami. Once outside, he tried to tuck me into my normal place under his arm, but I pulled away from him and stuffed my hands in my pockets. I wasn't trying to hurt him or brush him off. I was just all wound up and couldn't count on him for relief. I was on my own, and his touch made me feel lonely and frustrated. After 2 blocks of walking side by side and not touching, speaking, or looking at him, Alex grabbed me by the arm and pulled me into a dark alley. Finding shadowy places was definitely a talent of his. He backed me against the wall, held my gaze with his, but let go of my arm. His eyes were nearly black with just the barest flicker of light visible, a lightning flash against indigo. "I don't understand. I thought you wanted me." He wasn't touching me, didn't reach for me, but his words and the tone of his voice physically tore at an indecipherable something. I felt pain in my lower belly and a crack in my heart. He was hot with barely suppressed anger. I felt it radiate from him like a fire. "Alex." I inhaled, exhaled, swallowed, and balled my hands into fists. "I do want you." "Then why?" "Because I can't have you," I yelled. It was a loony bin reaction and extremely indiscreet, but there it was. His eyes bounced between mine, and something in him shifted, gentled. Alex opened his mouth to speak, but nothing emerged. No assurances, no words of comfort. Nothing. I blinked at him and waited. After a tense moment, I rolled my eyes and hurried back to the sidewalk. His footfalls echoed mine the remainder of the walk home. By the time we arrived at my apartment, I'd cooled down enough to feel some contrition and ridiculousness at my behavior. Part of me whined that I couldn't help it. I wanted him. All of him. Yet he continued to withhold both his body and his past from me. I felt dirty D disenfranchised. My reasonable part, the voice that was typically loudest, reminded me that we'd been together a short time. Our first date, the wait, don't tell me date, was just over a month ago. I had no business becoming hysterical and half-crazed with the needy girl feels. I required a reality check, made out in the dollar amount of "stop being such a whiny wanker and use a vibrator." Before I reached the steps to the building, I spun on him. My intent was to apologize. Maybe I was the queen of mixed signals. Or maybe I'd allowed my hormones too much control over my actions. He didn't flinch or retreat or stop at my sudden movement. Instead, he stepped forward and caught me in his arms. Then he kissed me before I could say I was sorry. It was heated and passionate and lovely. His hands were everywhere, and so were mine. I was starving for him. I felt his frustration and his need, a mirror of my own, and it was a relief. I was relieved to know that I wasn't alone in my frustrations. I reminded myself that we were in this together. All his reasons for waiting were good ones. I could relax and stop pressuring him. I could enjoy the moments for what they were, not what I wished them to be. We both relaxed into each other, into the kiss. When our lips parted, I smiled. Yes, it was bittersweet. It wasn't perfect, and it left me wanting more. But it was also beautiful, mesmerizing, and surprising. It lifted my heart to my throat and was the closest I'd ever come to the feeling of flying. Chapter 20. Tuesday's Horoscope. An offer of help today comes from an unlikely source. Don't be surprised if this person's assistant comes with a price tag down the road. I felt morose. Morose like Eeyore. Days between dates with Alex were becoming much more difficult than I'd anticipated. In fact, I'd finally gone furniture shopping with Devin, one of my many platonic male friends, on Monday, and practically yelled at him when he didn't like the red couch I suggested. Mood swings. Thank you, female endocrine system. At present, I was situated on one end of a big, fancy, cushy, delicious leather couch at Elizabeth and Nico's apartment. I hid behind my third glass of red wine and only half listened to the conversation going on around me. I had a sexy beast of a boyfriend, and I wasn't getting any knicker action. Life was not good. Life was depressing and sexless. However, being with Alex, talking to Alex, arguing with Alex, learning from Alex, kissing Alex was good. It was maddening and wonderful at once. Therefore, life was good. Life was good because of high-flying, zingy kisses and sweet, funny, smart Alex conversations. I was all muddled. The conversation in my brain yielded a sigh, and I glanced at my work in progress. I was working on the left-hand mitten for Alex's man-knit set. Specifically, I was knitting the thumb. I would give it to him soon and force him to wear it. I didn't want him to be cold anymore. I wanted him to be warm, all the time. Then I'd force him to tell me where he went on Sundays. Then I'd force him to tell me about his past. Then I'd force myself on him. Well, not really. I'd make him want me to force myself on him. A knock on the door roused the group from their discussion and me from my meanderings. Elizabeth stood to answer it, and I caught the tail end of Ashley's sentence. Of course, maybe he's into getting tied up and squealing like a pig. If that's the case, then count me out. Just as she finished, and a few of my friends asked for more details about the squealing like a pig part, Quinn, Janie's husband, strolled into the room. He was followed by Elizabeth. As usual, she appeared to be less than pleased by his appearance. Janie McHotpants is here. Elizabeth breezed past him and reclaimed her spot on the big, overstuffed, welcoming leather couch that spanned the length of the room. She snuggled against her husband as if he was a pillow. They were too cute, and they probably had sex with each other. Maybe they would have sex tonight. I hated them and their weld-satisfied genitalia. Where Janie and Quinn's penthouse was modern and sterile, Elizabeth and Nico's was warm, cluttered, and comfy. The dichotomy was fascinating to me. Both apartments were exactly the same in layout and size, but they looked entirely different. Quinn, or our old nickname for him, Mick Hotpants, hovered at the entrance to the room. He nodded once at Nico. Then his cold glare followed Elizabeth as she claimed her seat. They shared a stare of mutual dislike that was quickly eclipsed by Janey standing from a comfy chair and stepping between them, shining light on the shadows of their showdown. The change, in both Quinn as he looked at Janey and in Elizabeth as she watched them together, was staggering. He looked like a different person when he was with Janey. His features softened, and he reached for her as if he couldn't stand to be in the same room with her and not touch her. It made me sigh. There would be lots of sighing tonight, apparently. They shared a private conversation at the edge of the room, which we all tried our best to ignore, and I turned my attention to Elizabeth. She snuck glances at them, her expression warming with approval. It was clear that, though Elizabeth was no fan of Quinn on his own, she thoroughly approved of Quinn plus Janey. Quinn's entrance made very little impact on the rest of the group. At this point, we were all used to his random arrivals during our Tuesday meetup. He didn't usually stay long and very rarely offered any of us more than a nod in greeting. Therefore, the conversation restarted where it had been abandoned. "He told you this, that he likes to be tied up and squeal like a pig." Nico prompted Ashley to clarify. Ashley nodded. "Yes, the pervert. You can use it for your stand-up routine if you like. I don't care if he does look like he's carved out of cream cheese. I am not into that bedroom dominance stuff." Elizabeth chuckled. Getting tied up can be fun. This comment earned her a heated and wicked glance from her husband. "I agree," Fiona nodded. Kat and I shared a wide-eyed look, which earned us an incredulous glare from Fiona. "What? You don't think married people with kids can be kinky in the bedroom?" I held my hands up. I didn't say anything. Janey, her conversation with Quinn apparently at an end, walked back to her seat and picked up her crochet work in progress. Other than Nico, she was the only crocheter in the group, which somehow made a lot of sense. "I agree," she said. Marie turned to Janey, glanced at Ashley, then back at Janey. "You agree with what?" "Getting tied up is fun. You should try it, Ashley. Just make sure you don't use hemp ropes. They leave marks." Mouths dropped across the room, and all eyes turned to Quinn, who was still standing in the entryway. He returned our stares, appeared unconcerned and/or bored, and added, "She's right. They do." Elizabeth burst out laughing, and the rest of the room followed suit. I threw my head back and smacked the couch cushion beside me. It felt so good to laugh. Laughter is the best therapy for all ailments, except bronchitis. I loved these ladies, inclusive of Nicoletta. The room both quieted and erupted in conversation, and I smiled as I finished the last stitch of the mitten thumb. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and I glanced up and around. That's when I noticed Quinn's glacial glare focused with laser-like intensity in my direction. He appeared to be surveying me, or something in my vicinity. I was confused by his perusal, so I twisted around to see what caught his attention. When I turned back, he was still glaring in my direction. "Sandra, I need to talk to you." My eyebrows supersonic bolted to my hairline. Me?" I pointed to myself. I would be lying if I said Quinn made me nervous. He didn't make me nervous. He kind of scared the crap out of me, and I wasn't alone in my wariness of the guy. Janey, as his wife, was obviously exempt. Elizabeth didn't like him and found him domineering and completely intolerable. Regardless, Nico and Quinn seemed to get along fine. Fiona wasn't scared of anyone, including Quinn. But Ashley, Kat, Marie, and I thought he was frightening. Hot, but frightening. First of all, he stood 6 feet forever in the sky. Secondly, he hardly spoke and never smiled. Well, almost never. He smiled at Janie. Thirdly, he was so handsome it should have been a felony. He was uncomfortably good-looking, meaning his looks made everyone uncomfortable. Additionally, it wasn't a large leap to assume his security business wasn't completely legitimate. He was also just one of those people who looked untouchable, like a marble statue. Something about the hawkish, perfect sharp angles of his face, the breadth of his shoulders, and the light blue of his eyes. I wasn't kidding when I called his glare glacial.
Yes.
His jaw flexed.
Come with me.
He turned and motioned for me to follow him into the hall. Oh, yes. He also liked to order people around. I glanced around the room, and all eyes rested on me, except Janie, who didn't seem at all concerned about the interaction and was therefore absorbed in her crochet project, and Elizabeth, who was shooting daggers at Quinn's back. I shrugged, set my knitting to the side, and shoved my hands in the pockets of my hoodie as I stood. Tonight I was wearing my Knitters and Crocheters Give Peace a Chance t-shirt. It was just visible between the open flaps of my hoodie. I walked past Dan, the guard who had been assigned to Marie some weeks ago after the bodybuilder incident, and gave him a small smile. He returned it and followed me out into the hall. Once we were there, the three of us, Scary Quinn, Nice Dan, and apprehensive me, huddled together in the walkway between the elevator and Elizabeth and Nico's penthouse. Quinn crossed his arms. I did the same. Quinn studied me. I looked at Dan. Dan shrugged. I looked at Quinn. "What's going on?" I said.
"I got a call today. Can you guess who it was?"
Quinn's icicle eyes glimmered as they moved between mine. "Your mom?" Dan snorted, then covered it with a cough. Quinn didn't remove his eyes from mine.
"No."
"My mom?" Dan turned halfway away, glanced at the ceiling. Quinn did not look amused.
"Sandra."
Quinn's voice held a warning.
"I don't like it when the NSA calls me. Why is the NSA calling me?"
I inhaled slowly and thought about making a joke about how the NSA doesn't really need to call anyone. They just interrupt while you're already on the phone. I decided against it. "They didn't tell you why they were calling?"
"Do you need a guard?"
He almost looked concerned, and he ignored my question.
"I've already talked to Dan about it. We can keep you safe."
"I don't need a guard. I'm not in any danger." I uncrossed my arms and reminded myself that Quinn, despite his imposing appearance, was not the enemy. No one was the enemy. We were all friends. We just needed to learn how to play together.
"What has Alex Green told you?"
I crossed my arms again. Maybe I'd let my guard down too quickly. About what?
About who he really is, what he's done, who he knows.
Is the NSA putting pressure on you because I used your apartment downstairs? He didn't nod and he didn't shake his head. Rather, he issued me a non-committal head bob.
"Yes, they want to tap the apartment. In fact, they've already tried to, and now they want my cooperation."
I sighed, rubbed my forehead with my fingertips, and studied the carpet without seeing it. "I'm sorry."
"I'll stall them."
Quinn's voice was quiet, contemplative. I was surprised, and my face showed it. "Thank you." I searched his expression, couldn't help my next question. "Why would you do that?"
Are you involved with him?
I didn't respond. I just impressed myself by holding his gaze without looking away. Silence stretched, during which he read the answer in my eyes.
I see.
He nodded.
Then I assume you know what you're getting into.
My gaze fell at his words because I didn't want him to see the truth. I didn't know what I was getting into. Then Quinn said,
I know who he is.
My eyes snapped to his. He held my gaze again, studying me. I suspected he was keenly adept at reading people. After a protracted moment, Quinn shuffled backward a step and leaned against the wall behind him.
In fact, in the hacker community, everyone knows who he is. If you want information about him, just let me know.
My eyes darted to Dan. He was watching me with cautious compassion. I think I know. I pulled my attention from Dan's warm brown eyes and re-engaged with Quinn's cold blue ones. I think I know who he is, but I realize that I'll never really understand. I don't exist in that world, so I don't imagine I'll ever be able to entirely comprehend his abilities. Quinn nodded, but then surprised me by saying,
I could use him.
This caused me to flinch, my eyelashes to flutter, my mouth to fall open. What?
I could use him, Alex, if he ever wanted a job.
I don't think the NSA would.
They would. I have my ways.
But they're not actually part of...
Everyone in Washington is answerable to a committee.
His words were flat, almost bored-sounding, as though this part of the conversation was pointless.
Just tell him. Tell Alex that I can help. If either of you need help, just let me know.
I stared at Quinn for a long moment, my complete shock entirely visible on my face. Why? Why would you help him? Quinn's mouth curved in the faintest of smiles, and his eyes lost a bit of their focus. An expression resembling admiration passed over his features.
If you actually understood who he was, you wouldn't ask me that question.
Chapter 21. Wednesday's horoscope. You may feel as if you can't gain total control over your own priorities lately. Accept your current situation by honoring what you cannot change. You may find something better through compromise. We met in the hospital cafeteria again. I was eating a chocolate bar because... sexual frustration. I was ready to explode. I needed physical contact. I craved it. It had reached watching Jar Jar Binks levels of frustration. In fact, I was almost tempted to cancel the date without some assurances of progression. But I didn't, because... Alex. When his face appeared, some of the shrewish aggravation I'd been stewing in since Saturday eased. I noted his careless swagger, how his lips were slightly parted, and the way he peered at me through his black, horn-rimmed glasses like they were a microscope, and I was an awe-inspiring, scientifically fascinating, once-in-a-lifetime discovery of exquisite beauty. He claimed the seat across from mine and reached for my chocolate bar. He took a big bite, his mouth pulling to the side as he chewed. I loved how he chewed. I could watch him chew food, just chew, for hours. Obviously, I needed my head examined.
Hello, Sandra.
Hello, Alex. He smiled. Then we both began talking at the same time. I was thinking, what if we both stopped, huffed a little laugh, and he motioned for me to continue my thought. I'm kind of tired. What do you think about staying in at my place, watching a movie? His jaw set, and he didn't respond. He didn't need to. He didn't like the idea. Hey. I reached across the table, my palm up, and allowed my expression to demonstrate how tired I was. It's been a long week. Do you think we could take a night off from everything? He glanced at my hand, then reverently cradled it between his. He began massaging my fingers.
I'd like to talk to you.
Can it wait? Think how nice it would be just to be together and relax.
We'd probably have an audience.
So? I shrugged. We're not going to be doing anything but watching a movie. He was teetering on the edge of making a decision. I could tell because his mouth was open like he was ready to speak, but he hadn't decided what to say. I gave him another push. I have hot chocolate, and I have a t-shirt that I wear when I drink hot chocolate.
Really? What does it say?
It says, hot or not, I love chocolate. He smiled at me, but his expression didn't convey the appreciation I'd been expecting or that I usually received from my hot or not pun. Then I remembered that he didn't know much about pop culture or internet memes. I rolled my eyes and sighed, stood, and pulled him with me. Come on, let's go. On the way to my place, I'll tell you all about an awful website called hotornot.com and why our society's on the verge of moral collapse. Upon entering my apartment, I began to strip. This was not atypical for me. I liked to change into my sleeping clothes as soon as was feasible. Anything that placed me closer to sleepy time made me happy. First, my jacket came off, along with my scarf, hat, gloves, and boots. Alex trailed me into the apartment. I could feel his hesitation. Tonight, I didn't care if they were watching or listening. Alex wasn't going to be giving me any sweet lovin' anyway, so no concerns about leaked sex tapes. Yet. Also, if they were watching us tonight, it was going to be a boring show. Microwave dinners, popcorn, hot chocolate, and Star Wars in the Blu-ray player. Next came my socks. I ventured a bit further and pulled off my sweater and shirt. Then my pants. I draped them over the back of my comfy chair and heard a stifled choke from behind me. Alex stood at the precipice to the room, his gaze on my bare legs and back. I glanced at my plain purple cotton bra and underwear. They were just as modest, if not more so, as a bathing suit. I turned toward him with a question on the tip of my tongue, and he flinched. He then averted his eyes and looked everywhere but at me. I frowned, not prepared for his overreaction, and tried to think of something to make the moment less uncomfortable. Do you want something to drink?
I was promised hot chocolate.
His voice was strained. Okay, I'll start the water. He studied my bulletin board.
You're not going to get dressed first?
I shrugged. I guess I could. His gaze abruptly met mine.
You should.
The heat in his eyes surprised me, and then I laughed. If old cotton underwear could get him this worked up, I should have tried it 2 weeks ago. What's the matter, Mr. Bond? I posed against the chair, made my voice husky, raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid for my health and safety? Concerned I'll catch a cold? Holding my gaze, Alex peeled off his jacket and boots. His long-sleeved shirt followed, leaving him bare-chested. I dug my nails into the palms of my hands to keep my eyes from straying. Keeping your pants on?
I have nothing on under these pants.
Oh, ideenend Gleisung. My eyes widened. I couldn't help it. What had I been thinking about? I had no idea. I'd completely lost my thought. Ah. I nodded, took a tentative step toward him, trying to remember what happened right before he told me he was going commando. I see.
What now?
He asked. I wanted to say, now the pants, but I knew that approach would never work. because it seemed, more than anything, that he didn't want us to have an audience. I sighed and glanced around the room, taking in my coffee table, chairs, small kitchen table, couch. Then I had an idea. I turned to him. "Quick, help me move the coffee table to the side of the room. Then grab 2 of my dining room chairs. Put them here." I gestured to the space at one side of the room in front of the couch, then to the other, and here.
"What are we doing?"
"You'll see." I grinned as we hefted the coffee table out of the way. "Next, put the couch cushions on the floor directly in front of the sofa." Alex obeyed, which gave me a few free moments to peruse his chest, back, and stomach, and my mouth went dry. He had a nice chest. A really nice chest. So far, it was tied for first place with his stomach, face, neck, arms, back, shoulders, and hands, for the most lickable part of his body. Everything I'd seen so far was. With reluctance, I tore my eyes from my lusty examination and jogged into my bedroom. Once inside, I changed my underwear into comfy yellow and blue Star Wars printed boy shorts and pulled off my bra. I was spared from having to decide which occasion shirt to wear because my hot chocolate shirt was dirty. Therefore, I selected my Episode 1 A New Hope shirt and shimmied into it. I yanked on my favorite pair of knee-high wool socks, grabbed several blankets and sheets, and sprinted back into the living room. Alex was standing apart from the mattress he'd made on the floor with the couch cushions, surveying his work. My heart did a little flip-flop at the sight of him, his black jeans riding low on his waist. He had that man V-thing beneath his abdominal muscles, outlining his hips. I loved that man V-thing. I'd never been with a guy who had it. It was a sign of lean muscle and working out. I couldn't wait to touch it. Alex looked up, and his eyes swept over me.
"What are you wearing?"
The words came out breathless. "My pajamas." I glanced at myself and ascertained that I looked normal. "Why? What's wrong?" He licked his lips. His eyes darkened.
"Your pajamas make the bra and underwear look like a nun habit."
I chuckled wickedly. Good to know. "Come on, sexy pants, help me drape this blanket over the chairs." Alex tore his eyes from my chest, and, with several mind-clearing blinks, he reached for the blanket I held out. As my plan came together, I could see the understanding in his eyes, and his entire demeanor changed. He became looser, more relaxed, and gave me a knowing smile. I started the movie, and the Star Wars theme came on, giving me little chills like it always did. When, at last, we climbed into our blanket fort, completely sheltered and hidden from any cameras that might be loitering about, Alex snuggled behind me and brazenly placed his hand on my bottom. He caressed it, rubbed it, squeezed it, and breathed hotly in my ear. "Let's make out." "Gah!" This was not part of my plan. I turned just my head over my shoulder to look at him. "But what about the movie?" He chuckled quietly.
"Fine, you can watch the movie. But I'm going to do this."
His hand slipped under my shirt and palmed my breast. He moaned and bit my neck. I had no choice but to arch my back and press myself into his capable hand. My underwear and his pants stayed on as reminders of no-go zones, but all other territories were breached, explored, tasted, touched, caressed, licked, bit, and pinched. And we didn't stop until Han Solo got his medal from Princess Leia. I made out with Alex for 2 hours while Star Wars played in the background, under a blanket fort on the floor of my living room, and life was good. We fell asleep in each other's arms shortly after the movie ended, but when I awoke in the middle of the night, Alex was gone. I laid under the blanket fort for a few minutes, stretching and thinking about getting up and going to bed. I thought about our makeout sessions. I compared them to the best sex I'd had thus far, and Alex won. Probably because with Alex, everything took hours. He was a savorer, a relisher. He took his time, used my body to experiment, determined that every inch must be tasted. Every inch but the very center. You know, the best inch. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressed the base of my palms into my sockets, and shook my head. The desire for a real mattress became too alluring. I stood and took my comforter with me back to my room. The digital clock by the bed read 2:41. I wondered what time he'd left. My movements were sluggish as I meandered to the bathroom, intent on brushing my teeth. Better late than never. I stood at the sink for several minutes reliving Alex's hot kisses before remembering why I was there. I was about to leave and hide under my covers when a thought occurred to me. Tentatively, I pushed back the shower curtain and scanned the tile. Sure enough, a white rectangle of paper was taped just under the shower head. I snatched it and flicked on the light in the bathroom, blinking against the sudden brightness. Remembering that cameras might be everywhere, I curved my hands around it so that only I could see it, and read what he had written. Dear Sandra, I can't make our date tomorrow. Meet me at our place in the sky Saturday at 6. Love, Alex. I stared at the words he'd written, reread the note maybe 100 times. Each time I got to the love Alex part, my heart skipped a few beats, then galloped. I thought about quacking like a duck at myself, because that felt like the only thing to do when faced with someone who was so obviously insane. Chapter 22. Saturday's horoscope. Throw everything in your arsenal at the problem that faces you. It's the only way you'll win the prize you most desire. Per Alex's note earlier in the week, I expected him Saturday at the unattainable apartment otherwise known as Cloud City. And Alex had some explaining to do. The week crawled by after he'd absconded on Wednesday. There was no sign of Agent Bell. In fact, there was no sign of anyone. Everything was completely normal. It was the quietest few days in recent memory, and I hated every minute of it. I was given a glimpse, albeit a short glimpse, of what life was like without Alex, what it would be like if we were to break up. I discovered that I missed him terribly. I pined for him, longed for him, thought of him constantly, dreamed of him at night. I checked with Mr. Patel to see if Alex had left any messages. He hadn't. I discovered why when Mr. Patel volunteered that Alex was out of town. I exited the restaurant feeling lost and sad. I went home, applied mascara, watched Steel Magnolias, and engaged in a successful cry. I chastised myself for ever judging the characters harshly. Drama and heartbreak sucked, but they made life real. Afterward, I resolved to pry the truth from Alex no matter what it took. All the truth, and nothing but the truth. I had no lunch date with Thomas on Saturday afternoon, as he had once again canceled. I didn't have the mental energy required to reflect on his strange behavior, so I arrived to Cloud City early and made preparations for the evening's torture. Because I fully intended to torture Alex into submission. After a week away, he would bend to my will, confess all, and when he did, I didn't know what I'd do. Hopefully, we'd end the evening with him joining the 6-inch Deep Club. I'd never been with a virgin before, but I remembered my first time. It had been awful, even though my 17-year-old partner had been slow and gentle. The problem was that he was too solicitous. He kept stopping, and then he'd get a flat tire, and then we'd have to start all over again. I just wanted to get it over with. It was like driving to Walmart with my grandparents. They meant well, but God save us all when either of them got behind the wheel of a car with a stick shift. Every time the need arose to switch gears, the car would stall. Obviously, I prepared myself for Alex's lack of experience. It might be awkward and fast, but that was a necessary step. Once the first time was behind us, we could move forward with his education. I had no doubt that, under my tutelage, he'd do quite well. Quite well. Yes. As the meal baked in the oven, I took advantage of the lull. I exploited the bathtub Janie had mentioned some weeks ago during knit night. She was right. The bathtubs were amazing. I briefly considered what organs I would have to sell in order to move into the apartment. I guessed all of them. I was dressed and ready when he arrived. The man knits, hat, scarf, gloves, were wrapped in Darth Vader wrapping paper I'd secured from ThinkGeek. I'd tucked it behind the blender in the kitchen to hide it, because I wanted to present the gift to him at an opportune moment. Of course, I was wearing my compelling red dress, thigh-high stockings, borrowed zebra print stilettos, black push-up bra, and nothing else. This was war. When he knocked, I experienced a jolt of excitement, a bolt of adrenaline, and I rushed to open the door. I tugged it open, giant smile on my face, and found my mouth dry. Alex was wearing a suit, a dark gray suit with a white dress shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and no tie. And he'd shaved. Well, zing. However, scoring a point in my favor, I recovered first, likely because I was distracted by the bunch of red roses he held in his grip. His eyes were still hungrily devouring my legs when I found my voice. "Hey, handsome, that's some suit." He didn't lift his eyes to my face, so score one for the compelling red dress. And when he responded, his voice was distracted. "I just got in." "Got in?" "Yes." He said nothing else and made no move to actually come in the apartment. So I reached forward, tugged on his lapel, and brought his lips to mine for a quick kiss. "I missed you," I said, and waited until I witnessed recognition and understanding in his eyes. "I miss you too." "It's difficult, not being able to talk to you when you're away." He nodded, swallowed. "Hopefully we won't have to worry about that again." "Oh? Why's that?" His eyes, as if they disobeyed a direct order from his brain, because his brain was working overtime trying to focus, moved to my mouth, neck, cleavage. He licked his lips. "Something smells good." I couldn't help my smile of satisfaction. "Dinner is ready." He didn't respond. Instead, he continued to stare at me, his eyes a little lost. I grinned very, very wickedly. "Unless you want to skip dinner." He stiffened, like sense had been smacked into him, and held the flowers out between us like a shield. "These are for you." I chuckled inwardly, like a lamb to the slaughter. "Thanks." I took the flowers. "Come in, I'll put these in water, then we can eat." I left him standing in the doorway and noted that he didn't immediately enter. When he did, he didn't immediately shut the door. When he did, he didn't immediately follow me into the dining room. Speaking of lamb, I prepared lamb for dinner. Lamb with figs and balsamic demi-glaze, candied fig and cucumber salad, roasted rosemary potatoes with dried figs. The table was set, wine was poured, and I brought our warm plates from the kitchen as he walked into the dining room. "It's so good to see you. I know I already said so, but I really missed you." I wanted to grab him and bite him and touch him all over. Instead, I motioned to his chair with the tip of my head and said, "Sit." He did, but he didn't look at me. I also noted that something about him was different, and it wasn't just the suit. Abruptly, I registered that the faux hawk was gone. His hair was now cut in a respectable, spiky do. "What happened to your hair?" He shrugged, speared a potato. "This looks good." "Alex?" He licked his lips, chewed, sipped from a glass of water. "Alex?" I tried to impart my concern rather than my impatience. I missed him. Missed him. We'd only missed one date, but something about him being out of town and unreachable made me crazy. To add to my bewilderment, other than the hot perusal at the front door, he was acting like we'd seen each other earlier today. His eyes lifted, met mine, and held them. I opened my mouth to question him again about his hair, but he spoke first.
"Sandra, you look amazing. I don't know. I can't quite adequately express how good it is to see you. I'm having a little trouble right now. So, if you could just give me a minute to collect my thoughts, that would be great." I pressed my lips together to keep my monster smile at bay. They weren't the words I thought I wanted to hear, but they were surprisingly perfect. Therefore, I nodded and turned my attention to dinner. I said, "The potatoes are good." He dutifully nodded his agreement and ate everything on his plate, though he had none of the wine. Since he didn't seem ready to discuss anything related to his trip, hair, or suit, I kept our conversation light, though it was saturated with delightful innuendo. Me: "Thank you for coming." Him: "Thank you for having me."
Me: "Well, I haven't actually had you yet."
Him: "Then I guess, by your definition, I haven't actually come yet."
And him:
"What's the lamb stuffed with?"
Me: "Figs."
Him: "And what's with the potatoes?"
Me: "Figs."
Him: "I see. Then I'm guessing the figs are also in the cucumbers."
Me: "No, Alex. Cucumbers go in figs, not the other way around." This earned me a barely stifled snort and a charming eye roll. I was pleased to see that he was relaxing. The last exchange was both my most and least favorite. It occurred when I served dessert, which was comprised of fresh half figs, goat cheese, and honey. When I placed the plate in front of him, he actually choked a little, then coughed to cover it up. His eyes were as large as $50, and I understood why. The figs had been mostly disguised in all the other dishes, but the half-cut, fresh figs on his plate now were positively indecent. I made the experience all the more indecent by selecting the largest fig from my plate. I then licked the center of the fig very, very slowly and sucked at it noisily. Try one. Much to my infinite satisfaction, Alex's hand holding his fork became white-knuckled. He no longer appeared to be amused. Good. I continued to lick the center of the fig, my eyes heavily lidded, my breathing purposefully deep and slow. I had him completely captivated, so close to the edge. I withdrew my foot from my spiked heel and found his leg under the table, caressed his calf with the tip of my toe. He jumped, flinched, banged his knee on the table, then cursed at the contact. The spell was broken. I laughed at his overreaction. I leaned back in my chair and popped the fig in my mouth. I washed it down with the last of my wine. He surveyed me from across the small table. He did not look pleased. In fact, he looked positively dangerous. I recalled our first date, over a month ago now. When I'd pushed, he pushed back. I was hoping for that kind of action now, and counting on it. I could feel his resolve crumble. I almost taste my victory. My body was humming from all the wine, suggestive conversation, and Alex's dark look. Then he pushed back, but in typical Alex form, he did the unexpected. He glanced at his plate. Using his fingers, he swiped a fig across a thick drizzling of honey, and, much like I had done only moments before, he trapped my gaze with his and licked the inside of the half fig. My attention moved to the indecent movements of his mouth, and all was lost. His tongue was unhurried and immodest. I couldn't look away.
"I eat it like this?"
he asked in his sexy, growly voice. My breath caught, my hands fisted. I may have whimpered. When his entire tongue made an appearance, and not in a clumsy kind of way, but in a sensual, I am in complete control and know exactly what I'm supposed to do kind of way, I almost died. Instinctively, I pressed my legs together, and for the first time that evening, I wished I'd opted to wear sweatpants and my "No Sex is Safe Sex" t-shirt. Alex must have received the reaction he was looking for, because he chuckled, a deep, rumbly, masculine sound, and the half-fig disappeared behind his lips, though, evil man that he was, he licked his fingers with flourish. He hummed. "You know how much I like the taste of honey." My eyes lifted to his and found them daring and dark and not at all safe. I expelled an unsteady breath and forced my hands to relax. "That wasn't very nice."
"Oh? Are we being nice now?"
"Yes. I wasn't sucking on a banana, was I?" The intensity of his expression mellowed just a fraction, but mostly he still looked dangerous.
"Sandra, watching you lick a fig, sitting less than 4 feet away, dressed like that, is the definition of not being nice."
I smiled sweetly at him. "But you liked it, didn't you, Mr. Bond?" He did not return my smile. Instead, he wiped his mouth with the cloth napkin, placed it on the table, and leaned back in his chair.
"Tell me something."
I waited for him to continue with his request. When he didn't, I asked, "Tell you what?"
"I don't know. Tell me anything. Tell me something I would never guess about you. Tell me your biggest secret."
The words carried some weight, seriousness, importance that I couldn't at the moment grasp. Therefore, because he'd asked and because I wanted his honesty, his confessions so deeply, I told him my biggest secret. I cleared my throat, squared my shoulders, and sat upright in the chair. "Okay, I used to be a phone sex operator." To my astonishment, Alex didn't look at all surprised. In fact, he was perfectly expressionless. I guessed his lack of visible reaction meant he didn't understand what I meant. I steadied myself to explain. "It's a person who talks on the phone to—"
"I know what a phone sex operator is."
"Well, you didn't know what rickrolling was. How am I supposed to know what modern vices are in your scope of familiarity? I'm not a dirty mind reader." Not even a smile. He swallowed and studied the dishes on the table.
When were you a phone sex operator?"
"When I was a freshman in college."
And
I shrugged. The entire experience was fascinating. I learned a great deal about human nature, some good, some bad, but mostly I learned that very few people are truly unique in their motivations and desires.
"Your findings are hardly reliable. Sex phone customers don't make up a random sampling of the general population, and therefore, any extrapolations you've made are faulty due to selection bias."
don't get your hosen in a twist, Professor Freud. I wasn't talking about specific desires and motivations. Of course, most of the people were pervs. I was speaking in a broader sense. I waved my arms around in large, sweeping motions. I hope the movement emphasized the expression broader sense. Pervs? Is that a clinical term? No. I glared at the table. It's not in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, but it should be. I waited for a beat, picked an errant piece of potato from the tablecloth, then lifted my eyes to his. He was looking at me, but not looking at me. His gaze was unfocused, narrowed, and I assumed he was absorbing this information. I continued unprompted. It actually pays quite well, and most of the calls were at night, typically the same kind of thing. I could study while I worked, and I was pretty good at it. He appeared torn, as if he was wrestling with his expectations of who he thought I was and who I might actually be. Belatedly, he said, "I find this very hard to believe." I know, it's pretty unbelievable. I have 2 friends who stripped through medical school. I have another friend who dropped out of a full-ride master's program at Cornell to enter the adult film industry. I know another woman who, after graduating from Yale Law with top honors, became a nonprofit lawyer for undocumented immigrants. She could have done anything, worked for anyone, made millions. Instead, she chose poverty and righteousness. Look at you. You're a computer hacker whose every move is being monitored by the federal government. There is boring, there is sensational, there is mediocre, there's lazy, there's good, there is evil. People do implausible things all the time, and they run the gamut of moderately weird to truly extraordinary. But there is no normal. The world is an unbelievable place, full of unbelievable people, doing unbelievable things. As my mini tirade came to an end, I realized that I'd lifted my voice to a near shout. The silence afterward was deafening in its completeness. He studied me, and I allowed him to do so without giving him anything further. Belatedly, he asked, his expression still carefully cool, "Why did you stop? If the money was so good, why stop?" I sighed, glanced at the wall behind his head. It was interesting, but I never enjoyed it. And, well, I was fired, actually. I came across individuals who were truly troubled, and they distressed me, so I tried to counsel them. I tried to encourage them to seek the help they needed, and my boss didn't like my improvisation. Nevertheless, I guess you could say one of the main reasons I became a psychiatrist was because I recognized I had a knack for helping people simply by talking to them. Why not an adult psychiatrist? Why children? I moved my attention back to the figs and goat cheese on my plate and pushed it away before meeting his gaze. Because I want to help before it's too late. I wanted to make a difference early rather than later. He frowned, his expression somber. Do you think it's too late when people reach adulthood? No, but it is more difficult because you have to have the money to pay for good treatment and you have to want to change. Therefore, most people don't seek the help they need. He nodded absent-mindedly. Then, unexpectedly, a ghost of a smile curved his lips. I still can't believe you were a phone sex operator. I pinched my lips to keep from returning his smile. Well, you asked, and I answered. You did. He frowned. Thank you. You're welcome. Alex surveyed me for a long moment, and I was at a complete loss as to what he was thinking. Under the unwavering weight of his gaze, I felt tired and a little sad. Our games, fun though they were, had taken a toll. I'd missed him, and now that he was here, I still missed him. I wanted to touch him and crawl into his warmth. I wanted to curl up with him in my bed wearing my Wake Me Up in 2 Days shirt. But he was acting strange. I accepted my failure to seduce the man and gathered a bit of resolve as I stood from the table. My mind had switched gears, and I was making a mental list of all the things I needed to do before I could go home, starting with the dishes and likely ending with my Wookiee costume of rejection. I pushed my shoulder-length hair out of my face, tucked it behind my ear, and stacked the plates to clear them.
"What are you doing?"
he asked, still sitting, just like a man. I shrugged, didn't look at him. I'm clearing the table. I need to get these dishes done before we leave. I heard the scrape of his chair as he stood at the same time I reached for my flatware, but before I could add it to the pile I'd already made, his hand gripped my wrist. He used it as leverage to spin me toward him and against his chest. My fork and knife clattered to the table. I released a little yelp at the suddenness of the movement, but it was quickly swallowed by his mouth on mine, his mouth mouth-lesting me. At first, I melted into the kiss, which was very easy to do given the fact that his hands were hot and moving all over my body, and I'd been aching for him. He was squeezing, caressing me through the thin fabric of the red dress, but when his hands skimmed the hem with unequivocal intent to lift my skirt, I pushed away and stumbled backward, my hand raised between us to ward him off. Well, ward him off until I had satisfactory answers. Then, hopefully, I'd be warding him on. "What are you doing?" I asked.
"What do you think I'm doing?"
He stalked toward me, a single eyebrow raised. "I don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking." Despite my hand between us, he pushed his chest against it, forced me to walk backwards until my bottom connected with the wall behind me. He also stopped, glanced down at my hand, then brought my palm to his lips and kissed it. Then he kissed the inside of my wrist. Then he licked the sensitive skin with the tip of his tongue. My knees shook. "Whoa, seriously, what are you doing?" Just his eyes lifted, and he peered at me from underneath his eyebrows, his tongue still on my wrist.
"I'm taking what I want."
"Which is?" I'm not ashamed to admit my voice was unsteady like a wooden lean-to during an earthquake.
"You."
Alex stepped forward again, crowding me. I had to lift my chin to maintain eye contact.
"I want you. I'm taking you."
"What? Since when?" He lowered his face, his intentions clear as a Texas summer sky, and I turned my head the split second before his mouth seized mine. This was all happening too fast. He recovered easily and left wet kisses on my cheek, jaw, neck. Then his tongue was in my ear. He was an expert ear-tonguer. Likely a fast learner, too. "Alex, wait! My hands fluttered around his shoulders like I was fanning the air. Then, finally, they succumbed to pushing his jacket off his shoulders, which was the opposite of pushing him away. Which had been my intent, because we hadn't talked about anything of consequence, and I hadn't seen him in days, because I still didn't know anything, because all his very valid reasons from weeks ago were still very valid. The jacket fell, discarded and forgotten, in a pile behind him. "Oh, Alex, wait. Please wait. Oh, God, Alex." His hands returned to the hem of my dress, teased the bared skin above my thigh-high stockings, and continued northward.
"No more waiting."
I wondered if he was speaking to me or to himself. "Alex." His name was a whispered plea on my lips. He must have heard the helplessness and edge to my voice, because he lifted his head from my neck to meet my eyes, though his hands continued their assault.
I missed you. I missed you so much.
He kissed my cheek and pressed his body against mine, and I shuddered. Wicked, wicked man.
Tell me you need me.
He hummed. I need you. Gah. Not exactly what I meant to say, but a good, albeit misleading, start. I shut my eyes tight, grabbed fistfuls of his shirt, pressed my legs together, and said, I need you to tell me the truth, because you're scaring me, and I don't want you to regret anything tomorrow. His hands slowed, but didn't stop. Instead, they reached to the tops of my stockings.
Don't be scared. I'll have no regrets,
he whispered. I can't help it. I'm scared because I'm obsessed with someone I know nothing about.
Obsessed?
He kissed my collarbone, neck, jaw, like he couldn't help himself, and he hummed.
I like how that sounds.
It's not healthy. His response was fierce.
I don't care. I love you.
What? I tensed, and this time I did push him away. Alex, stop. Stop and explain yourself. He didn't exactly stop. Instead, he brought me with him, away from the wall, by wrapping his arms around my back and legs and lifting me from the ground like I weighed less than nothing. Must not zing at caveman display. Must not zing at caveman display. Must not zing at caveman display. Zing. And then, to top it all off, he said as he carried me to the bedroom,
Sandra, I love you. I'm completely and hopelessly in love with you, and I'm not waiting anymore for what I want, for what's mine.
And he kissed me all over, over and over. When he broke the kiss, I interjected, Alex, you don't... He ignored me and lay me on the bed, pulling his shirt tail out of his pants and unbuttoning it.
I love you. I'm in love with you, and you're in love with me.
No. I shook my head frantically, even though my eyes devoured every inch of skin as he exposed it. My words were a rush. This is just your penis having the feels for my vagina. Your penis is making prank calls, and every single time your penis makes a prank call, my vagina answers the phone. And then you hang up, or your penis claims wrong number, or misdial, or no hablo inglés. It's infuriating, and it's called genital call me maybe.
You're so wrong.
What do you know about love? He hesitated. Thankfully, he was standing at the edge of the bed with his shirt open, so I was allowed a giant eyeful while he considered my question. And, oh, my dear heavenly hot body, this man was beyond all my dirty dreams. Heck yeah, I was staring. Heck yeah, I was storing this image for later. Heck yeah, I might ask him if I could take a picture. And then he said, nothing. Something about his sudden answer made me flinch. It pulled me from my indecent perusal of his form. He'd spoken it with such finality, as though he were answering more than the question I asked, as though he were imparting something of great import with one word. I paused, gathered a deep breath, and studied him. You don't know love?
No.
But you're so certain that this is it, that what we have, what we're doing, that this is us in love?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's what love should be.
What Who? How? When? What? I stumbled, stuttered, sputtered, and finally managed, as I scrambled backward on the bed away from him, to demand, "Explain yourself." He began crawling toward me on his hands and knees and gripped my ankle. "I dream of you, and not just you naked beneath me, submitting, sighing. Gah!" I held my hands up to stop his progress, but he yanked me by the ankle and pulled me toward him as I said, "If this is another prank call to my vagina, I will tie you up and tweeze your chest hair." He batted my hands away as though they were nothing, and hovered above me, planting kisses on my skin between loving words. "I dream of your voice, daydream about it. I spend a good part of my day thinking up ways to make you laugh, counting the hours before I can hold you. Just hold you, to feel you breathe, feel your heartbeat. I've memorized your walk. I even look forward to your butchering of the German language and discovering which t-shirt you'll wear. I want to tell everyone about you, how brilliant you are, how generous and kind and amazing you are, and I will keep you safe." It was at this point I had difficulty drawing breath, and he'd stopped kissing me. He looked as if he wanted to take part of me and keep it with him. I could lift my gaze no higher than the scar on his chin. His eyes were too disconcerting, too knowing, searching, seeing. He continued, "I want to know everything about you so I can be what you need, give you what you need." His words succeeded in knocking the wind from my lungs so. I assembled what wits I had left and decided to defend myself with righteous indignation. "What I need? You want to give me what I need, but you won't even let me know who you are." "Sandra, look at me." He waited until I did, then he kissed my lips very gently and whispered against them, "Do you think knowing about my childhood is going to make you want me more or less?" I gritted my teeth, my temper flaring. "You're asking the wrong question. How am I supposed to love you if I don't even know who you are?" "You do love me." "But I don't know how you became the person you are." "And then what?" He kept his voice gentle as he lay beside me, turning my body toward him, rubbing my hip and inching his hand up my skirt. "And then you find out about all the ways I'm broken, all the ways you need to fix me." "It wouldn't be like that." "It would be exactly like that." An edge entered his voice, and I knew my half-assed attempts to force him to see reason were starting to work. "You fix people. It's what you do. It's how you make a living. It's your talent, your gift. You can't turn it off." I had to bite the inside of my lip to keep from responding. He might have been right, but I wanted to tell him he was wrong. I wasn't sure, so I said nothing. "And even though you think you want a free pass to walk inside my brain and fix me, you're wrong. I am exactly what you need because I'm not going to give you that pass. All my broken pieces are going to love you, just as I am now, without ever being fixed." "What is so terrible that you can't tell me? What is this big secret?" "It's not one thing. It's not one terrible thing. It's a series of messes that you're better off knowing nothing about." "But—" I choked, swallowed, and tried again. "Alex, you can't. I don't expect you to change who you are." "Yes, you do. You would if you knew." He threaded his hands through my hair, pushed it away from my face with devotion, kissed me again. "You would insist on it. And I'm—" Alex looked away, searching without seeing. "I've got a lot of missing pieces.
Parts that were never there to begin with. There's no fixing that. And I can't fight against the futility of never being complete. I can't do that anymore. I just want to be. I sighed, closed my eyes against my frustration and his stubbornness. We were at the same impasse as before, except this time he was the one pushing, and I didn't think I had the resolve to turn him away. When he spoke next, his voice was closer, against my neck, and it sent lovely shivers down my spine. His fingers moved under the hem of my dress. "Let me make love to you." I swallowed, uncertain. Why now? What's changed? Everything. He sighed, kissed my chest. I just want to be with you. I don't know if I can be happy with that. Happy with what? Just being. I want more. I searched my brain for the scariest thing I could say and settled on it. I want a family. I want kids. Then I'll give them to you. His tongue dipped between my cleavage. I was giving in. In fact, my body had already said yes and was behaving accordingly, reaching for the button of his pants. I want monogamy, partnership, till death. Sounds great. Sign me up. Alex, you're asking me to take a giant, almost unfathomable leap of faith here. Sandra, I'm asking you to take the same leap that I've already taken. And believe me, I took that leap and plunged in. And it was so worth it. I'm better for it. The sound of my fingers unzipping his pants surprised me, but I didn't stop. You proposed to push me off this cliff kicking and screaming. His hand hiked up my dress higher, his fingers reaching and caressing my bare bottom. I bucked against him, the movement instinctual. Yes, but you'll be screaming my name. Not likely, virgin. I said the words, but they were breathless and lacked conviction. I'm going to enjoy proving you wrong. I hoped he did. Alex was nothing if not surprising. Chapter 23. Our mouths fused together, his tongue stroking me higher, tighter, and his center rocked against mine, the delicious pressure a promise. Layers of his clothes still separated us, and I struggled to remove them. My hands were in his pants, specifically on his very nice ass, and currently sidetracked from my original goal of pushing them off his hips. No one would blame me. It was the first time I'd been allowed to touch it, so touch it I must. Alex shifted to one side, most of his weight supported on his right, his left hand free to explore. Except he wasn't exploring, and left my body rioting for his touch. Police cars were tipped over, fires started, small businesses raided. I moaned my disapproval as one of my hands slipped around to the front of his boxers. Then it happened. Praise all earthly creatures, oceans below, heavens above, and nebulas beyond. I was finally touching the steel pipe he'd been carrying around in his pants. But then I panicked a little. It was ginormous. My eyes bulged, and I gasped into Alex's mouth. No, do not want. Please, unsupersize my order. Alex tore his mouth from mine, and his attention followed. He cursed and sat back on the bed. It became obvious that he was trying to extract something from his pants pocket. I watched him, wide-eyed. Then my attention shifted to the monster between his legs,
and I gasped again. This was his first time. However, a 3-year dry spell paired with the turgid and proud Cyclops bobbing and weaving before me, like a boxer, making ready to ram through all obstacles in its path. And it might as well have been my first time, too. "Oh, my God," I whispered, my hands clutched to my chest. Alex, oblivious, fished out the object he'd been searching for, and 3 more followed, spilling on the bed. Condoms. He ripped the one in his hand open with his teeth, and I died a little at the sight, because it was damn sexy. He focused on his task, and I lay mesmerized beneath him. He extracted the latex sheath, grabbed himself with his other hand. I automatically pressed my knees together at the sight of his impressive fingers gripping his even more impressive manhood. Alex fit the circle atop the head of his penis and began rolling it down. But then, the unthinkable happened. The condom was too small. It didn't fit. I covered my face with my hands and tried not to laugh. Mostly succeeded. Of course Alex would never assume he was magnum-sized. Of course. He cursed, and I heard the rubber hit the wall when he threw it across the room. I uncovered my face to find him picking through the other condoms on the bed. "Are they all the same size?" He nodded, exhaled bitterly, didn't look at me. "This is unbelievable." I paused, just for a split second, and considered my options. This was my chance to put the brakes on his hijack attempt. If his condom had fit, we would have been rocking and rolling already. But now, the choice was truly mine. Granted, it was already mine, but now, it was truly up to me. I wouldn't be able to claim swept away by passion or lustily insane, because I had magnum-sized condoms in the drugstore bag by the side table. In fact, I had all the sizes, not knowing what to expect and wanting to be prepared. But then Alex said, "Fuck this." And he slid off the bed, tugging my hips to the edge as he went. One hand pressed against my stomach, the other gripped my thigh, and before I could comprehend what his actions meant, his tongue was against me. I gasped. Again. My toes pointed, my back arched, and my hands gripped fistfuls of the comforter behind me. I was the honey-soaked fig, and he employed his master tongue and made everything within me ebb and flow as his mouth moved over the best inch of my body. When he seemed sure I wasn't going to push him away, he loosened his grip and traced light circles on my thighs, just above the backs of my knees through the stockings, then down toward my bottom, where my skin was bare. This lasted, less than 20 seconds, because I came with the unexpected force of a car crash. I didn't even have a chance to savor the sensations, the winding and tensing and warming. His textured tongue touched my velvet inch, and 20 seconds later, I had the female equivalent of premature ejaculation. Tremors racked every part of me, and my brain asked, what the hell was that? He lifted himself from the floor, his pants off but his boxers back in place, his impressively sized penis now hidden, but still thick and insistent, tenting his shorts. While I was dazed, he flipped me on my stomach and unzipped my dress. His hands then moved under the hem, and he pushed it up, exposing my bottom, back, shoulders, until it was right over my head and discarded on the floor. "Let me know when you're ready to go again," he said. My body shuddered at the thought, with amazement and gratitude. Then, as he caressed my bottom, squeezed it, he added darkly, "Because I'm ready now." Alex moved his hand lower between my thighs. I felt his middle and index finger invade me, and I panted like a German shepherd bitch in heat, lustily insane. "Over there," I blurted. Look, in the bag." He moved his fingers in and out of my center. His voice sounded distant, distracted. "What?" I have your size, I think. Look, in the bag. I mourned the loss of his hand, whimpered. I listened, but did not look, as he picked up the bag, opened a box, tore open a packet.
You're going to pay for that.
His voice was dark, menacing, but not precisely angry. In fact, it might have held a hint of appreciation. I felt the bed depress behind me, his bare chest against my back, his knees nudging my legs apart. Anticipation cut through the remaining orgasm fog, and my muscles tightened. My stomach clenched. I caught a glimpse of him in my peripheral vision, kneeling over me. Then he lifted me so that I was kneeling and upright in front of him, and he whispered with his mouth against my ear,
"Now you have to beg."
I was still panting, but I managed. That will never... Oh! He slid his thickness against me. Now he was panting. Quickly, I contradicted myself. Okay, please, please, please. His chest reverberated with a deep, rumbly laugh, his hot breath against my earlobe as he pushed me over the line from aching desire to painful, insane need.
No, not good enough.
His erection pressed against my inch, and I gasped. Every nerve ending, every cell, every atom reached out to him. Despite his words, I begged him with strangled moans and cries. Alex pushed me down on the bed, my face to the mattress, my bottom still in the air, still kneeling. I tried to turn over, but he stopped my movements by settling half his weight on top of me, pinning me. I was trapped. His hands covered mine, and I couldn't move. I could only feel his bare chest against my back, his hard length pressing against my bottom. He rocked his hips, sliding himself against my center, the tip of his erection slick as it rubbed and stroked. He continued in this way, torturing me, his languid movements meant to throw me into oblivion. Every time he came close to breaching my walls, he'd pull back, then slide forward, teasing my arousal higher, sharper, more desperate. Alex, please, please. He bit my neck, then licked the abused flesh. I shuddered, needing friction and penetration and a vaginal orgasm more than air. I managed to push myself up so that I was once more on my hands and knees.
I love you, Sandra, and I love your body.
His hand moved up my arm.
I love your perfect round ass, and your long legs, and your soft, exquisite tits.
He palmed my breast, kneaded it, then stroked his hand down my stomach, touching, caressing, grabbing as he went. I stilled my ineffective movements, still panting, waited for his fingers to find my easy button, and he did, and it felt good, but empty. I didn't try to stifle my cry.
"Tell me,"
he whispered, like the devil he was, goading me, hot and hard against my needy flesh. Oh, Alex.
"Say it."
You know. You already know.
"Say the words."
So I said, I need you to lose your self-control for once and just fuck the hell out of me, damn it. I'd never dirty talked in the bedroom before because it always seemed so silly, and honestly, it reminded me of my job during college, which was the opposite of sexy. But here, with him, the madness of my desire pushed my brain into a third dimension where dirty thoughts and words seemed necessary, the language of the flesh.
"No."
His hand lovingly skimmed my bare stomach and smoothed its way to my breast. I thought I detected an edge of unsteadiness in his voice. He held my breast with reverence, as though he were holding my heart.
"Tell me you want me to make love to you. Tell me you want me to love you always. Beg me for it."
I swallowed, readied my response. At this point, I wanted to tell him. I wanted to beg. I wanted him to give me the promise of forever. Before I could, he surprised me by flipping me over. My back met the mattress, and my eyes met his. He didn't look in control. He looked like a man starving, greedy, selfish with need.
"Next time, Sandra. Next time, you will beg."
His words were a command, but the end of his rope had been reached. His descent into madness was as plain as his need. Alex positioned himself over me, his head pressed against my entrance, slippery with our combined desire. "Alex, I—" Then, with one hurried movement, he filled me. I exhaled on a whoosh, thankful for the dampness of my arousal and the lubrication provided by his mouth moments earlier. Otherwise, I would have felt pain with no pleasure. Alex held himself away, his arms straight, his head thrown back, and he cussed repeatedly. His head fell forward and his eyes were closed. In fact, they were squeezed shut, and his forehead was wrinkled as though he were confused. He moved out. He moved in. He lacked the grace of experience. Regardless, it still felt good. Despite the jerky stops and starts, it only took 20 seconds for it to feel almost earth-shaking, mind-blowing, soul-shattering, and rockets' red glare bursting in the air good. The motion of the ocean needed work, but size mattered, length mattered, my feelings for him mattered, and he had all three. This lasted, less than 30 seconds, because he came with the unexpected force of a car crash. Despite the fact that I'd begun to feel the first sparks of my release low in my belly, I didn't have time to catch up to him. He was lost to me, too far ahead, lost in his own sensations and, apparently, drowning in bliss, because he was no longer breathing. I watched him above me, his mouth open as though stifling a scream, his face contorted as though in pain. He exhaled and fell against me, apparently his arms no longer capable of holding him upright. I smiled to myself with wonder, and tears pricked my eyes. I felt like he'd just given me a gift, a piece of himself that I would be able to take with me, carry around when we were separated during our days. A piece of something he valued above all else, his self-control. And now it was mine. Our hearts beat together, and his skin felt almost feverish to the touch. I stroked his hair, kissed his neck, and just generally loved him. Alex's solid weight meant that breathing was difficult, but I didn't mind. I couldn't fathom that, eventually, he would have to leave me. Eventually, we would be two separate bodies again, instead of one. And eventually, it did happen. I felt Alex tense, then a moment later, pull away. He slipped from me, yet didn't move entirely out of my reach. His eyes found mine as his fingers threaded through my hair and pushed it away from my face. "Are you okay? Am I hurting you?" "No. Yes. I took a deep breath because I could, but I longed for his weight against me. Yes, I'm okay. No, you're not hurting me." His eyes moved between mine, a bit more relaxed.
"Sorry I lost control. That didn't go as planned."
"It never does, but that's okay. I liked watching you lose control. Feel free to do it again any time." His eyes narrowed.
"I wanted to hear you scream my name."
"Then you'll have to last longer next time." A lightning bolt of intent flashed behind his eyes.
"Any other tips?"
"Yes, lots." He frowned.
"Was it bad?"
"No!" I shook my head in earnest. No, not bad at all. You are very good. So good, in fact, that I might have to write a sea shanty to immortalize the experience." He chuckled, stole a kiss, then pulled completely away. I missed the warmth of his body, so I closed my eyes and wrapped my arms around myself, my legs curled up to my chest. I listened to the soft sounds of his feet against the carpet, and my eyes flung open at the sound of him pilfering the drugstore bag and condom box once more. I drank in his tall, lean, beautiful naked profile and asked, "What are you doing?"
"Preparing for next time."
"Next time? You can't mean—"
"Yes, I do."
He opened the wrapper and rolled the condom on his miraculous member, the one-eyed monster. I swallowed again, sat up in bed. "How can you—"
"Sandra, I'm 21 years old, and I've been thinking about doing very bad things to you for over 2 years. I'll be ready every 5 minutes for the rest of our lives."
21? He was only 21. Therefore, he had the stamina of a 21-year-old. Yay, me! And holy shit. He sauntered back to the bed, already sheathed and hard, his eyes glinting. For the first time since we'd entered the bedroom, I realized that the overhead light was on. The realization made me smile. I raised onto my knees, assumed the Wonder Woman pose, my hands on my hips. His steps faltered, and I watched his face as his eyes devoured my body. I found that I, too, was ready. Round 2 for both of us. Hopefully we'd be engaging in a marathon rather than a sprint this time. Of course, if the race ended too early, we could always go for a three-peat. Chapter 24. Sunday's horoscope. You wanted the Pandora's box open. Now you must deal with the consequences. I woke up alone, naked, in bed. Only 2 situations exist in which a woman never wants to be alone and naked. In bed after making love, and in a birthing room, pregnant, at a hospital. The latter because the birth of a baby is likely imminent, and no one will be there to catch it. The former because no feeling is lonelier for a woman than falling into a man's arms after giving herself to him and finding that he's abandoned her sometime during the night. Everywhere else, especially public places, if a woman is naked, it's best to be alone. I curled into a ball, hugged my knees to my chest, and thought back over the last several hours. I asked myself 3 questions. 1. Where are my clothes? 2. What time is it? 3. Do I have any regrets? The first question was easy to answer. I'd packed an extra change of clothes just in case my plan to seduce Alex, first for information about his past, then his body, had been successful. My overnight bag was in the closet. I could guess the answer to the second question. Likely it was between 4:30 and 5 a.m. The sky was dark, but I felt well rested. The sun wouldn't rise for another 2 hours, at least. The last question required deep consideration, a thorough replay of the evening's events, and an analysis of all most likely future outcomes based on and due to the event. I decided to start the deep consideration now and compare my present feelings against those of the night before. I found that, despite my protests, he was right. I was in love with Alex, and I'd almost said it out loud any number of times during our lovemaking, which didn't make any sense because I still don't know anything about him. Therefore, I had no idea whether we had a future together. Except, now I knew he left after making love. Despite all the things I'd mentally written in the pros column about Alex, this was going in the cons column. The three-peat, mind-bending, fantastic lovemaking, despite his eager and early misfire, was going in his pros column. I didn't expect to have any orgasms his first time at the rodeo. Once again, he'd surprised me. I sighed dejectedly and uncurled myself, stretched, yawned, stared at the ceiling. I loved him. I'd fallen for him entirely too fast. Stupid me. I trusted him even though he obviously didn't trust me. He'd asked for my leap of faith, to love without knowing, but he was unwilling to take a similar chance with me. He wanted to be with me, but didn't trust me to stay if I knew his past. Stupid, stupid man. Stupid, stupid Sandra, my brain countered. Stupid, stupid brain, I responded aloud, and then I rolled my eyes because I was talking to myself. I sat up, and the sheet pulled around my waist. I stretched again, and that's when I heard it, the sound of running water. I glanced at the bathroom door standing open, and I saw that the light was off. Obviously, the sound originated from elsewhere in the apartment. Wrapping the sheet around my chest because I was cold, I stood from the bed and walked from the room. I exited the hall and paused, listened for the water, and found that it came from the direction of the kitchen, not the other bedroom. Curiouser and curiouser. With the sheet gathered, I walked to the kitchen, squinting against the bright overhead lights. When my vision adjusted, I almost swooned. I know I gasped, and I was pretty sure I also moaned. Alex was standing in his suit pants, but nothing else. No shirt, no shoes, and he was doing me a service. He was washing the dishes from dinner. My mouth watered as I watched the muscles in his back and broad shoulders flexing as he worked. His strong body made the simple movements artful, fluid, and completely hypnotic. I was wrong. He was a hypnotist. I mentally erased the mark I'd placed in the cons column from his leaving the bed after making love. I firmly set it in the pros column for leaving the bed stealthily with the intent of washing dishes. Nothing screams lady mind porn like a hot, shirtless, sexy man doing dishes after giving her a reason to be exhausted. Witnessing this scene would complicate everything. I would have a great deal of difficulty trying to sort through my feelings with the solid objectivity required to make intelligent choices. I could see it now. My brain would say, "He doesn't trust you. He's a world-famous computer hacker. He's emotionally damaged." And I would say, "Yes, but he does the dishes shirtless. And have you seen his body? I want to keep him." I was a mess. I moved my hand to my forehead and dreamily watched him, feeling both despair at my loss of objectivity and glorious surrender to the lovely present reality of Alex. Alex glanced around absent-mindedly at first, as if he didn't expect to see anything. Then he did a double take. His eyebrow arched. He gave me a dazzling, nearly blinding smile, and he surveyed me over his shoulder. "Hey. Hey, you." I punched the air. It was an extremely awkward movement. I closed my eyes and let my chin drop to my chest. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I was a functioning, intelligent, adult woman who turned into mushy cornflakes when faced with the man I loved. I heard Alex turn off the water. There was a bit of a delay, presumably while he dried his hands, and then he was standing in front of me. His palms moved up and down my arms first, then planted themselves on my bottom, bringing me against him. "Why are you up?" His mouth was already on my neck, lavishing me with wet kisses. "What time is it?" I leaned into him and couldn't fight the soft sigh that escaped my lips. 2:30. "Did I wake you?" I placed my hand against his chest, fought the urge to lower it to his stomach. I couldn't believe it was only 2:30. All hail the restorative power of Alex's penis. No, I woke up on my own. He backed me out of the kitchen, and his chest rumbled with the words, "Well, since you're up." Alex was full of buoyant energy, and his hands were everywhere, but mostly trying to tug the sheet from my body. "Wait, Alex. Wait. Oh, that feels good." I melted against him and his 21-year-old frame. I reminded myself that he was, indeed, a 21-year-old. In addition, he'd just flexed that muscle inside a woman for the first time last night. All of this, taken together, pointed toward him having expectations and hopes. Obviously, these expectations included lots and lots of horizontal and vertical and everything in between times for the foreseeable future. If I was ever going to pry his history from him, now was the time. He needed to take a leap of faith with me. I firmed my hand against his chest and stiffened under his capable hands and lips. "Alex, I mean it. Stop." My voice wasn't as convincing as I'd hoped, but the words were right. He stopped, but he didn't move away. In fact, he drew me closer, into an embrace. I found myself wrapped in his arms, and he was holding me as though I might disappear at any moment. I gave him a full minute, maybe more, and I returned his hug. I snuggled close and reveled in our shared warmth. However, it felt more and more desperate the longer we stood in silence. "Alex, please don't leave." His words might as well have been a knife in my chest. I couldn't leave him if I wanted to. I didn't know how healthy or rational that made me, but there it was. "I'm not going to leave you." I squeezed him tighter, then added, "Please don't leave me." This, at last, seemed to satisfy him. His grip slackened, and he moved his hands to my arms. "I'm not going to leave." His gaze found mine, held it. Both his words and eyes were filled with conviction. Good. Me neither. I smiled for him, rescued my sheet before it could slip from my chest. "Now that we've established our permanence, perhaps we could talk for a moment?" His eyes narrowed. "You sound different." "Yes, well, I'm trying to sort through some things." I could tell my response did nothing to ease his mind, so I added, "And besides, the longer I can keep you shirtless, the happier I am." He shook his head, his eyes now slits. "Don't patronize me. That's not going to work." "I'm sorry, I won't." Leave it to the brainiac to see right through my tactic. I dug deep and forced myself to dispense with Shrink Sandra. Instead, I said what I would have said if he'd already told me everything, if there were no secrets between us. "Okay, in complete honesty, I'm considering knitting you a few chestless sweaters in addition to assless pants." Much of the suspicion in his expression cleared, and he visibly relaxed. Alex found my free hand and tugged me toward the bedroom. "Let's go lay down." I didn't move. "Be Sandra," I told myself. "You need to feel your way through this, with him. Don't overthink it." "No." I shook my head. "I don't want to lay down. I want to talk to you." He studied me, and I noticed that his expression had changed. Whereas before he'd been suspicious, he now looked pensive. "What do you want to talk about?" "Anything, honestly. I just want you to tell me anything." My eyes stung. I took it as a sign that I was successfully not thinking. His breathing deepened, and he seemed visibly torn. "You don't want to know." "You're wrong. I do." "No, you don't. I'll tell you, and then you will leave." His words made my chest ache. "Alex, you asked me to have faith in you. Now I'm asking you to have faith in me." He let go of my hand and glanced away from me. at the floor, the ceiling, all four walls. I watched him for a sign that he was at least willing to think about it. At this point, I'd turned into that dumb female all other women judged for her blindness. But I wasn't blind. I was knees over knuckles in love with this guy. I knew I wasn't going to fix him. I just wanted desperately to know him and have his trust. If he couldn't give me that, then we were already over. At length, his gaze met mine again. Fine. We'll play truth or dare. You want to make this a game? I need an escape hatch. The buoyant energy he displayed earlier disappeared. He was completely still. It was the first time I'd seen him so vulnerable. Not even when we'd made love, not even when he'd said, "I love you," had his expression conveyed such deep-rooted self-preservation. Alex inspected me as if he could see our future written across my features. Truth or dare, he repeated. I gave in to the idea of playing a game, but I knew that truth or dare would not get the job done. No, I stated bluntly. We're not playing that because you'll pick the dare every time. Okay, then what do you propose? I thought for a moment, tried to come up with something fair, not too threatening. How about we take turns saying something about ourselves? It can be real or it can be made up. Then the other person has to guess whether it's true or false. What do I have to do if I guess wrong or if you guess right? Alex studied me with a measured look. Even in a game, he needs to know all possible outcomes, I mused. Nonetheless, I was determined. If I guess correctly, then I get to ask you a question, and you have to tell me the truth. He was shaking his head even before I finished. No. No? Why not? And don't tell me it's for my safety, because I promise not to ask you about your hacker past. I don't want you asking me questions. I huffed and sputtered. Well, what do you propose as your forfeit? I'll tell you something true, but you don't get to dictate what it is. I stared at him for a long moment. He stared back. His face was expressionless, blank. It wasn't much, but it was something. It would have to do. For now. Fine. Fine. That's fine. He cleared his throat. What will your forfeit be? Same as yours. If you guess right, then I'll tell you something true. Again, he was already shaking his head before I finished. No, not good enough. What? Why? He just shook his head, his lips firm. Well then, what do you propose for my forfeit if you guess right or if I guess wrong? He lowered his voice, and his eyes narrowed slightly, sharpened. I'll ask you to do something I want. At his words, heat suffused my chest, and my heart rate spiked. I met his somber stare, but I was forced to take a deep breath before I could respond with a squeak in my voice. Can you be more specific? He shook his head, arrested my gaze, unyielding as granite. I huffed again, gritting my teeth as I rebelled at the idea of blindly agreeing to some future unknown whim or favor. What if he wanted me to clean his apartment? Or worse, have anal sex? Just no. You can't expect me to just write you a blank check, I said. I gotta have something, some idea before I agree to this. Can you give me an example? As he considered me, his gaze shifted to my hand, which was still holding the sheet like a protective cocoon. It won't be anything illegal. Oh, well, in that case, fine. I mock laughed, mock shrugged, waved my free hand through the air mockingly. Fine, fine, as long as it's not illegal. Of course, I'll do anything as long as it's not illegal. Because that's really the only line of concern to be crossed, isn't it? His mouth twitched, but he added, "Or painful. It won't be anything illegal or painful." But really, what's the point of doing anything unless it's illegal or painful? To my surprise, my voice was louder than I intended and infused with half sarcasm, half anger. Yeah, I was definitely feeling all over the place. He reached for me, held my shoulders, attempted to still my movements. "And I promise you can say no." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, I did still my movements. I blinked at him. "I can say no?" He nodded. "Yes, you can say no." "No hard feelings?" This time it was my eyes that narrowed. He smiled, small and sweetly, stuffed his hands in his pockets. "No, no hard feelings." I contemplated this and studied him with my experienced shrink Sandra eyes. I finally determined that I felt this game was fair. At last, I stuck my hand out for him to shake, which he did. He motioned to the living room. I turned, walked to it, surveyed my options, and decided on a chair next to the couch. The last thing I needed was him touching me before I had a chance to learn something about him. He appeared to be amused by my choice and claimed the other single chair in the room, opposite mine, across the length of the coffee table. "I'll go first," I said, and waited for him to offer an objection. When he did not, I said something true, convinced he would guess wrong. "I lost my virginity at 15 to a 17-year-old. Alex choked, his mouth falling open in plain shock. "Sandra." "True or false?" He leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped in front of him, and studied me. He said, "False." "Wrong. It's true." He frowned, and I watched as his eyes moved over me with compassion. I knew it was true. I just wanted it to be false. His words stung a little, and I looked away. I didn't feel ashamed. Losing my virginity wasn't an act I'd ever romanticized. From a young age, growing up around animals, it seemed like something to cross off a list rather than an expression of affection and respect between two people. I'd wanted it over and done. I cleared my throat, waved my hand in the air. "Okay, your forfeit, please." He stared at me for a long moment. "I thought you were a plant. A narc, when you first started coming to the restaurant." My eyebrows did weird things on my forehead as I attempted to understand his statement. I blurted, "What? Why?" "Like I said earlier, you were too perfect. I thought it was a setup." "I still don't get this. How was I perfect?" A spark of something electric ignited his eyes. "Gorgeous, green-eyed, loud-mouthed female who makes men cry comes in every other Friday night for years, wears only sexy dresses, high heels, and discusses topics such as Star Wars, parenting theory, karaoke as foreplay, sleep obsession, the phallic qualities of knitting and crochet tools, and the continuing status of Pakistan as a viable U.S. ally. All this, and she couldn't be bothered to give me the time of day. You were perfect. You were a fantasy." I buried my face in my hands because I didn't want him to see me smile. "I'm a fantasy." I repeated it. I thought about getting stickers made. "Yes, you are, Sandra. But I thought they'd set it up, invented you. I thought you were one of them." "They being?" "Take your pick. NSA, FBI, CIA, MI6. "This is crazy." I leaned back in the chair, met his gaze, now unencumbered by the glasses that he usually wore. His mask was off. "I thought this kind of stuff was only for movies and bodice rippers. But then you'd be a one-eyed duke, and I'd be a plucky orphaned governess, and we'd be fighting French spies in Regency England." "I've never known any different.
Paranoid is my normal."
He shrugged. "How can that be? It's not like you were born this way." Alex's mouth firmed, and something passed behind his eyes.
"Okay, my turn."
His desire to change the subject was not lost on me, but I let him anyway, unchallenged. I shelved it for later. He licked his lips, then took a deep breath.
"Do you remember when I told you those 3 stories at the coffee shop after we saw Wait, Wait, Don't Tell Me?"
I nodded. "Yeah, I remember. The one about the wolf, your father, and the boy." He glanced away. When he spoke again, his voice was barely audible.
"The story about the boy is true."
The silence resulting from his confession was like a third person in the room. I don't think either of us was actually breathing. When I began to feel lightheaded, I forced myself to inhale. What did you say?" His eyes met mine, and everything about him felt different, like he was suddenly a stranger.
"The story about the boy was true. When I was 8, I killed him in self-defense."
"What?" I fought to swallow. "Oh my God," I said on a long, exhaled breath, and my next words were an autopilot reaction. "But how? Why were you... Was he your brother?" He shook his head, glanced at his hands like he hadn't seen them in a long time, and said,
"Foster brother."
You were in foster care?" He nodded, his hands still absorbing all his attention. "Why were you in foster care?"
"My biological father went to prison, and my mother died in a car accident when I was 5. I had no other family, so they put me in a home until he was released."
I stood from my chair and began pacing the room. I didn't know what else to do in that moment. It gave me a chance to collect my thoughts without looking in his eyes and all the conflicting emotions I saw there. Unfortunately, in my experience, Alex's story was not unique. At 5, he might have been adopted if his father had been dead or had relinquished his parental rights. For better or for worse, the system is set up to place children into a holding pattern, sometimes for years, until the biological parent is available to become a caregiver. The rights of the biological parents are the system's first priority. That meant Alex, at 5, waited with strangers until his father was ready to take care of him. "Was he ever released?" I asked, standing still for a moment to look into his eyes. He nodded.
"Yes, but then he'd go back to prison for some other crime, and I'd go back into homes."
I sank onto the couch, then stood and paced again. "And when you were 8, you were attacked?" Alex's voice was a monotone, as though the words were rote, as though he were reporting something that happened to someone else.
"They institutionalized me after it happened, which, in a lot of ways, saved my life, I think. We had access to computers for the games they had us play as part of our therapy, but we had no access to the internet. I'd always been good with computers. I started hacking by figuring out ways around the safeguards they'd built into their intranet. Even at 8, it was so easy. It was fun. So when I gained access to the internet, I read all that I could. I read about how to program and write code, how to decipher mathematical patterns, algorithms, and network structures. Just anything I could get my hands on. When I was released..."
"Back to your father?" He paused, his jaw set, his eyes unfathomable. He ignored the question, gave me his profile.
"When I was released, I was behind in school. I had a lot of time to myself when I was supposed to be focused on catching up. The catch-up took no time. Math, elementary school science and English, geography, it was a joke. so I use the time by myself to form relationships with the hacking community.
Is this where the bitcoins come in? He didn't nod. He held perfectly still. His eyes widened slightly. I realized that this was territory where I'd be better off not knowing. Never mind, I said quickly. Forget I asked. He glanced at me, frowned, then looked at his hands.
No. I want to tell you.
At this, I needed to sit again, and decided the best spot was directly across from him again. Should you tell me? I asked, my voice laden with meaning. He clenched his jaw.
Probably not, but I want to.
I winced. Is it because I'm so easy to talk to?
No. It's because if I tell you, then you will never be able to leave me. You'll be trapped.
He met my eyes then, dared me to look away. Alex, that's not an okay thing to say. I shook my head. That's not even okay to think.
But it's the truth, and I meant it. Maybe I am unbalanced.
I met his gaze squarely. You shouldn't want to trap someone if you care about them.
I do care about you.
Then...
But I also want to trap you.
I choked on nothing, wiped my face with my free hand, and realized I was still dressed in only a bedsheet. You are completely... You're just absolutely... I peered at him through my fingers. He was watching me with his phantom smile. I breathed out slowly and let my hand drop. You're just tired of being alone.
No.
He shook his head, his tone flat.
I never minded being alone. I've been alone my whole life. Being alone is easy. What I don't want, what I don't think I could survive, is being without you.
That's because I'm your first. I'm the first person you've been physically intimate with.
Nope.
He shook his head. You're confusing sex with stronger feelings.
Sandra.
My name held a warning. You'll see clearly after...
I won't. I won't ever see clearly again. If you remember, I was in love with you before we made love. I told you that.
I bit the inside of my lip, and my eyes fell to the floor. You just said I was a fantasy. Perfect. You can't be in love with perfect.
I'm not in love with a fantasy. I'm in love with Sandra Fielding. Even though she won't say it, she's in love with me. If my math is correct, then that means we're both already trapped.
My earlier assessment of him as a live wire was proving eerily apt. Or maybe... I gasped. I looked at him, considered his steady expression. Maybe he was playing a part, and we were still in the game. Maybe this was a test to see what I would do, how I would react. Maybe none of this was true. I hadn't yet said true or false. Alex? I licked my lips, got up and sat on the table in front of him. My hands were shaking. Alex, are we still playing the game? He didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed lightning and his jaw ticked. Alex, this is false. This is false. I said the words desperately. Your mother didn't die when you were 5. You didn't live in foster care. Your father wasn't in and out of prison. You did not I swallowed the word kill before it left my mouth. Instead, I opted for, you did not defend yourself against another child when you were 8. You don't want to trap me. Alex smiled.
Oh, Sandra. You're so wrong.
He looked immeasurably sad.
It's all true.
I heaved a watery sigh and covered my mouth with my hand as the first tears tumbled down my cheeks. Soon they were a waterfall, and I hid my face in the sheet. I felt Alex's tentative hand on my shoulder. After a brief moment, as though testing whether I had accepted his touch, his grip became stronger, and soon one hand became two, and he pulled me to his lap, and I cried against his chest. I cried because I couldn't unknow the dismal truths he'd just shared with me. I cried because I would miss my feelings for him, the ones before I knew how completely wretched his life had been. I cried because he'd been right all along. I couldn't fathom how I would be able to stand by, ignore all my training and instincts, and just let him be broken. I cried because he'd finally been honest with me, and I was crying like a selfish cow. But mostly, I cried because I loved him, and he'd suffered, and there was nothing I could do to fix or manipulate the reality of his past. We didn't speak for a long time, even after my tears dried. The desire to stay on Alex's lap, cradled in his arms, sharing his warmth, was strong, compelling, overwhelming. But I had to pee. Therefore, I stirred, pushed against him, gently, unfolded from his arms, and stood. But I didn't move. My face hurt, and I knew it was a bloaty, snotty, crusty mess. I didn't care. It was me. I glanced down at Alex from the corner of my eyes. He wasn't looking at me. His attention was affixed to the bay window and the city beyond. He'd moved his hand to his mouth, his thumb and index finger tugging his bottom lip as if he were lost in thought. I cleared my throat. Even so, my voice was thick and nasal. I have to go to the bathroom. He nodded. It appeared to be an absent-minded autopilot response. He still wasn't looking at me. I cleared my throat, this time louder. I'm going to start the bathtub. Can you give me a few minutes before you come in? He blinked. His eyebrows drew low in plain confusion, and then his eyes flickered to mine. A spark of desire, to hold him in my arms, keep him safe, fight his battles, and never let him go, swelled within me. Instead, I asked, "Have you seen the amazing tub in this place?" He shook his head. "It's big enough for 4 people. I gave him a watery smile. "Sandra, I don't think that's a good idea." "Please," I sniffled, swallowed. "I just want to be close to you." He breathed out, closed his eyes, and shook his head. "You'll see it as the end. You expect me to let you go, to say goodbye. That's not going to happen." I blinked against new tears threatening to spill over. I don't know what to expect. "I do, and I have no plans to make things easy for you." "Fine. What would you have me do?" "Want me. Just want me." His eyes opened. He did not lift them to mine. Instead, he reached for my hand, cradled it in both of his, then leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, and brought it to his forehead. When he spoke next, the back of my fingers were pressed to his brow, and he spoke to the ground. "When I was younger, I wanted plenty of things, plenty of people, until I realized there was no point in wanting. Since then, I've never had something I wanted. Not really. Not till you." I could only breathe because I could barely breathe. If I had tried to multitask, like think or speak or move, I might have suffocated.
But to be wanted, that would make all the difference, wouldn't it? Because then wanting you might not just be another effort in futility. If you wanted me, then having you and keeping you would be possible.
I exhaled, quietly, carefully. New tears streaked down my face, and I glanced at the vaulted ceiling of the apartment I wanted but couldn't afford. I'd accepted that no amount of saving, working, trying was going to get this apartment. It was simply out of my reach, and always would be. Short of begging and stealing, it was just not in the cards. I was adult enough to know my limitations, own them, accept them, and move on. What a depressing thought. Well, screw that. I wanted it, and I was going to take it. When you want something, you fight for it. The cost doesn't matter. Begging and stealing were now on the table. I would find a way, no matter what. It would be mine. I was invested in Alex. I wagered my entire heart, all of my body, the whole of my brain. The truth was, even if I wanted to, I couldn't walk away. He was stuck with me, and I was going to fight for him. Alex. He didn't respond. I want you. I tugged my hand even as I squeezed his. His large round eyes peered up at me, uncertainty and apprehension mucking the pure cobalt blue of his eyes. I want you in a box and with a fox. His forehead wrinkled in confusion. And in a train and in the rain, with a mouse and in a house. In fact, I knelt before him, holding his beautiful eyes with my red-rimmed, crusty, blotchy ones. I want you in my life for an indefinite period. His gaze of confusion gradually morphed into a glare of suspicion. I'm not going to be one of your friends, one of your mental patient strays. Well, I should hope not. I don't nag strays about leaving socks around the apartment, and I don't have sex with them either. Speaking of apartments, I'm moving in here.
I thought you couldn't afford it.
I can't, but I'll find a way. Suspicion and doubt sparred with hope as his gaze searched mine. I gave him a half smile. And I stood dramatically. I want you in the bathtub in 10 minutes after I pee. I winked at him, gave him a half-lidded come-hither look, then turned and left with flourish. I stood in the hallway that led to the bedrooms, proud of myself and my theatrical exit. But then I had a thought, and I rushed back to the living room. He was still sitting in the chair, watching the spot where I'd been kneeling. Not in the bathtub. I'm not going to pee in the bathtub. I'll pee in the toilet. Then I'll flush it. Then you should come in. But give me 10 minutes. A small smile tugged at his mouth, his eyes shining.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay, good. We have a plan.
Yes.
His gaze held mine. I felt a burst of both excitement and calm.
We do.
Chapter 25. Janie was right. The bathtubs were, quite possibly, my favorite part of the apartment. Of course, epic bathtub sexy times with Alex might have been responsible for my bias. Our lovemaking wasn't frenzied like before, but was no less passionate. I washed him, carefully, reverently, lovingly. I couldn't erase his lifetime of scars. Scars were permanent, but I hoped my ministrations would be the first step toward helping them fade and ensuring that he felt treasured, because I treasured him. I sought to reassure him that I wanted him, that he was wanted desperately, entirely, just as he was. I may have wanted to help him, but I couldn't fathom loving him more. When he could take my gentle touches no longer, he grabbed my wrists and brought me to his lap. I didn't object when we made love without protection. I wanted no barriers between us. Never again. I came to him willingly, pliantly, unquestioningly, and let him use my body as he would, for his pleasure, to assuage his desire. My kisses were a salve. My touch was meant to comfort. Our goal wasn't release. Neither of us sought to end the moment. Rather, we prolonged it, relished in sharing our bodies as a symbol of sharing our souls, breathing the same air. The slippery friction of soapy water heightened the sensation of dissolving into each other. And when we reached our shared bliss, his eyes shone, though he never cried. But I did. Not snotty, messy, heart-wrenching tears of sorrow like before, but instead tears of longing and hope for our future, together. He moved to hold me after, shifted me around so that my back was cradled against his chest. I rejected his efforts and instead held him, cradled him, showered him with kisses and love. I may have been suffocating him with my affection, but I didn't care. I needed to smother him. I needed to warm him and defeat the numbness, rip it away. I needed it. We drew fresh water twice, reluctant to leave the tub, the soothing sounds of water. But we were forced from our white whirlpool cocoon by wrinkly fingers and fatigue. Sleep, surprisingly, came quickly. First him, then me. Our bodies tangled together in a Mobius knot of limbs. My last thought, before I drifted to sleep, was that I didn't know where I began, and he ended. Alex woke me up, on purpose. I squinted at him, then around the room, searching for a clock. There was none. Sandra. His voice was indulgent, sweet, but still sexy. It was always sexy. Do you want to come with me? I blinked, my eyes swollen and puffy from my earlier cry. Where are you going? What time is it? I looked to the window for a clue. The sun was up, but the day was overcast. It could be the middle of the afternoon. He brushed my hair away from my face, placed a gentle kiss on my lips. It's 8, and it's Sunday. Do you want to come with me? 8. Sunday. Sunday! I bolted upright in bed, rubbed my eyes, and blinked at him again. It's Sunday. He was fully dressed in his usual all black, and wearing that damn windbreaker that I hated for its ineffectual warming abilities. His hands were tucked in the pockets. How did you... I frowned at him, his clothing. Did you bring a change of clothes? When did that happen? No, I ran home and changed. Grabbed a bag of stuff. By the way, I hope you like apple fritters. I smelled them as soon as he said it. I also smelled coffee. My eyes a little less hazy now, I took in his appearance and the room. He looked refreshed, content, happy even. My heart did little gymnastics exercises in my chest. He wore an open, welcoming smile. I glanced around me and found a plate of apple fritters and 2 mugs of coffee on the nightstand. You made breakfast? He shook his head. No, your friend Elizabeth and her husband stopped by with them, and the coffee, a little bit ago. I told them you were still sleeping. I wasn't completely embarrassed, but I was a little embarrassed. I'd asked to use the place for the night, and I was a grown woman. Elizabeth knew enough about our situation to understand why we needed the place. Still, I was embarrassed. They seem nice. Alex said the words as though the thought confused him. as though it would be strange for nice people to exist. They are. You'd like Nico. He's a comedian.
You mean he's a funny guy?
No, he's an actual comedian. He has his own show on TV.
Really?
He sounded surprised, suspicious even, like I was trying to pull a fast one over him. Really? I reached for the coffee, treated myself to a whiff of the fritters. I told you, the world is full of unbelievable people.
Huh.
Alex frowned, shrugged.
You're right. That's pretty unbelievable.
I watched him over my mug, propping myself against the pillows and allowing the sheet to slip to my waist, because really, what was the point? Alex's eyes, which were contemplative after my news about Nico, immediately refocused to my bosom. Score a point for boobs. So, I took a sip of my coffee. It was still hot. Where are we going?
Going?
He no longer looked contemplative. He looked distracted. Boys and boobs. Now I understood the point. I lifted the sheet to cover my chest and waited till his eyes met mine. Where are we going today? You asked if I wanted to go.
Oh, yeah. That. We could just stay here instead.
No. I pushed him with my foot, leveled him with a narrowed glare. I want to go with you. I want to discover how you spend your Sundays. Alex placed his hand on my leg over the covers and reached for his own coffee.
It's not very exciting.
I shrugged. Doesn't matter. I want to know everything. His expression fell a bit, though he tried to hide it with a sip from his coffee.
Even after last night?
I held his gaze this time, dared him to look away. Especially after last night. This appeared to appease him. His hand on the sheets rubbed my thigh.
Okay. Drink your coffee, eat your fritters. We're running late.
I decided to dress in a rush and bring the fritters with us. Alex hadn't eaten yet and explained that he wouldn't eat anything until after our first stop. Our first stop, as it turned out, was the indoor pool inside the building. The expansive room smelled of humidity and chlorine. Alex discarded his clothes as soon as we stepped inside, tossed them to a chair, and revealed a Speedo underneath. I almost died dead. It was officially the best morning of my life. I sat at the edge of the pool and watched Alex swim laps for an hour while I drank coffee and ate pastry. It was proof that God did exist, and God loved me. He told me, after emerging from the pool soaking wet, droplets of water running down his face, chest, back, abdomen, sigh. Where was I? Oh, yes, he told me that he swam every morning, not just Sundays. This explained why he had the build of a swimmer, because he was one. Obviously, he didn't usually use the pool inside Quinn's building. He'd asked Elizabeth and Nico when they arrived earlier whether or not the building had a pool. When they confirmed, our first morning destination was decided. Afterward, we stopped by the apartment so he could quickly shower. This quick shower turned into a quickie shower. Once finished, both satiated, we quickly dressed. He stuffed a fritter into his mouth and coaxed me out the door. There was no way we were going to be able to keep up this pace. I knew that. However, I decided to just go with it, ride the wave as long as our combined chemistry and hormones would allow. Seize the day. In typical Alex style, he surprised me, yet again, with our next destination. Tucked under his arm, I was distracted by my self-recrimination that I hadn't yet given him his hat, scarf, and gloves when we arrived at the Chicago Public Library. My steps faltered when he pulled me toward the entrance. I blinked at the impressive building. The library? I found his eyes watching me. ghost smile and glasses planted on his face. You go to the library on Sundays?
Yep.
What do you do here?
Read books.
I frowned, still immobile. What books? His smile intensified. He may have been laughing at me.
All books. Any books. I'll read anything. Sometimes I read a novel, all day, finish it. Sometimes I do research on a topic that interests me. Usually, I do a bit of both.
That's so awesome. The words were out of my mouth before I thought them, a completely honest reaction to this discovery. He accepted my praise, his reaction not quite stoic. It reminded me of his reaction at the restaurant after he'd rushed outside to save Marie. Perhaps he was unused to praise, how to respond to it, deal with it, because he'd never received it. The thought made me both melancholy and angry. I withdrew from his side and grabbed his hand. Let's go. Show me what you read last week. We entered the library, and it smelled like books, a haunting smell that reminded me of kindergarten, my childhood, arts and crafts, and adventures tucked away on tidy shelves. I never went to the library, not anymore, but today it made me feel nostalgic and gave me the warm fuzzies, a feeling and a place I would forever associate with Alex. We'd just climbed the stairs from the lobby when I heard someone call my name. I turned, searched the carpeted hallway, and found my friend Devin walking toward me. Absent-mindedly, I wondered whether he'd ever bought the red couch I'd suggested. Devin wore his blonde hair impeccably coiffed, and seemed to favor business shirts and cashmere sweaters even on the weekends. He was tall, but not towering, and naturally tan. This made his teeth appear unnaturally white. His hazel eyes, though on the surface were friendly, hinted at a haunted past. Devin was a handsome guy, if you went for the hedge fund manager type, which I usually did. His long legs made quick work of the space between us. Before I quite knew what was happening, he'd wrapped me in a hug.
Sandra, hey!
He pulled away, his hands on my shoulders.
It's great to see you.
You too. I nodded, returned his smile, then turned to Alex. Alex, this is, I stuttered, stopped because Alex's glare, in fact, his entire demeanor, was dark and menacing, and his eyes were focused on Devin's hand where it still held my arm. Alex, I began again, not able to stay the fluttering of my lashes. This is my friend Devin. Devin, this is my boyfriend, Alex. Alex stuck out his right hand, which caused Devin to surrender my arm in order to accept the handshake.
Nice to meet you, Alex.
I noted Devin's expression of surprised confusion, his words halting and forced. Alex didn't respond verbally. Instead, he tipped his head and continued glaring at my friend. A beat of awkward silence followed before I turned back to Devin. So, did you end up getting the red couch? He nodded, splitting his attention between Alex and me.
I did.
He frowned, glanced at Alex, then at me, then shook his head as though clearing it.
I did, yes. I like it a lot. Thank you for your help.
No problem. Any time. I felt Alex stiffen, but I ignored him.
Okay.
Devin smiled at me, but it was tempered, much dimmer than before.
Well, I'll let you two get back to your day. Nice to meet you, Alex.
Devin said his name with a slight upturned lilt in his voice, as though the word confused him. Alex nodded, but again made no verbal response. After one more tight-lipped smile, Devin turned and walked down the stairs toward the main lobby. As soon as he was out of sight and earshot, Alex reached for my hand, changed course, and led me through a door marked Law Reference. I followed wordlessly, as I had a pretty good sense of what he had planned. He was looking for a secluded place where we could discuss Devin and his red couch. Alex found a suitable corner next to tort law and tugged me into one of the soundproof listening booths. His shoulders were stiff. His jaw was clenched, and he held himself rigid and away from me, which was impressive considering it was a one-person booth. Alex's eyes searched mine.
Sandra.
Yes, Alex, I said evenly. I wasn't upset or put off by his behavior. In fact, I wasn't even surprised by it. I assumed Alex didn't have male or female friends and never wanted them. The fact that I would have male friends, several of them, would likely be something of a surprise. I was going to let him have his moment. He took a deep breath as a range of emotions played over his features: anger, concern, frustration, confusion, reluctance, then anger again. Finally, he said,
"Help me understand this."
I pressed my lips together and cleared my throat, reminded myself to feel my way through this conversation. Alex, I have a lot of male friends.
I know that, but I didn't think you actually did stuff with them.
I flinched. I do, I think. Wait, what do you mean by stuff?
See them, hang out with them, pick out their couches.
Oh, well then yes, I do all those things. Alex's eyes flashed fire, and I knew that he was imagining all sorts of other stuff.
What else do you do?
A burst of aggravation ignited in my chest at the implied insult in his question, but I also felt his fear. Everything about this situation was new for him. "Do you trust me?" I asked.
Obviously.
No, not obviously, because you wouldn't have asked me that question if you trusted me. He appeared pained, torn by my argument, still undecided.
"I'm jealous," he finally said. "I want to find Devin and kill him."
Kill him? Really?
No.
Alex glanced at the ceiling. He leaned against the door behind him. His voice was still a growl, but the surge of testosterone had visibly deflated, just a smidge.
"But I would like to beat him up a little, or maybe ruin his credit score."
I rolled my lips between my teeth to keep from smiling. I didn't think Alex was ready for me to smile about this. At length, his eyes sought mine, and he inhaled as though bracing himself for bad news.
How many? How many are we talking about?"
"I don't know. I haven't counted them."
"More than 20?
I shrugged, attempted a mental tally. "Probably." Oddly, this seemed to calm him a bit. He nodded, and his eyes shifted to some place over my shoulder.
"Oh, okay."
Unprompted, I filled in some blanks. Devin and I went on a date a long time ago. Then I referenced him to my friend Thomas for counseling. Sometimes he and I have lunch. The last time I saw Devin, I helped him pick out furniture for his new apartment. Alex nodded. His attention returned to my face.
"He likes you."
I wrinkled my nose. "We're friends."
"No, he likes you."
I shook my head. "I don't think so. Not really. But if he did, it wouldn't make any difference because Devin is not you."
"I don't like this,"
Alex said, his features inflexible. "I know."
"I want—"
He paused and gathered a deep breath.
"I want to be okay about this, about your friends."
"Good, because I want you to be okay about my friends too." Enough of his rigidity had dissolved that I felt comfortable reaching for him. I stuffed my fingers into the front pockets of his jeans and shifted a half step closer. Maybe, over time, they might become your friends too. His eyes squinted. I don't think so. I don't see why not. A lot of them have significant others, wives even. Look at Nico, Elizabeth's husband, our friendly apple fritter delivery man. He's my friend. You seem to like him. You even said he was nice. I recognize that Nico was not the most accurate example of my friends because he and I never dated. But for now, he was a good choice for introducing Alex to the concept. Also, he was perhaps my best chance for Alex accepting the possibility of viable friendships with my other male friends. With visible reluctance, Alex's expression morphed from obstinate to pensive. Yeah, I guess he was nice. My mouth curved at the unwilling compliment. I caught my bottom lip between my teeth so the grin wouldn't become too broad. We'll start with Nico and Elizabeth. Alex's frown, to me, felt almost comical, like a stubborn grizzly bear. I fought against the impulse to giggle and instead pressed my body against his. Okay, it's a plan, I said. Now let's go take a look at some books. We navigated to the periodicals section. Alex thumbed through magazines until he came to The Economist. He handed it to me, last week's issue, and pulled out the newest one for himself. I flipped through the magazine. Where are all the pictures? And why is this font so small? He laughed at me, yes, at me, and said, Don't you read medical journals? Those don't have pictures. They have graphs and charts, which are picture porn for scientists. This doesn't even have a summary table of figures. He eyed me with plain amusement and pointed to an article on some important global current event. This is a good one. It's about China and their ban on the use of bitcoins inside the country. I glanced at him. He held my gaze, his expression wry. It felt like he was offering me a clue, to him, to his past. I nodded and scanned the space around us for a seat. We eventually found 2 chairs at a table in the far northwest corner. I read the article. Rather, I tried to read it. In the end, I had to interrupt Alex from his reading to ask questions. So, Alex. I whispered because we were in a library, and that's what you do in a library. The Chinese don't want bitcoins to be used because they circumvent the system, right? He nodded, leaned close to me, and whispered in my ear, because that's what you do in libraries. It also gave me goosebumps. More or less, bitcoins exist outside of any government or country. They're not regulated. Governments have no authority over them as a currency. The Chinese government can try to block access to them, but they won't be completely successful. Bitcoins belong to the people, and they exist entirely outside of the influence of politics and special interests. When he leaned away, I saw pride in his eyes. I liked it, the pride, and it spoke volumes about why he'd been reluctant to hand over a skeleton key to the NSA. But why do they have value? Why are they worth money? Aren't they just numbers and algorithms and mathematical voodoo? He grinned, his eyes examining my features. Then he kissed me on the cheek like he couldn't help it. He said, Why does gold have value? Because we have assigned it value as a global society. The same is true with bitcoins. People believe in them, see their worth, buy into the idea of a finite currency, and use them to purchase goods. As a form of currency, their value can't be inflated or deflated based on the whims of those in power. The people give them value. I watched his face as he spoke. It transformed. He transformed. He could have been talking about his child or something he'd created and was proud of. But it was also reluctant pride, like he wasn't willing to accept credit for whatever his part might have been. He hid from it, buried it. This is why you won't help them. My words were barely above a sigh, but he heard them. He cleared his throat, looked away, then drew me to his lap, his arms around me, and whispered softly in my ear, I know Bitcoins are being exploited by terrible people. I will fix the problem. But I can't give someone the ability to destroy what's been built. I don't trust them to do the right thing. I nodded and leaned into him as he pressed his lips to my forehead. I understood his cynicism. It made complete sense to me. As a child and an adolescent, he'd been forced to place his trust in a system that failed him repeatedly. The fact that he would even consider believing in anyone ever again was astonishing. In that moment, I felt honored and amazed and a bit overwhelmed that he'd decided to place his trust in me so completely. He stirred. Come on. I reluctantly stood from his lap and gathered our magazines. Where to next? How about computer science reference materials? The sound of Agent Bell's voice was an ugly wake-up call, and just as jarring. I stiffened and whipped my head toward her, my heart sinking to the pit of my stomach. Alex unfolded from his chair and stepped in front of me. I could both see and sense his change in demeanor. His posture radiated the numbness I'd been trying so hard to dispel. The numbness was tangible, like an Arctic explosion. I was chilled by it. By him. Why are you here? He was no longer whispering. I peeked at her around his shoulder, abruptly struck by his height, his size. He felt larger, threatening, hostile. It's Sunday. I thought I'd say hi. Her tone was friendly, perhaps even a little beseeching. I didn't detect any malice or duplicity. The sentiment conveyed in this single sentence confirmed my earlier assessment, that she liked him and respected him. Go away. Alex! Agent Bell, don't you think I've given you enough of my time? I shivered. He was positively glacial. I didn't precisely like the woman, considering she'd not threatened me some weeks ago, but now I understood that she had good intentions. She was not malicious. She was not a bad person. She felt driven by a higher purpose. Agent Bell lifted her chin higher. After last week, her voice trailed off. I guessed my presence might be inhibiting her willingness to speak freely. However, when I leaned to the other side and peered around him to catch a better glimpse of her features, her attention was arrested by Alex's face. I understood at once that he was communicating with her silently. Something in his expression, which I currently could not see, told her not to continue the thought. Her eyes flickered to me, held mine briefly. She appeared almost apologetic, like she felt sorry for me. Her attention moved back to his face. I thought we could try to be friends. I wondered what had happened last week, and why Alex had stopped her from speaking about it. I would have been concerned, likely even jealous, if I'd detected anything resembling attraction on her side. I didn't. Rather, she seemed to admire him and sincerely want some kind of interaction with him. It was one-sided hero worship. I reminded myself of Agent Bell's words from our second meeting. She'd known him since he was 15. Additionally, she was a bit older than I, maybe 5 or 6 years older. Her feelings for him were likely maternal, if not sisterly. That's not going to happen. He sounded bored. Leave. I watched as she gathered a deep, steadying breath. A frown of obvious disappointment turned her mouth, but she didn't look entirely surprised. Fine. Her eyes flickered to mine again. This time, while she looked at me, I got the impression she was silently communicating with him. "I'll see you soon." He didn't relax, not even when she was completely out of sight, not even a full minute later when we stood as still as statues, not even when I placed my hand on his shoulder. "Hey," I whispered, because we were in a library. "Are you okay?" His big shoulders lifted as he filled his lungs. Alex turned to me, his arms reaching for me. He pulled me tightly against him. The embrace was nearly suffocating, and I felt him swallow 3 times. "I hate her." I tried to free my hands, but they were trapped between his. "She doesn't seem so bad," I murmured against his chest. My words sounded strained. He must have detected the cause as his grip relaxed somewhat, but not substantively. Regardless, it was enough for me to wrap my arms around him. "She has no honor," he said. I blinked at his choice of words and wondered when I'd last had a discussion with anyone about honor. This struck me as relevant and remarkable. As a society, we don't speak of honor. Not anymore. What did she do? I felt him shake his head. "It doesn't matter. She doesn't matter." He pulled away just slightly, his large hands falling to my hips and his gaze searching mine. "You matter." This, of course, made me smile. "I know," I said, my arms twining around his neck, "but feel free to say it with frequency. Also, other catchphrases of yours that I like, not in particular order, are, 'You are exquisitely beautiful,' 'You're a fantasy,' and 'You'll be screaming my name.'" His mouth tugged to the side, revealing the dimple I loved. Much of the earlier tension eased beneath my fingertips. His gaze was loving and cherishing as it moved over my hair, nose, and lips. "You are exquisitely beautiful." I lifted on my tiptoes, my nails gently scratching the back of his neck, encouraging him to bring his mouth to mine. "So are you, Alex, and you matter to me." Chapter 26. Tuesday's horoscope. You may feel rushed to make an important decision. Follow your heart for the most advantageous outcome. We parted Monday morning. I ogled him while he swam. Then we shared a brief breakfast, and he was smiling. Go me. But I realized about 20 minutes later that I'd neglected to give him the man-knit set. When I awoke Tuesday, I did so with a determined smile on my face. I was going to talk to Quinn about the apartment. In fact, I was going to beg him for it. But first, I plucked my eyebrows so that they were shaped to precision. Afterward, I practiced my begging eyebrows in the mirror. Tuesday was mostly spent trying not to get too excited about the fact that Wednesday, and therefore Alex's date night, was the next day. Knit night arrived, and it was my turn to host. I decided to do a continuation of my dirty foods theme from Saturday. Fresh figs, sausages, raw oysters, whole stuffed zucchini, and chocolate-covered bananas for dessert. Ashley was the first to arrive, and hence, the first to pick up on the theme. "You're dirty. You've got a dirty mind." She smiled approvingly and perused the plate of sausage. Selected one, took a bite. "Yum," she said between chewing. "Sex organ foods are phallic-licious." We giggled in the kitchen about it until my door buzzed and I was forced to abandon her. I pressed my speaker button, disappointed that I didn't have a phallic food buffet occasion t-shirt. I would have to have one made. "Who is it?" "Janie," came the crackly response. "Okay, come on up." I buzzed her in and rushed out into the hall. I like to heckle my guests as they climbed the stairs. Guess what we're having for dinner? Janie walked in the main door, but she wasn't alone. Trailing behind her were Fiona, Quinn, and Dan. I'm sure my face perfectly conveyed my astonishment because, upon seeing me, Quinn put a finger to his mouth and shook his head. Quinn, Fiona, and Dan stayed at the bottom of the stairs. Janie, however, ascended. I can't guess what we're having for dinner, but I assume it's something delicious and shocking. She held me by the elbow and pulled me into the apartment. It is. It's a phallic food buffet. I watched her as she grabbed my coat and draped it around my shoulders, then handed me my hat and scarf, all while she spoke. Last time you made those impressive blueberry crepes. I've been trying to replicate them at home, but I've had very little luck. Perhaps you could come over sometime and show me. In fact, it would be great if you could do a demonstration tonight. Please go to the store and buy the ingredients. I will wait here and let everyone in as they arrive. She nodded, her hazel eyes wide and bright as she pushed me out the door. We could make them look like penises with really small blue testicles. I descended the stairs and her voice followed me. Did you know that no one is 100% certain what causes blue balls? Some people believe it has to do with... Janie! I stopped and spun toward her, my eyes wide. I did not need my neighbors hearing about different theories surrounding the epidemiology of blue balls. Yes? I'll get the stuff, I'll see you when I get back from the store. Oh, okay. Sounds good. I peered over the side of the staircase and made eye contact with Fiona. Her eyes were mostly serious, although it was clear that she was trying to mask a grin. Upon arriving on the ground floor, Dan took me by the arm and ushered me out of the building into a waiting black limousine. I climbed in first, then Fiona, followed by Dan and Quinn. The car pulled away from the building and my eyes bounced between my companions. They appeared to be on edge, with the exception of Dan. As usual, his brown stripper eyes regarded me with friendly interest. I broke the silence. So, what's going on? Quinn shared a look with Fiona. She glanced at her lap for 2 beats before lifting her eyes to mine. Sandra, I used to work for the government as a consultant in Africa for an engineering firm. You knew that, right? I nodded. Well, the truth is, it was a bit more complicated than that. What do you mean, complicated? She hesitated, though her eyes were steady. I did a bit of intelligence work. A bit of intelligence work. I had to repeat the statement in order for my brain to process it. Quinn grunted his impatience. She means she was a spy. My eyes bulged, and I choked on nothing but my own disbelief and astonishment. An image of Fiona, from about a year ago, stabbing a goon in the shoulder with a Susan Bates knitting needle, flashed before my eyes. This explained a lot. This explained everything. Fiona gritted her teeth, but continued, Never mind about that. We need to talk about Alex Green. A flare of panic ignited in my chest, and I grabbed Fiona's hand. Is he okay? Is he hurt? What happened? He's fine. At least, the last time Quinn saw him, he was fine, which was just a few hours ago at the restaurant where he works. I swallowed my sudden surge of emotion and exhaled loudly. Okay, sorry. You scared me. Sandra, I'm sorry to have to ask this, but what are your feelings for Alex? Quinn huffed and shifted in his seat. The leather made small, creaking sounds as he moved. Fiona issued him a quick, irritated glower. Then she focused her attention back to me, her expression gentle and concerned. I'm not prying because I want to. I'm prying because I want to make sure you're treated fairly, not pushed into anything you'll regret. I'm in love with him. If possible, This news appeared to relax and distress her at the same time.
Okay, listen. There are plans involving Alex and you that you really need to know about, but I don't think he shared them with you.
Plans? Whose plans? Quinn sat forward and leveled me with a piercing glare.
Did you know that Alex was flown to Washington, D.C. last week? Did you know he's made a deal with the NSA to keep you safe?
My mouth opened and closed. My eyelashes fluttered in confusion. What? No! What deal? He never... I brought my hands up, fingers stiff and palms out like I surrendered. What are you guys talking about? Can someone start at the beginning, please? Fiona sighed and put her hand on my knee.
All right, here's the story. There are those who believe Alex
knows one of the creators of Bitcoins. I know. I completed her sentence.
No, he is the creator. He created them.
Quinn said, his voice lower than usual. I gathered a deep breath and slumped against the seat of the limo as I tried to process this information and failed. This conversation, revelation, interaction, whatever you could call it, was sudden. This felt very sudden, very out of the blue sudden, abrupt and jarring. I was having an internal system error. No wonder, I realized inwardly. No wonder he never wanted to talk about it. No wonder I was safer not knowing. No wonder he'd warned me over and over about himself, about getting involved. No wonder he felt such pride. No wonder... just everything.
Okay, we need to make this fast. Here's the deal. No interruptions, got it?
Unexpectedly, Dan was the one who tugged me out of my system error, his thick Southie accent making him sound impatient when I knew he was just trying to be firm.
Alex, your guy Alex, created these things. They're worth lots of money, billions of dollars. He can access any of them whenever he likes. Give them, take them, whatever. The NSA and others in the government want Alex on their side. They want to control him so they can control the money. You see?
I nodded and pressed my lips together. My hands were starting to shake, so I tucked them under me. He continued.
They see you, his girl, as the fastest way to do it. They threaten you. He flies out there last week to make a deal. He agrees to work for them, sweep the coins from certain accounts into others, whatever they want him to do. Otherwise, they're going to pull you in and make you testify against Alex on some fake charges. Something about violating his parole. But it isn't even about that. It's about ruining your reputation or getting your medical license revoked. Something like that.
Fiona clarified. They have information about you that they'll make public as part of the hearing. I connected these dots with the ones referenced by Agent Bell. About me being a phone sex operator in college? Fiona nodded, her gaze moving over me in obvious concern. Who is going to care?
No one if they feed it to the media now. But if they make the hearing a circus, garner media attention about the fact that Alex is a famous hacker, the inventor of Bitcoins, and during your testimony, it comes out that you're his phone sex operator turned child psychiatrist girlfriend, then a lot of people will care.
This is nuts. Who thinks up this stuff? Who honestly thinks this is a plausible reality? I threw my hand in the air and yelled at the car in general.
The fastest way to disgrace someone is to make them a public figure.
Quinn stated simply, as though he had previous and intimate experience with these kinds of situations. But this is so complicated and elaborate. It's a conspiracy. It's also billions of dollars at stake. Of course it's a conspiracy. And it's all perfectly legal. Fiona sighed. So, Alex did what? I asked, and after a moment's pause, I answered my own question out loud. He made a deal that I don't testify against him and the charges go away, and in exchange he gives them everything they want. Dan tipped his head to one side, then the other.
Pretty much.
I looked at Fiona, then Quinn, then back to Dan. I can't let him do that. Fiona released a breath and shared a relieved look with Quinn. It sounded as though she'd been holding it since we entered the car. I am so glad to hear you say that. Quinn nodded.
Okay, good. Now, I need you to talk to Alex. Convince him that this is not okay with you. You need to make him see reason. He can't make this deal.
Can I ask why this is so important to you? Why are any of you involved? Quinn studied me for a moment, his hawkish eyes peering out from under arched eyebrows.
Alex can do a lot of good, but not with the NSA. They'll use him. When they're done, they'll put him back in prison where they think he belongs.
Quinn's words chilled me to the core. I believed him. Fiona chimed in. Also, the stability of bitcoins is an issue. What if they instruct him to seize coins from non-criminals? Those in politics are not above seeking revenge via unconventional means, and the security agencies, FBI, NSA, CIA, have been used in the past to settle personal grudges. Bitcoins aren't regulated in the same way as bank accounts or the stock market. People would have no recourse. Dan added, The other thing is, this Alex guy is really smart. From what I've heard, he can hack into anything. What's to stop them from using you in the future against him? If they control him, they control all his abilities, not just the Bitcoin stuff. I nodded, tried to absorb all the information and process it. I'll just tell him to call their bluff. Even if it isn't a bluff, I can find a job anywhere. I don't need to work at the hospital.
We have a plan,
Dan announced. Then he glanced at Quinn as though waiting for his approval before proceeding. Quinn nodded once and shared yet another look with Fiona. She spoke next. I still have friends in Washington, and Quinn, as you might already know, has a lot of pull with several elected officials who shall remain nameless. We can put pressure on the right people, force the NSA to back off, or offer an alternate deal. So what do I need to do? Well, first you need to talk to him. Convince him that we're on his side. Fiona's expression was earnest. Tell him he can trust us. Make him believe you. Convincing Alex to trust anyone would be difficult, but I felt confident that he'd trust me and my judgment when it came down to it, especially if it gave him an alternative to the NSA. But I sensed that Fiona, Quinn, and Dan hadn't communicated a key element of their plan. Okay, what else?
He needs to work for me, at my company,
Quinn said. I thought about Alex's reaction to this idea. I bit the inside of my lip and offered, I'll see what I can do.
There's one more thing,
Dan said. What? I asked, my eyes wide with concern. What is it? They left it to Fiona to say. It would be better, for you and for Alex, if you couldn't be forced to testify against him. I shrugged. I agree. No, you don't understand. We mean if, legally, you couldn't testify against him. Surprisingly, Dan was the one who spoke up and spelled it out for me.
That means you need to be his priest, his psychiatrist, or his...
They all looked at me, waiting for me to register the word he'd left unsaid. And I did. I didn't know whether to put on my freak-out panties or my ecstatic underwear. I watched in stunned silence as Fiona reached into her bag and pulled out a large, white piece of paper. Carefully, she unfolded it and smoothed it out. Maybe she thought I was going to throw a punch because her shoulders tensed as she handed it to me. It was a marriage license, not yet signed, but the names and date had been filled in. Groom, Alexander Green. Bride, Sandra Fielding. Date, today. As a joke, some months ago, my knitting group purchased me a man's t-shirt. It was an occasion t-shirt, black and white with a bow tie screen printed at the neck. Words were printed across the chest. The first thing I did when entering my apartment was search for that shirt. When I found it, I tucked it into a reusable grocery bag. I also added the marriage license and my man knit gift set to the bundle. I put the bag with all the items by my bed. Life was unbelievable. What had I said the other day? The world is an unbelievable place, full of unbelievable people, doing unbelievable things. My friends sat in the adjacent room, chit-chatting like nothing was amiss, and I loitered in my room, trying to wrap my head around what had transpired in the limousine. It was all so surreal. Surely this couldn't be happening to me. Maybe I needed some wine. Several details called out to me at once, and sorting through them, in order of importance, was difficult. Therefore, I settled on the loudest. Alex had known about my job as a phone sex operator before he'd asked for my deepest secret. That was why he showed no emotion or surprise when I'd told him. I wondered if it had been a test. I wondered if I had passed. Puzzle pieces fell into place. The suit, the haircut, the lost days, his decision to consummate our relationship prior to sharing the details of his past. Many of his words from Saturday night floated back to me. I'm not waiting for what I want, for what's mine. Everything's changed. I'll have no regrets. It's not one terrible thing. It's a series of messes that you're better off knowing nothing about. I want you. I'm taking you. I want to trap you. I'm not going to make it easy for you to leave me. And now that the entire picture was visible, they fit together perfectly. According to Fiona, I had 2 hours before we needed to leave. The wedding would be tonight, before the NSA could intervene. Then, tomorrow morning, assuming I successfully convinced Alex of everything, Quinn would take him to Washington, D.C. Quinn would use his contacts and put pressure on the right people to hammer out a new deal, one where Alex's interests weren't so completely compromised. Arrangements had been made. I had 2 hours to find a way to persuade Alex to marry me, trust my friends, and work for Quinn. 2 hours to find peace with my future life as Alexander Green's wife. I didn't wish for additional time. I wished for time to pass more quickly. I was ready to get this party started. Our footfalls sounded like a stampede on the steps.